In the 54th year of Konoha, the turmoil of the Nine Tails occurred 6 years prior. The village mourned the loss of their youthful and vigorous fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, along with the Kurama Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki. The elite forces suffered significant losses, and the plight of the Uchiha clan, the founding elders of the village, grew increasingly dire. 6 years ago, the Mangekyou Sharingan within the Nine Tails was thwarted by Danzo, who prevented the Uchiha from providing assistance. Coupled with the disreputable reputation of the security forces, the village's perception of the Uchiha deteriorated further. Within the Uchiha clan, members became increasingly radicalized, with frequent clan meetings that, while somewhat beneficial, only heightened the wariness among the higher-ups that on a night when a solitary moon hung in the sky, a chill breeze swept through. Uchiha Shenyu sat atop the sturdy branch of a towering tree in the courtyard, one leg extended and the other bent. With his hand resting on his knee, he leaned against the tree. His long hair flowed elegantly, and the clan emblem emblazoned on his attire showcased a typical Uchiha kimono, yet the youth wore it with a novel flair. He exuded a refined demeanor, reminiscent of jade and orchids, a figure of grace and charisma. Should anyone catch a glimpse of him, they might mistake him for a solitary soul, but that was far from the truth. "Captain, shall we commence?" A voice reached Uchiha Shenyu's ears, belonging to a figure cloaked in armor with a cape, their presence marked by blue stripes only visible to him. "Indeed, the time is nigh," Shenyu replied, gazing up at the solitary moon. "Ah, it's hard to believe I've been here for so long." Shenyu was not originally from this world in his past life on Blue Star. He had accrued too much karmic merit due to an untimely demise, resulting in an exception that allowed him to traverse dimensions. Shenyu had intended to inhabit a world where he could conquer yet possess extraordinary powers, one that aligned with historical narratives. The King of Hell, in a moment of inspiration, decided to send Shenyu to a realm capable of summoning historical figures as guardian spirits. Yet it was evidently a misplacement. Arriving in the world of Naruto, Shenyu did not find himself averse to it, especially with Hinata in the picture who wouldn't desire such a companion. However, the system remained unchanged, still focusing on summoning historical figures as guardian spirits. "System, open the panel," he commanded. "Beep, host. Uchiha Shenyu Mangekyou Sharingan age. 18 guardian spirit. Eugene elite Jonin no attribute strength. Kage level talent. Yang release talent. Konoha succubus, culinary god. Uchiha In release talent identity. Uchiha clan, captain of the police force team. Azura of fire. Tsunade's greatest debtor attributes. Fire release. Mastery, lightning release. Proficient, chakra attribute change. Intermediate to advanced. Yang release. Proficient, In release. Proficient affiliation. Uchiha police force team items. 10 Yamakings, 20,000 system points. Fire element summoning scroll, numerous explosive tags, storage scrolls, chakra metal, etc. due to the divergence between his guardian spirit and this world. The system granted him a novice gift pack Eugene, substantial spiritual energy, and the King of Hell staff brought from another realm. It is noteworthy that Eugene's staff possessed unique functions unlike those of the other guardian spirits. However, Shenyu preferred not to wield a staff, favoring instead a long sword. With plans to eventually forge a Tang Dao once he acquired a weapon remelting scroll, Shenyu believed that having the right weapon could significantly enhance his capabilities. Moreover, in a realm devoid of spiritual energy, he could provide chakra to his guardian spirit. The system was designed for a strengthening phase, lacking support for establishing influence hence. Shenyu focused on self-improvement to avoid the difficulty of obtaining rewards. The system's tasks were broad, and any enhancement would yield system points, which could be exchanged for various items in the Chopin array of endless possibilities. Some yet to be unlocked, while others remained out of Shenyu's financial reach. That moment, an Uchiha pushed open the door to the courtyard. "Captain, the clan meeting is about to begin, and Wind and the others are waiting outside." "Yes, I understand," Liang Shenyu responded. Having achieved considerable merit during the Third Great Ninja War, Shenyu had single-handedly dispatched multiple squads of Mist Ninjas and Wind Ninjas, earning the title of Azura of Fire after eliminating 46 Wind Ninjas in one fire release attack. including 8 jonin. Though he followed the will of fire in a superficial manner, he harbored no true intent to sacrifice himself for it. Nevertheless, due to Shenyu's formidable strength, his relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen was amicable, albeit cautious. Among the Uchiha, there was a culture of respect for the strong, and many young Uchiha gravitated toward Shenyu, creating a significant faction that leaned in his favor. For the Uchiha clan, it was simply a matter of severing ties, bestowing favors, and accepting. Shenyu's crimson eyes glanced at the umbu lurking outside, or perhaps more accurately, the root. Being watched every day is truly unpleasant. As Shenyu prepared to depart with Liang and several jonin, Uchiha Shisui approached. Brother Shenyu, I apologize for the interruption, but do you have a moment? I wish to speak with you. Shenyu waved his hand, leading Shisui to a secluded corner. As fellow orphans, Shenyu had cared for Shisui since childhood, fostering a bond that had evolved beyond Shisui's previous naivety. This relationship mirrored that of a family member influenced by the village's teachings and under Shenyu's guidance. Shisui had not become as extreme as in the original narrative. Brother Shenyu, this is your first clan meeting, and I hope you can alleviate the tension between the village and our clan. Shisui, did the Hokage send you to inquire? Brother Shenyu, I genuinely wish for the Uchiha clan to integrate into the village rather than be ostracized. Many in our clan are becoming increasingly radicalized. Wait, Shenyu furrowed his brow. Shisui, do you truly believe the Uchiha clan does not wish to integrate into the village? I have advised you to observe and reflect. Do you think it is the Uchiha clan that resists integration? Or is it the village that refuses to accept us? Or perhaps it is the higher-ups who are unwilling to embrace us? Brother Shenyu, the third Hokage has expressed his hopes for you to ease the Uchiha clan's relationship with the village. Has he genuinely taken measures to address the Uchiha clan's grievances with the village? Are you referring to tighter surveillance or the upper echelon's blockade, leaving us with nothing? Sending the Uchiha, skilled in lightning and fire, to the battlefield of the mist, leaving the clan to bear the losses while the heroes fade into obscurity, tarnishing the Uchiha's reputation and crippling the police force. Shisui fell silent, rendered speechless. And what are the internal matters? Is it the negligence of Danzo's actions, or the higher-ups appropriating village resources for their own kin, or the persecution of the village's heroes, reducing their recompense, or allowing Konoha to plummet from its pinnacle as the strongest hidden village? Shisui, you have seen the state of affairs among the upper echelons of the clan. You have witnessed some of Danzo's actions. Do you believe the third Hokage will address these issues? Shisui, since you cannot change anything, then watch as I take action. The Uchiha clan need not integrate into the village. We are inherently part of it, one of the founding clans. When did we ever need to assimilate? Shisui looked up. Brother Shenyu, do you truly have a plan? Shenyu gestured for Liang and the others to follow. Keep your Manjiki Sharingan wide open, Shisui. Shisui's eyes widened in surprise. How could Brother Shenyu know I possessed the Manjiki Sharingan? This village, after all, is comprised of the progeny of the Uchiha clan. Shisui gazed after the departing figure of Shenyu. If success is truly attainable, elder brother Shenyu, I shall lend my support to your endeavor. A humble novice in the art of storytelling, I find myself still groping for mastery. I earnestly entreat your assistance, esteemed readers, to guide my hand with your invaluable insights. Should imperfections mar my work, I beseech your indulgence and leniency, for which I shall remain eternally grateful. Chapter 2. I shall be the clan leader. Who dares to oppose? Uchiha Shenyu led a few individuals into the Uchiha clan's ancestral hall. After the Senju clan's descent into commonality, aside from the shameless Sarutobi clan, which clung to the banner of a common family, the Uchiha stood as the foremost clan in Konoha, a prestigious lineage. However, the number of individuals present in the ancestral hall was not particularly large. Only the clan leader, the elders, and several esteemed Nin of the clan had gathered. Apart from the clan leader and a few elders, most had already arrived. Among them was Shisui, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement upon seeing Shenyu. Uchiha Shenyu stood beside Ri and Kaze, while several Uchiha members vacated their previous positions to stand behind him. The sight of Uchiha Shenyu's arrival astonished the remaining members, their eyes flickering with surprise. Uchiha Kaze leaned forward, his expression brimming with excitement. "Captain, we—" he began. "Yes, I am aware," Shenyu replied, contemplating how to navigate the proceedings and seeking a breakthrough. It was anticipated that, once clan leader Fugaku and the elders arrived, the monthly disputes within the clan would once again unfold. Within a single family, 3 distinct voices echoed. Shenyu pondered silently. The first voice naturally belonged to the dovish faction led by Uchiha Shisui, supported by the third elder. The hawkish faction, represented by the elder, favored a coup. And the centrists, led by the clan leader and the second elder, claimed to heed the opinions of their kin while merely observing the ongoing disputes. Noticing Shenyu deep in thought, Uchiha re-tugged at Kaze, who nodded in response, engaging in hushed conversation with the Uchiha members behind them. Before long, clan leader Fugaku and several elders arrived, taking their designated seats. Fugaku scanned the ancestral hall, his gaze lingering on Shenyu, and spoke. "Everyone who is meant to be here has arrived. Let us commence the clan meeting. If there are matters to discuss, please bring them forth." Clan leader. "This month we have received numerous complaints regarding the police department, primarily concerning excessive force during law enforcement, which hampers communication. If left unaddressed, our relationship with the villagers will deteriorate further," the third elder of the dovish faction stated first. Clan leader, Uchiha Yama was followed and stalked while procuring supplies. Had he not awakened his Sharingan 2 days prior, he would not have noticed the extent of Konoha's surveillance over us. The elder of the hawkish faction interjected sternly. Fugaku furrowed his brow. The first issue was a recurring one. Despite advising the clan to exercise caution during law enforcement, complaints continued to escalate. As for the latter, Konoha's scrutiny of the Uchiha was laughable. "Regarding the complaints, I will consult Lord Hokage and send someone to investigate. As for the law enforcement process, each team leader must ensure their subordinates are well disciplined to minimize such issues. Concerning Yama's situation, we shall provide reassurance. And I will speak with Lord Hokage." It was evident that clan leader Fugaku was adept at deflecting responsibility. Consulting with the Hokage would yield nothing more than a perfunctory response, much to the elder's frustration. "Sarutobi Azashi treats our Uchiha clan with such disdain. Shall we merely sit idly by?" Konoha was founded by Lord Madara and Senju Hashirama. When did it become the domain of lesser clans like Sarutobi and Shimura over us? Is it not time for a coup, lest we face annihilation? Many Uchiha members displayed expressions echoing similar sentiments. Fugaku raised his hand to silence the elder. "Elder, we are also part of Konoha. A coup is a last resort, to be employed only in dire circumstances. You, elder." Fugaku glanced across the hall once more, locking eyes with Shenyu for several seconds. After all, the sudden participation of someone who had not previously attended clan meetings must have a reason. Assuming Shenyu was merely there to familiarize himself with the proceedings, Fugaku continued, "Henceforth, each team must pay close attention to the enforcement process. Now, if there are no other matters." Seeing that Shenyu remained silent, Kaze appeared anxious, frequently exchanging glances with Ri, his gaze fixated on Shenyu. "Wait." The abrupt interruption drew all eyes toward Shenyu. "On what grounds?" The atmosphere in the ancestral hall turned icy, silence enveloping the room. As Shenyu prepared to confront the assembly, Kaze's face flushed with agitation. He activated his Sharingan, glaring at Shenyu from behind the captain. "Shenyu, are you questioning my decision?" Clan leader Fugaku's expression remained impassive as he regarded Shenyu. "Indeed, I not only question your decision but assert that the position of clan leader rightfully belongs to me." The atmosphere within the hall became palpably tense, as Uchiha Shisui and several others gasped in astonishment at Shenyu's bold declaration. Shisui felt a surge of anxiety. "Is this the first step in Shenyu's plan?" The second elder hurriedly interjected. "Shenyu, with your prestige and strength, it is certainly possible for you to become clan leader. However, your age is still a concern, and this is your first clan meeting. You remain unfamiliar with clan matters. Why not first become a candidate and allow the clan leader to mentor you? Do you know why I have refrained from attending clan meetings?" Shenyu coldly surveyed the room. "Tell me, over the years, through countless meetings, what have you all, this swarm of insects, accomplished?" As he spoke, Shenyu's eyes transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan, advancing menacingly toward the assembly. Is it direct armed rebellion or passive acceptance of fate? If any resolution had emerged, I would not be standing here today. The outcome of years of discord has resulted in the Uchiha's territory being displaced, treated like stray dogs, despised by the villagers. And even among the ninja clans, few extend friendship. Our clan is under constant surveillance, our members oppressed. Yet you persist in passing the buck, watching the Uchiha clan descend further into an abyss. What the Uchiha clan needs is not endless meetings, nor ceaseless quarrels, nor a clan leader who merely deflects responsibility. What we require is a leader who can guide the Uchiha out of this predicament. Shenyu's eyes spun rapidly, transforming into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The elder sprang to his feet. Indeed, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As akin to Lord Madara's. Shenyu gazed at his clansmen, who were likewise captivated by his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, their excitement palpable. One by one, the Uchiha activated their Sharingan, illuminating the night with their brilliance, a mesmerizing spectacle. The strength of the Uchiha resides here. Therefore, I, Uchiha Shenyu, will assume the role of clan leader. Who dares to oppose? Chapter 3, Chief of the Rain Clan, Countermeasures from the Police Department. I, Uchiha Ryo, stand in support of Captain Shenyu. I, Uchiha Inoka, express my support for Lord Shenyu. I, Uchiha Kaze, affirm my allegiance to Chief Shenyu. Shenyu possesses the Mangeki Sharingan. I endorse his claim to the chieftaincy. Many members of the Uchiha clan successively voiced their support, while those who remained silent did not express dissent. After all, the Uchiha clan reveres strength. Those with power are naturally followed. Shenyu, the position of clan leader is not an easy one. Have you given it due consideration? Fayek remarked. Thoughts of the negotiations with Konoha's upper echelons, appeasing clan members, alleviating tensions with Konoha, and integrating into the village echoed within Fayek's mind. Shenyu, this position is not to be taken lightly. Since I aspire to lead, I have devised a comprehensive plan, Shenyu replied. Given your keen insight, Fayek, you should be able to foresee the forthcoming changes. History has shown that indecisiveness only leads the Uchiha clan towards oblivion. Fayek gazed at Shenyu with a knowing look. It appeared that Shenyu had discerned his own Mangeki Sharingan. While revealing this might secure his position, the presence of two Mangeki Sharingan would undoubtedly incite thoughts of a coup within the clan. At that juncture, Konoha would not accommodate the Uchiha, and even those who refrained from opposition would be compelled to act. Fayek reflected on whether he had been overly indecisive over the years, caught between two fronts. He had been oppressed by Konoha's hierarchy, unable to reclaim the Uchiha's rightful status, and had failed to unify the clan's direction, damaging their interests while allowing internal disputes to fester. In the assembly, Uchiha Shisui cast a worried glance at Shenyu. Listening to Shenyu, it seems his attitude towards Konoha is rather unfavorable. Should we report this to Lord Hokage? Uchiha Itachi looked at Shisui, only to find him gazing at Shenyu with evident concern. Brother Shisui, you must feel quite troubled. Nevertheless, I cannot escape the blame for our clan's current predicament. I leave the Uchiha in your capable hands, Shenyu. With that, Fayek rose from the chief's seat and gently patted Shenyu's shoulder. Shenyu did not hasten to occupy the leader's position, but instead faced the gathered Uchiha and spoke slowly. The Uchiha clan has always been a cornerstone in the establishment of this village. When have we ever bowed to the erroneous side? Now, the honor of the Uchiha bears some tarnish. I shall lead us in restoring it, ensuring our clan grows even more formidable. This glory shall not be mine alone. The following morning, at the Hokage office. So, the current leader of the Uchiha clan is Shenyu, no longer Fayek. Indeed, Shisui replied, kneeling with his head bowed. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was shrouded in a haze of smoke, his demeanor slightly grave. How did Shenyu suddenly become the leader of the Uchiha? Hiruzen had previously assessed Shenyu, probing whether he had responded accurately regarding the protection of the village and his comrades. Initially, he had believed Shenyu embodied the will of fire, yet now, his stance seemed ambiguous. Shenyu had significantly contributed during the Third Shinobi War. His strength was undeniable, and with the awakening of the Mangeki Sharingan, he was certainly formidable. If this is the case, should we alter our approach in dealing with the Uchiha clan? Suddenly, the door burst open, and Danzo Shimura, one eye obscured and leaning on a cane, strode in. Upon seeing Shisui, he scoffed. Seeing this, Hiruzen reassured Shisui, the situation has not deteriorated to that extent. There is no need for excessive concern. I have watched Shenyu grow. He still possesses the will of fire. Even if trouble arises, I will intervene. The Uchiha are ultimately part of Konoha. You may leave for now. In the future, exercise caution. Konoha can no longer endure turmoil. Understood, Shisui replied, rising to exit. Hiruzen, what are you still hesitating for? Are you unaware of the words from that inherently malevolent Uchiha youth? Shall we remain passive? Danzo, noticing Hiruzen's calm demeanor as he smoked, pressed urgently. The teacher has long declared that the Uchiha are an evil clan. We should have acted long ago. Calm yourself, Danzo, Hiruzen interjected, casting a glance at him. The situation has not escalated to that level yet. Seeing Hiruzen remain unfazed, Danzo retorted angrily. What more is there to deliberate? The Uchiha were already plotting a coup, and now Shenyu possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. Rebellion is imminent. We must act decisively. If you find it difficult, allow me to. The Uchiha are part of Konoha. Until we have clarity, we cannot engage them. Hiruzen Yu. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. You will regret this, Hiruzen. With a bang, Danzo stormed out, and Hiruzen inhaled deeply, finding no surprise in the encounter. It was all too familiar. Danzo? Acting preemptively? Based on his understanding of Danzo, Hiruzen suspected he would discreetly attempt to eliminate this potential threat. Success would eliminate this uncertainty, and if he failed, it would provide insight into Shenyu's stance while also balancing Danzo's ambitions. At worst, he could intervene. Shenyu was a shrewd individual, and paying a price to pacify the Uchiha was not out of the question. Hiruzen was unaware of Danzo's fervor, who not only intended to act, but also fully commit to the endeavor. After the clan assembly concluded, the Uchiha dispersed, needing to digest and disseminate the unexpected changes. Fortunately, Shenyu's prestige was considerable. Prior to this, there had been calls for his ascendancy, and the clan was quite accepting of his leadership. Uchiha Fugaku returned home, where Makoto, noticing the somber expressions on both father and son, refrained from probing further and busied herself with tea and cooking. However, Sasuke, eager to greet his father and brother upon their return, exclaimed, "Father, brother, I ranked first again in today's practical class." Fugaku picked up Sasuke, proclaiming, "You truly are my son, upholding the honor of the Uchiha clan. Go and play for a while. Your brother and I have matters to discuss. I want to be as strong as brother and protect the honor of the Uchiha," Sasuke declared proudly, lifting his chin and turning to Itachi, who smiled and ruffled Sasuke's hair, lightly tapping his forehead. "Sasuke, go play for a bit. I have some things to attend to." "What things?" "There always seems to be something going on." "Hurry up, brother," Sasuke complained before rushing out to train in the yard. Just as he reached the yard, he suddenly recalled that Hinata had inquired about Shenyu. "Well, I'll ask brother and father about it later." Itachi watched Sasuke sprint away, silently apologizing. There would be no second chances. He turned to his father. "Itachi, what is your perspective?" "Father, I believe Shenyu possesses a mature plan. My only concern is that he may act impulsively. However, perhaps he will find a way to alleviate the tensions between us and the village." Itachi also longed to change the Uchiha circumstances, seeking resolutions to the clan's pressing troubles, something he desired, yet found himself unable to accomplish. "Indeed, I had intended to place you in the Umbu, but it seems prudent to observe the situation a while longer." Fuyu turned his gaze towards Sasuke in the courtyard, a flurry of immature thoughts swirling in his mind. Let us discuss this later. What will you do, Shenyu?" Noticing the silence between the two, Sasuke rushed in to share the matter with Fuyu and Itachi. "Father, Oniai-chan, Hinata from our class inquired about Uchiha Shenyu, and I promised her I would tell her about him." Fuyu and Itachi exchanged surprised glances, a storm of ideas igniting in their minds. Could it be that Shenyu has already made contact with the Hyuga clan? Meanwhile, Shenyu had returned to his residence, greeting his companions as they dispersed. The overly enthusiastic F even attempted to stay by Shenyu's side, only to be gently declined. Shenyu explained that there was no need for anyone to remain vigilant within the Uchiha clan, as patrols were already in place. He instructed them to gather the police department the following day. Once his companions departed, the blue-framed Eugene materialized beside him. "My lord, the first step has been successfully completed. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. Achieving unity in this small domain is far simpler than what Prime Minister Chao faced. Haha. I hope my lord soon acquires the divine warrior's body and summons more brethren. Even foreign beings require my lord's assimilation into our culture. We shall discuss these matters later. I am not a stud horse. Now, Wenze, it is time for you to exert yourself. Once I have some numbers, I will grant you attributes, and you will undoubtedly reach the level of a shadow." Eugen's current status as an elite jonin stems from his lack of attributes, relying solely on his swordsmanship and chakra manipulation to vanquish foes. However, due to Shenyu being a chakra tunner, he was forcefully elevated to the level of an elite jonin. Eugene, about to follow my lord till death. The next morning, within the Uchiha police force, an announcement was made. The police department is not a task force. We shall not concern ourselves with trivial matters. We are an enforcement agency, not a charity. Those who treat trifles as commands should go to the task department. When we enforce the law, we adhere strictly to the laws of Konoha. Should we smile upon those who violate the law? Are we obliged to address those so-called complaints? Is there no coordination department within the Hokage's office? I wish to see if the village has truly lost its discernment. Following the announcement, any disturbances caused by trivial matters would be dealt with as disruptions of public service. Uchiha Shenyu addressed those below him, instructing, "Liang, go post this outside." "Yes," replied Uchiha Liang. The Uchihas below were filled with excitement. Previously, the police department had been overwhelmed with such trivialities, leading to frequent disputes within the clan. The police department is for enforcement, not for babysitting the villagers' daily needs. Upon Shen Yu's ascension to clan leader, he naturally assumed the role of police department chief, with the previous captain replaced by Uchiha Liang. Unlike F, who was impulsive, Liang displayed considerable wisdom. Notably, after Uchiha Fuyu stepped down as clan leader, he did not completely withdraw from clan matters, but was invited by Shen Yu to oversee the police department as the vice-clan leader. Shen Yu expressed to Fuyu, "Senior Fuyu, I may be quite busy moving forward. Matters within the clan will require your guidance alongside mine. If I am absent, I trust you to take command of clan affairs and oversee the police department. Is that all for the Uchiha clan?" Uchiha Fuyu, seeing Shen Yu's resolute demeanor, accepted the responsibility without further modesty. However, Shen Yu had ulterior motives. Once successful, there would need to be a proper governance structure, and the position of leader would naturally be inherited by direct descendants. Moreover, within the Uchiha clan, it was essential to prevent a small faction from causing chaos. Go patrol. If any unlawful behavior arises, enforce the law as needed. If there is resistance to enforcement, it signifies they are no longer loyal villagers of Konoha, and we must act decisively. Yes. After the patrolling Uchihas departed, Shen Yu returned to his office and sat down in his chair. The conflicts within the Uchiha clan predominantly stem from the upper echelons. To instigate change, one must alter the leadership, but this cannot be achieved hastily. However, an opportunity must arise to facilitate. Thus, he summoned the summoning technique. Flames encircled his hand, forming a small figure composed of fire, teetering as if it might topple over due to the wind. The little fire spirit quickly clung to Shen Yu's hand, its face filled with relief as if it had narrowly avoided falling. "Little fire spirit, it's you. Please inform the little flame to summon the great lamb back and convey my regards to the fire god." The little fire spirit nodded understandingly, waved its hand, and vanished in a swirl. The fire god was an entity Shen Yu had exchanged for a fire elemental summoning scroll from the system shop. According to the fire god, their clan had been thriving until an unexpected half-brother appeared. "Knock, knock. Enter." Uchiha Izumi peeked in, having grown up alongside Uchiha Shenyu. After Shen Yu became clan leader, he sought permission from Izumi's grandmother for her to serve as his secretary in the police department, familiarizing herself with official paperwork. "Brother Shenyu, 2 Umbu have arrived outside, but they were intercepted by Brother Ina, and a confrontation is about to ensue." "All right, Izumi, I understand." Uchiha Shenyu chuckled coldly, pondering which high-ranking official in Konoha was so impatient. Most likely the 5th Hokage, stirring trouble in the village. "My lord, the opportunity has arrived." Indeed, it has come. Chapter 4. The Conspiracy of Danzo, the Death of Kamiyu. As Uchiha Kamiyu emerged from the police department, he encountered a confrontation between several Uchiha and 2 ninjas clad in attire reminiscent of the Umbu. "Our people have already gone to inquire. Lord Kamiyu may emerge shortly. I hope you will wait a moment." The 2 Umbu, initially intent on entering directly, were halted by an Uchiha, visibly irritated. "The Hokage has urgent business with Uchiha Kamiyu. Any delay is intolerable. Do you dare obstruct us? Are you intent on rebelling against Konoha?" With that, the 2 ninjas attempted to force their way through. Uchiha Ina, however, stood firm alongside several Uchiha, blocking their path. "Rebel against Konoha? Do you think we Ina?" Uchiha Kamiyu called out, casting a glance at their attire, quickly deducing their affiliation. "Root is it? Lord Kamiyu." Ina greeted respectfully. The 2 Root ninjas shouted directly at Kamiyu. "Uchiha Kamiyu, the Hokage has entrusted you with an urgent mission. Attend to it immediately." They then presented a mission scroll. "The Hokage's business must be addressed, but it seems you lack the understanding of respect that your superiors should have instilled in you," Kamiyu stated, unleashing a surge of chakra that pressed down upon the Root ninjas. Although Ina was not the target of this pressure, he still felt the overwhelming force of Kamiyu's chakra. "Is this the chakra of Lord Kamiyu?" He pondered, observing the Root ninjas, drenched in sweat yet refusing to kneel. With a cold smile, Kamiyu intensified his chakra slightly, causing the root ninjas to drop to their knees. Leaning down, Kamiyu addressed them. As the weaker party, how can you fail to comprehend the hierarchy? Picked up the scroll from the ground and handed it to Kamiyu. Lord Kamiyu, the scroll. Upon opening it, Kamiyu read that the Hidden Rain village had been unusually active, dispatching spies to the land of hot water, ordering him to investigate and eliminate the threat. Indeed, this task bears the Hokage's seal, merely altered in its assignment, he mused. Root, the mission, and that old fox Danzo Ina, summon F and Raya to accompany me, Kamiyu commanded. Yes. Wait, Uchiha Kamiyu. This mission is meant for a single individual. Only one may proceed. One of the kneeling root ninjas hastily interjected. Ignoring him, Kamiyu returned to his office to prepare the necessary ninja tools. Ina instructed a nearby Uchiha to summon F and Ryu, then squatted before the kneeling root ninjas, patting the heads of the two. We're off to soak in the hot springs of the land of hot water, all right? Ha. Keep an eye on these two ninjas who can't stand up. Don't let them wet themselves, came the laughter. After departing the village, Kamiyu and Ryu journeyed at a steady pace through the dense forest. Uchiha Jin recalled the earlier events, sensing something amiss. My lord, be cautious. There may be a trap. Fear not, Kamiyu replied calmly. Noting Kamiyu's unhurried demeanor, Raya, the most astute member of the original team aside from Kamiyu, expressed his concerns. Lord Kamiyu, since the announcement, discontent among the villagers has grown. Should we not hasten to resolve the task and return to the village promptly? I fear this may be a diversion to ambush our Uchiha clan. The third Hokage is not so foolish as to weaken Konoha's own strength, however. There may be others who are more naive. No sooner had he spoken than the four were intercepted midway. Shadows donned with masks resembling cats and dogs swiftly emerged from the surrounding forest, encircling them in mere moments. Ryo and the others hastily drew their blades to protect Kamiyu from all sides. Is this another Umbu ambush? So many. Are they truly planning to strike against our clan? Uchiha in his face was etched with anger and concern. Kamiyu, however, remained unfazed. These are not Umbu. They are root, merely clad in similar garb. The vile Uchiha clan's little brats seem quite knowledgeable. They have prudently brought 3 subordinates along. But that is advantageous. It grants us 3 additional pairs of Sharingan. For the sake of Konoha, I shall send you on your way, Danzo's sinister voice echoed through the forest. Cunning rats who lurk in the shadows deserve nothing but to be buried beneath the earth. Humph. Cease your petty tricks and attack. Do not damage my Sharingan. With Danzo's command, the root ninjas surged forward in a frenzied assault. This is outrageous. Does the village intend to wage war against our Uchiha clan? Uchiha F retaliated, pushing back 2 advancing root ninjas with his blade. Given the circumstances, we must resolve this first, Kamiyu instructed the 3. Understood. They formed a protective triangle around Kamiyu. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon technique. 3 colossal fire dragons surged forth, engulfing the foremost root ninja in a fiery explosion, while the others were momentarily pushed back by the searing heat. The root ninjas involved in the ambush were among the elite, with Danzo having dispatched a significant portion of Konoha's root forces for this confrontation. The root ninjas responded swiftly. Water style, Water Surge Wave. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. Water style. After quelling the fire dragons, the root ninjas charged forward. Observing this, Kamiyu released a powerful technique reminiscent of Madara's. Then, let us proceed. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishing Technique. A torrent of flames erupted, consuming the surroundings. The ninjutsu employed by the root ninjas was instantly obliterated, leaving devastation in its wake. The forest was scorched bare, with many of the unprepared root ninjas reduced to ashes. Though aware of his lord's might, Ina gazed at Kamiyu with admiration and respect. The clan leader has grown even stronger. Uchiha Ryu and F were left awestruck. In the distance, Shimura Danzo emerged, disheveled, his clothing riddled with burns and holes, with less than half of the surviving elite root ninjas remaining, truly deserving of the title Shura of Fire. A single fire technique has claimed so many of my elite root ninjas. Uchiha Kamiyu, to slay my Konoha root ninjas, do you seek to rebel against the village? King of Hell's Cannon. Before Danzo could finish, he leaped swiftly to evade a fire cannon that shot past where he had stood. Danzo. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from speaking such foolishness. Yet, it is fitting. A rat dwelling in the darkness, consumed by jealousy, forever distanced from the Hokage's seat. Can only plot in secret. Is that all you can do? Speak empty threats? Ah, the inherently wicked, despicable Uchiha clan's wretched little brat. I shall cough. Danzo was evidently infuriated. He shouted to the remaining root ninjas, "This brat just unleashed an immensely powerful fire technique. His chakra must be nearly depleted. Now is our chance. Attack." Several root ninjas armed with kunai and swords charged forward. Ryo, F, and Ina activated their Sharingan and rushed in, each engaging 2 or 3 opponents. All 3 were elite jounin with 2 Tomo Sharingan, adept in Uchiha swordsmanship, capable of holding their ground against multiple foes of equal rank. Meanwhile, Kamiyu, wielding the 10 Kings of Hell, dominated 4 root ninjas, which included 2 jounin and 2 elite chunin. In the midst of battle, with the upper ninjas taking the lead and the middle ninjas providing support, 2 elite shinobi wielding great swords charged forward, closely followed by their companions attacking from 4 directions. With the activation of his 3 Tomo Sharingan, Shen Yu skillfully deflected the flaming blades of the 2 upper ninjas using his 10 Kings of Hell technique. He deftly blocked the attacks from the 2 middle ninjas behind him, sending one flying with a strike of his staff and kicking the other away, finishing with a powerful blast from the King of Hell cannon. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 upper ninjas attempted a surprise assault, only to be momentarily restrained by Shen Yu's Sharingan as he danced around their blades, shattering the skull of an upper ninja still in a state of unconsciousness. After several exchanges of blades, the last upper ninja's weapon began to falter. Capitalizing on his strength, he thrust the blade into the heart of the leading upper ninja, firmly embedding it into the ground with the 10 Kings of Hell. However, from behind Shen Yu, 2 voices resonated ominously. In release, heart turn technique. Would release, silent kill binding technique. Would release, root burial, perish. Several massive wooden hands lunged toward Shen Yu. What? That S would release. Uchiha Ryo and his comrades gasped in astonishment, having heard tales of its formidable power since childhood. So this is Danzo's ultimate technique. Shen Yu realized. Do not worry. My lord, I am here. Eugene manifested and swiftly severed the wooden hands with his blade. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Kazekage was mentally devastated by the tracing power of the Sharingan. Eugene, handle the other would release ninja and the unconscious individuals. They must remain alive. Yes. What is this abomination? Danzo's irritation flared upon seeing Eugene's arrival. Forget the peculiarities. Concern yourself with your own survival, old rat. I have grown weary of this game. Shen Yu forcefully slammed Danzo to the ground, causing the elder to cry out in pain. Gripping Danzo's neck tightly, Shen Yu lifted him with brutal strength. A mere mouse like you cannot control someone like me, who possesses the Mangeki Sharingan. Eugene discarded the unconscious Yamashiro and the defeated Yamato onto the ground. Several Uchiha, aided by Eugene, swiftly dispatched their foes and approached. Danzo has sent assassins after us. My lord, shall we retaliate? Indeed, my sentiments towards the village have soured. Inu and Kaze voiced their agreement fervently. Shen Yu remained silent, tightening his grip on Danzo, lifting him higher. Danzo struggled to breathe, his limbs flailing helplessly until, at last, he lay completely still. Yet, Shen Yu did not depart. Instead, he quietly observed Danzo's lifeless form, leaving the 3 in a state of confusion. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. A high-pressure air sphere hurtled toward Shen Yu, only to be intercepted by a colossal golden skeleton. Susanoo. Ryo and his companions gazed in awe at the golden giant while simultaneously witnessing Danzo's resurrection. Izanagi, is it? It appears you were quite cautious, or perhaps you already knew. It seems I must unleash my full power. The elite from the root, having faced annihilation, unfurled the bandages binding his arm, revealing a horrifying right arm densely covered with Sharingan. That is the Sharingan. No, it is more than that. It embodies the lives and honor of my clan. The eyes of Ryo and his companions burned with hatred as they gazed at Danzo, their expressions filled with murderous intent. Aha! You Uchiha clan are inherently wicked. Such power can only be wielded to protect Konoha when in my hands, Danzo declared, brandishing a kunai and lunging towards the golden deity. When his weapon shattered, he instinctively retreated, leaving several Uchiha bewildered. Susanoo, indeed sturdy, Danzo muttered. The golden giant swung its blade, causing another Sharingan to close its eyes. But do not forget, I possess the power of wood release. I accept your eyes. Wood release, violent tree spear. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Shen Yu's fire dragon surged through the wood release, carrying Danzo away with it. How is this possible? This is wood release. The might of wood release varies depending on the wielder. Moments later, as his last Sharingan closed, Danzo fell into utter panic. Damn it, Uchiha Shen Yu. You intend to kill the higher-ups of Konoha and defect from the village? When he realized Shen Yu had no intention of letting him go, Danzo prepared to employ a sealing technique to trap him within a great bridge. I will not allow you to live and threaten Konoha. You shall accompany me to Ugh. For symbol seal. Avoid. Anticipating the move, Shenyu withdrew Eugene, using Susanoo to propel Ryo and his companions away, perfectly evading Danzo's sealing technique. How did you know? As Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief, he found himself sealed within a mound of earth, his body collapsing amidst the flames that consumed the forest. Out of caution, Eugene drove his blade into Danzo's corpse. With the suppression of the Hashirama cells that Danzo had previously controlled, they began to extend outward as spikes, which Shenyu managed to restrain with several sealing techniques. Carrying the cross-like body of Danzo and the unconscious Yamashiro, Shenyu utilized a storage scroll to preserve the bodies of the root ninjas, leading the gathered companions swiftly toward Konoha. My lord, who is Eugene? He is my guardian spirit. Guardian spirit? This power dates back to the Sage of Six Paths, originating from the very essence of this planet. Each of us is a descendant of the Han dynasty from a distant past, though our powers have diminished over time, stifled by chakra. Indeed, the shinobi world harbors such history? If we are descendants of the Han, is it possible for me to acquire such power? And what shall we do about Danzo's matter? Shenyu mused that this power was the system's strength. How could one hope to attain it? Yet he replied, such power is both rare and elusive. I too manifested from history after awakening my Manjiki. As for what to do next, perhaps you should consult the Hokage regarding the fate of the Uchiha clan. Precisely, one of the functions of Shenyu's eye is manifestation, referring to the manifestation of the soul, which is profoundly abstract, greatly enhancing mental prowess and capable of inflicting soul shock. The cost entails manifesting the powers of other Sharingan I have previously encountered, though I remain somewhat perplexed regarding other functions. His other eye, on the other hand, is a spirit-binding eye, capable of imprisoning slain foes and weaker souls. With that, Shenyu led the group, hastily making their way toward Konoha, bearing the bodies of Danzo and Yamashiro. Chapter 5, Confronting the Three Generations, the Interrogation by Kamiyu. Kamiyu returned to the village, dragging the lifeless body of Danzo, eliciting panic among the gatekeeping ninjas, who hastily dispatched a messenger to inform the Hokage. A young ninja, observing the elder's agitation, curiously inquired, Elder, why the haste? Can't we just stop him? The elder ninja swiftly smacked the young one on the head, exclaiming, have you participated in the Third Great Ninja War? This is the Shura of Fire. If not for his intervention, we would have faced defeat, and my life would be owed to him. Yet, duty compelled the elder to ask. Sweating profusely, Lord Kamiyu, I was on the battlefield with you. This Danzo. Kamiyu, however, dismissed the concern with a wave of his hand, leading a few others inside. The elder murmured to the young ninja, we cannot stop him. It's beyond our capacity. It was evident that such matters were not for the faint-hearted. Ina, swiftly assemble the clan's ninjas. Those who dare to fight, come with me to the Hokage's office. Protect our elders, women, and children, leaving a portion of our elite forces to guard them. Uchiha Ina trembled with excitement at the command, his Sharingan spinning fervently. Lord, are we to rebel? Rebel? That is not quite accurate. This is a rectification of chaos. Ryo, gather the Uchiha ninjas from the police force. Kazekage, summon Deputy Fayake and bring our elite forces along. Hey, X2 gather everyone towards the Hokage's office. I shall await you on the way. Sitting in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained expressionless, analyzing the situation with remarkable calm shortly after Camus entered Konoha. The Umbu, tasked with monitoring the Uchiha clan, soon reported the swift assembly of Uchiha ninjas and the protection of the elderly and children. The patrolling Uchiha members disregarded the commotion caused by farmers and vendors in the police department, hastening towards their clan's gathering point. What do they intend to do? Uchiha Kamiyu, just returning from outside Konoha, dispatched Ryo, Kaze, and Ina to assemble ninjas from the police department, Deputy Fayake, and the Uchiha territory, all heading towards the Hokage's office. The villagers, witnessing this, felt a wave of panic wash over them. Amidst the swirling smoke, Hiruzen maintained his composure, issuing commands to bolster defenses. Notify the leaders of the major ninja clans to gather their ninjas for support. Send Shin to assemble Umbu ninjas and ensure the protection of the village and schools. Kakashi, summon Shisui. If possible, persuade Kamiyu first. Hey. X4 as the messenger was about to leave, Hiruzen added, additionally, dispatch some ninjas to surround the Uchiha territory. We shall not strike until the Uchiha do. We must minimize losses. Hey. X4, summoning Shisui may help ease tensions. If not, we shall resort to force, even at the cost of my life. to protect the village. With this resolve in mind, Hiruzen's expression hardened. The character of Sarutobi Hiruzen is inherently contradictory. As time progressed, he exhibited hesitation and weakness, transforming from a fierce leader into a more compromising figure. Nonetheless, if questioned about sacrificing for the village, his determination remains unwavering. Summoning Jiraiya and Tsunade is prudent. Tsunade's relationship with Kamiyu might facilitate negotiation, and with Jiraiya's presence, the village would find security, especially considering Tsunade's hemophobia. Hiruzen donned the Hokage hat, draped the Hokage cloak, and adorned himself in the armor of the Warring States era, his gaze resolute. The reactions from various clans varied. Sarutobi, Shimura, and several smaller clans surrounding them promptly dispatched elite ninjas led by their jonin. Some smaller clans sent a portion of their ninjas, retaining others as a precaution. The Hyuga and Aburame clans also dispatched some ninjas under the guidance of their skilled members. In contrast, the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans gathered first, with Yumeka and Akimichi leading a search for Narashikaku, who expressed uncertainty and advised caution. They agreed to have some of their ninjas depart, while the rest congregated under the supervision of Akimichi's elder, allowing the three to advance and support. Meanwhile, en route to the Hokage's office, numerous Uchiha ninjas followed Kamiyu in small groups, their expressions a mix of excitement and uncertainty, yet resolutely moving forward. For they are all of the Uchiha clan. Observing the Uchiha's restraint, the Umbu merely shadowed them, awaiting reinforcements in the Hokage's orders. Kamiyu, with the Uchiha, continued forward, dragging Danzo's body until he halted before the third Hokage. Umbu ninjas emerged like shadows from various corners, while ninjas from other clans lined up behind Sarutobi. All eyes fixed on Kamiyu and the lifeless body of Danzo. That was Shimura Danzo, a key figure in Konoha's roots, member of the second Hokage's guard, and a shadow in the village, notorious among ninja circles. The villagers may not recognize him, but within the ninja community, he was a prominent figure. And now he lay dead at the hands of Uchiha Kamiyu? Did the Uchiha clan intend to rebel? What level of power might the Shura of Fire wield with the activation of the Manjiki Sharingan? As thoughts swirled in the minds of the ninjas, Ina, Kaze, and Ryo arrived with the Uchiha's elite forces, with Faye standing resolutely behind Kamiyu. Uchiha Shisui rushed in, kneeling before the Hokage amidst the gazes of his clansmen and traitors. Hokage-sama, may I inquire of Uchiha Kamiyu? The Uchiha clan has always belonged to Konoha. Perhaps there are misunderstandings. I understand, but the priority is to ascertain Kamiyu's intentions. Hiruzen replied, as Shisui instantly moved to Kamiyu's side. Kamiyu. Shisui began. Shisui, Danzo attempted to assassinate me. If you still consider yourself a member of the Uchiha clan, step behind me. I assure you, the Uchiha clan were founding elders of Konoha. Kamiyu. There may be a misunderstanding. We can discuss this with Hokage-sama. Shisui, if you continue with such nonsense, you may leave. Use your Sharingan to see how ludicrous your perspective is. I have cared for you since childhood, yet you trust outsiders over your kin. How absurd. Seeing Kamiyu's refusal to engage further, Shisui recalled Kamiyu's past kindness, but remained steadfast for Konoha. Kamiyu, if you seek to destroy Konoha, I will stop you. With that declaration, Shisui advanced toward the Hokage's camp, despite the lack of warmth in their gazes. Most Uchiha, witnessing this, felt their anger surge, their eyes glowing with the crimson Sharingan, their cloaks billowing in the wind, eager to confront Shisui, only to be restrained by Kamiyu. Among the Uchiha, Itachi observed Shisui moving towards the Hokage's camp, his heart filled with concern and hesitation. What should I do? The tension escalated, with both sides densely packed, resembling ominous clouds threatening to engulf the city. Before the third Hokage could speak, Tsunade's voice rose in accusation. Does Uchiha Kamiyu intend to betray Konoha? What of Danzo? By killing Konoha's higher-ups, do you seek rebellion? Kamiyu interrupted Tsunade's tirade. Before understanding the circumstances, you accuse me of killing Konoha's leaders and plotting betrayal? Minister Tsunade, such baseless slander is unwelcome. The itch in the mouth prompts one to speak, yet silence prevails, for if one remains mute, others shall not deem them a fool. Enough, Koharu. As Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth, the words of the young Koharu ceased immediately. The third Hokage, pressing his hat firmly, inquired, Shenju, what is the meaning of this? Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I, burdened with the responsibilities of Hokage, shall not hesitate to impose severe consequences. The Uchiha clan is an integral part of Konoha. I do not wish to see our own strength squandered. Shenju, you are aware of the will of fire. You would not. Very well, third Hokage. Shimura Danzo has assigned me a mission, and while en route to the land of hot water, he led dozens of root ninjas to ambush me. Are you aware of this? I was unaware of such an incident. There may have been a misunderstanding. There is no need for drastic measures. I wish to. Misunderstanding? This is no mere misunderstanding. Had my strength been slightly less, I would have been a corpse by now. Would that still be considered a misunderstanding? You claim ignorance. Let Inazuma present the scroll to our esteemed third Hokage and the clan leaders. Yes. Inazuma revealed the mission scroll. An important task issued by the Konoha mission department and signed by the Hokage. How could the third Hokage be oblivious? Did he not know that Danzo led dozens of root ninjas out of the village? Was he unaware of Danzo's oppression of the Uchiha clan and others? Has the Hokage never been informed of any matters concerning the Uchiha? Surely he knows when meetings are held and when the guards are changed. Shinju's voice grew increasingly deep and cold as the Uchiha behind him became agitated, finding an outlet for their pent-up frustration. Many of them, overwhelmed with emotion, had their Sharingan wildly spinning, some even manifesting turmoil. The clan leaders behind Hiruzen exchanged glances, concern etched on their faces, and some bore expressions of reproach. Seeing Hiruzen's silence, the high-ranking officials and clan heads, along with their subordinates, were enveloped in a somber atmosphere, awaiting the third Hokage's response. Did he know or not? Was he fit for the role or not? A shadow of distress crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, whether he knew or did not know. It would bring shame upon the Hokage and himself. If he was aware, he would face the enmity of the ninja clans, with the Uchiha clan potentially rebelling on the spot, destabilizing Konoha's foundation. If he was ignorant, it would signify his incompetence, branding him a figure of disgrace. Just as Koharu was about to intervene, she was halted by Mido Kazan. Turning her head, she saw Shenyu glaring with his Sharingan, a look that suggested his readiness to eliminate any opposition, prompting her to swallow her words. Hiruzen's lips trembled slightly as he struggled to articulate. I was unaware of these matters. Perhaps Danzo's actions were excessive, but in the past, he acted for Konoha's benefit, and I valued his contributions. Before Hiruzen could finish, Shenyu interrupted his evasive remarks. Haha, the third Hokage knows far less than you think. Shenyu dispelled the sealing jutsu on Danzo, and the aggressive Hashirama cells within him rapidly sprouted, transforming Danzo into a wooden porcupine in an instant. This would release. The elder ninjas present recognized the legacy of the first Hokage's would release. Shenyu then signaled to Yamato to lower his guard. Did the Hokage truly remain unaware of the desecration of the first Hokage's remains? As the first Hokage, was his body not preserved properly? Were orphans permitted to be used as experimental subjects, enabling Danzo to create Yamato, and the Hokage was oblivious to this? The ninjas behind the Hokage, especially the older generation, cast dark glances. They had shed blood for Konoha. Yet if the remains of the first Hokage were treated with such disregard, could they expect any better treatment? Having witnessed the brilliance of the first Hokage, how could they endure the current darkness? In the past, they could feign ignorance. Now, that pretense was shattered. Koharu fell silent, and the two high-ranking officials turned their gaze towards the beleaguered Hiruzen, for this burden was not one that an ordinary person could bear. Hiruzen, about to part his dry lips, was again interrupted by Shenyu. Do you think this is the end? Is there more? The ninjas present could hardly contain their curiosity about what else had transpired. Shenyu severed the wooden protrusions and unwrapped the bandages, revealing his arms, which were covered in a multitude of eyes, one of which was a closed Sharingan. The Uchiha erupted in outrage. Those are Sharingan. So many Sharingan. This despicable Shimura Danzo. I swear I will end you. These are the lives of our Uchiha clan. No wonder so many of our kin vanish mysteriously on the battlefield. Is this how Konoha treats us? Shenyu, let us rise against this. Yes, let us rebel. Initially, we placed our trust in the accursed Senju, and now we have been betrayed by Konoha. I should have followed Madara instead. Curse you, Senju Tobarama, you wooden fool. How could you, Shisui, side with these traitors against us? Shisui, upon seeing the Sharingan on Danzo, turned to Hiruzen in shock, his fists clenched tightly. Why? Why treat the Uchiha this way? Why can we not coexist peacefully? Even the ninjas behind the Hokage shivered at the scene. Each bloodline limit and clan secret had been the foundation of the ninja clans for millennia, and Danzo's actions had irrevocably offended them. The third Hokage's complacency only deepened their disappointment, especially for the Hyuga brothers. If the Byakugan were to fall into the wrong hands, the main family elders would surely descend into madness. Shenju. Chapter 6. The choice of 3 generations. The ninjas of the Hokage faction were increasingly swayed by the actions of Danzo. which had inflicted damage upon the ninja clans both in faith and in interests. Sarutobi's ignorance, or perhaps tacit acceptance of the situation, had tarnished the immaculate image that the common ninjas held of him, fostering deep love intertwined with profound resentment. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that he could no longer remain silent. Esteemed colleagues, the events that have transpired are indeed a result of my negligence. I implore you for a measure of time. I shall personally ensure that Danzo is thoroughly investigated and justice is restored. Please grant me just a little more time. No longer could they place their trust in him, who did not know that Sarutobi Hiruzen never spoke a word of truth. Indeed, Lord Shenyu, let us take action. Even some of the more radical Uchiha, spurred on by the elder, contemplated violent measures, only to be halted by Shenyu's piercing gaze, which revealed the Sharingan. Casting a glance at the elder, he mused that a few simpletons, or perhaps even villains, were to be expected within the clan. Regardless of the conflicts within the Uchiha clan, when the sound of gunfire erupted, the entirety of the Uchiha must heed the commands of Uchiha Shenyu. The third Hokage, as you can see, has lost the trust of the people. Moreover, such matters cannot be excused as mere negligence. I believe if it were Minato in office, this tragedy would not have occurred. We require justice. The village demands justice. The son of a hero deserves justice. Upon hearing Minato's name mentioned, the ninjas aligned with the Hokage, particularly those who had served under Minato, subtly nodded in agreement. If it were Minato, he would not have allowed the village to be shrouded in darkness, especially for the sake of his child. Alas, what a pity. Minato? Perhaps I truly am an unworthy Hokage. How I wish it had been me who had perished instead. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly, recalling his excessive leniency towards Danzo, and resolved to speak. Indeed, these matters are my failing. As Hokage, I shall bear the responsibility. The emergence of the Sharingan in Shimura Danzo's possession is undoubtedly his transgression, and I shall investigate this thoroughly to provide the Uchiha clan with justice. Wait, third Hokage, your actions have been observed. Allow us, the Uchiha clan, to conduct the investigation. Though a small number of Umbu may accompany us, it was clear that Shenyu sought to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from manipulating the situation, while silencing any thoughts of underhanded dealings from the Uchiha clan. Very well, the Uchiha will conduct the investigation, and I shall dispatch a small contingent of Umbu to assist. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to observe the ninjas behind him. Distrust evident in the eyes of the clan ninjas, disbelief in the eyes of the commoners, and awkwardness among the higher-ups. Except for his loyal followers and a few fervent admirers, many ninjas no longer regarded him with unadulterated belief. Perhaps he had elevated himself too highly in the past? As the leaves danced in the breeze, the flame of his withering spirit flickered, insufficient to illuminate every corner of Konoha. The events surrounding Danzo were undeniably his fault. At his advanced age, he often felt overwhelmed. Had it not been for Minato's untimely demise, he would have long since retired. For the sake of Konoha, this old body would make a feeble effort to endure a little longer. After rectifying this error, he intended to step down and entrust the village to a younger individual imbued with the will of fire. This declaration salvaged a considerable amount of respect in the hearts of the Hokage's ninjas. What had originally been a score of 95 points had fallen to 70 after Shenyu exposed Danzo, but following Sarutobi's explanation, it rose to 85. Particularly, Sarutobi Hiruzen's willingness to resign evoked a sense of compassion in a small portion of the ninjas. They thought of his age and the sacrifices made for Konoha. Recognizing the difficulties he had faced, Danzo was Danzo, and Sarutobi was Sarutobi. The sins of Danzo seemed only tangentially related to Sarutobi, at most a matter of negligence. Should Shenyu persist in his relentless pursuit, the Hokage faction would still stand firmly by their leader. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the darkness and light of Konoha were not distinctly separated, but rather intertwined, each existing within the other. Thus, the Uchiha clan leader pondered, who could assume this burden? Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Shenyu. Noting the intense gazes from other ninja clans, including the Uchiha, Shenyu recognized that Sarutobi's intention was to set a trap. Among those present were influential figures from the Hokage faction. Some had their own ambitions regarding the position of Hokage. Even if they knew they might not ascend, they were not deterred from contemplating their prospects. Should Shenyu mention himself or his clan, he would undoubtedly face hostility from the Hokage faction. Conversely, if he spoke of the Hokage faction, he would be well received, thus averting turmoil. With the prior promise of addressing the root of the issue, the Uchiha clan's demands for restitution were met. Though Shenyu possessed the prestige of a warrior and formidable strength among the elite, he lacked significant standing among the commoners and some ninjas, who revered their own heroes. How could they be expected to fight for Shenyu? A slight smirk graced Shenyu's lips. Outright rebellion or excessive demands were foolish choices. The Uchiha clan would need to wait at least another generation to accumulate the necessary prestige and bridge the gaps. The Uchiha were indeed powerful, but they were merely one clan among many, their numbers limited. What could be more suitable than Tsunade, the legendary Shen? Upon hearing Shenyu's reply, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of relief wash over him. If chaos could be avoided, it would be for the best of Konoha. In truth, he believed that Tsunade would be a better choice, despite her fear of blood and her complicated feelings towards the village. Moreover, given Jiraiya's temperamental ass, Tsunade maintained a good rapport with Shenyu, which could help ease tensions between the village and the Uchiha clan. I too believe Tsunade is more fitting. We shall proceed with the selection process. I ask you all to await the outcome. Acknowledging his faults, clearing his name, and retiring would ultimately provide an explanation to all parties involved, as well as to himself. Now then, take this would release Ninja back with you. If the Uchiha clan had intended to rebel, they would have allied with Madara long ago. All this is of their own making. We treated you as partners while you remained perpetually wary of us. I have never heard of repaying enmity with gratitude. The reliability of the Uchiha ninjas, those who had formed squads, was well known. Many Uchiha had perished for Konoha yet received no due recompense. The message was clear. All we sought was fairness. Should any Uchiha suffer further injustice, I cannot guarantee what may transpire. A colossal golden figure loomed behind Shenyu, casting an immense pressure upon all present. The expressions of the clan leaders turned grave. Susanoo, is it? Yet Shenyu was willing to return the would-release ninja to the village. Some ninjas who had teamed up with the Uchiha began to reflect. It seems that although Uchiha ninjas are proud, they are indeed reliable. Have we treated the Uchiha unfairly? The clan leaders and most ninjas noted Shenyu's concession with newfound respect. Having witnessed Susanoo, they felt an innate reverence towards strength. Narashikaku, sporting a topknot, silently marveled at Uchiha Shenyu's astuteness. The Uchiha clan had become the victims. Who then were the perpetrators? With the emergence of guilt among the other ninjas, the integration of the Uchiha clan would become significantly smoother. Moreover, ninjas revered strength. And the Uchiha clan's might was unmistakable. The village's tolerance towards them would undoubtedly increase. If the Uchiha clan could avoid arrogance and proceed with caution, it seemed that future strategies would require careful deliberation with Hachi and the others. With that said, I must take my leave. I still have to apprehend those allied with the root. Shenyu waved his hand, leading the eager Uchiha elite slowly away towards the police department. The Uchiha, filled with renewed vigor, looked towards their leader, like a ray of light piercing through the encroaching darkness. The Uchiha clan once dominated the Warring States era. But when did they become like startled birds? We are the eagles. Under the watchful gaze of the neighboring villagers and ninjas, the Uchiha ninjas boldly scrutinized them for the first time, all thanks to Shenyu. His figure loomed ever larger, as if someone were shouting to them at this juncture. If you have no means, then follow me. Such a following was one that would risk their very lives, their stance akin to the final shaping upon impending clay. On the Hokage's side, Sarutobi turned silently after Shenyu's departure, facing the Konoha ninjas. Someone stepped forward. Wasn't he the first Hokage's body supposed to be properly preserved? How could this happen? Doubt filled the eyes of many ninjas, awaiting a response from the formidable third Hokage. I will provide an explanation for Shimura Danzo's actions. The first Hokage's body is sacrosanct. Anyone who desecrates it shall face the gravest punishment. After resolving this matter, I will step down as Hokage. I implore you to trust me once more. I apologize to all of you. Tsubaki Komatsu wished to add something but was interrupted by Sarutobi, who was evidently seething with anger. He was unaware of the full extent of the situation, only knowing that Danzo could be excessive, but never to such a ludicrous degree. Did you two not provide Danzo with any cover? It appears neither of you old friends could have been less involved. Sarutobi instructed the clan leaders to return with their people while he took his umbu back to the Hokage office. No one dared to provoke the Hokage now. Although Sarutobi's reputation was tarnished, he remained the Hokage who had served for decades. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the restless thoughts of those below. In the Hokage office, Kakashi, you take a few individuals to oversee Uchiha Shenyu's efforts in clearing the roots. For now, you shall lead Yamato, who will henceforth be called Tenzo. Understood, replied Hatake Kakashi, nodding. Upon exiting, he summoned Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and others, preparing to meet this fiend of fire, as they had a nodding acquaintance, particularly Kurenai, who seemed to have a connection with him. Kakashi found a grim amusement in the recent events, The higher-ups did not seem like allies to the Uchiha, but it was of no concern to him. He had endured numerous hardships, including the loss of his father, dear friends, and mentors, leaving him indifferent. He was unsure of the purpose of living, devoid of motivation for training, merely executing various missions, without Guy's unwavering companionship. He felt he would have been akin to a living corpse. Meanwhile, Shenyu returned to the police department with the Uchiha ninjas, only to encounter a ruckus caused by villagers. The sheer number of Uchiha startled them. Following the announcement from the police department, some farmers and merchants had stirred up conflicts, possibly instigated by the deceased Konoha's shadows. Why the uproar? A merchant, accustomed to delegating trivial matters to the police, found the Uchiha unresponsive today, which infuriated him. With the encouragement of nearby traders, a group of merchants stormed into the police department. Why do they dare to cause such a commotion? Someone asked. Because they have done so before. And not only did nothing happen, but they even had to apologize to us. A brave merchant stepped forward, addressing Shenyu. Are you Uchiha Shenyu, the clan leader? Wait. What are you doing? At Shenyu's behest, the Uchiha swiftly restrained the group of merchants, directing their gaze toward him. Causing trouble within the police department is akin to inviting calamity upon oneself. What are you still waiting for? We must act according to the law. Disrespect towards the police chief is a crime of greater magnitude. Are we to take action? With Shenyu's endorsement, the Uchiha quickly shackled the merchants and escorted them to the police station. Uchiha Itachi, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow, believing it was too harsh. He wished to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Seeing the Uchiha hesitate, Shenyu addressed them. From now on, we shall enforce the law strictly. A lack of enforcement constitutes a secondary harm to the virtuous villagers. Some villagers' complaints about you are merely affirmations of your enforcement. We shall operate strictly under the police department's regulations, and in a few days, I will gather individuals for legislative purposes. The law enforcement department is not here to engage in disputes. We are a force of authority. When the welfare of good citizens and the village is at stake, we must intervene. Do you understand? Understood. Subsequently, the patrol teams resumed their rounds, disbanding the clan's ninjas, ensuring every corner of the village fell within their patrol jurisdiction. Uchiha Yoshiyuki, take a few elite teams with me to surround the routes and conduct a thorough investigation. Clan leader Fugaku, Itachi, you will join as well. Upon receiving their orders, Shenyu instructed the Uchiha to fulfill their duties in preparation for the search of the routes. However, the Uchiha did not disperse. Instead, they turned to see Uchiha Shisui walking slowly towards them. Traitor, you dare return? Inoichi drew his blade, rushing forward, while the other Uchiha swiftly advanced to surround Shisui, who had forsaken the family that nurtured him. Stop. Shenyu's command halted the Uchiha, despite their fury. Lord Shenyu, a traitor like him should be. Shenyu waved his hand, allowing Shisui to step forward. Shisui trembled, his lips quivering. Shenyu, later, when we investigate the routes, you will accompany me. Only by witnessing the darkness will you comprehend how narrow your previous vision and understanding were, deceived by empty words, failing to identify the root of the problem. Reversing cause and effect, attributing the village's grievances to the pride of the Uchiha clan, and amplifying them to the point of disbelief even among kin. Shisui, the clan is indeed proud, but that does not render communication impossible. The truly uncommunicative ones are those villagers who cannot be reasoned with. Chapter 7. The route investigation in the Ninja Academy. Shenyu and Kakashi were peers from different classes, sharing a nodding acquaintance. Their bond deepened when Shenyu aided Uncle Dai in vanquishing the 7 missed ninjas on the battlefield. Coupled with his intention to enlist the unoccupied Might Dai as his martial arts instructor in daily life, this was not merely a strategic maneuver. In the treacherous world of ninjas, how many genuine friends could one truly count on? His relationship with Guy was one forged from childhood familiarity. As for Hong, endowed with the alluring talent of the Konoha seductress, she garnered admiration even more than Sasuke during their time at the academy. Their relationship hovered just above friendship but shy of romance. However, following an early graduation, their teams diverged. Asuma Sarutobi, Hong's father, was the Hokage, and after the Kyuubi incident, her father, Yuhi Shinku, perished. In the village, due to Danzo's obstruction of the Uchiha's reinforcement efforts and the instigation of ill-intentioned individuals, surveillance of the Uchiha clan intensified. Shenyu attended Yui Shinku's funeral and later sought out Hong, but confronted with her father's death and the Uchiha's failure to assist. Spurred on by malicious whispers, she chose silence that day. Observing her lack of words, Shenyu felt compelled to leave without explanation. Hong's nature was gentle yet resilient. Mirroring Shenyu's own disposition, both had traversed two lives without romantic experience, and after graduation, their encounters became rare, leaving unresolved emotional barriers between them. Upon entering the police department, their gazes met, each pair of eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions, yet neither dared to voice their thoughts or avert their gaze. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Guy bounded towards Shenyu, flashing his trademark grin and exclaiming, "Shenyu, who would have thought you'd become the leader of the Uchiha clan? That golden giant is truly magnificent. You have not disappointed in your youth. Ha ha ha. How is Uncle Dai? Make sure you don't skimp on the medicinal herbs I sent him. Just let me know if he needs anything." Shenyu, diverting his gaze, wrapped an arm around Guy, responding, "Father's health has improved remarkably. He remains youthful, all thanks to you. Is this truly the friendship that youth has bestowed upon me? Such is the essence of youth. The bond of youthful friendship should not be squandered after today's mission. I shall run 500 laps around Konoha upside down." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face in rectangular streaks. In their childhood, only Kakashi and Shenyu remained constants in Guy's life amid the cacophony of laughter and harsh words, highlighting Guy's significant place in his heart. Observing the tears cascading down Guy's cheeks, Shenyu was perplexed. Who weeps in rectangular shapes? Meanwhile, Hong, noticing Shenyu's diverted gaze, felt her own eyes redden slightly, a trace of melancholy lingering in her expression as she fixed her gaze on him. "Leader Shenyu, we are here at Lord Hokage's behest to assist you in thoroughly investigating the route," Kakashi interjected, sensing the tension had eased. "Let us dispense with formalities, Kakashi. There is no need for honorifics between old rivals from the Ninja Academy," Shenyu replied. As two prodigies, their duels at the academy were numerous, and Shenyu had even graduated months in advance of Kakashi. Then Shenyu addressed Kakashi directly. "The eye you possess was gifted to you by Obito. It stands as a testament to your friendship. No one shall demand its return. I honor Obito's last wishes, and the Uchiha clan is committed to safeguarding this eye alongside you." Kakashi's typically lifeless eye flickered with emotion, resonating with the pulsation of the Sharingan. "Shenyu, truly, thank you," Kakashi expressed, gratitude evident in his tone. Shenyu nodded, aware that some elder Uchiha had hinted at this matter following his ascension, thus making a decision to quell the old man's chatter and maintain diplomatic relations, especially since this eye was originally awakened by Obito himself. With the police department now functioning normally, Inuzuka and F led the elite members of the Uchiha clan, beckoning Kakashi, Shisui, and others as they advanced towards the route's location. The address had been acquired after the demise of Danzo, when the cursed seal technique ceased to function, and Kakashi, as the captain of the Umbu, was well aware of the route's whereabouts. After traversing a winding, shadowy path, they finally arrived at the foreboding entrance of the route. The sun was obscured by the dense canopy above, casting the route into perpetual darkness. The only time it had seen sunlight was upon its demise. To outsiders, the branches basked in sunlight, vibrant and teeming with life, while the roots labored unseen, competing for brilliance with the sunlit leaves. Behind Shenyu, an elite Uchiha ninja warily activated his Sharingan and, upon Shenyu's signal, pushed open the heavy doors of the route. A wave of stale, decayed air assaulted them. Inside, it was dim and damp, with faint outlines of corridors and rooms visible. Inuzuka stepped forward first, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings for potential traps. Shenyu led F, Shisui, and the others closely behind, their hands poised over their kunai pouches. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the shadows. Insect release, insect burst technique, earth release, inner decapitation technique, explosive tags. As the explosions rang out, a multitude of kunai followed, creating a cacophony of clinks and clatters. The remaining root ninjas, armed with kunai, stared intently at the smoke, which gradually dissipated, revealing golden skeletal structures surrounding Shenyu, shielding his companions from the explosive onslaught and the ensuing kunai. With a swift motion, the skeletal hand sent a cluster of root ninjas flying. It seemed Danzo's indoctrination had left a profound impact. Even in death, some sought vengeance on his behalf. "Those who live shall live, and those who die shall perish," Shenyu proclaimed, prompting Uchiha Inuzuka to charge ahead, leading the Uchiha elite into the fray while Kakashi and the others joined to assist, hoping to save as many as possible. The root ninjas, undeterred by death, surged forward, collapsing like straw. YN, aiming directly for Shenyu, was intercepted by F, who found an opening and plunged his blade into YN's form, revealing a swarm of insects instead of blood. What? The Sharingan could not see through this. After incinerating the insects with a fire technique, F realized the remaining root ninjas were frantically clawing at him, disregarding their lives to create an opening for YN. Insect release. Insect sphere. Fire release. Great fireball technique. YN unleashed his parasitic insects in an attempt to hinder the approaching ninjas, but Shisui extinguished the insect sphere with a fireball, mere meters from Shenyu, who was flanked by Kakashi, Hong, and 2 Uchiha elite. Eugene, step back. Eugene, with barely any chakra left, crushed YN underfoot. Surely, you do not believe that YN could reach Shenyu with the Uchiha elite? Shisui's instantaneous movement, the copying ninja Kakashi, and the fierce might guy at his back? Kakashi and the others turned to Eugene. Is this the chakra warrior commanded by Uchiha Shenyu? Such immense chakra, and seemingly endowed with intelligence. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, Eugene appeared as a colossal reservoir of chakra, its flow ceaselessly supplied by Shenyu. Then, how terrifying must Shenyu's chakra be? Swiftly taking control of the root, all illicit items were removed to the police department to prevent any remnants of root ninjas from damaging confidential documents. Captives such as the Oil Girl and Dragon Horse were escorted to the police department's prison. Upon receiving the order, everyone quickly paired off and proceeded to various passages, either eliminating or subduing the remaining root ninjas who were incinerating documents. Among them, Shisui exerted himself to the fullest, as if paying for his past belief in Danzo. The Uchiha clan's ninjas swiftly utilized storage scrolls to transfer documents, and due to the overwhelming number of files, research facilities, specimens, and captives, Shenyu began to wander with Kakashi and others. Kakashi, noticing Shenyu's intention to monopolize the root's resources and not allow them to interfere, followed along. This observation left the group in a somber silence. Human experimentation, with infant specimens submerged in petri dishes, and rows upon rows of grotesque corpses were evident. Clearly, Danzo had conducted inhumane experiments on the orphans of Konoha to obtain wood release and other powerful abilities. Yugao's face was filled with disgust and revulsion toward Shimura Danzo. And glancing at Shenyu ahead, she thought, if it weren't for Shenyu exposing Danzo, who knows how much longer the village would have suffered. Shenyu, we too. Even the optimistic guy fell silent upon witnessing these horrors, his fist cracking under pressure. Kakashi, initially composed, now bore a grave expression. While aware of the darkness within the root, this level of darkness was truly profound. Shisui, upon witnessing the scene, was rendered incredulous. What had he steadfastly believed in regarding the will of fire and the higher-ups of Konoha? What were they truly doing? Were they complicit in tyranny? Shisui stood frozen, his gaze hollow as he looked down at his trembling hands. Such an abundance of research equipment, likely not found within the village, Danzo's finances appeared quite sufficient. As for why the captured root ninjas, even after Danzo's death and the cessation of the tongue-severing technique, remained silent under Danzo's relentless brainwashing, it was evident that the Uchiha police department would dictate their narrative. Shenyu received the documents handed to him by Inazuma, and after perusing them, he let out a cold chuckle, passing the files to Kakashi. Look, the third Hokage bestowed significant power upon dear Elder Danzo. Shisui, you should take a look too. Kakashi accepted the documents, reflecting on what he had witnessed along the way, and opened the files. The weight of the contents deepened his solemnity. The documents detailed assassination missions, the cultivation of loyal dead, unethical research, espionage, the concealment of forbidden techniques, and the harm inflicted upon fellow ninjas and villagers. Did he truly plunge the knife into the very heart of Konoha? Shimura Danzo, Hokage. Shisui lifted his head, bloodshot eyes taking in the files from Kakashi. Shenyu did not interrupt Shisui. He intended to win over Hatake Kakashi by revealing the darker side, tarnishing the image of the Hokage. Before seeking a point of connection, there was no better pivot than the esteemed White Fang. As for the necessary materials, he would see what was available, if none were found. He could fabricate evidence, for the truth remains as it is. It seemed that a historian was needed. As the mindset of the ninja world had shown no sign of progress over thousands of years, devoid of innovation and thought, they failed to learn from historical precedents. Lord Shenyu, aside from some large equipment that hasn't been organized, everything else has been tidied up, reported Wind from the Uchiha clan. The remainder will be collected by another team. Very well, Wind. I entrust this matter to you. Bring along several more individuals and ensure that no errors occur. Understood. Shenyu left 2 teams of Uchiha and the still reading Shisui behind, returning with the remaining Uchiha and Kakashi to the police department. This mission to seize the roots proved to be a monumental success for Shenyu. He intended to hold a clan meeting that very night to confirm the reforms within the police department, legislative matters, and the future trajectory of the Uchiha clan. Following these events, Shenyu's prestige within the Uchiha clan rose significantly. Aside from a few stubborn individuals who failed to grasp the situation, the majority became steadfast followers of Shen Yu. On the way, Shen Yu received rewards from the system. Ding! Power rewards distributed. Power expansion, Police Department Squad Uchiha Clan, reputation increased. Achievement rewards distributed, annihilation of the root. Elimination of Danzo, diminished Sarutobi's reputation. Power enhancement, minor increase in strength. Total rewards, 230 chakra, 86,000 system points. Various ninja tools, 1 weapon reforging scroll. A substantial amount of currency, enhancement of ocular power, and the acquisition of the talent subtle influence. Your followers will increasingly follow in your footsteps, irresistibly wanting to learn from you. Akin to the sinicization of the Hu people. Guardian Spirit Summoning Scroll 1. The protagonist lacks the body of the God of War. System Shop Editions, Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, 90,000 system points. Meijiki Evolution requires 50,000. Body of the God of War, 70,000 system points. Evolution requires 40,000. Guardian Spirit Summoning Scroll, 30,000. Wood Release, 40,000. Sage Body, 110,000. Evolution to Pseudo Sage Body requires 60,000. Weapon Reforging Scroll, 10,000. Minister Shenyu, if there are no further matters, we shall take our leave, Kakashi stated. Shenyu, our task is complete. My youth may have faced setbacks, yet I shall never abandon it. Only by persevering through youth can it flourish. This truly embodies my youth. As Guy dashed out, Kakashi rubbed his forehead, realizing he must report to the third Hokage himself. These matters were quite troublesome. It was best left to the Hokage to resolve. In the police department office, Kakashi noticed Yugao had not departed, and understanding her intent, he exited, leaving Shenyu and Yugao alone. Shenyu began organizing the documents on his desk, while Yugao watched him intently, observing as he placed each file into the mahogany cabinet, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. The twilight outside painted the police department office's plaster walls in a rosy hue, casting a gentle glow on Yugao's face, lending her an ethereal beauty. The setting sun elongated her shadow, and her pomegranate red nails sank deep into the wooden grain of the doorframe. Gritting her teeth, Yugao pressed down on Shenyu's documents, and as he looked up, their eyes met. Both unwilling to avert their gaze, the two stubborn souls drew closer, halting mere inches apart. The setting sun peeked through the window, brazenly observing this captivating tableau. The end. Chapter 8. The Love of Uchiha. The Actions of Hokage Waihai Kurenai, the Jonin, hesitated and said, "What do you call me?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her breath growing heavier, and her crimson lips quivered. Shenyu remained silent for a moment before replying, "Kurenai, you know, I do not know about the mission in the Land of Rain. It was to protect the ninjas from our village. My father, to honor the late Uchiha Makoto, to arrange his final affairs. What about the hair tie you were wearing? It was a gift from long ago." "What do you mean by long ago? You always say that. Did your father tell you something? He did not wish for you to get involved. Did you even ask me?" The Uchiha clan was barred from going because of Shimura Danzo. After saying this, she turned to leave. "I wanted to find you. If it wasn't your mission, it was mine. Besides, what did my father say to you that day?" Shenyu recalled the words from that day. The love of Uchiha is always tinged with blood. The deceased cannot protect the living. Shenyu, you are a good child. Kurenai, the love of the Uchiha clan is always tinged with blood. Upon realizing the potential development between Shenyu and Kurenai, Makoto had prudently researched relevant materials, initially feeling indifferent. However, the revelation of the Meijiki Sharingan within the Nine Tails frightened Waihai Makoto. Whether it was the village's oppression of the Uchiha or the machinations of those who sought to awaken Shenyu's Meijiki, if Kurenai wished to be with Shenyu, it would entail risk. Thus, after Shenyu freed himself from the intimidation imposed by Danzo, he received praise from Sarutobi and encountered Waihai Makoto for the last time. Rain. To experience beauty is to die without regrets. Kurenai pressed her forehead against Shenyu's, only to be met with his gentle pushback. Still so domineering. Years ago, when she desired the lip gloss at her side, her father chased her around the village 3 times, causing her to shyly flee. "Do you still want it?" Before Shenyu could respond, Kurenai broke the remaining distance, their lips barely brushing. In a moment of impulsiveness, Kurenai bit Shenyu's lip, painting it a vivid crimson. Before anything further could transpire, the scene shattered like glass. Shenyu, T. Izumi cautiously entered, carrying tea, only to find the two in close proximity, instantly flushing Kurenai's cheeks. Maru. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Who is this big sister? Genjutsu? Kurenai realized, frustrated that her first bold action was thwarted by an illusion. If you desire, we can repeat it now, Shenyu jested, waving the hair tie. You, she replied with a playful pout, cut another day. Kurenai waved the hair tie Shenyu had given her, knowing she had to report back to the Umbu. The barrier had been broken. They had finally returned to the past. He hasn't changed. I haven't changed. How delightful. However, as she departed, she swiftly kissed Shenyu on the lips, claiming his first kiss. Blushing, she smiled at Izumi and hurriedly exited. Izumi placed the tea on Shenyu's desk. Having witnessed the intimate scene for the first time at the tender age of 10, her cheeks aflame with innocence. Izumi, inform the others that there will be a clan meeting tonight. All right, Shenyu. Would you like to come to my house for dinner? Shenyu was nearly 8 years older than Izumi and often looked after her. As a child, having lost his parents, his mother, Uchiha Suki, was close friends with Izumi's mother, Uchiha Hazuki. Consequently, Shenyu frequently visited Izumi's home for meals, as his residence was adjacent to hers, albeit somewhat distant from the clan's core. Shenyu had been brought back by his mother, Uchiha Suki, who was covered in blood, shocking the clan. Suki's injuries were severe, and she passed away on the spot. Shenyu, with his crimson eyes, was taken in by the then clan leader. Naturally, Uchiha Suki did not exist in the original narrative. All these events were orchestrated by the system, which whimsically referred to it as living a small life, feeling somewhat stifled. I won't go today. I have too many documents to review. I will tidy up and return early, prioritizing safety as I accompany the clan's ninjas. Okay, Shenyu. Once Izumi left, Shenyu stretched, lounging lazily in his chair, sifting through the mountain of documents on his desk. Let me see what mischief Danzo has been up to, and if there are any treasures yet to be claimed. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office building, Kakashi knelt before the Hokage, who, after hearing Kakashi's report, stared at the documents with a heavy heart, feeling as if they were pricking him like needles. As night fell, the towering Hokage office glowed brightly against the darkness, a supposed beacon for Konoha, meant to protect all under its light. Yet, the one holding the lantern had grown selfish, and even comrades turned against one another. Sarutobi glanced at Kakashi, wondering if he too felt discontent. Although Kakashi reported as usual, his distaste for the situation was palpable. Kakashi, aside from the headquarters, there should be remnants of other route bases. To be cautious, please revisit the list and take a team to resolve it. Furthermore, Danzo is colluding with the rogue ninja Orochimaru for human experimentation. I will raise the bounty on Orochimaru. Investigate Danzo's funding sources, both inside and outside the village. Tomorrow, you will deliver the nomination for Tsunade as the 5th Hokage to the daimyo of the Land of Fire and summon the various clan heads. In Konoha, the succession process for Hokage involves 3 steps: nominations by relevant personnel, appointment by the daimyo, and voting by the jonin of the village. Tsunade, being the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, the princess of the Land of Fire, and a renowned ninja who saved countless lives in battle, would undoubtedly receive the daimyo's support, facing no obstacles in her ascension. Understood. Kakashi rose and departed, needing to address the remaining issues with Root, as time was of the essence. The succession process for Hokage would take a considerable amount of time. Tsunade had yet to return to the village, and Sarutobi's affairs remained unresolved. During this period, the 3rd Hokage continued to wield power. To ensure a safety net, they might leverage the Uchiha's handling of Root to send them to capture Orochimaru, who had recently been sighted in the Land of Rice. As for Tsunade, no one was more suitable than her. He could only entrust her with this task, sincerely apologizing for the predicament caused by his actions. At this stage, Kakashi was still too inexperienced and lacked the necessary prestige. The 2 elders were even less influential, and the clan heads lacked the standing and strength to assume the role of Hokage. However, he had not inquired about Tsunade's willingness and would need to persuade her upon her return. Chapter 9. The Clan Assembly, a Monologue. On this evening, the Uchiha clan gathered in pairs, discussing the recent changes as they made their way to the clan assembly. No longer would they tolerate the unreasonable demands of the villagers, who regarded them as mere D-rank task ninjas. Did you hear what clan leader Shenyu said today? The Hokage is unable to speak. That scoundrel Shimura Danzo even attempted to ambush clan leader Shenyu. He deserves to perish. The clan leader's Susanoo is golden. Such power. Is it not akin to the Manjiki Sharingan? In my view, they should have revolted sooner and placed the clan leader in the position of Hokage. I cannot fathom why he exercises such restraint. As for me, Uchiha Kaze, I am committed to following Lord Shenyu. Whoever dares to lay a finger on him, I shall eliminate them. It was after being defeated by him that I chose to follow. You're talking nonsense. I, Uchiha Inaho, was the first to follow Lord Shenyu. Are you looking for a fight, Inaho? Come on, who is afraid of you? As Shenyu entered the assembly, the Uchiha fell silent. At the forefront sat Shenyu, followed by Fugaku, and then the elders, Jainin, and the remaining Uchiha ninjas. Shenyu surveyed the assembly, noting that most of the Uchiha had become his followers, as evidenced by their positioning. Even Shisui stood quietly at the edge, while some elders remained oblivious to the shifting tides, still clinging to their outdated views. Today's assembly was convened to determine the future direction of the Uchiha clan, which had been fraught with internal strife during times of adversity. I am prepared to eliminate Danzo and confront Sarutobi Hiruzen to secure our clan's interests and restore dignity to our ninjas. Yet, there always seem to be fools obstructing my path, dragging the Uchiha into the abyss with their short-sightedness. Shenyu spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on the eldest elder, who was met with hostile stares from the other Uchiha. In their eyes, all these changes stemmed from Shenyu's influence. The elder had accomplished nothing during his tenure and now dared to impede Lord Shenyu. Fugaku, seated in the second position, added, "We have all witnessed Shenyu's actions since he became clan leader. I wholeheartedly support him. If the Uchiha clan does not back its leader, whom else should we support? The elder has done nothing of merit, yet when the clan leader discusses matters with the Hokage, he resorts to underhanded tactics. I doubt he remains so composed before the Hokage." Uchiha Ryo calmly rebutted, "I recall that the elder did not join the rebellion led by Sensei Shisui. Has the courage accumulated over the years finally erupted?" Uchiha Inaho, more direct, shouted, "I acknowledge your offensive prowess." Laughter erupted among the Uchiha, weary of their internal disputes. Relishing the leadership of Shenyu, who could restore the Uchiha's former glory while others sought to oppose him. Merely engaging in rhetoric without taking action would not subdue the proud Uchiha. Inaho's words struck a nerve with the elder. You, with your Manjiki Sharingan, possess power rivaling that of Madara, yet your courage is so minuscule. I should never have allowed you to become the clan leader." The elder's face flushed with anger as Inaho and Kaze hurled insults. Others among the Uchiha regarded the elder with disdain, and upon seeing Shenyu raise his hand, the two ceased their tirade. Shenyu then inquired, "Why do you believe that possessing a Manjiki Sharingan equates to invincibility?" "I do not deny that the Uchiha clan is a powerful lineage, especially following the Senju's decline. But what gives you the confidence that our clan's strength alone can ensure a successful rebellion? Are you not aware that excessive use of the Manjiki Sharingan before achieving eternal form can lead to blindness? The third Hokage, Jiraiya, the Inuzuka, Nara, and the rest of Konoha's ninja forces, do you truly think we can defeat them with just our clan's ninjas? Even if we were to become Hokage, could Konoha, weakened and depleted, alongside our diminished clan, withstand the onslaught of foreign nations?" The elder stammered, struggling to respond. He had not considered these matters. Reflecting a common flaw among many ninjas, an inflated sense of self-worth devoid of profound understanding, leading to extremism. Despite holding a high position within the Uchiha, he lacked the requisite knowledge and strength, dragging the clan's progress into stagnation. I reluctantly took on this burden, yet still faced opposition. Were it not for my concern for our kin, it would not be impossible for me to lead the majority of our clan to establish a new Uchiha. The assembly resonated with agreement. When a group unites under a single banner, experiencing camaraderie and collective purpose, they are bound to support one another. The Uchiha's connection to Shenyu is rooted in this sentiment. It is akin to a dynasty, initially, during discussions, regardless of personal conflicts among the ministers. They could set aside grievances and showcase their talents. Yet, as time progressed, it devolved into factionalism, rife with empty rhetoric and squabbling. The Uchiha could no longer endure the countless disputes of the past, suffering in silence as their plight worsened. How is it that the Uchiha clan harbors three disparate voices? One could ask the ancestors how to consolidate their strength. Does this not amount to betrayal? Mediocre talent, shallow knowledge, and narrow-mindedness have allowed some to ascend to elder status merely through longevity, failing to unify thoughts or stabilize the clan. In my negotiations, others at least recognized the need to maintain peace, yet you repeatedly attempted to sabotage the discussions. Was this not a deliberate act of treason? Elder, you have lived 64 years, nearing your end, and nearly led our clan into an unfathomable abyss. What face do you have to meet the leaders of past Uchiha? You. I've never encountered such shamelessness. The elder fainted, and the second elder rushed to check his faint pulse, relieved to find him still alive, though barely. The second and third elders exchanged worried glances with Shen Yu, thankful they had not sided against him, fearful of his scathing words. Fugaku secretly watched Shen Yu, startled. To be chastised in such a manner would tarnish their names in clan history, for Shen Yu's words were lethal. The Uchiha present, save for those already aligned with Shen Yu, bowed their heads in embarrassment, their faces flushed like apples. After all, they too were complicit in this ineptitude, having participated in the assembly's quarrels. Yet, many felt a surge of indignation, knowing they had committed no wrongdoing in enforcing the rules, witnessing the Uchiha's gradual descent from the heart of Konoha to the outskirts, observing their waning might and the villagers' shifting attitudes, all the while feeling powerless to intervene. The Uchiha ninjas gazed upon the once glorious vessel of their clan, now sinking beneath the waves, wandering in the night, filled with resentment, yet uncertain of how to alter their fate, helplessly watching as the water reached their nostrils. However, a sudden figure emerged, lifting the colossal ship from the waters, none other than Uchiha Kamiyu. Lord Kamiyu, exclaimed Uchiha Inahibi, unable to contain his excitement. All hail the Uchiha clan. All hail Lord Kamiyu. The Uchiha clan members began to chant unconsciously, caught up in the fervor. Amidst the uproar, Uchiha Itachi stood bewildered, glancing at Shisui. Would this not incite his kin to become even more extreme? He wished to resolve the discord between the village and their clan, yet he found Kamiyu's approach somewhat radical. His clansmen were already impulsive, would this not? Itachi's confusion deepened as he noticed Shisui slowly raising his hand, joining the chorus of cheers. Shisui, this is not right, is it? Itachi was unaware that Shisui, having witnessed the darkness of Konoha and the actions of the Hokage, held a different perspective. When Shisui leapt from the cliff, he had entrusted Itachi with the guardianship of the Uchiha clan, never forgetting the kindness bestowed upon him by his family. He only sought to ease the rift between the two factions. He had no other path left to tread, none at all. Chapter 10. The future of the Uchiha clan. The rain god raised his hand to silence the clamor, addressing the agitated Uchiha. From this moment forth, the era where any qualified member of the Uchiha clan could ascend to the position of elder is irrevocably over. Elders shall only possess advisory powers, while the vice clan leader will assist the clan leader in managing daily clan affairs. However, the authority to make decisions rests solely with me, the clan leader. To engage in practical matters, one's strength and knowledge shall take precedence over mere seniority. In the Uchiha clan, merit dictates status. The police department must also undergo reform. Did the esteemed Senju Tobarama truly intend to bequeath the police department to the Uchiha as a hereditary privilege? This arrangement resembles a cage. As long as the higher-ups are willing, the Uchiha's reputation is perpetually at risk of being tarnished. If one were to adopt a firmer stance, who among the Leaf Village would dare display even a hint of malice towards the Uchiha? The first order of business is to rectify the chaotic regulations of the police department. The rules established during the village's inception are still in use, some of which are utterly outdated. The police department possesses legislative authority. Do they not recognize its utility? Vice Clan Leader Fugaku, along with Shisui and the captains of the various teams, shall convene to establish the Konoha law, which I will review and promulgate upon completion. The second matter involves the expansion of the police department. The current staffing, relying solely on Uchiha ninjas, is insufficient. We shall also recruit civilian ninjas to adopt the Uchiha standards. The remuneration for Uchiha ninjas within the police department shall be tripled, and the newly recruited shall not be shortchanged. Compensation will be commensurate with ability, as this is a subsidy belonging to our clan. The ninjas tasked with the police department were all elated. While they prioritized strength, the necessities of life remain paramount. With increased financial resources, they can acquire superior ninja tools, thus enhancing their quality of life and facilitating their growth and power. The third issue is the sluggish development within the clan. Members are encouraged to procreate. Those with wives should have several children, while those without, whether from within or outside the clan, shall bear offspring who are still Uchiha. For each child born, I will provide financial assistance. I lack nothing but money. The clan's education for our youth has been excessively harsh, and the teachings imparted to our ninjas have been woefully superficial. We shall designate Jainin to provide daily instruction in ninjutsu and taijutsu to the younger generation. It is widely acknowledged that our Sharingan amplifies emotions, rendering individuals extreme, young ones, with their limited understanding of the world, are prone to distorted values and extremism. I shall compile the Uchiha cultural doctrine and assign dedicated instructors to enlighten the children. The Rain God has amassed considerable resources. Whether through previous ventures with Tsunade or system rewards, with billions stored in the system bank, financial resources are abundant. Whether recruiting civilian ninjas or clan members, money can sway hearts. For the affluent, resolving matters through financial means is most advantageous. However, as the Rain God spoke of distorted values, Itachi inexplicably sensed an undercurrent of malice, which in turn sparked his own feelings of animosity. Is the clan leader attempting to brainwash the clandestine ninjas? If the Rain God were to learn of this, he might find it amusing. After all, brainwashing is a transient affair, and the cultural doctrine will impart to the Uchiha what constitutes a proper worldview. Indeed, though uncertain of what the cultural doctrine entails, the Uchiha collectively responded affirmatively. However, Uchiha Kazuki hastily interjected, "Lord Rain God, I harbor some doubts regarding this legislation. While I have no objections to clan leader Fugaku, Shisui is a traitor. I fear he may lean towards the Leaf Village. Our distinction from them is clear." Kazuki's statement resonated with the concerns of several Uchiha. Although they dared not contradict the Rain God, suspicions lingered about Shisui, who had only recently raised his hand. Who could ascertain if he was not an undercover agent? Just as individuals with a criminal past are met with caution. Firstly, we are not distinctly separate from the Leaf Village. It is our village, and we Uchiha are among its founding elders. Our grievances lie with the higher-ups, not the Leaf itself. Shisui, you must provide an explanation to everyone and a satisfactory account to me. Otherwise, I shall not let this matter rest today. As he spoke, the Rain God drew his blade, the cold gleam causing the assembled Uchiha to tremble. Shisui understood this was an opportunity for him to defend himself. Tears of blood streaming from his eyes as he finally mustered the courage to rise. Upon returning to the clan, he was met with overwhelming scorn and disdain, even from the elders who had cared for him in his youth. He merely wished to alleviate the discord between the village and the Uchiha. How had it come to this? Brother Rain God, Wind, fellow clansmen, I have never forgotten the kindness bestowed upon me by the clan. I lost my parents at a young age and was cared for by my elders within the clan. I have no reason to betray the Uchiha. I have witnessed the discord between our clan and the village, and I sought to resolve it through the Hokage, who is responsible for fostering harmony as the leader of Konoha. Indeed, I have been naive in my attempt to abandon the Uchiha, and I am willing to atone for my family's sake, to serve the clan until my death. Should such a situation arise again, I am prepared to draw my own blade first. If I were to repeat this, I would willingly gouge out my Sharingan before the ancestral spirits and meet a wretched end. Those who had allied with Shisui and the three elders stood forth to testify that Shisui had not betrayed the Uchiha, but was instead deceived, coupled with Shisui's oath. Most of the Uchiha present silently accepted this explanation. Kazuki snorted and withdrew. Shisui, remember your vow made today, to atone for your past errors by fighting for the clan. Yes, I shall no longer be deceived. Regardless of Itachi's inner turmoil or the lingering discontent among the remaining Uchiha, they ceased to express their grievances following the Rain God's verdict. The Rain God then addressed Fugaku, I shall trouble you greatly with clan affairs, as I have other plans. The police department will soon be quite busy. Rest assured, clan leader Rain God, I will assist you. After negotiating with the higher-ups of the Leaf, Fugaku had become entirely convinced. Observing the Uchiha clan thrive, he too was eager to witness how far they could ascend, even pondering whether the Rain God might achieve remarkable feats and garner immense prestige, potentially claiming the title of Hokage. The aspiration for the Hokage position was not limited to Fugaku. Many within the Uchiha entertained similar thoughts. They envisioned the Hokage's seat, yet remained oblivious to the Rain God's ambition to emulate Qin Shi Huang. After the clan meeting, the Rain God returned to his residence, bidding Wind and the others to return to their homes. He gazed towards the shadows and inquired, Shisui, do you have any further questions? Emerging from the shadows, Shisui had been following the Rain God since the conclusion of the clan meeting. Brother Rain God, let your actions speak. The evidence has shown that your perspective and judgment are exceedingly naive. The Rain God placed a hand on Shisui's shoulder, patting him gently. Even among the clan, there are grievances. I too harbor some resentment. I believed I had cared for you adequately, yet you have surprised me greatly. Brother Rain God, I am sorry. Guilt overwhelmed Shisui as he pondered how he had reached such a low point. Throughout my life, Brother Rain God has always looked after me. And here I am, Uchiha Shisui, displaying sheer foolishness. Brother Rain God, I shall prove my loyalty with my life. I was foolish in the past, but I will now defend the Uchiha with my very existence. I will execute your commands without a second thought. If necessary, use your Sharingan to control me. I implore you to trust me one last time. Shisui knelt before the Rain God in a gesture of submission. I have no need to resort to such methods with you. The Rain God reiterated, prove it through your actions. If you still regard me as your brother and hold the Uchiha clan dear to your heart. As Shisui entered the abode of Shenyu, a resolute determination took root within him. Regardless of Shenyu's trust or their previous agreement, upon confirming that Shenyu harbored no intentions of inciting a Uchiha rebellion, Shisui fully aligned himself with Shenyu. My lord, this Shisui is indeed naive to an extreme, utterly foolish, yet still possesses utility, Eugene remarked. I understand. There are other matters that require attention, Shenyu replied, under Eugene's inquisitive gaze. Shenyu then retrieved the Yama staff from behind him and utilized a weapon reforging scroll upon it. The crimson Yama staff writhed like molten lava, the surrounding air shimmering with heat, creating ripples in its wake, transforming into a flaming Tang Dao. The original shell morphed into a scabbard as Shenyu grasped the blade. The ambient space vibrating with warmth, while flame spirits encircled the sword's body. Upon drawing the blade, a crisp sound resonated, akin to celestial music, yet unbeknownst to many. The chilling edge was capable of severing any blade in existence. With the points acquired from the root investigation, I now possessed a total of 600 system points. A level of affluence I had never experienced before. System, I wish to utilize 40,000 points to evolve into a war god physique and employ a guardian spirit summoning scroll. Furthermore, I spent 60,000 points to elevate my ordinary constitution into a pseudo-immortal body. Ding. Evolving and summoning in progress. Shenyu opted for the evolution into an immortal body, a physique possessed by the first Hokage, regardless of chakra content or healing speed. This young release constitution would provide a qualitative enhancement to Shenyu's strength, alleviating concerns of potential blindness from the Manjiki Sharingan. The system's immortal body bore effects akin to the cells of Hashirama. Moreover, the substantial ocular power previously accumulated by the system was more than adequate. However, Shenyu remained dissatisfied with his total chakra. Insufficient chakra would render summoning techniques ineffective. By the way, system, can the Rinnegan be evolved? Host, within the system's understanding, only the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in the immortal body can evolve into the Rinnegan. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara attained the Rinnegan after transplanting his brothers and his Manjiki, combining it with Hashirama's cells to form the eternal Manjiki. This was the route determined by the system's store. Alright, I understand. Though Shenyu found this somewhat disappointing. Having the system was already a significant advantage. Contentment breeds happiness. Other traversers without a system could scarcely comprehend the hardships involved. Shenyu focused intently on the guardian spirit taking shape. Ha ha ha, my lord, it turns out to be this fellow. A surge of white flames erupted, as a shield and spear appeared simultaneously. The figure, with only its battle-hungry eyes visible, donned white armor adorned with blue accents, and a blue cloak billowed behind it as it strode forth from the vortex. I am Su Huang, Su Gongming, at your service, my lord. Eugene. It has been a long time. Chapter 11. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is the police department delegating power? The narrative has been somewhat chaotic. The host has transitioned from the Uchiha clan's constitution to a pseudo-sage body. Coincidentally, it is also the Lantern Festival. Wishing everyone a joyous Lantern Festival. An additional update today as an apology. System, open Su Huang's panel. Guardian Spirit, Su Huang attributes, Cold White Flame, a flame that can burn even in extreme cold. Strength, Elite J means Pseudo Shadow Weapons, White Flame Shield, White Flame Spear. Cold Armor Cloak, White Rock Armor. Indeed, Su Huang's flames possess a unique quality. Let us not forget that Eugene lacks any attributes. Although he is quite skilled in swordsmanship, Su Huang excels in offensive techniques, but the most valuable aspect of the two lies in their leadership capabilities. Shenyu has never felt that his ability to lead troops could compare to the two renowned generals. Eugene incessantly converses with Su Huang about this world, expressing relief that he finally has someone to chat with. I must thoroughly vent my frustrations about this world. Observing their engaging dialogue, Shenyu cradles his warm Tang Dao, Hellfire, and lies down under the covers. Given the circumstances, I shall retire for the night. The following day at the Hokage office. Having just conferred with the clan leaders, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes thoughtfully at the documents in his hand. What are the Uchiha clan up to? Expanding the police department? Yes, Hiruzen, the Uchiha police department is indeed expanding. Tsunade and Mito Minyan entered together. Can we insert personnel into the police department? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his two old friends, thinking that they always seem to benefit from good fortune. No, this may be the Uchiha's gesture of goodwill, especially since they are directly recruiting ninjas from within the village. Hiruzen is somewhat puzzled as to why the Uchiha would relinquish their power. He does not believe that, given the Uchiha clan's reputation, other ninjas would join the police department. Is this an attempt to curry favor with the higher-ups, to show that the Uchiha are still part of the village? However, considering Shen Yu's direct dismissal, that doesn't seem likely. Is it merely for show to other ninja clans? Yet, he, having occupied a high position for so long, fails to realize that ordinary ninjas are struggling with the mundane challenges of life, often living in relative poverty. Without connections, how could one secure lucrative missions? Mito Minyan, unperturbed by Hiruzen's contemplations, continued to press on, insisting, if this is indeed a gesture of goodwill, we could insert a few people. Enough. Instead of worrying about this, you should be concerned for yourselves. Tsunade is not as lenient with you as I am. As old friends, I suggest you both focus on the matters concerning the finance and medical departments. Hiruzen coldly remarked. Has the erosion of power over the years transformed Tsunade into this? You two have concealed information from the Hokage and privately supported Danzo. Otherwise, would he have been able to act so outrageously? Tsunade, taken aback by the third's words, exchanged bewildered glances with Mito Minyan. Hiruzen disregarded his old friends, leaving the meeting room and returning to his office. He tapped his fingers on the desk and summoned an Umbu ninja. If many people join the police department, send a ninja to follow them in. Let them proceed with their duties and return to the life of a normal ninja. Understood. The Umbu ninja departed, and Hiruzen set a piece on the board. Whether it proves useful or not is irrelevant, for the real intelligence, he believes, is not something the common ninjas would be privy to better than nothing. Hiruzen's current concerns revolve around the next Hokage, the easing of relations with the Uchiha, and providing the village with an explanation regarding these three matters. Since the Uchiha do not seem intent on betraying the village and still leave room for negotiation, there is no need to provoke them unnecessarily. A crowd gathered at the bulletin board outside the police department, buzzing with excitement following the announcement of the recruitment expansion. The news had spread rapidly over the past few days. A few Uchiha with acquaintances in the village had also recommended this development to their friends. For instance, Shenyu informed Might Guy, extending an invitation. Initially, many gathered around the announcement board simply for the excitement, but upon seeing the police department's salary offers, they gasped in astonishment. In Konoha, the remuneration for D-rank missions typically ranges from 1,000 to 20,000 Ryo, involving mundane tasks such as retrieving lost cats or picking up litter. Many freshly graduated ninjas undertake such tasks. For instance, Naruto's team completed a mission to find a lost kitten after their graduation. C-rank missions reward approximately 20,000 to 100,000 Ryo, generally involving low-risk tasks like escorting, eliminating bandits, or transporting documents. Although risks exist, they are minimal, and with the guidance of higher-ranking ninjas, ordinary ninja squads rarely encounter issues. B-rank missions offer rewards between 80,000 to 250,000 Ryo, where encounters with ninjas from other villages, ch and lower, may occur, such as escort missions in the Land of Waves. A-rank missions yield between 150,000 to 1,000 Ryo, often involving warfare and high-risk tasks with increased chances of mortality. S-rank missions start at over 1,000 Ryo, with risks that need not be elaborated upon, including capturing formidable criminals like Orochimaru. As for Super S-rank missions, they are akin to Minato Namikaze's destruction of the Kaminari Bridge, which played a decisive role in warfare and significantly contributed to Konoha. However, ordinary lower-ranked ninjas, apart from recent graduates, often struggle to secure even D-rank missions, relying on village subsidies for survival. Many lower-ranked ninjas, supplemented by subsidies, earn nearly 2,000 to 3,000 Ryo monthly, whereas the police department offers a standard salary of 50,000 Ryo per month for regular lower-ranked officers, with bonuses for outstanding performance and paid leave during holidays and funerals. My goodness, the police department's salary is exceedingly generous. I'm quite tempted. Old Zhang, You're not even a ninja. Why are you so excited? In my view, the Uchiha are not easy to deal with. Come on. I've spoken with those who teamed up with the Uchiha. Many of them are merely proud, but they are indeed reliable and possess significant strength. Oh heavens! Do share any insider information. Let me tell you, the Uchiha are proud yet stoic. If you treat them sincerely, they will reciprocate in kind. Beneath that cold exterior lies a warm heart. A throng gathered at the bulletin board, many common ninjas feeling quite tempted. The mundane challenges of life are far more pressing than the will of fire. Furthermore, with the recent positive developments regarding the Uchiha, numerous ordinary lower-ranked ninjas lingered at the entrance, awaiting a leader to step forth. Shenyu believes in me so wholeheartedly. I cannot let him down. Shenyu, this is youth. Dressed in green workout attire, a watermelon-headed figure approached, and those nearby quickly made way. With a powerful motion, he transitioned from an inverted position to standing upright, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. Might Guy strode confidently into the police department, and at that moment, Shenyu immediately thought of him. Might Guy, though merely a lower-ranked ninja, had often faced scorn and derision. Well, then, I, Uchiha Shenyu, shall claim him. In the battlefield of the mist, Shenyu aided Might Guy in overcoming the 7 ninja swordsmen, and they frequently collaborated thereafter, with a strong bond of trust between them. Look, that fellow has entered. Someone exclaimed from outside. Oh, I know that guy. Might Guy, the perennial lower-ranked ninja. He doesn't stand a chance. Upon hearing this, the crowd assumed Might Guy would fail and prepared to witness the spectacle. Before long, a somewhat bewildered Might Guy emerged, clutching a stack of papers, followed closely by Uchiha Raya. Mr. Dai, Lord Shenyu has instructed that henceforth, you may approach us for any matters. We shall assist in any way possible. And even in those instances where we cannot, we shall strive to help. From now on, you will be responsible for patrolling without a fixed schedule, with a remuneration of 200,000 ryo per month, alongside various allowances. Lord Liang, this is far too generous. I feel undeserving of such bounty. Lord Shenyu is truly. This is an edict from Lord Shenyu, and we cannot dare to defy it. So please do not place me in a difficult position. I shall certainly not betray Lord Shenyu's goodwill. I shall exuberantly devote my youth to the diligent duties of the police department, safeguarding Konoha with the vigor of my youth. Although Uchiha Liang did not comprehend the profound regard that Shenyu held for Might Dai, he nevertheless complied with Shenyu's directives. Once Might Dai departed, Uchiha Liang returned to the police department, engrossed in his duties, including drafting the regulations of Konoha law, as common ninjas were hardly worthy of his attention. Other civilian ninjas, upon witnessing Might Dai securing contracts, were finally unburdened by doubts and eagerly enrolled. Some who obtained contracts were elated, while others, driven by insatiable greed, overstepped their bounds and were promptly expelled by Uchiha. Those who dared to insult the officers at the entrance were swiftly charged with contempt against the police department, sentenced to 3 days of confinement and a fine of 5,000 ryo. The present Uchiha clan is not what it once was. Any who dare to quarrel will find themselves in custody without hesitation. Observing this scene, Shenyu smiled faintly, recognizing that this strategy could significantly influence the majority of civilian ninjas, ultimately drawing the finest talents into his fold. My lord, this bears resemblance to the protection of the Xiongnu's lieutenant general, one remarked, utilizing foreign methods to subdue the foreign. Empowering civilian ninjas with law enforcement authority to manage the unruly, uneducated citizens of Konoha would undoubtedly bolster the standing of civilian ninjas, thus aligning with the Uchiha legacy. Wherever the sun and moon shine, it is all our territory. Ha! My lord, this endeavor is far simpler than that of King Wei, Su Huan chuckled, believing that the methods of warfare in this world require refinement. Shenyu, with a gentle smile, returned to his office. For the Konoha law was crafted for the benefit of its citizens. Under his influence, the reputation of the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly flourish. Moreover, he intended to present the historical narratives passed down among ninjas to every individual in Konoha, thereby illuminating a path towards the future. Unafraid of their hearts belonging to the Han, even while dwelling within the ninja realm. Chapter 12, with Red Lantern Festival Update. In the police department's office, Shenyu was diligently examining the documents in his hands. The document stated, under the Konoha law, those who are falsely accused or spread rumors will be penalized with fines based on the severity of the matter. However, due to the difficulty in making judgments, disputes have been ongoing, hence it remains unresolved. Without the slightest hesitation, Shenyu took a red pen and inscribed upon the document, those who falsely accuse and cause turmoil, resulting in damage to the moral fabric of the villagers, shall incur additional penalties. He then picked up another document. The other document discussed how to determine penalties when conflicts arose between villagers and ninjas, particularly when either party initiated harm. Continuous arguments due to differing thresholds had led to its temporary suspension. Ninjas, in principle, must not harm villagers. However, this has become a pretext for some malicious villagers to act with impunity. Such individuals no longer qualify as ordinary villagers and must be dealt with decisively. The Konoha law is meant to protect the benevolent villagers. With a sigh, Shen Yu set down the document and stretched, feeling satisfied that he had nearly completed his tasks. After all, Konoha lacked a formal set of legal regulations, and Shen Yu was not a legal expert in his previous life. He merely addressed issues as they arose. The law is an evolving process, and as long as the direction is correct, he need not worry about veering off course in the future. He lifted his teacup, taking a sip, and tilted his head slightly, only to find himself gazing into a pair of large eyes and a drooling chin. Uchiha Quan finally noticed Shen Yu's attention on him, and a blush crept up his neck to his face. Maru, you were so engrossed in your thoughts that you didn't notice, all because Shenyu is too handsome. Have you been sitting here all day aside from pouring tea? Uchiha Quan stammered, feeling shy and at a loss for words. After all, staring at someone's face for an entire day might lead others to think he was a pervert. Shenyu, being so good-looking, was a source of admiration. His mother had once said that Shenyu was quite popular in his childhood. Such popularity must have reached an absurd level. That tall, leggy older sister from that day was indeed stunning, along with the girl with the tricolored face from his childhood. And Shenyu ruffled Quan's hair and said, "Don't let your guard down. Your mother asked me to look after you. If you have any questions about ninjutsu or swordsmanship, just let me know, and I shall assist you." "Okay, Shenyu." Quan replied, though his thoughts wandered to the warmth of Shenyu's hand. Shenyu withdrew his hand and said to the inexplicably cheerful Quan, "Off you go." "All right, Shenyu." Quan exited, and Shenyu, after watching him leave, decided to stretch his muscles and check if there were any hidden talents among the newly recruited Uchiha members. Just then, Quan opened the door again. "Shenyu, that tall older sister has come. Red? Please let her in." "Okay." Dressed in a kimono, Yuhi Kurenai entered, her face illuminated with a smile. Waving in greeting as she leaned over Shen Yu's back, her warm breath brushing against him. "You, why haven't you contacted me? Have you forgotten?" Shen Yu, unfazed, gently patted Kurenai's delicate hand. "I've been quite busy lately and haven't found the time to accompany you on shopping trips. Or have you prepared yourself for this?" Kurenai felt a bit shy, but still spoke up. You, clearly it's your fault. Never mind, the Akimichi clan has a dinner gathering. You never attended before. So come with me this time, all right? Will there be an overnight stay? Well, that depends on your behavior. Then let us go? Why hasn't Kurenai arrived yet? I'm nearly frantic waiting. Even Kakashi has shown up. Akimichi CHG lounged on the table, his ample chest rising and falling as he called out weakly. Kakashi, who had been named unexpectedly, wore a look of exasperation, while Guy beside him kept chattering away, though Kakashi absorbed not a single word. Nara Shikamaru and others were seated nearby. "I went to look for Kurenai, but she wasn't home," Saratobi Asuma commented. "Asuma, you frequently seek out Kurenai. She's quite troubled by it, you know? Why do you still?" Asuma felt a bit awkward under the scrutiny of the group, unsure of what to say. Yet he began to express his feelings for Kurenai. Back when Yuhi Kurenai's mother perished during the Ninetales incident, it was Asuma who informed her that the Uchiha had not come to their aid. He had attempted to seize the opportunity but only succeeded in making her more distant. Even when he hoped for a slow-burn romance, he was outright rejected. Reflecting on this, Asuma recalled Uchiha Shenyu. It's all because of him. What good is that wicked Uchiha? Sigh, how can I make Kurenai aware of my feelings? Kakashi, noticing Asuma's discomfort, chose not to speak, fearing that his awkwardness would only intensify upon Shenyu's arrival. Creak, the doors swung open, and everyone knew Kurenai had arrived. Saratobi Asuma stood, ready to greet her. Upon seeing the beautifully adorned Kurenai, everyone, regardless of gender, was left in awe. But why was she holding someone else's hand? Uchiha Shenyu? Shenyu? Long time no see. Shenyu greeted with a radiant smile. Although he faced jealousy from his male peers at the Ninja Academy, his relationships remained amicable due to his strength and benevolence, earning him gratitude from the weaker individuals. "My dear friend, Shenyu, you two have come." "Indeed. Youth will not betray effort. Today, I shall run 10 laps around Konoha and then do handstands back home to honor my youth." Guy was the first to rush over, only to be shoved aside by Kurenai. Shenyu, it's been so long. How is it you have become even more handsome? When did you reconcile with Kurenai? Kurenai, you are quite inconsiderate for not informing me. Why didn't you come when I invited you before? Akimichi CHG draped his arm over Shen Yu's shoulder like a tomboy. I was concerned about potential Umbu surveillance. The atmosphere in the room froze. As everyone present was aware of the Uchiha situation, speaking of it openly left them somewhat bewildered. Oh, we were never on bad terms. So let us just get that out of the way. Everyone, please take a seat. Kurenai quickly intervened, pulling Shen Yu down beside her. The dinner was quite peculiar, initially. Kurenai had invited a few friends to discuss their feelings, but the gathering transformed into a larger affair with Shen Yu's arrival. Asuma, who had intended to deepen his bond with Kurenai, now found himself restless and anxious, turmoil evident on his face. During the meal, Kurenai, and others engaged in conversation around Shenyu, while the other men felt increasingly uncomfortable, given the recent actions of the Uchiha clan. Only Guy continued to devour his meal with fervor. CHG even, emboldened by the drink, tugged at Kurenai's sleeve and whispered mischievously, "No outsiders should benefit from our good fortune." This provoked Kurenai to poke fun at him, eliciting laughter and pleas for mercy from CHG. As for Kakashi, he inexplicably sensed that Shen Yu wished to discuss something with him, a strange feeling that he couldn't quite place. Shaking his head, he returned to his meal, his mask still firmly in place. The disparities in status and identity had subtly widened the gap between them, and while Shen Yu remained unconcerned with such matters, it was only Guy, Kakashi, and a few others who could truly be considered friends. The dinner concluded swiftly, with Saratobi Asuma being the first to depart, as this gathering had left him disheartened. As the group dispersed, Shen Yu strolled alongside Kurenai, occasionally purchasing trinkets to adorn her hair. Kurenai felt a sense of satisfaction. He was indeed a source of comfort, and aside from his flirtatious nature, he posed no issues. At least for now, he was hers. Such days had entrapped her for years. They could have enjoyed this long ago, but she had held herself back. Thankfully, she thought, as Shen Yu paused, sensing her confusion as he stopped in his tracks. Have we arrived home? Will you invite me in for a visit? Confronted by the teasing smile of Shenyu, Shiri Hong, feeling both shy and annoyed, hastily opened the door and rushed inside. Shenyu chuckled softly, intending to return, when a faint voice drifted from behind the door. Please feel free. Haraha. Shenyu couldn't help but laugh. The person behind the door seemed embarrassed and attempted to close the remaining crack, yet Shenyu squeezed through. In the jade furnace, the ice mat adorned with mandarin ducks, the fragrance mingles with the sweet perspiration flowing down the mountain pillow. The sound of the wheel outside the curtain resonates. As brows furrowed, a smile is concealed in surprise. Beneath the willow's gentle shade, the cicada hairpin falls from the low tresses. One must strive for a lifetime to relish today's joy to the fullest. Chapter 13. The mission of the Hokage. As the first light of dawn gently spilled through the window panes, it quietly crept inch by inch across Shen Yu and Hong's faces. Embracing Hong, Shen Yu glanced at the time, his slight movement causing the beauty in his arms to murmur sleepily. Is it already nearing 10 o'clock? We indulged a bit too much last night. In truth, even Shen Yu's biological clock had urged him to rise, but after a night of exertion past midnight, Hong had become a soft, weary pillow nestled against him, leaving Shen Yu feeling the weight of fatigue. This was not akin to battle. They had indeed overindulged. Shen Yu tenderly adjusted the blanket around the languid Hong, but she merely slipped back into the warm cocoon of her bedding. Observing this, Shen Yu could only smile helplessly and spoke to her. Hong, I must return to the police department to attend to some matters. They are likely searching for me. Will you rise? No, I'm too tired. Hong murmured drowsily before drifting back into slumber. Shen Yu rose, tucking the blanket around her more snugly, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead before washing up and teleporting to the police department. He felt no concern for her safety, given that she had signed the Fire Element Summoning Scroll the previous night. Even if the Fire King possessed strength nearing that of an elite Jonin, there remained the option of reverse summoning technique. Albeit costly, it was swift. Upon arriving at the police department, several individuals hurried to greet him at the entrance. Sir, we finally found you. Kakashi is waiting for you inside, stating that there is a mission from the Hokage. After failing to locate Shenyu, Inahoko and the others had worried whether higher-ups were following Danzo's lead, fearing that Shenyu might have fallen victim to an assassination attempt. Their relief was palpable upon seeing him. Ah, I understand. You may return to your duties. I shall speak with Kakashi, Shenyu replied before returning to his office, where Kakashi soon entered. Clan leader Shenyu, the Hokage has a mission for you, Kakashi announced, extending a scroll with both hands. Addressing Shenyu with the added title of clan leader in a display of professionalism, Shenyu fixed his gaze on Kakashi, who remained motionless, holding the scroll as he met Shenyu's scrutiny. Kakashi's lifeless eyes gave nothing away. He too was perplexed as to why the Hokage had chosen this moment to assign Shenyu a task, not wishing to prolong the tense silence. Shenyu took the scroll. Haha, the third Hokage never considered that I might refuse the mission. It seems he intends to use you as a shield. Clearly, the Hokage has received news from Tsunade, pulling me out as a precaution. Kakashi remained silent, standing still, secretly admiring Shen Yu's quick deduction. Tsunade had only learned of the situation that morning. Could one deduce so much from merely a mission? The scroll indicated that Orochimaru's whereabouts had been detected in the land of rice, and the Uchiha and elite ninjas from the village were to join forces to apprehend one of the legendary Sannin. The scroll also mentioned the expansion of personnel within the police department, along with the third Hokage's will of fire, asserting that the Uchiha were indeed part of Konoha. Orochimaru was the last concern of the elderly Hokage, and given the matters regarding the route, Orochimaru's lingering presence was a threat. The Uchiha had declared their intention to eradicate the route, yet Orochimaru had not been fully dealt with. In essence, Shenyu was permitted to accept the mission and leave the village. Everything else was secondary. It appeared the Hokage anticipated that capturing Orochimaru would likely yield no results, and upon his return, all would settle. The Hokage still did not consider the Uchiha as integral to Konoha, did he? Kakashi's expression remained unchanged, but his head dipped slightly, betraying a hint of acknowledgement. Who will be involved? Shenyu inquired, contemplating the impending operation to capture Orochimaru. A sly smile crept across his face as he considered testing Kakashi's resolve. I, Yuhi Hong, Inazuka Kaze, H. Zuki Haru, Iwata Ryota, and 2 branch members from the Hyuga clan, as well as 1 jonin each from the Nara, Shimizu, and Mito clans, along with the clan leader Shenyu. Kakashi recited the names. The Nara, Shimizu, and Mito clans all had their own ninjas, and who was unaware of the enmity between Danzo and the Uchiha? It was evident that they had no intention of allowing Shenyu to conclude matters swiftly. You even called Hong? Are you not concerned about appearances? Shenyu remarked, amused that the Hokage was so attentive to his personal life, including the stipulation of Hong's withdrawal from the Umbu. If she were to find out, it would surely sadden her. Moreover, it was rather petty, no mention of Guy or Tenzo. Shenyu smirked, addressing Kakashi. Kakashi, caught off guard by the awkwardness of using Hong as a condition, felt his eyes widen momentarily. How did Shenyu know Tenzo? Had the Umbu been infiltrated? Seeing Kakashi's reaction, Shenyu found amusement in the situation. It seemed that the mention of Tenzo was indeed an undeniable truth, without embellishment. Oh, we certainly do not require the Sharingan to control your Umbu. We Uchiha are staunch supporters of Konoha, Shenyu implied, hinting at the possibility of internal betrayal, suggesting that using the Sharingan for manipulation would inevitably lead to discovery. The Uchiha were not that foolish. It seemed there were indeed those whose loyalties were wavering, including the ninja clans. Kakashi dared not dwell on such thoughts, leaving the third Hokage to grapple with his own troubles. The meeting is scheduled for tomorrow at dawn, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., in the outskirts of Konoha. Understood. Kakashi, somewhat flustered, exited the police department at great speed, making his way toward the Hokage's office. Shenyu contemplated in silence, allowing the third Hokage to stew in his own worries. He wondered whether this esteemed leader still possessed the capacity for past ambitions. Yet, he sensed it would be a challenge to be cautious. He might need to investigate the Umbu further and ascertain the stance of the clan leaders. If necessary, he could always provide a thorn in the side for the third Hokage. Have Tetsahara summon Shisui, he commanded. Understood, brother Shenyu. The following day, Shenyu planned to bring Shisui, Kaze, and Inahoko along, leaving clan leader Fugaku to oversee the Uchiha. Ryo and Tetsahara would assist Fugaku with various matters. Tetsuharu was Inahoko's elder brother and had been with Shenyu for quite some time, yet he only possessed the 2 Tomo Sharingan. To apprehend Orochimaru, ordinary ninjas would be more of a hindrance than a help. Both Kaze and Inahoko had 3 Tomo Sharingan. Handling other matters alongside Kakashi would pose no issue. As Shenyu pondered, Shisui entered the room. Brother Shenyu, you called for me? Shisui, have a seat. Once Shisui was seated, Shenyu got straight to the point. The Hokage has assigned me a mission to capture Orochimaru. Brother Shenyu, do we really need to undertake this mission? Shenyu's heart warmed at Shisui's concern. He appreciated that Shisui had begun to form his own opinions, viewing matters from his own standpoint. I have a plan. With the two of us wielding the Manjiki Sharingan alongside 2-3 Tomo Sharingan, what are the chances of capturing Orochimaru alive? Alive? Shisui's eyes widened. Brother Shenyu, I have been meaning to tell you that my left eye's Manjiki ability is called Kodo Amatsukami, which can alter another's will, though it has a lengthy cooldown. My right eye enhances Jinjutsu control. Shisui spoke of Kodo Amatsukami with a hint of trepidation, yet his words flowed without hesitation. After all, Kodo Amatsukami was a legendary technique, capable of modifying another's will in a manner so subtle that the subconscious would remain unaware. Would Shenyu distance himself out of concern for this power? The thought of solitude was not a pleasant one. However, Shenyu felt quite moved. His younger brother truly trusted him. Shisui, I will not doubt those I employ, nor will I suspect those I trust. My left eye is a manifestation when the time is right. I will reveal to you the future that lies ahead on my path. It will be a world where the elderly are cared for, the strong are utilized, and the young thrive. A world where the lonely, the weak, and the sick are all nurtured, where ninjas are no longer synonymous with darkness and bloodshed. As Shenyu spoke, his emotions ebbed and flowed. Brother Shenyu's future? Shisui found himself lost in thought, contemplating the visions Shenyu had shared. Could such a future truly exist? This was the first time he had heard of Shenyu's aspirations, which far surpassed his own ideals. A place where the elderly had support, where children could play without worries, and where no one would harbor blood feuds, accompanied by the resolute voice of the divine reign. The aspirations of Shisui have taken root profoundly within his heart. This is the way of kings, Shisui. And I am the one traversing the path of this noble journey. Chapter 14. Journey to the Land of Rice the next day. Shenyu led Hong and several others to the assembly point. Shenyu had, of course, spent the previous night with the fragrant Hong, yet it was evident that she harbored some concerns. Before Shenyu could inquire, Hong expressed her thoughts. Sarutobi played the emotional card, telling Hong that this mission would be her final task, after which she would retire from the Umbu. He urged her to view this mission as a celebration, emphasizing the importance of young people engaging in emotional connections and enjoying their honeymoon phase. Given Hong's age, it was necessary to prepare for significant life events. As an accomplished jonin, Akatsuki no KK sought to encourage Hong to spend more time with Shenyu outside, advising against rushing the process. Although Hong understood that her departure from the Umbu was imminent once she and Shenyu grew closer, the thought of that day brought an indescribable sadness, not from any attachment to the Umbu, but rather a sense of distrust. Among the many ninjas in the Umbu, many belonged to ninja clans, with the Uchiha being the exception. It was clear that Hong's choice was Shenyu. And when Shenyu indicated in the mission scroll that her retirement from the Umbu was a condition, the last remnants of Hong's idealistic view of the Hokage shattered. Kakashi, who was often late, had arrived, demonstrating his seriousness regarding this mission. The two civilian ninjas, H Island Y and Iwata Rita, along with Inuzuka Kaze and two members from the High GA branch, were present, while the ninjas from the Uchiha clan had also assembled. However, the ninjas from the T-Rune and Shimura clans were notably absent. Unlike the generally aloof Uchiha, Shenyu waved and greeted everyone. Good morning, everyone. I am Uchiha Shenyu, skilled in swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu. Upon hearing Shenyu introduce herself, the other Uchiha followed suit. I am Uchiha Shisui, proficient in swordsmanship, body flicker technique, and jinjutsu. Introducing oneself before a mission is a common practice among task groups, facilitating operational arrangements. Good morning, clan leader Shenyu. I am Hataki Kakashi, adept in swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and reasonably skilled in jinjutsu. I have a fondness for little princes. Laughter ensued, lightening the atmosphere, though Kakashi wore a somewhat stoic expression. I am H Island Y, specialized in fire techniques and close combat. I am Inuzuka Kaze, proficient in ninjutsu and close combat, came the introductions. As Shenyu and the Uchihas had already introduced themselves, the remaining ninjas, including those from the Mito clan, hurried to greet Shenyu and introduce themselves. Acutely aware that the illustrious Uchiha clan and their leader were not to be trifled with, Shenyu nodded slightly, surveying the group, quickly noting the absence of the T-Rune and Shimura Jonin. It seems that Mito-in is far more astute than T-Rune K-Haru, she mused. Their absence was unfortunate. With so many paths to traverse, their lateness would hinder their progress. Although the relationship between the T-Rune and Mito clans was somewhat neutral, it was not as starkly defined as that with the Shimura clan. Under Shenyu's formidable prowess in the fall of Danzo, Mido was proving to be far more tactful than T-Rune K. Haru, who appeared to be mired in the past. While the Mido clan was already preparing for the future, the other ninjas, relieved that Shen Yu was not as difficult to approach as they had feared, except for Kakashi, felt a sense of ease. Kakashi, time is of the essence. Let us depart. Kakashi, feeling somewhat resigned, acknowledged that while the T-Rune and Shimura clans had openly defied expectations, he still had to act as the designated leader appointed by the Hokage. Have you not informed them about the mission time? It appears we have surpassed the designated hour, and the absence of those two ninjas is inconsequential. The rogue ninjas will only complicate our encounter with Orochimaru. The civilian ninjas exchanged glances, sensing there might be an underlying issue, and hastily hushed their ears. Observing Shenyu leading the Uchiha ninjas onward, Kakashi reluctantly issued the command to commence the mission. Meanwhile, the two absent ninjas were convening, discussing how to undermine the Uchiha. After Shenyu's rise to prominence, she had curtailed some dubious business activities of the T-Rune and Shimura clans, causing them significant losses, much to the chagrin of their advisors and clan members. Having profited greatly from their previous alliances, the T-Rune clan was displeased with the Uchiha's sudden intervention, questioning why their clan should suffer while the Mido clan remained unscathed. Little did they know that Mido was already planning to sever ties with the past. Moreover, their clan leader had ordered them to delay their departure, intending to assert dominance over the Uchiha. They planned to set out at the last possible moment, but they ended up delaying by over an hour. Just as they were about to leave half an hour later, an Umbu ninja approached them. You too. The registration office at the village entrance reported that Captain Kakashi and clan leader Shenyu have departed some time ago. Why are you still here? What? Uchiha Shenyu has not waited for us. That rogue Uchiha, abandoning her comrades. Regardless of their grievances, they were urged to depart quickly, as the Hokage was displeased. Yes, although they knew it would be challenging to catch up, they clung to the hope of a miracle and hastily set off. Ironically, those who did not regard the Uchiha as comrades expected them to treat them as such, a ludicrous notion. Shenyu and her team swiftly traversed the forest. Half an hour was sufficient for them to cover considerable ground, and they encountered no sign of the T-Rune or Shimura Jonin, indicating they had not pursued them. During a brief rest, Inuzuka Kaze's ninja dog, Tuma, approached and sniffed Shenyu's robes, startling Kaze. Shenyu, slightly surprised, patted Tuma and remarked, "Your ninja's sense of smell is impressive. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Hong enjoys my cooking. Last night, I prepared a meat dish for her, so perhaps the scent lingered on me. Being a chakra-enhanced beast, the meat quality is exceptional, which may have attracted your ninja." As she spoke, Shenyu produced the remaining meat from her storage scroll, slicing it for Tuma, who eagerly devoured it and licked Shenyu's hand in gratitude. Haha, quite an intuitive creature. Kaze, upon returning to the village, I would like to commission 70 ninja dogs from the Inuzuka clan for our police department to assist in inspecting hazards and contraband within the village. Furthermore, I am willing to hire Inuzuka ninjas for their maintenance. With the expansion of the Uchiha police department, which boasted hundreds of ninjas, Shenyu intended to enlist ninja dogs for patrol duties. Kaze was taken aback by Shenyu's proposal. 70 ninja dogs were far more than the 30 or so that the Inuzuka clan had cultivated, and he worried about the implications of engaging in business with the Uchiha clan and its impact on clan relations with the Hokage. This is quite a significant request. Clan leader Shenyu, the quantity is beyond my authority to decide. I will discuss it with my clan upon our return to the village and provide you with a response then. Very well, I will visit you upon our return. There is no need to feel pressured. The Uchiha clan maintains a friendly stance towards the ninja clans within the village. Thank you for your understanding. The other ninjas felt the weight of Shenyu's proposal. The cost of dozens of ninja dogs was substantial, not to mention the ongoing care. Noticing the attention from the rest, Shenyu smiled. Should any among you aspire to serve in the police department, rest assured that both remuneration and rank will be commendable. Among the group, particularly two civilian jonin, were quite tempted by the invitation from Shenyu. The arduous tasks they undertook, fraught with peril, made the police department's positions appear quite appealing. Nevertheless, they remained prudent and expressed the need for further contemplation. After a brief interlude, Shenyu set forth once more with Kakashi and the others, journeying to a quaint village in the northern region of the Land of Fire, near the Land of Rice. As night descended, Shenyu opted not to continue traveling, instead choosing to spend on accommodations at the finest local inn. He even covered the expenses for Kakashi and his companions. treating them to a meal at a barbecue restaurant to rejuvenate themselves. When the intent to pay was voiced, Shenyu interjected, asserting that their shared endeavor in this mission warranted mutual support in the future, rendering monetary concerns trivial. This gesture profoundly moved those who had contemplated roughing it outdoors. The two civilian ninjas recalled their recent return from a perilous assignment, only to be summoned by the third Hokage for yet another mission, apprehending Orochimaru. They were left incredulous, pondering how they could possibly capture such a formidable foe, especially when tasked with challenging the Uchiha clan's leader, a daunting prospect indeed. In contrast, the Uchiha leader was remarkably considerate, ensuring that their expenditures on missions were negligible. Thus, even the Hyuga clan members found themselves uplifted in spirit. Recognizing the favor Shenyu had bestowed upon them, there was no reason to decline such an opportunity. After all, the Uchiha clan leader was not only powerful but also approachable. And what of the Hokage's missions? Hadn't Kakashi, their captain, maintained a calm demeanor? Thus, goodwill began to accumulate, and as it reached a critical mass, the transformation from quantitative to qualitative change became inevitable. Chapter 15. The Three Sannin. Orochimaru early the next morning, after a period of rest. The group crossed the border of the Land of Fire and entered the Land of Rice Fields. According to intel, Orochimaru had been spotted in the Land of Rice Fields, recruiting ninja for undisclosed activities. Upon their arrival, they met with Konoha's intelligence personnel, and Shenyu encountered the hasty Tsunade and a member of the Shimura clan. The chief ninja of the Tsunade clan was known as Tsunade Harahan, while the Shimura clan's chief ninja was called Shimura Rizuku. Both had assumed that Shenyu would hastily make his way into the Land of Rice Fields, but instead, they had rushed there without pause. In the early hours, they discovered that Shenyu had not yet arrived, leaving them anxious until dawn, when they finally met with Shenyu and Kakashi. The tension in their expressions suddenly relaxed, fatigue washing over them. "Are you willing to abandon your comrades? Why didn't the rest of the team wait for us?" One of them lamented. "Indeed, why didn't you arrive in the Land of Rice Fields earlier to join us?" The others, hearing this, felt a slight dizziness. It was they who had sought to delay, yet now they were blaming others. "Are you expecting Uchiha to wait for me? If you have the capability, confront it directly." Wow. So we set off without the designated meeting time, and it becomes abandoning comrades? Have your brains not developed? Another chimed in, moreover. Before entering the Land of Rice Fields, it was essential for everyone to gather their strength. We must not show any sign of carelessness against Orochimaru. Is that somehow wrong? Or do you prefer to have everyone exhausted like you two, marching towards death? Shenyu defended the others, who shared glances laden with coldness. After just enduring the emotional turmoil from the Uchiha clan leader, can't we at least rest a bit? You were the ones who delayed and criticized others for being slow. How demanding can you be? Seeing the discontented gazes directed at them, the two were cautious and hastily pointed at Shenyu. "Do not twist the concept. It is you who are twisting the concept." Uchiha and Ahiko shouted sternly. "Stop wasting breath with him. One more word and I will end him," Uchiha Kazuki growled. They had long harbored disdain for these two, realizing that together they couldn't even match one of them, their lack of strength being a source of frustration. Kakashi, dragging behind in a mission can be fatal, especially when we are up against the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Even the usually amiable Shizen stood up to address the mission leader, Kakashi. Noticing the general discontent towards the two, Kakashi sought to mediate. "Both of you do not appear to be in optimal condition. Perhaps it would be prudent to rest for a while as we search for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Kakashi, if you proceed like this, we will report to Lord Hokage." One of them retorted, revealing their true nature. They were the kind who would exploit even the slightest kindness for their own gain. Observing their unreasonable behavior, Kakashi frowned. "I am the appointed leader of this mission by Lord Hokage. I will document the situation in my report. And I kindly ask both of you to remain here for now, resting until you are ready to catch up." With Kakashi's authoritative tone, they dared not protest further. Though they claimed to be elite ninjas, their perceived status felt inflated before the renowned copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, let alone in the face of Orochimaru. Realizing they might evade a confrontation with Orochimaru, they begrudgingly cursed Shenyu and his group, wishing for their defeat against Orochimaru to mask their own shortcomings. Pursuing them was impossible. Their mission success rate was dubious at best, being sheltered by their clan while feeding off Konoha's resources. This mission was, after all, designed to hinder Shenyu. Combat? That is out of the question. The intel indicated Orochimaru's presence to the east of their current position. Inazuka Kaze, have your Ninkin Toma track the scent from here. Hyuga Hikari and Hyuga Masaki, Remain vigilant in your surroundings. The eastern area appears to be devoid of village presence. Understood. Kakashi commanded the group, leaving the troublesome duo to follow Shenyu's lead. As for the mission, capturing Orochimaru would be ideal, but failing that, it was merely a diversion for Shenyu. Meanwhile, deep within a forest in the land of rice fields, lay Orochimaru's experimental base. The facility exuded an eerie atmosphere, vast in space, filled with experimental corpses either in petri dishes or lying beneath various apparatuses. Your Uncle Snake is right here, recording data on human subjects, Orochimaru sneered as shadows emerged, revealing small snakes flicking their tongues nearby. The copy ninja Kakashi, the fire Azura Uchiha Shenyu, and the fleeting Shizen still regard me with some esteem, haha. At this moment, Orochimaru had just established his experimental base in the land of rice fields and was even working for the Akatsuki without having yet founded the Sound Village. He was aware of recent events, such as the death of Shimura Danzo and Shenyu's confrontation of the Third Hokage. Having taken interest in Shenyu during the Third Great Ninja War, but had never found the opportunity to act. The intelligence from Konoha had informed him of the Uchiha Shenyu's departure from the village, and when Shenyu arrived in the land of rice fields, Orochimaru realized they had come to capture him. The Manjiki Sharingan, what kind of power does it possess? Orochimaru mused, intrigued by the Manjiki Sharingan, viewing it as the first of its kind since Uchiha Madara. The powers contained within, including Susanoo, piqued his scientific curiosity, a temptation he could not resist. Since I cannot resist, I shall test it. As Shenyu and his team moved through the forest guided by Toma, the Nikin suddenly caught a scent. Crouching low and emitting a series of growls, there is a chakra disturbance ahead. A massive chakra snake. Hyuga Hikari exclaimed, utilizing his Byakugan. No. There is also chakra movement underground. Prepare for battle. White snakes are present. It must be Orochimaru. A tremendous roar echoed from a distance as a colossal serpentine figure surged toward them. Nearby, white snakes erupted from all directions, their fangs aimed at the team, disrupting their formation. Most members leaped to evade the underground strikes, showcasing their abilities against the onslaught. Shenyu, holding aloft his flaming blade, severed the white snake that threatened him and red. Shizun drew her katana, dispatching the snakes that approached her, while Inahiko swiftly threw shuriken to neutralize the danger. Kazuki, being more aggressive, unleashed a fireball jutsu, reducing the white snakes to charred remains. Kakashi, conserving chakra, somersaulted effortlessly to evade the snake's assault, using his white fang to slice through the serpents with ease. Inazuka Kaze transformed into a two-headed canine, dodging the attacks, while Hidora Yu and Mito no Rito used their adept substitution techniques to escape. However, Iwata Ryota and the two lesser Hyuga members struggled against the overwhelming number of snakes, their defenses faltering under pressure. As they braced for injuries, a flurry of fire projectiles struck, aiding them in their plight. The trio glanced gratefully toward the source, seeing Shenyu nodding in acknowledgement. Though they had been somewhat of a hindrance, they were still comrades, were they not? Before the trio could catch their breath, trees began collapsing in the distance, prompting Kakashi to warn, incoming, a massive serpent. Amidst the dust raised by the colossal trees that have fallen, a giant serpent towers at a height of several dozen meters. Upon its head stands a tall and slender figure, with disheveled hair and serpentine eyes. It is none other than Orochimaru. Chapter 16. Do not approach, heavenly beings. Ah, the esteemed inhabitants of Konoha, I trust you are all well. As the mist gradually dissipated, a colossal purple serpent coiled menacingly, its head poised for an assault. Orochimaru, clad in the crimson cloud robe of the Akatsuki, stood atop the serpent's head, addressing the gathering. Are they the sacrifices for today? Orochimaru, this is far from sufficient. The slitted pupils of the serpent were filled with insatiable greed. The pressure exerted by Orochimaru and the serpent was palpable, causing the Uchiha clan members, save for Kamiyu, to wear expressions of grave concern. The ninjas of Team Kakashi, apart from Kakashi himself, were visibly sweating, their kunai trembling slightly in their grips, betraying their anxiety. Kakashi lowered his mask, revealing his spinning Sharingan, and inquired of Kamiyu. Leader Kamiyu, what is our battle strategy? Forgive my candor, but in the face of Orochimaru and the serpent, I shall confront Orochimaru personally. Shisui and Kakashi, you are to handle the colossal serpent and its smaller kin, while also providing me with support. That places the burden of Orochimaru's threat solely upon your shoulders. Are you certain you can manage? Indeed, I shall endeavor to protect my comrades, was Kamiyu's resolute reply. No sooner had he spoken than the serpent launched its attack. a massive head slicing through the air with a fierce rush. "Beast!" Su Huang shouted, brandishing his great shield as he pressed down against the serpent's head, carving a deep trench into the ground. "Oh, a chakra giant? Is this the prowess of your Manjiki Sharingan?" Orochimaru had already leaped down the moment Su Huang appeared, his gaze fixated on him, perceiving Su Huang as an immense reservoir of chakra. Armed with shield and spear, Su Huang engaged the serpent. White flames swirling around him that ignited the serpent's flesh, eliciting anguished roars. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his companions rallied to assist Su Huang, pressing the serpent further. However, the serpent was no feeble opponent. It was determined to engage them in combat. "Would you not agree, Uchiha clan's leader, Uchiha Kamiyu? Haha, to battle me. It seems Lord Orochimaru has taken an interest in my Manjiki Sharingan. Oh, do you intend to offer it to me? Come and take it yourself." Surrounded by flames, Kamiyu engaged Orochimaru in close combat, wielding his tanto with agility. Orochimaru countered with the Kusanagi sword, their blades clashing with resounding intensity. Utilizing the body flicker technique, they exchanged positions rapidly, their forms becoming mere afterimages as the sound of clashing steel resonated. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. Kamiyu's fireballs shattered Orochimaru's earthen barriers, only to be thwarted by a second wall. This flame is indeed formidable. Shadow of the serpent. Countless enormous serpents erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves and other parts of his body, surging towards Kamiyu. In retaliation, Kamiyu unleashed a great fireball technique, incinerating a multitude of serpentine foes. Then deftly parried Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword with his tanto, creating distance between them. Water release, water surge, lightning release, earth walk. The combination of water and lightning techniques allowed for a broader range of assault while executing water-based attacks. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru unleashed a gust of wind that dispersed the water surge, skillfully evading the subsequent lightning strike. Kamiyu's swordsmanship and ninjutsu were indeed commendable, yet without the Meijiki, he doubted whether he could secure victory over Orochimaru. "Nanny?" Before he could finish, Kamiyu, utilizing the veil of water, cut through the deluge, forcing Orochimaru to instinctively raise his Kusanagi sword in defense. The Manjiki Sharingan within Kamiyu's eyes spun wildly, ensnaring Orochimaru in a Jinjutsu. Fire release, Fire God, Great Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal dragon of flame, imbued with tremendous might, coiled around Kamiyu before surging towards the ensnared Orochimaru. The immense fire dragon caused a momentary stupor among those locked in combat with the serpent. Two ordinary ninjas stunned at the sight of the once humble Kamiyu now wielding such power. Is this the strength of the Uchiha clan leader? The great fire dragon collided with Orochimaru, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke that sent shockwaves through the battlefield, prompting Kakashi and the others to instinctively retreat. Su Huang and the serpent continued their fierce confrontation while observing the unfolding scene. As the smoke cleared, a slightly damaged statue of a demon stood amidst the scorched earth, the surrounding area radiating heat, while sporadic flames crackled in the distance, leaving behind a layer of serpent skin. Exhausted, Orochimaru gasped for breath behind the final gate of the summoning technique, Triple Rashomon, having expended considerable chakra. "Ha ha ha, this chakra is formidable. If I were unaware, I might assume you were the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails," Orochimaru mused, noting Kamiyu in the distance, also panting, tears of blood staining his cheeks as he stood resolutely before Orochimaru, continuously refining his chakra. The power of the Manjiki Jinjutsu indeed surpasses that of the standard Sharingan. Yet given the recent events, I should be able to cope. Having just unleashed the Manjiki Jinjutsu, Uchiha Kamiyu should. If I can find an opportunity to plant my curse mark, this body shall be mine. Master, be cautious. Kamiyu, watch out. The urgent cries of Su Huang and Hinata reached Kamiyu's ears as he prepared to act. The serpent, disregarding its injuries from the earlier skirmish with Kakashi, swiftly ensnared Kamiyu, while Orochimaru charged towards him with incredible speed. "With your Manjiki, you have ultimately underestimated me." Shisui, closest to Orochimaru, activated his three-tomo Sharingan, rapidly interposing himself before Orochimaru. "Even with the Manjiki, you think to contend with my three-tomo, Nanny?" As Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Shisui's eyes transforming into the Manjiki, realization dawned upon him. Kamiyu was setting Shisui up for this moment. What then of Kamiyu's tears and labored breaths? One must understand that even with the regenerative abilities of the pseudo-sage body, Kamiyu would not be drained from utilizing several mid-level and one high-level technique. Especially considering his chakra reserves vastly outstripped that of Kakashi, a seasoned jonin. Yet, Orochimaru found himself powerless, allowing Shisui to implant the command to obey Kamiyu into his consciousness. Shisui had no intention of retreating. He was resolute in aiding Kamiyu to create the envisioned realm. To Kakashi's eyes, it appeared Shisui was repelling Orochimaru, who was now incapacitated. As he fell to the ground, clutching his eyes, unable to continue the battle, the once mighty serpent, now revealed in golden light, wailed in agony as it dispelled the summoning technique, transforming into a colossal figure that cleaved Orochimaru in two. Kakashi and the others arrived just in time, with Hinata rushing to embrace Kamiyu. "You scared me." "You." Tears streamed down Hinata's face as she clung to him, prompting Kamiyu to quickly reassure her. He was deeply touched by her concern. "I still possess Susanoo. Fear not. Since Father S' departure, you are all I have left." Kamiyu felt a profound guilt swell within him, wishing he had forewarned Hinata prior to the battle. But the nature of their mission was shrouded in secrecy, and words slipped through the cracks. "I apologize, Hinata. There shall not be a next time." Is this the conclusion? Hyuga Hayashi gazed at the remnants of Orochimaru, releasing a long-held breath. The profound sense of helplessness in facing Orochimaru, a renowned ninja, was etched deeply in the hearts of all present, alongside an awe of Kamiyu's formidable power, which had preserved their very lives. Indeed, the strength of the Uchiha clan leader is such that even a legendary figure like Orochimaru could be vanquished. Hideyori Haru gazed at the remains of Orochimaru, unable to suppress his thoughts. Shenyu cast a perplexed glance at Huadao Yuanyu, leaving him somewhat flustered. Had he inadvertently offended Lord Shenyu? No. It seemed far more intricate than that. Kakashi received the exchange of words. The severed remains of Orochimaru disintegrated like burning paper, their ashes swept away by the wind, dissipating into the vastness of the world. It was likely that Orochimaru had not yet met his demise. Uchiha Izumi, supporting Shisui, remarked, while Shisui, shielding his eyes, nodded in acknowledgement to Shenyu. Alas, escaping the village's relentless pursuit for so many years, Orochimaru must possess some arcane techniques for self-preservation. Such techniques invariably come at a cost, and we have undoubtedly inflicted significant damage upon him this time, which should suffice for our report. Kakashi's light-hearted banter eased the tension among the assembled ninjas. Everyone, take a moment to recuperate and restore your chakra. Wind, let Tomaru take a whiff. There should be a trace of Orochimaru's stronghold nearby, Shenyu instructed the team. Despite Kakashi being appointed as the captain by the Hokage for this mission, Inuzuka Kaze and the other ninjas showed no hesitation in following Shenyu's directives, which Kakashi affirmed. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away at Orochimaru's experimental outpost, a ninja imbued with cursed seals abruptly opened his eyes within a large incubation chamber. His features had contorted into a visage reminiscent of Orochimaru, yet his gaze remained strikingly clear. With a lucid expression, Orochimaru shattered the incubation vessel and emerged, ready to orchestrate new plans for the experimental facility. Chapter 17, Experimental Base. Unified perspective. After a brief respite, the group followed the ninja dog, Team Aru, as they searched for Orochimaru's base nearby. It appeared that this was indeed the experimental facility of Orochimaru. HD Haruyuki managed to locate an entrance, where Team Aru also came to a halt. It seemed that Orochimaru had already departed, as no one else was in sight. Hinata Hayashi activated his Byakugan to investigate, affirming that Orochimaru had left directly. Kakashi scrutinized the door, exchanging a knowing glance with Kamiyu, who nodded in acknowledgement. Observing their reactions, the others dispersed, and upon Kamiyu unleashing a fire technique, they burst through the door. The interior revealed a hidden world, filled with an array of experimental apparatus and equipment, including grotesque evidence of human experimentation. Dried blood was scattered across the floor, while fresh pools gathered ominously, the stench of blood pervasive throughout. Severed limbs and specimens of human organs lay scattered about. As seasoned ninjas accustomed to bloodshed, the sight evoked discomfort among them. Even Waihai Kurenai stifled a gag, leaning against Kamiyu for support. Kamiyu squeezed Kurenai's hand reassuringly, signaling her not to fear. The sight of infants ensconced in petri dishes sent a wave of rage through Inuzuka Kiba, his teeth grinding and fists clenched tightly. Truly a monstrous act. Everyone, search for any valuable intelligence, Kakashi instructed. The group began to scour Orochimaru's laboratory, discovering documents both on tables and strewn about the floor, awaiting the hands of the fortunate. Rita Iwata casually picked up one of the documents. his eyes widening in shock as he read. It detailed experimental data revealing that Shimura Danzo had provided orphans to Orochimaru for research purposes. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Was this something he should be privy to? He was merely an inadequately skilled civilian genin. Yet the paper seemed to possess an irresistible allure, drawing him in page after page. 18 children, 11 boys and 7 girls, and this was just one batch. Such a staggering number. Did the Hokage truly remain unaware? At that moment, a tumult of emotion swirled within him regarding the higher-ups of Konoha, a sentiment echoed by the others who glimpsed the document. Uchiha Kazuki uncovered a list pertaining to the Sharingan experiments, the names etched upon it causing him to gasp audibly. The sound cutting sharply through the silence, encapsulating the collective dread of those present. Danzo, a prominent figure within the upper echelons of Konoha, had served as a counselor to the third Hokage, leading the root organization, and was a member of the second Hokage's guard, wielding substantial power for decades. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, was a disciple of the third Hokage and had amassed numerous followers, even having run for the position of fourth Hokage. How could those who were meant to embody the will of fire treat their own kin in such a manner? What then could this so-called will of fire truly signify? Meanwhile, Kakashi sensed something amiss upon reading the document. He lifted his gaze to find the team members silently regarding him, their lips moving as if to speak. Yet words failed them, and they sighed collectively. After a prolonged silence, Kamiyu slowly addressed the group. This matter must remain known only to us Uchiha and Kakashi. No one else can be informed, understood? Understood, came the subdued replies from the other ninjas assigned by the Hokage, their heavy hearts evident. H.D. Haruyuki, his faith shattered, struck the wall in frustration. The Uchiha clan was vast and powerful. They were aware of Kamiyu's Mangeki Sharingan and the existence of additional pairs of those eyes hidden in the shadows. The Uchiha had no reason to fear anyone. However, clans like Inuzuka and Mito were minor in comparison and could not bear such burdens. The High-GA branch family likewise dared not resist. Any dissent would not be forgiven by the main family. As for the civilian ninjas, H.D. Haruyuki and Rita Iwata, if the Hokage learned of their involvement, their futures would be bleak. Everyone, please hand over the documents to me, Kamiyu said, turning to Kakashi. As for the mission report, I will carefully consider the wording of the report. You all must refrain from discussing this further when we return, Kakashi cautioned the team members, assuring them that the mission report's details would be handled by him. Yes, they responded, the weight of the situation clearly evident in their demeanor. Noting their despondency, Kamiyu added, well then, our task is complete. Let us bury these experimental remains, and I shall take you all out for a respite this evening. Kazuki, Kiba, Shisui, lend a hand. The Uchiha nodded in agreement, rallying their spirits as they began to clean up the experimental facility, collecting the documents to hand over to Kamiyu. Kakashi approached Kamiyu quietly, inquiring, what do you plan to do with this? What can be done? Danzo has been dealt with, and Sarutobi will soon be ousted. Will these events simply fade into memory? Kamiyu snapped, fixing a fierce gaze on Kakashi. Only by nailing them to the pillar of historical disgrace can we serve as a warning to future generations. Do not act rashly. Tsunade-sama is likely to become the 5th Hokage, and I understand that damaging the Hokage's reputation could harm the village. But if we lack the courage to confront darkness to protect our comrades, what is the purpose of our village? To protect comrades? Kakashi recalled the day filled with scorn towards his father, returning home to find a pool of blood and his father lying lifeless, the short blade, White Fang, lying nearby. To protect comrades at the cost of neglecting the mission, only to be berated by those he sought to defend, his father, worn down by it all. Then, Uchiha Kamiyu. Who are you truly? By the way, Kamiyu turned slightly as he exited. I have come across some information regarding Asada Jur. If you wish to escape this confusion, visit the police department once the mission concludes. As Kakashi mulled over this, the name Asada Jur resonated within him, causing his pupils to dilate in recognition. He yearned to question Kamiyu, but before he could, the latter vanished in an instant. Rita Iwata approached, calling for him to regroup, leaving Kakashi with his questions unvoiced. The name Asada Jur would forever linger in Kakashi's memory, along with the name Kurohira Keisuke, the very individuals who had once condemned his father. What truths had Uchiha Kamiyu unearthed? The group reconvened at the entrance before setting fire to the base, courtesy of Kiba and Kazuki, as the flames consumed the facility. Night fell, and they prepared to return to their inn. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped them until they reached the most opulent dining establishment in the land of rice. Kamiyu ordered a lavish feast, accompanied by an abundance of fine wine. Initially, the team members intended to repay Kamiyu for his generosity, but he insisted they not impose upon him. Naturally, they refrained from inviting T-Kyun Haruto and Shimura Chizuku, tacitly acknowledging their differing allegiances. As the alcohol flowed, the weight of their grim emotions began to ease. Kakashi, partaking in a drink, jested, "Kamiyu, are you not aware of the 3 prohibitions for ninjas?" The so-called 3 prohibitions refer to the forbidden practices intended to prevent ninjas from falling into vice, abstaining from alcohol, extravagance, and indulgence in pleasure. The prohibition against alcohol mandates that ninjas adhere to age restrictions, and even after reaching maturity, they must drink sparingly, maintaining readiness for immediate action. This was reminiscent of Tsunade, as Kamiyu had clearly violated this rule. The prohibition against extravagance forbids excessive luxury, though Kamiyu's wealth was indeed utilized for worthy causes. The prohibition against indulging in pleasures forbids ninjas from frequenting places of ill repute, a rule that Kamiyu had also disregarded. However, let us not forget that the ninjas possess chakra, and those within the ninja realm mature at an early age. The burdens of missions and the pressures of war are immense, leading to countless individuals straying from the path. Few take this matter seriously. Kakashi, you have been observing the young prince for years. How can you dare to speak to me? Haraha. Everyone is aware of Kakashi's fondness for the young prince, prompting a chorus of laughter. Speaking of which, while Shenyu is quite the drinker, he only partakes in moderation, showing little genuine interest in alcohol, merely going with the flow. Hinata Hayashi, Hinata Kenji, and Huadao Yuan Yu exchanged glances and, seizing the lively atmosphere, raised their cups with a slight bow, saying, "Today, we are immensely grateful for the assistance of clan leader Shenyu. Otherwise, had we been bitten by a venomous snake, our lives may have been in jeopardy. Thank you very much. There's no need for thanks. We are all comrades of Konoha, and assisting one another is only natural. Regardless, we extend our gratitude to clan leader Shenyu. I shall drink this cup to the fullest, and should there arise any matters within my capacity in the future, please." As Shenyu expressed his broad perspective, memories of the day at Orochimaru's base resurfaced, leading many to silently reflect that, should they truly coexist, the Uchiha at a high level might prove to be more humane than those at the upper echelons, at least not scheming against their own like Danzo did. Just as Huadao Yuanyu was about to return to his seat, like the 2 Hinata ninjas after toasting, he was called back by Shenyu. Huadao Yuanyu. The Jonin. Chapter 18. Differentiation. Orochimaru of the Uchiha clan Hinohara-yu. Ajay Nin. My affinity for fire informs me that you may sign the Fire Element Summoning Scroll. The Fire Element Summoning Scroll? Upon hearing Kamiyu's words, Hinohara-yu's knee, which was poised to bend, halted midair. The name bestowed upon this realm is the Flaming Sky Fire Domain, one of the 4 sacred lands, inhabited by pure fire elemental beings. These beings can be infused into blades, enhance fire-based ninjutsu, or even engage in combat independently. Kamiyu elucidated, while beside him, Uchiha Kaze, wearing an irritable expression, interjected, "In the Uchiha clan, only those with merit are permitted to sign. Although I am uncertain why Lord Kamiyu has chosen you, I believe this opportunity would be highly beneficial for you." Kamiyu smiled, explaining that the summoning scroll for the Flaming Sky Fire Domain given to outsiders is merely a replica, requiring ninjas to regularly provide chakra to summon the fire elemental beings for battle. Of course, if one's chakra is insufficient, one may borrow it. However, the scroll granted to his trusted confidants and future progeny is the authentic summoning scroll of the Flaming Sky Fire Domain, which signifies a legitimate affiliation with that realm. Naturally, the fire god would provide assistance to a member, yet one must also consider the welfare of the domain, as Kamiyu employed enhanced fire techniques. The fire element conveyed to him that Hinohara-yu's chakra possessed unique characteristics that were somewhat special to the fire element. Moreover, since Hinohara-yu had just come to offer a toast, Kamiyu was naturally inclined to seize the moment. "Lord Kamiyu, the summoning scroll of the Flaming Sky Fire Domain, I. Hinohara-yu stammered, incredulous. "I, Hinohara-yu, a mere commoner, have caught the attention of the esteemed Uchiha clan leader, the fire god Kamiyu. The fire element deemed you a viable option, and I have permitted it. What is your inclination?" Amidst the gazes filled with surprise and jealousy from those around him, Hinohara-yu, unable to suppress his inner excitement, immediately followed his heart's desire and stammered, I am honored by Lord Kamiyu's regard. I am willing. And I am not an Umbu ninja. I wish to join the police force. In the future, I shall not hesitate to face any challenges." For Hinohara-yu, Despite being a commoner, he harbored aspirations of strength, unwilling to accept a monotonous life devoid of prospects. Moreover, the veil of the higher-ups in Konoha had been lifted. Should today's events become known, he would undoubtedly face repercussions without any backing. Even if he escaped punishment, suspicion would inevitably fall upon him. Thus, yielding to Kamiyu's invitation aligned with his own desires. He resolved his doubts. Although he possessed only the most rudimentary fire ninjutsu, he demonstrated a remarkable aptitude for fire techniques, lamenting only the lack of further ninjutsu to validate his abilities. Subsequently, amidst the varied expressions of those present, Hinoharayu, filled with joy and excitement, inscribed his name beneath a host of Uchiha signatures on the summoning scroll replica. Upon your return to the police force, you shall assume the role of squad leader, overseeing several ninjas, with a salary of 700,000, plus bonuses and vacation. Thank you, Lord Kamiyu. Kamiyu replied with a smile. For him, this was an unexpected delight, enhancing the strength of the Flaming Sky Fire domain. Moreover, the newly recruited Konoha ninjas in the police force were predominantly Jinin and a scant few ch-nin, with almost no j-nin. By accepting Hinoharayu, he provided commoner j-nin with another avenue of opportunity. This choice differed from other clans. The Uchiha police force was an official department of Konoha, entrusted to the Uchiha by the second Hokage Shinju Tobarama, making the recruitment of commoner ninjas entirely legitimate. Should it involve a clan, one might contemplate rebellion, but would one dare to challenge the upper echelons? Furthermore, a salary of 700,000 for a commoner j-nin, if solely engaged in missions, would yield far more, not to mention the bonuses and vacation. You possess considerable talent for fire techniques. Upon your return to the police force, procure a ninjutsu for your use. After saying this, Kamiyu addressed the other squad members. If any of you wish to join the Uchiha police force, I will personally ensure that the treatment is favorable, and there will be opportunities for summoning scrolls as well. Thank you, Lord Kamiyu. I am willing to serve the Uchiha police force till my last breath. The other squad members, witnessing Hinoharayu's declaration and Kamiyu's invitation, displayed expressions of intrigue. Particularly Iwata Ryota, whose interest was palpable. Others had backgrounds, but he did not. Hinoharayu's thoughts mirrored those of Iwata Ryota. After a moment of hesitation, Iwata Ryota resolved to stand and expressed to Kamiyu that he too was not an Umbu ninja and desired to join the police force, receiving the same terms as Hinoharayu. Given Iwata Ryota's proficiency in earth techniques, he was granted an earth ninjutsu. As for ninjutsu, the Uchiha, endowed with the Sharingan, were never lacking in techniques. Copying ninjutsu was not solely the domain of Kakashi. In a display of camaraderie, fire and wind clasped the shoulders of the two, referring to them as comrades and exchanging pleasantries about future support. As for the query regarding Kakashi's intervention, there was no concern regarding commoner ninjas without Umbu affiliation pursuing paths aligned with Konoha's institutions. Each was merely striving for their own futures, a prudent measure against potential upheavals. Reflecting on Kamiyu's words regarding his father's demise and the role of the higher-ups, he sighed, realizing that the moment had come to simply enjoy the wine. As the atmosphere grew increasingly jovial, the dining table became a tableau of abundant dishes, glasses strewn about, as each retreated to their quarters in anticipation of dawn. Upon returning to his chamber, Kamiyu slipped out through the window and ventured into a nearby forest, where a white snake emerged from behind a tree, transforming into Orochimaru. Apologies for the wait, Lord Kamiyu. Not at all. I appreciate your efforts in gathering such extensive evidence. It is a profound honor to serve you, especially since the information is indeed genuine, albeit slightly exaggerated. Finding standing tiresome, Kamiyu settled onto the ground, prompting Orochimaru to do the same. Observing Orochimaru, who spoke with lowered eyes, Kamiyu marveled once more at the terrifying prowess of Shisui's Kodo Amatsukami, which transcended ordinary jinjutsu by subtly influencing an individual, akin to a cognitive imprint. Yet, this extraordinary ability came at a cost, resulting in Shisui's left eye's cooldown period lasting over a decade, rendering the enhancement of his right eye somewhat superfluous. You shall secretly return to Konoha. I will designate an underground experimental base within the Uchiha clan's territory. As for your research, I require you to develop chakra-storing batteries and a means of long-distance communication, merely a communication device. I will send personnel to assist you, and I request that you also provide some training. Do not fret about funding. I shall supply the necessary resources and equipment. Orochimaru, licking his long tongue, smiled. It would be my pleasure to serve you. Kamiyu intended for Orochimaru to engineer various devices for the economic future of the village. Despite one's ability to question Orochimaru's gender or strength as seen in Itachi's confrontation with him, one could never doubt his unparalleled research capabilities, which Kamiyu highly valued. In terms of strength, the Uchiha possessed ample potential within their ranks. Orochimaru's research acumen in the ninja world was akin to that of Hikari from the Land of Light, making him indispensable for the future of the Uchiha. Of course, even with Konoha Tsukumi ensuring Orochimaru's unwavering loyalty, the possibility of him eventually realizing he was under its influence was not out of the question. In the original narrative, Shikamaru discovered the flaw in the technique. Thus, Kamiyu felt it was only a matter of time before Orochimaru, with his intellect, noticed something amiss. However, with Konoha Tsukumi in play, Orochimaru would at least remain compliant with Kamiyu's directives. As for who will assist Orochimaru with his research, Shenyu discovered the sage turned late-game boss while tending to the roots. It is indeed a pity that the meeting between the medicinal masters did not occur. By the way, have you brought the summoning scroll from the Dragon Cave? Yes, I have. Orochimaru handed the summoning scroll from the Dragon Cave to Shenyu, who now possessed 2 sacred summoning sites, proving beneficial for both the Uchiha clan and himself. Sir, is there anything else? Please cultivate a few cells of Hashirama for me. We can discuss the cursed seals after my visit to the Dragon Cave. Keep an eye on the Akatsuki organization for me. I wish to be informed about their intelligence, but do take care of your own safety. Understood. Thank you for your concern, sir. Well, you may return now. I shall set off for Konoha tomorrow. Tsunade is likely the 5th Hokage by now. The 5th Hokage? Haha, I see. Lord Shenyu, I will take my leave. After concluding his words, Orochimaru transformed into a wisp of white mist and departed, while Shenyu retraced his steps. Hong awaited Shenyu by the window, stepping aside to allow him entry upon his arrival. Shenyu gently caressed Hong's silky hair, asking, "Have you waited long? Why not rest first? I can't sleep without you." In Shenyu's embrace, Hong gazed at his handsome face, playfully retorting, "How did you come to be so good-looking? Is being attractive a sin? Not quite, but it certainly draws too many girls to you. Is being fickle a sin?" Shenyu chuckled softly, pondering what Hong might be thinking, as he tenderly placed her next to his heart. "If I treat you poorly, feel free to stab me here with a kunai." Listening to the rhythmic beating of Shenyu's heart, Hong felt a profound sense of safety. She understood Shenyu's ambitions and naturally wished to support the one she cherished, though she was aware of her own limitations. By the way, the fire god mentioned I could undergo the baptism of fire. The baptism of fire is an enhancement of fire elements to the body within the burning heaven fire domain. Those who undergo it gain exceptional talent in fire release techniques, receiving a boost to their fire-based jutsu, which is a testament to the fire god's acknowledgement. That makes sense if the old fire deity does not grant it. I shall demand it. Upon hearing this, Hong tightened her embrace around Shenyu and laughed. Ha ha, the fire god certainly has a good relationship with you. Indeed. I am another fire god of the burning heaven fire domain. In truth, Hong was well aware of Shenyu's kindness towards her. If it weren't for him, the fire god would not have been so courteous. Shenyu held Hong closer, softly saying, "You should get some sleep now." MM. Chapter 19. Return to the village, wavering Kakashi. After a restful night, the group gathered at dawn for breakfast before heading towards Konoha. With the assistance of Chakra, they pressed on tirelessly and anticipated their return by evening. Along the way, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizen, arrived back at the gates of Konoha. Gazing at the familiar yet somewhat altered village with a complex mix of emotions, she absent-mindedly touched the fiery red ring on her finger, which flickered to life with a small flame in response. The little flame, carrying news from that person, beckoned her to return to the village, stirring her feelings. Yet she remained uncertain on how to confront them as she ambled along the path to Konoha. It was only when an Umbu ninja approached that she learned of Shimura Danzo's demise, and after a scathing rebuke from the god of rain, the 3rd Hokage was compelled to resign. It seemed likely that upon her return, she would assume the role of the 5th Hokage. But did she truly wish to be Hokage? Tsunade pondered, grappling with her thoughts. She did not view the position of Hokage as particularly enviable. Many aspired to it as their ultimate dream and sacrificed their lives in pursuit. Just like Rope Tree, who had lost his precious life on the battlefield, leading Orochimaru to transform into an entirely different person. Come to think of it, that fellow summoned me back because he intended to confront the old man, didn't he? Tsunade had heard whispers of the dark machinations at the upper echelons, and it seemed that Danzo had received his due fate, not without reason. "Tsunade-sama has returned to the village," exclaimed a gatekeeper ninja, brimming with excitement. "It truly is Tsunade-sama. The surrounding ninjas erupted in exhilaration. Encountering such a renowned figure in the ninja world was a stroke of luck, especially for those whom she had saved in the past. Tsunade, still popular as ever, noticed Shizen smiling at the warm reception. Indeed, she replied, waving her hand in acknowledgement before beckoning Shizen to follow her towards the Hokage's office. She needed to ascertain the recent developments, prompted by the urgent letter from the old man. Her heart remained tethered to Konoha. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the Hokage's office and engulfed in smoke, was sifting through documents. He was not only tasked with managing village affairs, but also had to address Danzo's actions, the sentiments of the ninja clans regarding the Hokage position, how to deal with the Shimura clan, and the Uchiha stance all weighed heavily on his mind. He had even perused the troubling accounts of his two senior advisors. Surprisingly, Mito Kazan was compensating for a deficit, while Narashikaka seemed oblivious to the situation, prompting a shift in Hiruzen's attitude towards Mito. And he had his own explanations to provide to the village. He had already formulated his statements and was merely awaiting Tsunade's return to announce them and offer the village some clarity. As for his own retirement, he was prepared to step back but would still lend a hand should the village require his assistance. Just then, the door to the office was kicked open by Tsunade, startling Hiruzen and causing him to choke on his smoke. "Hey, old man, what on earth has happened in the village? You sent me a message?" Tsunade cough. "Next time you come in, please, cough, take it easy on my door." Shizen, standing outside, laughed at the scene, clearly startled by Tsunade's entrance. But Tsunade awaited an answer from the third Hokage. Hiruzen, shrouded in smoke, remained silent, his face obscured. Danzo attempted to assassinate Uchiha Shenyu, and while he failed, he also stole Uchiha's Sharingan and conducted inhumane human experiments in secret. Furthermore, he utilized wood release, even employing Grey Tunkel's cells to experiment on children. How could you allow such atrocities to happen to our comrades? Tsunade's fury mounted as she slammed her hands on the table, causing it to collapse, and shouted at Hiruzen. "Did you know about all this?" "Tsunade, please, calm down. I ask you again, did you know or not?" Hiruzen could not admit to knowing. Though he had indulged Danzo, he was ignorant of these specific actions. "I did not know. Did you implicitly permit Danzo to carry out these actions?" Hiruzen fell silent. And this silence conveyed the answer to Tsunade, leaving her speechless with rage. He rose from his seat. "I have indeed turned a blind eye to Danzo's actions, and I have resolved to resign from the position of Hokage to provide an explanation to the village. However, Tsunade, regarding the village's future, did you not consult Jiraiya? He is not suitable." At that moment, both were enveloped in silence. Hiruzen's thoughts drifted to Orochimaru and Minato, causing a bitter pang in his heart. Tsunade felt a turmoil within herself. She did not yearn for the Hokage position, yet the village was the culmination of her grandfather's and great-grandfather's efforts. Despite the disappointment from the past leadership, she could not forsake the village. "I will remain in the village." With that declaration, Tsunade exited, and Shizen hurried after her. Hiruzen watched Tsunade's retreating figure, feeling a twinge of guilt but simultaneously relieved to understand her choice. Tsunade cannot let go of the village either. "Tsunade-sama, where are we headed?" Shizen inquired, jogging to keep up. "To drink. But we have no money." Tsunade halted, realizing the truth. "Right, we have no money. Wait. I have an idea. Let us go to the Uchiha-san. But we already owe them money." "Fool, will he charge me? And if he does, I'll sell you to him." Shizen abruptly stopped, and Tsunade turned, surprised to see the girl blushing. "Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Stop being ridiculous." Tsunade playfully struck Shizen on the head, who quickly covered her head to avoid further injury. "Now hurry up." "Okay, all right, Tsunade-sama, that really hurt. Let it serve as a lesson." As evening descended, Shenyu and his companions returned to Konoha, weary from their journey. Upon entering the village, they bid each other farewell, each heading home. After Shenyu parted ways with Hinata, he instructed Inazuma to designate a secret base within the patrol area of the clan before dismissing the Uchiha members. He then returned to the office of the Uchiha police chief, accompanied by a slightly anxious Kakashi. Shenyu retrieved a file from a hidden compartment at the bottom of a drawer and handed it to Kakashi. "This contains information about your father's death. It is rooted in politics." Kakashi's heart raced as he accepted the file. Unfolding it would unveil the truth behind his father's demise. He stood frozen for a few moments before slowly opening the document, scanning through it rapidly, his pupils dilating and contracting in disbelief. The document detailed the records of Akira Asada and Kageyama Hayabusa, with the words eliminated noted beside their names. There was also evidence left by Orochimaru, stating that Danzo did not wish for anyone to compete for the position of fourth Hokage, and that Hiruzen's resolve had waned, fearing that White Fang would threaten his standing. This turmoil stemmed from the Fire Country's lord granting Minato the title of Hokage for his remarkable performance in the war. Yet what neither Hiruzen nor Danzo anticipated was that Minato would take his own life due to rumors, until death claims a life. The teacher only emerges to play the role of the virtuous once the matter has unfolded. Danzo has also instructed his subordinates to eliminate those two ninjas. As for the rumors, the foolish villagers are incapable of distinguishing right from wrong, and this incident will likely escape their notice. There is a detailed analysis of the divine reign above, and it is said that the esteemed White Fang relinquished his life due to the subtle slanders from the higher-ups. Our third Hokage's attentiveness towards Kakashi may stem from guilt, or perhaps it is not as generous as presumed. The act of killing a father and using the son as a pawn can only find its parallels in the absurdity of Gao Huan of the Northern Qi. Seeing Kakashi's hand tremble slightly as he clutched the documents, and the rapid rise and fall of his chest confirming the quickened pace of his heart, Shenyu approached and patted him on the shoulder. During the illustrious days of Sakuho, I did not have the opportunity to witness him much. Yet the elders of the clan spoke highly of him, describing him as a ninja embodying the venerable spirit of traditional samurai, and I share this sentiment. At the very least, we must ensure that the legacy of our predecessors remains untainted. Whether or not you are present, I, Uchiha, will uphold this duty. The Uchiha clan holds deep respect for Sakuho, and I will not tolerate any defamation of our heroes within the village. Even towards the common folk, I would strike with unwavering resolve. Konoha has been far too lenient with these unruly citizens. Outside, countless commoners would express their gratitude for even the slightest kindness. Yet within the village, alas, just as Shenyu intended to return to the clan to attend to matters, Kakashi's voice called out from behind. Thank you. Observing Kakashi's newfound composure, Shenyu gestured with a hand to indicate his understanding, leaving Kakashi alone in the office to ponder the intricacies of life. In truth, had it not been for the frailty of the circumstances, with the prowess of Hatake Tsukumo, if only he had not been a soft target, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ploy would have crumbled. Alas, such is the fate. Remaining in the office, Kakashi clenched his fists tightly, placing the documents against his chest before departing from the police department. Chapter 20 Tsunade entered the Uchiha compound and stayed the night. After Shenyu returned to the clan, Ina immediately approached him. Ina, have the regions been marked? Yes, Lord Shenyu. I have also selected some of our elders to patrol in shifts. We will expedite the construction. Good. This matter must remain confidential. Remember to choose some astute Uchihas to assist with the learning. We will also need to allocate a piece of land within the village to establish a research base. Ina scratched his head upon hearing this. Shouldn't such matters be kept discreet? Why establish one within the village? However, he decided it was best to heed his superior's words without overthinking it. Then he recalled another matter and paused before saying, Lord Shenyu, there are rumors in the village that Lady Tsunade has returned. Tsunade has returned? I see. There is someone named Orochimaru within the root organization, as well as a medical nin named Kabuto. Bring them to me. Understood. Ina replied, then went to fulfill the task. Shenyu pondered if there were any vulnerabilities lately and opened the system, which revealed expansions in influence, subjugation of Orochimaru, the enhancement of the police department, and restoration of the Uchiha's reputation, yielding him 40,000 system points. This meant he could select a bloodline limit. System, grant me wood release. Shenyu intended to exchange for wood release. It is well known that the strength of wood release, as wielded by Hashirama, stemmed from his sage body. However, the significance of wood release within Konoha was considerable. It would mitigate resistance in future endeavors. Even though the Senju clan had integrated into the village, the influence that could emerge from generations past remained formidable. Exchange successful. Host genes have now inscribed the wood release gene, with a probability of passing it on to descendants. Hereditary? What can I inherit? Current hereditary talents: Yang release talent, Yin release talent, Guardian spirit talent, Wood release talent, Fire release talent, Uchiha physique combined with a pseudo-sage body. Sharingan talent, Charismatic talent, Culinary talent, with a slight probability of reduction, dependent on the recipient's physique and luck. It sounds quite impressive. Shenyu regarded his talents with satisfaction, feeling that the decades of relentless training had borne fruit. His initial experience on the battlefield had been far from glorious. It was a realm of bloodshed and death, devoid of safety where fear reigned. Now, at last, he possessed the power to protect himself and influence Konoha, even the entire ninja world. Patting his protesting stomach, he remembered Ina's mention of Tsunade's return. If Tsunade is back, I might as well prepare a bit more food. Shenyu swiftly made his way home. Meanwhile, a tipsy Tsunade and Shizen, cradling a piglet, had arrived at the Uchiha compound. Lady Tsunade, why are we at the Uchiha compound? We have no money to pay. Did you not notice that the Uchiha did not even ask me for payment? And since we haven't had dinner, we naturally need to find a place to eat. Tsunade asserted her reasoning confidently, though Shizun felt a twinge of anxiety. We're going to eat at the Uchiha compound. To find that brat Shenyu. He cooks deliciously. The clan head, Uchiha Shenyu? Yes, stop dawdling and follow me. After setting the piglet down, Shizen had no choice but to accompany Tsunade toward the Uchiha compound. Surprisingly, no Uchiha ninja emerged to obstruct them. Instead, the Umbu following Tsunade were halted. We must follow Lady Tsunade to ensure her safety. An Umbu ninja declared, attempting to advance. Hey. The Uchiha wind, responsible for patrol duty that day, intervened to stop the Umbu, waving them away. You three are no match for me. If something were to happen, who would protect whom? Lady Tsunade or you? There is no place safer in Konoha than the Uchiha compound. Takuya. Captain, I'm here. Keep an eye on these individuals while I guide Lady Tsunade. Understood. The Umbu could only grit their teeth as Uchiha Takuya blocked their path, moving toward the clan's interior. With the sun still lingering, this action did not go unnoticed by nearby ninjas, and news of it quickly spread, stirring a commotion. Lady Tsunade, Uchiha Wind called out, slightly bowing beside her. Tsunade paused, glancing at him. Yes, you are. Uchiha Wind? Yes, I was with Lord Shenyu when I was injured, and you treated me. Where does Uchiha Shenyu reside? Please follow me. The clan head resides there. Uchiha Wind led Tsunade toward Shenyu's residence, and soon they arrived. Here it is. Bang. Uchiha Wind stared blankly at the door that Tsunade had kicked in, and at the awkwardly smiling Shizen. Realizing it was best not to linger, he quickly made his exit. Inside, Shenyu, having finished preparing the last dish, heard the sound of the door breaking. He shook his head helplessly, removed his cooking apron, and saw Tsunade, reeking of alcohol. Already seated. Long time no see. The meal is ready. Eat while it's hot. Once seated, Tsunade wasted no time, devouring the food hungrily, clearly famished. Shizen, you too. Don't hold back. Thank you. I will dig in now. After a long period of hunger, Shizen could no longer resist the enticing aroma of the steaming dishes and quickly began to eat. Shenyu, your cooking is as delightful as ever. Pass me some wine. Tsunade exclaimed amidst her meal, with Shizun nodding in agreement. During the Third Great Ninja War, it was Shenyu who had revived Tsunade's appetite with limited ingredients. It is often said that to win a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. Yet, how true it is that the reverse applies as well. Shenyu observed the oblivious duo, placing the wine he had prepared on the table before joining them to satisfy his own hunger. Food should be enjoyed in silence, and conversation should be reserved for after the meal, lest one fears an empty plate. Once satisfied, Tsunade finished the last of her wine, then reached for Shenyu's wine bottle. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, a rosy hue illuminated her face, her skin smooth as jade, her form sinking into the couch, exuding a languid charm. Shizen, having had a little wine, had succumbed to sleep on the sofa, evidently exhausted from following Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at Shizun, instantly understanding the situation. She shot a playful glare at the smiling Shenyu and spoke more seriously. What is the situation between the Uchiha and the village? A false mission from Danzo. An assassination attempt on me during the task. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village is deepening. If we do not find an opportunity to resolve this soon, it may lead to dire consequences, and I have acted accordingly. What has that old man done? He has pacified Fugaku, monitored the Uchiha, indulged Danzo, and suppressed the police department. Ugh, these issues. Tsunade raked her fingers through her hair in frustration. Seeing this, Shenyu sighed. Aren't you aiming to become the 5th Hokage? Like during the Third Great Ninja War, I would stand in front of you. Upon hearing this, Tsunade burst into laughter. Ha! You were the one who wanted to be the 5th Hokage back then. Now you have no chance. Indeed. I was supposed to be the man to become the 5th Hokage. Is that incorrect? After pondering briefly, a tipsy Tsunade glared at Shenyu in annoyance. I think Shizen has a liking for you. Perhaps I should introduce her to you. I'm afraid I still prefer the 5th Hokage. To hell with you. Tsunade kicked Shenyu with her delicate foot, and Shenyu caught the overwhelming wealth of the world with both hands. Your feet are a bit cold. Allow me to warm them for you. Tsunade had been wearing wooden sandals, which made her feet somewhat chilly. Shenyu lifted her clothing and placed her feet on his abdomen. Upon feeling this, Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and finding herself unable to escape, she resigned herself to the situation. Her fondness for Shenyu stemmed from the Third Great Ninja War, where he repeatedly stood in front of her to shield her, as well as his support during her discussions on medical reform after the war. Her appreciation for Shizune was solely due to the support she received from Kato Dan during the Second Great Ninja War, with the young rascal encouraging the Uchiha ninja to lend their support, leaving a deep impression on her. Little did she expect that after the Third Great Ninja War, now that she had matured, there would still be those who harbored ulterior motives towards her. Of course, this only attests to her unwavering charm. As she consumed more and more alcohol, Tsunade felt increasingly drowsy, her eyelids fluttering incessantly. Shenyu could not allow him, two guests to sleep in the living room. He lifted the nearly unconscious Tsunade and carried her toward his room. "What are you doing?" Tsunade mumbled sleepily. "You're too tired. I'm taking you to bed." "Hey, Yusai, forget it." Shenyu, without a hint of hesitation, thought that since he had traversed into this world, he might as well establish his achievements while enjoying a harmonious family life. "What? Morality, values? Sorry, I don't eat beef. Let's just listen to the stronger one, shall we?" For a confidant, Shenyu was unyielding in his desire for both body and heart. He tightened his embrace around Tsunade, allowing her to hear the rhythmic beating of his heart. "If I treat you poorly, you can stab me with a kunai right here." After saying this, he placed Tsunade on his bed, intending to tidy up the guest room and retire to another room to sleep, as he hadn't planned to spend the night there. However, before he could even step out, he suddenly felt a force from behind, and a figure flew out of the house, crashing through the window. What the heck? Shenyu found himself lying on the lawn several meters away, clutching his lower back, his face a picture of bewilderment as he stared at Uchiha Kaze, who also looked equally dazed while standing guard nearby. "Uchiha Kaze." Shenyu slowly stood up and addressed Kaze with a stern tone, though tinged with embarrassment. Uchiha Kaze turned his back and walked away. "The sky is so dark tonight. It looks beautiful, the moon is so full, and the air is fresh. What a lovely day." Shenyu clenched his fists in frustration. This foolishness. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, and where was the moon on a cloudy night? What a lovely day indeed. "You won't escape this time." However, Shenyu then contemplated that this was actually a good sign, indicating that she held him in her thoughts. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the raucous laughter outside, Tsunade, nestled in her blankets, couldn't help but chuckle, secretly thinking it served him right, as she snuggled deeper into her covers and drifted into a deep sleep. As for Shizune, "Shizune, I am not a person, I am your two toys." Chapter 21. The Confession of Sarutobi, the election of the fifth Hokage. Upon learning that Tsunade had spent the night at the Uchiha compound, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, contemplating the reactions of the other clans. Nonetheless, he trusted Tsunade's judgment. He subsequently instructed the Umbu to issue an announcement. Third Hokage. The Edict of Resignation from the Fire Shadow position. The spirit remains undiminished amid chaos. I have served diligently for several decades, ever fearful of the nation's decline. However, as age has taken its toll, my heart is willing but my strength wanes. Once, the fourth Hokage entrusted the future to the next generation. Yet, fate has conspired against us, resulting in chaos instigated by treacherous individuals, culminating in the Nine Tails incident. The fourth Hokage's ambitions were left unfulfilled, and I was called upon in a time of crisis, sacrificing my frail body for the sake of Konoha, paving the way for the fifth Hokage. However, there is Danzo, who betrayed our kin and sold out the village. While the blame lies with him, I too bear responsibility for my failure to oversee the situation. Now, in my old age, I lack both the strength and the face to continue in this role. Thus, I propose Tsunade, granddaughter of the first and second Hokages, a legendary Sannin, as the fifth Hokage. I urge you all to ponder this decision. Ultimately, regardless of your deliberation, the Nine Tails incident cannot be undone, and further harm to our village must not be tolerated. As I recall the day the second Hokage entrusted the Hokage position to me, the weight of our village's responsibilities pressed heavily upon me, and I dared not slacken my efforts. Yet, even the wisest may falter, and I have failed the second Hokage and all of you. As I pen these words, tears flow, and I am at a loss for words. Summary: I have toiled, and I admit my faults regarding Danzo's actions, yet I remain uncertain. I endorse Tsunade as the next Hokage, and you may act as you see fit, But do not forget that the Nine Tails incident was instigated by an Uchiha. Upon the announcement's release, ninjas and villagers alike were astonished. The third Hokage was stepping down. Was our most formidable leader really leaving? The announcement spoke of Tsunade, and I wholeheartedly support her. After all, she is one of the legendary Sannin. Furthermore, it is entirely reasonable to propose a fifth Hokage since the fourth perished due to the Nine Tails incident. And the current Hokage is advancing in years. That Danzo fellow is truly malicious. Even the Hokage was deceived. Is his name simply Danzo? What about his surname? I have never heard of such a person. The prepared jonin and clans within the village, however, were not overly surprised. Recently, the Uchiha's reputation had begun to improve, and the village's dynamics were shifting. The Uchiha clan had once been perceived as a hypothetical adversary. Yet the current circumstances were somewhat bewildering. Nonetheless, following the fifth Hokage should pose no issues. With Saratobi's endorsement, Tsunade's candidacy for the fifth Hokage had received the affirmation of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who regarded her as one of their own. As they say, the position of Hokage is synonymous with legacy. It is said that a disciple of the Hokage should become Hokage, and the son of a scapegoat should fulfill the role of a scapegoat. Only the votes of the jonin and the villagers' approval remained, which were not expected to yield any surprises. After breakfast, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizen, departed from the Uchiha compound, as the old man would soon arrive in person. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, she was informed by the third Hokage that the position of fifth Hokage had already been decided, awaiting a chosen day for the inauguration ceremony. After Tsunade's departure, Shen Yu Uchiha convened a meeting with all members of the Uchiha police force. Indeed, a meeting was necessary. The recent expansion of the police force had led to various issues. Some newly recruited ninjas hesitated to enforce the law due to complaints from villagers, while others used their authority to bully honest citizens. Following Uchiha's firm measures and negotiations, some greedy villagers ceased to provoke the police personnel. With the Hokage's complaint department no longer supporting them, they turned to harass the newly appointed members of the police force. Although the police force was providing support, those wielding enforcement powers remained cautious, struggling to adapt to their new roles. Additionally, the police force had issued regulations that some members disregarded. Accountability for wrongdoing must be enforced, and rewards for virtuous actions must be granted. Everyone, I am Shen Yu Uchiha, the captain of the Uchiha security team. Since you have joined the police force, we are comrades. I understand that many of you have only recently joined and may feel a lack of camaraderie, having faced difficulties even on your first day. However, we are the law enforcement agency. If we do not protect the legitimate villagers, who will? Will winter refrain from arriving simply because people fear the cold? Will the earth become less expansive because people dislike long journeys? Therefore, will a law enforcer neglect their duties due to the petty complaints of the unscrupulous? The ninjas exchanged glances, Shenyu's words igniting waves of contemplation amongst them, though a few remained indifferent. Kawashima Haruko, Aoki Yuna, you both demonstrated diligence in your enforcement duties, apprehending 2 rowdy drunks and 1 troublesome genin. Each of you will receive a reward of 20,000 Ryo, and your squad leader will receive 40,000 Ryo. As Shenyu retrieved the cash from the scroll, the eyes of the newly recruited ninjas gleamed with excitement. These were real banknotes, bundled together. The 2 genin, upon hearing of the reward, were elated. 20,000 Ryo was no trivial sum. It equated to a lucrative D-rank mission. Prompted by their squad leader, they hurriedly stepped forward to receive the money with both hands. I hear the Hokage's complaint department warned you? Yes, Captain Shenyu, but we did nothing wrong. I do not understand why. At this, Kawashima and Aoki grew frustrated. They had punished lawbreakers, earning praise from the Uchiha police force. So why did complaints arise from the Hokage's office? Do not concern yourselves with them. If you are in the right, their grievances will serve as your badge of honor. If punishing evil and promoting good is deemed wrong, then what remains to be right? I will stand up for you. The complaint department consists of fools. After the 2 departed, Shenyu called upon 2 others, Zanaki Makoto, Zanakiyu. The duo, believing they were to receive rewards, approached with excitement. Your positions have been terminated. Additionally, I will hold you accountable for granting preferential treatment to merchants from your family during your tenure. Furthermore, you have allowed spies to infiltrate Konoha. You have broken the law and will face severe consequences. You Shenyu Uchiha, we have the support of the Zanaki clan's senior advisors. Their voices faltered abruptly as 2 Uchiha swiftly apprehended them. Shenyu had no desire to engage in conversation with these fools. After all, why would an adult argue with a child? Naturally, fellow Uchiha would confine them. Has the Zanaki clan become so complacent that they can no longer perceive shifts in the situation? For years, they had thrived in Konoha. Yet the quality of their ninjas remained poor, unlike the Mito family, who were far superior. Consequently, the Uchiha would reclaim the benefits that had been unjustly taken from them by the Shimura and Zanaki clans. The police regulations had been issued, and strict adherence to them was expected. Patrols within each district must ensure mutual support. As you can see, the police force rewards merit and punishes transgressions. If anyone complains about you, the police force will stand by your side. I, Shenyu Uchiha, am your ally and your backing. I swear by the Uchiha clan that as long as you do not violate the law, no one can take you away. With Shenyu's declaration, the newly recruited ninjas exhaled in relief. They had support and rewards, and upholding justice necessitated their utmost dedication. Go patrol. Yes. As the ninjas of the Uchiha police bowed, the other civilian ninjas followed suit, led by their respective squad leaders to their designated posts. After the reform of the police department, each team leader became responsible for a specific area, with 2 members from each team patrolling in pairs, taking turns to rest. In the event of any issues, they would signal for support using flares. Periodically, they would rotate their assigned areas, and there were organized patrol teams for each zone. For instance, Dai's task was to patrol the entire village. Those injured in the line of duty could receive paid leave, reminiscent of certain American practices. After the meeting, Shenyu received instructions from Sarutobi Hisashi. Ha, Jisue, look, still avoiding the heavier topics, he remarked. Jisue, who entered to deliver documents, nodded in agreement, reflecting on the words passed down through 3 generations. At the time, he had not fully grasped their significance, but now many of those words seemed vague, almost self-deceptive. Regrettably, he had once believed they were for his benefit. Brother Shenyu, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lady Tsunade will be the 5th Hokage, if she assumes office. After the J-Nin class votes today, she will be inaugurated as Hokage tomorrow. That seems likely. Just wait and see. Once Tsunade becomes Hokage, the supposed rift between the Uchiha and the village will gradually dissipate. This suffices to illustrate that the so-called conflicts of the past were instigated by the higher-ups. Jisue suddenly paused, hesitating as he spoke. Brother Shenyu, regarding the Shimura and the Uchiha clans, these 2 clans are not to be underestimated. They have targeted us for a long time, especially the Shimura clan. Moreover, their actions have not been honorable. They have drained the village's resources more than once. If the Uchiha refrain from retaliating, it will only make us appear weak. They will not show gratitude for our mercy. Barbarians fear power rather than virtue. After hearing Shenyu's enlightening words, Jisue deeply resonated with them, although he felt ill-equipped to manage such matters, leaving it to Shenyu to handle through wind. It is worth mentioning that Shenyu's Hanfeng education had begun to take root among his inner circle, with confidants like Jisue adopting Shenyu's style of action, swift, precise, and ruthless. Jisue, how is your left eye? My left eye has significantly diminished in vision. I feel it will take at least another decade before I can utilize the 10 tails again. Conserve your Mangeki Sharingan's ocular power for now. In due time, I will grant you the means to restore it. Restore my ocular power? Understood, Brother Shenyu. By the way, tomorrow is Tsunade's inauguration ceremony as Hokage. Strengthen patrols and ensure no spies infiltrate the village. You will handle this personally. Yes, rest assured, Brother Shenyu. After receiving the orders, Jisue prepared to act. He could never bring himself to harm his own, but he had never shown mercy to enemies. Shenyu stood up, stretching lazily. He intended to return to his training. As Hong had no desire to be a mere ornament, he planned to venture into the forest to practice wood release. Curious to see how far he could push its limits with the enhancement of his pseudo-sage body, he also needed to hone his swordsmanship and ninjutsu. He must not become complacent until he achieved invincibility. The remaining actions would await Tsunade's assumption of the Hokage position. Chapter 22. The 5th Hokage Tsunade that afternoon. The village announced that Tsunade would succeed as the 5th Hokage, with the ceremony scheduled for the following day. The promptness of the arrangements was due to Sarutobi having released the news early that morning, especially since the Third Great Ninja War had not truly concluded, necessitating the avoidance of any unrest within the village. On the next day, when Shenyu arrived at the ceremony venue with Hong and the Uchiha clan members, a substantial crowd had already gathered below, with Uchiha members from the police force patrolling the vicinity. Shenyu, accompanied by the Uchiha, walked forward without needing to push through the throng. Both civilian ninjas and the clansmen quietly parted to create a path, the villagers doing so even more readily. Adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, The Uchiha appeared strikingly conspicuous among the crowd, drawing the attention of surrounding jonin and clan leaders. They cast curious glances towards the Uchiha clan leader, wondering about the audacity of one who dared to hold accountable after slaying Danzo. Had Danzo's actions not encroached upon their interests, the Uchiha would have met a different fate. The Uchiha remained silent, their faces devoid of expression, creating an invisible aura of pressure that permeated the area, causing the ANBU operatives to feel a sense of unease, fearful that the Uchiha might disrupt the Hokage inauguration. Only Shenyu at the forefront maintained a serene smile. Though warm, it was overshadowed by the intimidating demeanor of the Uchiha behind him, whose expression suggested they would not hesitate to act should anyone provoke them. The preparations on stage had been completed, and the higher-ups of Konoha were present, particularly Tsurugi Komar, who persistently gestured to Sarutobi Hiruzen, indicating that the Uchiha seemed to harbor ill intentions and urging the ANBU to keep a close watch. Sarutobi remained unfazed, disregarding Komar's hints. If the Uchiha had intended to create trouble, they would have done so at that moment. Their presence was likely a show of support for Tsunade, given the bond she shared with Shenyu. When Sarutobi had dispatched Shenyu to provide assistance during the war, the latter had unexpectedly formed a camaraderie with Tsunade. Although this appeared abrupt, Tsunade's ascension to Hokage would undoubtedly alleviate tensions between the village and the Uchiha, aligning with Sarutobi's intentions. He sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of regret for not being able to continue as Hokage. Perhaps it was a longing for power. In his old age, Sarutobi felt like a walking contradiction. Did he wish to remain Hokage? Yes. He did not desire anyone to threaten his position. Even Minato's ascension to Hokage was not enough to quell his yearning for authority. As the designated successor of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, he had lost the courage to protect the village and its allies, surrendering to the whims of Danzo and favoring certain families. From this perspective, he did not appear to be a benevolent figure. Yet he possessed the valor to sacrifice for the village. Regardless, the Uchiha had no grounds to act out now. What was there to fear? Even if they chose to rebel, were the ANBU and clan leaders mere bystanders? Was he, the strongest Hokage in history, not worthy of respect? While the thoughts swirled in the minds of those on stage, the atmosphere below was rather peculiar. The villagers, who had previously been animatedly discussing matters, now fell silent as if caught in the presence of a predator, especially since the police force had been rigorously enforcing law and order. As time passed, the strange tension in the air gradually eased until the ceremony commenced. The upper echelons of Konoha and several dignitaries dispatched by the Land of Fire were present to support Tsunade, with countless ninjas and villagers gathered below. Even the Uchiha making their appearance. Once the dignitaries concluded their official statements, Tsunade stepped forward, standing before Sarutobi. "Tsunade, Konoha is entrusted to you. Rest assured, old man," she replied. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tsunade donned the Hokage cloak and received the Hokage hat, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Cheers erupted, with some Konoha ninjas exuberantly raising their hands in celebration. They believed that this new Hokage, granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, apprentice to the third Hokage, and one of the legendary Sannin, would lead Konoha to new heights. Shenyu beamed even brighter, witnessing Tsunade in her Hokage attire, feeling that his dream of having her as the fifth Hokage was finally within reach. Tsunade gestured to the crowd, reflecting on her emotions. "Is it truly my turn to become Hokage, Shinjuku?" She felt a gaze upon her, and upon looking down, she met Shenyu's cheerful expression. She shot him a few admonishing glances but failed to notice her lips curling into a smile. Meanwhile, the news of Tsunade's ascension to the position of fifth Hokage swiftly reached other nations and hidden villages. After the ceremony concluded, the villagers dispersed, and Shenyu dismissed the accompanying Uchiha. He intended to bid farewell to Hong after a brief conversation, as he had affairs to attend to at the police department, including overseeing the construction progress of the experimental base and other training endeavors. However, their attention was suddenly drawn to Kakashi, who emerged unexpectedly. "Clan leader Shenyu, Hong. The Hokage requests your presence at the Hokage building." "Understood," Shenyu replied. Once Kakashi departed, Shenyu playfully pinched Hong's translucent cheek. "I have official business." Hong smiled, gently swatting Shenyu's hand away, pinching his soft flesh and pointing to her eyes, indicating that she had noticed Tsunade's gaze upon them earlier. Feigning distress, Shenyu covered the pinched area, standing up with a grin and pointing to his heart, assuring her he felt no guilt. Observing this, Hong's annoyance dissipated, and she remarked, "You go ahead. I'll head to the training grounds to practice my jutsu." "Then, see you tonight," he replied. With that, Shenyu swiftly departed for the Hokage building. Once he was gone, Hong sighed. Alas, he knows himself well. He is both fickle and devoted. The issue lies in his excellence, even after an argument. I cannot forget him. My love runs deep. He treats me well. Perhaps if I hadn't caused a rift, I could have been the only one. Curse you. Sarutobi is Suma. But then again, Tsunade was the Hokage. I grew up hearing tales of her greatness. If something were to develop between them, she would be the rightful wife. Never mind. If he dares to treat me poorly, I'll use a kunai to pierce his heart. He would have it coming. Though, given his nature, he would never shirk responsibility, yet it still left an unsettling feeling in my heart. Enough of this. Time to train. Chapter 23. The Hokage's assistant. As Shen Yu pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, he was greeted by a chaotic sight. The desk before Tsunade was piled high with stacks of documents, an overwhelming sight indeed. Tsunade, with her golden hair cascading around her, was resting her head on the table, her expression vacant. Upon noticing Shen Yu's entrance, she abruptly lifted her head, her frustration palpable as she exclaimed, "Why are there so many documents to handle?" Seeing Tsunade's exasperated demeanor, Shen Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Haraha, you find this amusing?" Tsunade, now irritated, marched over and grabbed Shen Yu by the collar, pulling him close. Their faces nearly touching. Shen Yu laughed all the more, and Tsunade's anger began to dissipate, the atmosphere shifting to one of playful intimacy. A blush crept onto Tsunade's cheeks. This was a novel experience for her. However, neither was willing to step back first until, knock, knock. "Lady Tsunade, there's another document here." Ino's voice broke the moment as she knocked and entered the office, only to be taken aback by the sight of the two almost intertwined. Tsunade, like a robot, turned her head to face Ino. Time has frozen in this bizarre realm. Ultimately, it was Tsunade who shattered the awkward silence, leading to a rather unfortunate incident where someone ended up on the floor. "Oh dear, it seems I need to train in taijutsu like Guy. I fear I may be knocked out prematurely." "You deserve it," Tsunade retorted, tightening her fist as she had just knocked Shen Yu down. She composed herself and addressed Ino. "From now on, please wait for my response before entering after knocking." "Yes, Lady Tsunade. This was an accident. The documents were delivered in haste. I must take my leave to fetch another batch." "Very well, off you go." As Ino left, closing the door behind her, she reflected on the scene she had just witnessed. Such a harmonious pair, seemingly made for each other, despite her own absence as a leading character in the narrative. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade and Shen Yu stared at each other in silence. "What is it like being Hokage?" Tsunade's mood soured again as she replied, "I've been dealing with this for 2 hours already, and Ino just brought another stack. The old man left me with nothing processed before his departure. That is to be expected. The police department typically has fewer matters. I delegated those tasks to Ryo and Fugaku. Just handle the significant issues as they arise." In contrast to the third Hokage, Shen Yu entrusted ordinary affairs to Ryo and Fugaku, merely reviewing them unless major issues demanded his attention. This was not laziness. It was a means to cultivate his subordinates' capabilities, allowing them to feel valued and motivated. Especially for Fugaku, despite a perceived decline in status, he found himself inundated with tasks, which he viewed as a form of fulfillment. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was greatly inspired, recognizing the wisdom in his approach. She then pulled Shen Yu to sit in the Hokage's chair and fetched a stool to lean on the desk. "Ahem, Uchiha Shen Yu. I hereby appoint you as my assistant to handle this mountain of paperwork." "And what about you?" Shen Yu asked, tilting his head with a wry smile. Tsunade beamed, her previous burdens momentarily forgotten. The esteemed fifth Hokage requires rest, and it is the duty of her subordinate to alleviate her burdens. With that, she promptly succumbed to sleep at her desk. Shen Yu, bemused, shook his head and retrieved a pillow from his storage scroll, placing it under Tsunade's head. Observing her sleep soundly, he sighed and picked up a pen, turning his attention to the towering stack of documents. "Well, I might as well get started. If I don't pamper her, who will?" Yet he knew he couldn't allow her to remain oblivious. After some contemplation, he found the solution in the annals of history. "I'll draft the documents and wait for her to review them upon waking." With resolve, he began to tackle the Hokage's responsibilities. Thus, a scene unfolded. A gentleman clad in traditional Uchiha garb swiftly processing documents, occasionally glancing at the golden-haired beauty beside him, sound asleep and drooling, utterly devoid of dignity. During this time, Ino knocked and entered once more, surprised to find Shen Yu diligently working. At his gesture, she quietly placed the documents down, careful not to disturb Tsunade's slumber. For Tsunade, Today's Hokage duties had proven to be quite exhausting. She, who usually enjoyed over 10 hours of sleep, had risen unusually early, a clear indication of her sleep deprivation. Meanwhile, Shenyu, amidst the paperwork, uncovered numerous flaws in Konoha's policies. As the sun reached its zenith and an hour passed, Tsunade finally lifted her head, a drool mark evident on the pillow, her golden locks in disarray as she blinked vacantly at Shenyu. It wasn't a refreshing awakening, but rather a sign of hunger. "Are you asleep?" Shenyu noted, also having succumbed to slumber at his desk. Tsunade, exasperated, leaned her head down, contemplating how she wished he would cook for her. She craved his culinary delights, which were distinctly different from restaurant fare, as he often referred to it as Han cuisine. He prepared dishes such as earthly delicacies, chicken stewed with potatoes, embellished tofu, reunion meatballs with quail eggs, and red bean delight, a sweet red bean soup. Enough of this. It only makes me hungrier. Tsunade tilted her head to observe Shenyu, silently extending her hand. To think, he is quite handsome. No wonder so many girls are infatuated with him. Yet, I am his senior, and he wouldn't dare seek my affection, would he? Just then, Shenyu unexpectedly grasped Tsunade's hand, startling her. Before she could react, he had drifted back to sleep. Unable to free herself, Tsunade fumed. "You, as the Hokage's assistant. Have you completed your tasks? How dare you sleep? I have finished them. Can you not see the desk is devoid of papers?" "My Hokage," Shenyu replied, his face resting on her hand, gazing at her with a mixture of resignation and amusement. "Get up at once. I am starving. I demand food." "Oh dear, the Hokage can go out to eat. A subordinate has duties to fulfill." Unable to withstand Shenyu's playful sarcasm, Tsunade remarked, "Where did you learn such insolence? Are you attempting to usurp authority?" "That is not entirely out of the question," Shenyu chuckled, leaning back cautiously to avoid a blow from the frowning Tsunade. "I will prepare a meal. I have already processed the documents. Would you like to review them?" However, Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "No need to review. Just follow the protocols of the Hokage's assistant. Trust those you employ, and do not doubt them. As for the financial issues." Tsunade understood well the nature of her predecessor's friends and, with seriousness, addressed Shenyu. "After we eat, do not leave. I have called for a meeting regarding high-level personnel adjustments. You will assist me. I am well aware of the medical department. There are some issues with the transfer advisor, but I have not detected any discrepancies within the finance department," Shenyu replied, addressing Tsunade's concerns. "Vitamin N is quite astute. He likely began filling vacancies before your tenure. He possesses considerable skill and can be utilized for the time being. I intend to delegate half of the personnel authority within the police department to you. Any more than that may incite some discontent within the clan, albeit unvoiced. This would not bode well for you. Furthermore, the police department is predominantly staffed by members of the Uchiha clan who possess considerable experience. Also, do you truly wish for me to serve as your aide to the Hokage? I am quite weary. I beseech you to grant me reprieve." Tsunade, initially attentive, seemed to be enveloped by a dark cloud as Shenyu shifted the topic, her brow furrowing with discontent before suddenly breaking into a broad smile. "My esteemed aide to the Hokage, I hereby entrust you with future affairs, including my daily sustenance, as well as my basic needs. I protest against all of the above. My dear Shenyu, your protests hold no weight. I am the Hokage. You will come to regret this, Tsunade. Der slams, hurry and prepare the meal. I shall sleep a little longer." Chapter 24. Adjustments in Konoha's higher echelons due to the time constraints. Shenyu prepared several dishes, albeit in large quantities, to accommodate Tsunade's hearty appetite, which was notably amplified by her in-sealing technique. In the original narrative, Tsunade single-handedly consumed the entire stock of food in the Hokage building. Likewise, Shenyu possessed a formidable appetite, a consequence of his excessive chakra. Kakashi Hitaki remarked, "Do not offer me any, I am free from such concerns." During the meal, Tsunade devoured dozens of bowls, and whenever Shenyu glanced her way, he was met with her fierce glare. "What's wrong? Do you find the portions excessive?" she challenged. "No, I can afford to feed 100 if need be," he retorted. "You dream too grandly. You think you could manage 100? No, I don't require your support." In the afternoon, upon their arrival at the Hokage conference room, Tsunade and Shenyu found that the two Hokage advisors and Narashikaku were already present, along with the invited Hinata Hayashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and another member of the Inazuka clan, Yamanaka, while Kakashi and Akimichi Torafu were notably absent. As soon as Hayashi and Fugaku entered the meeting, They realized they were to witness the reshuffling of the new Hokage's appointments. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Tsunade wasted no time in announcing her decision. The purpose of today's gathering is to announce some personnel changes. I appoint Uchiha Shenyu as my assistant. Wait, I object. Uchiha Shenyu cannot serve as Hokage's assistant. Tsunade was abruptly interrupted by the elder Tsunade Kamachi, whose tone was filled with an undeniable authority, leaving the attendees bewildered. Was this truly the Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku, who had initially trembled with anticipation at the thought of his clan returning to Konoha's upper echelons, instantly changed his expression upon Kamachi's rejection, casting a dark glare her way, his upper face shrouded in shadow, his eyes burning with a desire to obliterate her. Oh, and what does your disapproval matter? I am the Hokage. Do I need an assistant, or do you? Furthermore, the role of the Hokage's assistant is to aid me in various matters. In terms of strength, do you doubt that the shinobi of the flame and the Manjiki Sharingan are adequate? As for Shenyu's capabilities, I have witnessed them firsthand, Tsunade asserted. A hint of ire creeping into her voice as she addressed Kamachi. Feeling the shift of support, Kamachi grew anxious, as her usual tactic of suppressing the Uchiha clan seemed to falter. Moreover, recent tensions with the Uchiha had left her wary. Allowing Shenyu to ascend would be disastrous. She frequently glanced at Midogate, seeking her old friend's backing, but he remained silent, understanding the adage that a new ruler brings new ministers. Regrettably, Kamachi failed to grasp this, clinging desperately to the privileges she enjoyed in the village, unwilling to relinquish her grasp on power. Why do you presume that, Shenyu? Who possesses greater strength can be easily manipulated? Do you think Tsunade, the Hokage, is so easily swayed? Is your confidence derived from the late Minato's legacy? Had the fourth Hokage lived a few more years, both of us would have been dismissed long ago. It seems Kamachi has not learned from her failures, Tsunade thought bitterly. I am a Hokage advisor and have the right to voice my objections. Kamachi insisted. Very well, from this moment on, you are no longer an advisor. I hereby revoke your position as both Hokage advisor and head of the medical department, Tsunade declared, slamming her palm on the table, her fury palpable. I have not even begun to address your conduct during your tenure. How dare you raise your voice against me when your life is at stake? Struck as if by lightning, Kamachi turned to Midogate, who discreetly tugged at her sleeve, refraining from defending her. At this juncture, the atmosphere had soured, and Kamachi's futile protests only exacerbated her situation. As the silence enveloped the room, it became apparent that Kamachi had accepted her loss of status. Sitting despondently in her seat, her expression so forlorn that one might mistake her for a victim of tyranny, Tsunade, equally incensed, justified her actions. During Kamachi's tenure as medical department head, a portion of medical funding has mysteriously vanished, with village finances siphoned for personal gain. What purpose does it serve to keep her? Shall we allow her to continue draining the village's resources? Hearing this, Kamachi attempted to defend herself but fell silent under the scrutinizing gazes of her peers, unable to articulate a rebuttal. The remaining members of the assembly maintained a stoic demeanor, observing the unfolding drama with detached interest. With a sigh of relief, Tsunade proceeded with the personnel adjustments. Uchiha Shenyu is appointed as Hokage's assistant, concurrently overseeing the police department. I shall temporarily manage the medical department. Nara Shikaku will continue as head of the Jonin class, and Midogate will serve as Hokage advisor. Kakashi Hitaki will head the Umbu. Hokage-sama, what about the finance department? Shenyu interjected, seizing the opportunity to curry favor with Tsunade. The finance department requires an experienced individual who is loyal to their position and will not embezzle from the village, he continued. Midogaten's heart raced, by the sage of six paths. I have rectified all loopholes and will ensure my clan remains steadfastly loyal to the Hokage and the village. Should I engage in further corruption, I shall forfeit my own hand. Then let Midogate remain as the head for the time being, Tsunade concluded. Understood, Hokage-sama. Thank you for your trust. Midogate responded, suppressing his excitement, rising to bow before resuming his seat. Meanwhile, Kamachi, witnessing her old friend retain his status, felt a twinge of resentment. Does Midogate not receive any compensation? She pondered, yet she remained silent, recognizing that voicing her discontent would only jeopardize his position. The clan heads present observed Tsunade's emphasis on Uchiha Shenyu, contemplating ways to cultivate their relationships. Recently, the atmosphere surrounding the Uchiha had shifted dramatically, with Shenyu even taking charge of the orphanage, a testament to his compassionate nature. Especially Uchiha Fugaku. who was now thoroughly convinced of Shenyu's capabilities after his appointment as Hokage's assistant. If Sasuke is already 6 years old, and Shen Yu is acknowledged as a master of fire release with a Manjiki Sharingan, how fitting this is. If Shen Yu is willing, let him become Sasuke's teacher. If there are no objections, let us conclude. Meeting adjourned, Tsunade declared, striking the table as she made her exit. After the meeting, Shen Yu exchanged pleasantries with Tsunade before heading to the police department to attend to affairs. Wait, if you are handling the police department, what of my responsibilities? She inquired. I've signed off on most matters. You can review the rest yourself, he replied. As Hokage's assistant, it is my duty to alleviate your burdens. Just inform me of any significant issues. Ah, so I am to be your free laborer? Do you trust me so implicitly? Shenyu sighed. What? You are unwilling? If you dare to deceive me, Tsunade warned, brandishing her fist, should you utter a refusal, my fist shall descend upon you. Ha 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 ha. Shenyu erupted into a hearty laugh, embodying the spirit of the Uchiha. I would never. Chapter 25, Kabuto Yakushi. Meanwhile, outside the village of Konoha, Kabuto Yakushi returned. Weary from several days of travel. Years ago, he had been coerced by Shimura Danzo, who threatened to withhold funding and safety assurances for the orphanage run by his mentor, Yakushi-nan. Overhearing this, Kabuto was thrust onto the path of espionage. Further complicated by Orochimaru's interest in him after he had treated the latter during the Second Great Ninja War, a proposition Kabuto had declined. Now, having succumbed to despair after personally killing his mentor, he found no solace in aligning with Orochimaru. Upon receiving intelligence from the Root organization, he hurried back, only to be perplexed by the Cinder's apparent indifference to the information regarding Iwagakure, instead expressing a peculiar interest in his own safety. Kabuto was skeptical of Danzo's genuine concern for him, especially as the curse mark of the tongue root had begun to fade, indicating Danzo's likely demise. Moreover, the intelligence he gathered revealed that Danzo had ambushed Uchiha Shin, only to be countered and killed. Alongside news of Tsunade's ascension as the fifth Hokage and other dubious activities orchestrated by Danzo, including wood release, Sharingan, and human experimentation, the thought of these experiments made him clench his fists, for he was acutely aware that many of the orphans subjected to such horrors likely hailed from his own orphanage. They deserved to die, and their passing seemed all too effortless. The message had originated from the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shin, who had acquired the Manjiki Sharingan after Uchiha Obito's death. It was likely a tip-off received during a raid en route, prompting him to return. Upon his arrival, he immediately sought news of the orphanage, only to be astounded by the revelation that the Uchiha clan was engaging in charitable acts and had taken over the orphanage. Was it possible that Uchiha Shin was, in fact, a benevolent figure? It was Shin who had facilitated the clan's support for the orphanage, allocating funds for renovations and significantly increasing the intake of orphans from the village, compelling Kabuto to return and investigate. Most crucially, he was drawn back by thoughts of the director. Resolute, he registered and entered. The moment he stepped into Konoha, his feet hurried towards the orphanage, the very place he had longed to return to during his time as a spy, a place that lingered in his dreams. However, upon arrival, he found himself hesitant to recognize it. The orphanage had transformed beyond his recollection. He vaguely remembered a collection of dilapidated wooden houses, rotting and ramshackle, with elderly caretakers struggling to provide for the children. Living conditions had been cramped, the interiors starkly bare, with constant worries over insufficient food and clothing. The only genuine warmth came from the director and the caretakers. Yet now, the wooden structures loomed tall and spacious, echoing with the laughter of children. An elderly man, garbed in Uchiha attire, dozed at the entrance, a long blade cradled in his arms. Though his age suggested frailty, Kabuto sensed a formidable presence. Even a slight movement towards him would likely be detected. Above the grand wooden door, the Uchiha crest gleamed, a testament to their protection over this place. With Uchiha patrols monitoring the surroundings, suddenly, a voice interrupted Kabuto's reverie, sending a chill down his spine. Have you been lingering at the orphanage entrance for quite some time? Are you harboring intentions? Stepping from the shadows clad in combat attire was Shisui, sent by Shin to oversee matters related to the orphanage. Daily, he witnessed the children's joy, and given his nature, he was eager to invest himself in their welfare. Furthermore, Shin had even encouraged Uchiha children to participate, ensuring that once the orphanage children began school, the stigma and misunderstanding faced by the Uchiha clan would significantly diminish. Shisui was deeply impressed by Shin's simple yet effective idea, realizing that following such a leader could lead to a brighter future. Thus, Shisui was resolute in protecting the orphanage, and when he sensed someone lurking near the entrance, He instinctively grasped his blade and approached. "I am a former resident of this orphanage. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, and I harbor no ill intentions." Upon hearing Kabuto's explanation, Shisui understood, recalling that he had dispatched the message to Yakushi Non, the director. "You are Kabuto Yakushi? I am Uchiha Shisui. And the message you received was sent by me." "Indeed, I am most grateful." Kabuto bowed slightly in appreciation, to which Shisui responded with a friendly pat on Kabuto's shoulder. "No need for such formality. Would you like to step inside? That would be most kind of you." With that, Shisui led Kabuto towards the orphanage entrance. As they approached, the elderly Uchiha man suddenly sprang up, blade drawn. "There is an unfamiliar chakra here. Strangers are not permitted to enter." Shisui quickly interjected, "Grandfather IWA, this man is a former resident of the orphanage and means no harm." Uchiha IW scrutinized Kabuto with his piercing yet cloudy eyes, the gray irises adorned with two tomo, leaving Kabuto astonished. Two tomo guarding the entrance? After a lengthy appraisal, IWA, relying on his extensive experience, discerned that Kabuto bore no resemblance to his past enemies, yet remained cautious. "Come, I will accompany you inside." Uchiha IWA sheathed his blade, opened the door, and led the way into the orphanage. "Have I frightened you? My son and daughter-in-law perished in the war, leaving behind a 2-year-old grandson. Now, that grandson works as a clerk in the police department. The clan leader reassigned him here to supervise the orphanage, which he now regards as his home to protect." As Shisui guided Kabuto to follow IWA, a group of children burst from the cafeteria, their laughter echoing through the air. Among them, a Uchiha-clad man stood nearby, his face a mix of annoyance and concern, ready to catch any child who stumbled. Several older children, recognizing IWA and the two newcomers, rushed over, clamoring for attention, while IWA, feigning irritation, welcomed them into his embrace. "Grandfather IWA, why are you all running so fast? If you fall, you'll waste our precious Uchiha medicine. I truly do not understand why the clan leader provides you with the finest and most expensive care. You should be exposed to the hardships of war and learn." Having experienced hardship, the children understood who cared for them, obediently lowering their heads in response to IWA's reprimands, while Shisui watched with a silent smile, appreciating Iwa's tough exterior masking a tender heart. Soon, Shisui began to show Kabuto around every corner of the orphanage, from the cafeteria to the dormitories, kitchen, security, and training grounds, explaining that children with ninja potential would enter the ninja academy without being obligated to serve the Uchiha clan. Those without such abilities would engage in small businesses or clerical work to sustain their families. Kabuto surveyed the surroundings, noting the profound improvements. His years as a spy had taught him that the Uchiha clan was not engaged in deception, and Shisui, the man before him, genuinely cared for the orphanage. "Shisui-san, I am immensely grateful for your dedication to the orphanage." Kabuto bowed deeply in appreciation. "There is no need for such formality. I also have a fondness for children. Nurturing their growth is our duty as Uchiha," Shisui replied as he gently helped Kabuto back up. "Duty, you say?" Deep in thought, Do reflected on the concept of duty, how absurd it seemed in this chaotic and brutal world of shinobi, where even children could be thrust onto the battlefield. This sense of responsibility truly felt rare and precious. "Ah, the clan leader mentioned that upon your return, he wishes to meet you. It would be an immense honor to meet Lord Shenyu." "Very well, I shall take you to him. Brother Shenyu should be attending to matters at the Department of Public Safety." As Shisui prepared to lead Do towards the department, they nearly collided with a woman adorned in a white hat, her golden hair cascading beneath a veil. Do inexplicably halted, gazing at her. Noticing Do had stopped, the golden-haired woman turned towards him and nodded before passing by. "What is the matter?" Shisui inquired, observing Do's pause. "Oh, it's nothing. I just momentarily lost my train of thought," Do replied hastily, resuming his pace while questioning himself about the sudden halt. Who was that golden-haired woman? She seemed oddly familiar. Had I been longing for the orphanage too much? Unbeknownst to him, he had just crossed paths with the very head of the orphanage he cherished, failing to recognize her due to the veil. Meanwhile, Yakushi Nanoyu did not recognize Do either, as the photograph provided by Shimura Danzo was inaccurate. Their fates were originally destined to converge in despair next year in Awagakure, leaving only hopelessness for Do. Yet now, the unexpected intervention of Shenyu had interrupted this grim conclusion. Chapter 26. Immerse yourself in the illusions of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. After attending to various matters, Shenyu bid farewell to Tsunade and returned to the police department's office. As they parted, Tsunade reminded him to prepare a meal. Fortunately, Hong was set to embark on a mission in the coming days, unwilling to indulge in a lavish feast. She remained quite concerned about the task completion rate. With the fire element summoning scroll in hand, Shen Yu was unconcerned for her safety. The fire god would never allow his chosen to come to harm, as that would incite his wrath. The clan of fire, Burning Sky Fire Domain, was notoriously irritable. Of course, those who took shortcuts never cared much about such matters. Hong did, and thus Shen Yu would indulge her, eventually securing her a position where they could see each other daily. Though both were well acquainted, Shen Yu found himself troubled by how to navigate their relationship. He could endure the physical pain endured on the battlefield, yet the emotional scars were far more challenging to mend. Just look at Obito, a once great child transformed by the torment of his psyche. Creak. Shen Yu looked up to see Izumi peering in with a rosy face. What is the matter, Izumi? Is there something you need? He smiled, feeling fondly toward her, recalling how kind her mother had been to him during his youth. Brother Shen Yu. Brother Shisui has brought Yakushi Kabuto with him. Oh, Kabuto has arrived? Shen Yu inquired. Yakushi Nanoyu must be close behind. Izumi nodded, stating that Nanoyu had indeed entered the village and was currently at the orphanage, guided there by Brother Tetsuhibe. Very well, please invite Kabuto in. Understood. Izumi closed the door and stepped outside to summon Kabuto. As Kabuto approached the entrance of the Uchiha police department, he took a deep breath, realizing that his future, along with the directors, might rest in Shen Yu's hands. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by Shen Yu, who was engrossed in reviewing documents. To Kabuto's surprise, Shen Yu appeared as youthful as the intelligence reports had indicated. Indeed, he was quite handsome. No wonder he was described as such in the reports. There was a gentle exterior, yet an unmistakable intensity lurked beneath. Shen Yu resembled a cozy hearth in winter, inviting yet fierce. Provoke him, and one would face an overwhelming storm of fury. As Shen Yu slightly lowered the documents to reveal his eyes, Kabuto noted that he indeed resembled his animated counterpart. Though he appeared somewhat inexperienced and lacked the resolve of the original character due to his untested despair, Shen Yu's meticulous approach stemmed from the original narrative, where Kabuto was not only confident but also exhibited research capabilities on par with Orochimaru, possessing a kind heart that made him a formidable opponent for Tsunade, an alluring prospect. Lord Shen Yu, Kabuto stepped forward, bowing slightly. It was customary for the weaker to show respect to the strong, was it not? You are Yakushi Kabuto, correct? No need to be nervous. Have you visited the orphanage? The gentle tone allowed Kabuto to relax. It seemed this fiery deity had no intention of making things difficult for him. I have, and I sincerely appreciate Lord Shen Yu's support for the orphanage. Thank you immensely. Kabuto bowed once more, genuinely expressing his gratitude. Shen Yu waved his hand dismissively. I have merely done what I could. In times of hardship, one must cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one must aid others. Is that not so? Kabuto was momentarily taken aback. Such sentiments were unheard of in his life. Aid others, indeed? In the ninja world, when would there be a time when no child would be left orphaned? Shen Yu rose and gazed out the window, watching the sun set beyond the horizon. The dying rays cast a warm glow upon his attire, and to Kabuto, Shen Yu's figure appeared almost monumental. Kabuto stood rooted, at a loss for words. In his world, merely safeguarding an orphanage required every ounce of his strength. How could he possibly protect others who shared his tragic fate? Fortunately, the door swung open suddenly, pulling him from his thoughts, yet it ushered in another wave of bitterness. Director? Kabuto dismissed Shisui, who followed in, and focused on the golden-haired woman entering. Although she bore more sorrow in her eyes and her face had changed significantly since their last encounter, he recognized her immediately. Yakushi Nanoyu, upon hearing Kabuto call her director, shed tears as memories of their encounter at the orphanage flooded back. However, not recognizing him, she smiled warmly and respectfully addressed Shen Yu. Lord Shen Yu. Two nods filled with smiles were, in themselves, inquiries of, who are you? Stirring deep tremors within Kabuto. Director, have you forgotten me? Just as everyone gathered, Shen Yu pondered how one who had never experienced pain could accompany him in the pursuit of happiness. The two turned to Shen Yu, their expressions filled with confusion, only to behold the mesmerizing kaleidoscope of Sharingan, a trio of interconnected tomo. Immerse yourselves in the illusions of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Unaware of the impending trap, the two stepped into the meticulously crafted illusionary world designed by Shen Yu. Shen Yu blinked, shedding a few tears that moistened his parched eyes. Having drawn upon substantial ocular power without bleeding was a small mercy. Brother Shen Yu, are you all right? Shisui inquired, concern evident in his voice. I am fine. My yang energy is mending my ocular strength, though extracting so much power leaves me feeling somewhat hollow. Shisui, puzzled, remarked, Brother Shenyu, why not allow me to cast the illusion? To him, it seemed Shenyu had invested excessive effort into this endeavor. Was it truly necessary? Your ocular strength has waned significantly, and you are unaware of the despair they are about to face. How could you possibly create such a scene? For Shenyu, manifesting the original narrative was a straightforward task. Yet the illusion's level must be high. Otherwise, the two would sense something amiss, diminishing its impact. Shisui's ocular strength had suffered greatly after utilizing the heavenly deception, rendering him incapable of constructing a vast mental realm. If you harbor doubts, then come with me and witness for yourself. Only by witnessing others' despair can one truly cherish their own happiness. Is that not so? Indeed, Brother Shenyu, Shisui replied. Since Shenyu had encouraged him to broaden his horizons, he had been diligently observing, learning, and questioning. The more experiences he accumulated, the more stability and caution he naturally developed. Do not resist. The trio of interconnected Tomo Sharingan locked onto Shisui's gaze, and without any resistance, he was swiftly drawn into the world of illusions. Chapter 27. The Illusory World. In the illusory world, Do pressed himself against the rocky earth, cloaked in yellow camouflage, eavesdropping on the sounds emanating from the houses nestled against the mountainside. The land of Earth, characterized by its rugged terrain, birthed a nation amidst desolate cliffs, giving rise to a Wagakure. The vast expanse of rocky mountains formed a natural barrier, causing any large ninja forces that ventured in to slow their pursuit due to unfamiliarity with the landscape, or they might suffer casualties. Falling victim to ambushes that exploited the terrain, Do had been assigned a mission from the root, tasked with stealthily gathering intelligence from a small settlement within the borders of the land of Earth, specifically within the confines of a Wagakure. The esteemed Jonin Akatsuchi was stationed here on the orders of the Tsuchikage, accompanied by various other ninja squads patrolling the border. To mitigate risks, Do had already been lying in wait for half a day. Akatsuchi, responsible and diligent, had led his team to survey the terrain early in the morning, returning only by dusk. The discussions taking place within the house concerned the intelligence Do sought. Did the personnel changes along the border indicate that Iwagakure had new objectives regarding Konoha? Fresh news from the Leaf revealed that they had elected the 5th Hokage, the legendary Sannin Tsunade. Oh, so the new Hokage, having just assumed office, surely lacks the stability of her predecessor. Moreover, wasn't that shadow of Konoha dealt with by the Avatar of Fire? Wouldn't that be advantageous? With one less high-level combatant in Konoha, we could seize the opportunity to strike at the Land of Fire. At this revelation, most of the IWA ninjas cast eager glances at Akatsuchi. The fertile lands of the Land of Fire were a dream for the rock-dwelling ninjas, accustomed to arid soil. Countless skirmishes and 3 major wars had been fought with the goal of acquiring the vast, bounteous lands, ensuring a better environment for their descendants to thrive. Yet, Akatsuchi's expression darkened, for Konoha had gained a factor that troubled the Tsuchikage. Our spies within Konoha had reported the emergence of Mokutan. Mokutan? The IWA ninjas were taken aback. Wasn't Mokutan thought to have perished with the first Hokage? It had been years since anyone had heard of an awakening of such a power. However, if Mokutan truly resurfaced, the deterrent power of the first Hokage remained, instilling a deep sense of dread. Indeed, the news relayed by Konoha's senior spies indicated that Mokutan had manifested in a member of the Anbu, specifically from the Uchiha clan. Do, eavesdropping from outside, felt a haze of confusion. Who was the shadow of Konoha? Mokutan? It was as if an unseen force obstructed his understanding. Suddenly, Akatsuchi halted mid-sentence, casting a sharp glance towards the outside. Wait, who was out there? Doton, IWA Bash. Realizing he had been compromised, Do leapt into the air, evading the earthen spikes that shot up from the ground, and swiftly dashed towards his predetermined escape route. Fury surged within Akatsuchi as he shouted at his subordinates. Bakayaru, a spy has infiltrated here. What are you all doing? Go after them now. Do, unwilling to engage in battle, relied on his prior knowledge of the terrain, attempting to shake off the pursuing IWA ninjas. After dispatching 2 of them, he realized their understanding of the landscape far surpassed his own, making escape toward the border highly improbable. Thus, he resolved to retreat. The eager IWA ninjas split into several teams, scouring the valley, sending word to the border patrol that someone was heading that way. When Akatsuchi regrouped with the border squad, he discovered that Do had managed to release his prey while losing 2 of his own men in the process. The pressing question remained, had Do escaped or retreated back? Akatsuchi leaned toward the ladder, confident in the border patrol's meticulousness. What a disgrace. Akatsuchi angrily plunged his ninja blade into the ground. Inform that Tsuchikage that we have spies from other villages infiltrating the land of Earth, and we must pursue them. A spy dared to listen for intelligence right beside my meeting place. What a humiliation. Filled with frustration over the leaked information, Akatsuchi pondered how he would face the Tsuchikage, knowing he had failed his expectations. Meanwhile, Do, retreating back into a secluded valley, was exhausted from his run, having depleted much of his stamina and chakra. He needed a moment to rest. Moreover, he had many questions swirling in his mind. How had he been discovered despite his careful concealment? And what of that chakra from behind him? Do adjusted his glasses and opened the pocket watch given to him by the headmaster. Was it 9 o'clock already? If he were still at the orphanage, it would soon be time for bed. A faint smile graced his lips as he sank back into contemplation, when suddenly, a kunai flew from the shadows, followed by a figure rushing towards him. Finally willing to show yourself. Prepared. Do deflected the kunai, while simultaneously striking at the approaching figure. The golden-haired woman, caught off guard by Do's readiness, took the blow directly. Blood pooled beneath Shenyu as she collapsed, her veil falling away to reveal her face. Upon recognizing her, Do's pupils dilated in shock, unable to contain his disbelief. Headmaster? Headmaster! Do sprinted to Shenyu's side, employing the medical ninjutsu he had mastered. How could this ambush have been perpetrated against the headmaster? His strike had been aimed directly at her vital points. As he tended to her, Shenyu, enduring excruciating pain, looked at him in confusion and asked, "Who are you?" Dazed by the question, Do was about to respond when she lost consciousness. With tears streaming down his face, Do intensified his healing efforts. But the green light of his chakra could not close the gaping wound, much like the elusive woman he sought. No, Headmaster. Headmaster, believing that she could not see him, Do removed his glasses and placed them on her. Coughing violently, Shenyu expelled a mouthful of blood. Awakening to see Do, who was exhausting his chakra for her sake, and with the last of her strength, she uttered the words that plunged Do into despair. Who are you? Before he could respond, Shenyu breathed her last, collapsing in Do's arms. I am Do. Headmaster, I am Do? Do cried, tears flooding his face as he stared helplessly at the most important person in his life slipping away. Why did the headmaster, who had cared for him since childhood, not recognize him? Why did she have to die in his hands? Memories of her nurturing presence flooded his mind. Had he changed so much, or had she forgotten him? Exhausted from weeping, Do's voice turned hoarse as he cried out to the heavens, "Die Shite?" A voice emerged from the shadows. Because of Root. Shimura Danzo never intended for either of you to survive. Who are you? Shenyu emerged from the darkness, walking slowly forward. What do you mean by that? The Root provided Shenyu, your headmaster, with a false photograph of you. Naturally, she would not recognize you. Furthermore, your spy mission was executed too well. Information is a crucial asset for a nation, and Danzo would never allow you to live. So, you are a Root ninja sent to eliminate the aftermath? Do seized a kunai, charging at Shenyu, slashing repeatedly in an attempt to rend his form into fragments. Shenyu allowed Do to unleash his pin-up fury, his form transforming into flames that scattered and reformed, stepping forward once more. So, have you lost your sense of self now? Do you not dare seek revenge against Shimura Danzo and Root? Do you not dare to return to the orphanage and care for the children who share your fate? I can comprehend your suffering. However, as long as you are alive, there remains the possibility of stepping into a brighter future, does there not? It is only by growing stronger and addressing the gaps that we can prevent such tragedies from recurring, is it not? If you find yourself without a path, then come with me. I shall aid you in your quest for vengeance. From this moment forth, I shall be your superior, your brother, your family. So, will you accompany me? Doming raised his head to gaze at Shenyu, his eyes brimming with a thirst for revenge and a plea, akin to a drowning person grasping for their last straw. I am utterly at a dead end. Chapter 28. Yakushi Kabuto. I am willing to follow you. The exhilaration of Uchiha. No, the path you wish to tread has been preserved for you. Among countless timelines, you are the only one I could save. Consider yourself fortunate. For the others did not encounter me and are less fortunate than you. Upon hearing this, Kabuto lifted his head, gazing at Shenyu in confusion. Sir, you. As his words trailed off, Kabuto witnessed the space around him collapsing into fragments, vanishing into the void. He glanced at his hand, which disintegrated like shredded paper, carried away by the wind. In the real world, Kabuto abruptly opened his eyes, the intelligence he had eavesdropped from Akatsuki suddenly crystallizing in clarity, allowing him to comprehend why he had been unable to understand Akatsuki's words. It was an illusion, that director. Kabuto turned to see Yakushi Nanyu, her eyes stained with tears yet smiling at him, having witnessed everything that transpired after her death in the illusion. This was the Kabuto whom she had longed for, day and night, yet regrettably, they were strangers to one another. Director, Kabuto exclaimed. The two embraced, 5 years of separation culminating in a perfect reunion. Shisui, watching the pair, felt a twinge of bittersweetness. Shenyu, once again, you have saved those tormented by fate. Cursed be Shimura Danzo. I should have never trusted that old serpent. Shisui once more questioned his own intelligence from that time. After a moment of calm, both turned their gazes toward Uchiha Shenyu. A sense of satisfaction washed over Shenyu. Having fulfilled his own dream while ensuring that others could realize theirs, he tossed a file into Kabuto's hands, revealing a stark order from Shimura Danzo commanding the route to eliminate the two of them, who possess too much knowledge. My kaleidoscope Sharingan allows me to glimpse your destinies, while time itself has shown me that here is where I could save you. Kabuto suddenly knelt before Shenyu, declaring, I now understand my fate. Thank you for your benevolence. I am willing to follow you onward. Shenyu's chakra lifted Kabuto, whose knees were bloodied from kneeling. There is no need for such reverence. I have never considered myself a virtuous man, for I am willing to use power to compel others for the sake of my goals. Yet, I do not regard myself as malevolent, as my aims serve my subordinates, the Uchiha, my family, and myself. Yakushi Nanyu also knelt, expressing, Thank you for saving my life. I too wish to serve you. To Nanyu, this life felt like a fortunate acquisition, and it was evident that the Uchiha clan leader aimed to recruit them, offering a generous price. Is it due to Kabuto? She pondered, doubting her own merits. Do not be so solemn. I have already dealt with Shimura Danzo, and the root has been purged. Your identities as members of Root have ceased to exist. Nanyu shall return to the orphanage as its director while assisting me in the police department by delivering relevant documents, serving as my secretary. As for you, Kabuto, I require you to learn from someone whose knowledge I do not fully trust. Do you understand? I will honor my commitments, even if they are illusions. Thank you for all you have done for the orphanage, Lord Shenyu. I do not restrict your freedom. You may visit the orphanage daily to assist as you please. Understood. Shenyu nodded, satisfied. Who does not appreciate a clever individual who understands gratitude? Subsequently, Shenyu instructed Shisui to escort the reunited duo away, as he had other matters to attend to. Shisui led Kabuto and Nanyu out of the police department. Kabuto, Director Nanyu, feel free to explore while I handle some tasks. Kabuto and Nanyu exchanged glances, and Nanyu stepped forward, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Shisui-san. Shisui waved his hand. I haven't done anything significant. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards Shenyu, for he pulled me from my mistakes. Then, farewell, both of you. I must attend to my duties. Meanwhile, Shenyu, alone in his office, stretched lazily, reveling in the flourishing atmosphere. So, Kabuto will study scientific knowledge under Orochimaru. Despite the potential for unforeseen events, Shenyu trusted Kabuto's abilities to handle them, for he was destined to become a sage. Shenyu planned to find an opportune moment to accompany Kabuto to the Riichi cave. If the White Snakes objected, he would have the fire god converse with them. The door swung open once more, and Izumi entered, holding a cup of tea. Shenyu, tea. Thank you, Izumi. By the way, I will be handling affairs from the Hokage's office, so please have Yakushi Nanyu deliver police department documents there. You will accompany me to the Hokage's office. Understood, Shenyu and I. Izumi nodded obediently, then suddenly questioned, Wait, why are we going to the Hokage's office? Because I am now the Hokage's aide, assisting in administrative matters. Oh. So you are the Hokage's aide? Wait, what? Izumi's round face flushed with surprise, her eyes wide, mouth forming an A-shape, leaning slightly forward in disbelief. Shenyu was amused by Izumi's reaction, rising to pat her head. Ha ha ha, do not be overly astonished. It is merely the Hokage's favor. Indeed, a great favor. Can I share this with Inazuma and the others? Izumi asked eagerly, unable to contain her excitement at sharing the good news with the Uchiha clan. Go ahead. Upon hearing this, Izumi dashed out, and Shenyu shook his head. In truth, the news would soon spread through the village announcements and Fugaku. However, the Uchiha had long awaited such news, having been deprived for over 50 years. Thus, he saw no reason to stop Izumi. As an older brother, it was only natural to bring joy to his sister. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Ishii stationed at the entrance of the police department, along with a group of resting Uchiha, observed Izumi rushing towards them, fearing something had happened, and quickly inquired, "What is going on?" "Shenyu and I has become the Hokage's aide." "The Hokage's aide? Wait, what?" Ishii exclaimed, incredulous. "You must be joking. How can this be real? This is no dream." Another Uchiha interjected. "It appears the Hokage recognizes true talent. This is the real Hokage, not that Sarutobi." However, the conversation took a sudden turn. A group of female Uchiha became intrigued, gossiping. "Did you hear? The village is buzzing that the Hokage has a relationship with Shenyu." "No way. If Shenyu has a connection with the Hokage, what about me?" "Oh please. You're just daydreaming." Meanwhile, a group of male Uchiha pondered, not just that insufferable Sarutobi, but also that damned Shimura. Indeed, and that Shimura Danzo. "I can't endure it any longer. They constantly target us. I need to investigate the Shimura clan again. Their crimes are too numerous." "Right. And those from the Uchiha clan, they keep getting caught. Let us go." "I'm going too." In the past, they relied on their connections. But now I stand as the Hokage's aide. Those who oppose the will of fire must face their end. Ha ha ha. Do you truly comprehend the will of fire? Only I, Uchiha wa, truly understand the essence of the will of fire. As the news of Shenyu serving as an assistant to the Hokage spread further within the police department, the Uchiha clan erupted in jubilant cheers. Finally, an Uchiha had ascended to the upper echelons of the Hokage's office, signaling the breaking down of the barriers that had been fortified by the second and third Hokage in their efforts to safeguard the village against the Uchiha. The revelation sent ripples through various ninja clans. The news that Uchiha Shenyu had attained the position of Hokage's assistant, a role once held by Danzo, was nothing short of astonishing. The head of the Shimura clan, Shimura Danji, felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. The Uchiha, in their frenzy, began scrutinizing the Shimura clan, raising concerns as Danzo's previous actions had not been entirely humane. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer Hokage, leaving him with insufficient authority to shield the Shimura clan from the repercussions of this upheaval, suggesting dire straits for the clan's future. Meanwhile, the Inuzuka clan was stirred as well, having previously established a rapport with Shenyu, who had commissioned dozens of ninja hounds from them and hired their ninjas for positions within the police department, offering lucrative salaries. This led to fierce competition within the clan for those coveted positions, coupled with the vigorous promotion by Inuzuka Kaze and the news of Shenyu's new title. The clan found their loyalties wavering. Other ninja clans harbored their own agendas, and the Hyuga clan, standing parallel to the Uchiha, engaged in fervent discussions. Hyuga Hizashi summoned Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Ken to inquire about the character of Uchiha Shenyu. He even consulted his eldest daughter, as it was Shenyu who had personally returned Hinata, who had once gone missing after sharing a meal together. Witnessing his daughter idolize Shenyu rather than him left Hyuga Hizashi feeling a wave of frustration. In summary, the attitude of other ninja clans towards the Uchiha would inevitably shift due to these changes in leadership. This marked a significant step towards mending the rift between the Uchiha and the village, paving the way for subtle transformations to unfold. Chapter 29, Fugaku, Sasuke. You need a teacher. While the village was frequently stirred by various events, the students at the Ninja Academy continued their lessons as usual, returning home after classes. Our dear Sasuke felt a sense of frustration in the original story due to Itachi's absence, as his brother had joined the Umbu and often did not come to pick him up. However, because of Shinin's ascent to clan leader, Itachi's entry into the Umbu was delayed, rendering it unnecessary for him to join at this point. Thus, it was Itachi who came to fetch his beloved younger brother today, as he did on any other day. At the entrance of the ninja school, Sasuke was accompanied by two infatuated girls, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno, along with his support group, which included Naruto, who trailed behind Sakura. Unbothered by the girl's adoration for his elder brother, Sasuke coldly remarked, "You're all so annoying." This elicited cheers from the crowd as he dashed towards Itachi. "Brother," he called, "did you pay attention in class today?" Itachi looked at Sasuke, unable to resist pinching his little brother's cheek and smiling as he took Sasuke's small hand. With Itachi holding his hand, the once irritable Sasuke transformed from a stormy cloud into a ray of sunshine, beaming with joy. Proudly puffing out his chest, he declared, "In class, I'm the top student. Not like Naruto, who trails behind. I will uphold the honor of the Uchiha. Yes, my little Sasuke is the best. Mother has prepared dinner. Let us go home and eat," Itachi replied, laughing as he affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. However, he pondered silently. Is Naruto truly the one at the bottom? That shouldn't be the case. Noticing his brother's distant expression, Sasuke angrily shook off Itachi's hand, but seeing Itachi's apologetic look extinguished his annoyance, and once again, he happily chatted about school with his brother. Even at this young age, Sasuke craved affection. A little comfort could lift his spirits, while a slight neglect could send him into a tantrum. Little did he know, in another timeline, such days were already on a countdown. After all, he would soon be crying out, "Big brother, spare me." Before long, Itachi brought Sasuke back to the Uchiha compound, returning home. To their surprise, their mother was waiting at the door as always, and their father, Fugaku Uchiha, seemed to have returned home early, having sat in the house for quite some time. As expected, Fugaku had come home early after the meeting, increasingly convinced that making Sasuke a disciple of Shenyu was a promising idea. Makoto took Sasuke's backpack and said, "Sasuke, your father wants to talk to you." "Okay, mother," Sasuke replied obediently, walking toward his father, while Itachi looked at their mother with confusion. She shook her head, indicating that Sasuke would understand once he stepped outside. Sitting down opposite Fugaku, Sasuke spoke. "Father, how is my performance in school? Rest assured, I will not tarnish the Uchiha name." Fugaku responded, "Indeed, you are my son. Isn't Shinin teaching the clan's young ninjas? In 2 years, you should go study with him. There are stronger ninjutsu and sword techniques to learn there." "Yes, father," Sasuke replied. After a moment of silence, Fugaku continued. "Your brother Shinin is the most powerful ninja in our clan, our leader, possessing the Manjiki Sharingan and being the summoner of the 4 great sacred realms blazing fire domain. I intend to have you become his disciple. What do you think?" Sasuke pondered for a moment, recalling Shinin as the handsome brother who had held him as a child and teased him often. If he could defeat father to become the clan leader, then his strength must be formidable. Only by becoming as powerful as Shinin could he preserve the honor of the Uchiha. Determined, Sasuke declared, "I am willing, father." "But will Shinin agree?" Fugaku hesitated. He realized he had not consulted Shinin about this. Nevertheless, he reassured himself, "You need not worry. I have enough standing with Shinin. After all, I possess the Manjiki Sharingan too, though perhaps my ocular power and chakra do not match yours, nor do I have your renown or status." He dismissed such thoughts. "Now that it is decided, I will take you to see Shinin tomorrow. Once you become his disciple, you must show respect and diligently follow his training. Not everyone has the privilege to train alongside Shinin, so do not tarnish the Uchiha name, nor bring shame upon me." "Yes." Sasuke and Fugaku were both filled with anticipation, though Itachi felt a twinge of concern. In his mind, Shinin harbored questionable intentions, and some ninjas in the Uchiha police force could be unyielding. Yet, he could not alter his father's decision and could only worry in silence. The next day, after attending to his affairs, Shinin finally returned home in the evening, of course, having been summoned to prepare dinner by someone. As the leader of the Uchiha, how could he not return to the clan? The Uchiha base had been cleared of ample space, with equipment packed and transported via scrolls, allowing Orochimaru to commence some simple experiments. Meanwhile, Kabuto and Yakushi no Nai, after spending some time back at the orphanage, returned to the police force to await further instructions. Shinin would not neglect those who served him. He signed the summoning scroll for the Dragon Cave for Kabuto and handed him ninjutsu scrolls for storage. It was hard to imagine Kabuto's reaction when buried under the scrolls of ninjutsu. Kabuto felt grateful, sensing Shinin's regard. He truly considered him family. The Dragon Cave summoning scroll was not something just anyone could sign, and the ninjutsu scrolls were a lifetime's worth for a commoner. Kabuto was determined, fervently embracing his studies, absorbing knowledge like a parched sponge. By the next day, when he arrived at Orochimaru's, black circles had begun to appear around his eyes. As Shinin was about to prepare dinner, he heard a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found Fugaku and his 2 sons. "Ah, Fugaku and little Sasuke, Itachi. Please come in," Shinin greeted playfully, bantering with Fugaku and little Sasuke, as well as engaging with Itachi's forced smile. "Fugaku, I presume you haven't come merely for dinner?" After everyone settled into their seats, Shinin attempted to pour himself a cup of tea, only to be interrupted by Fugaku, who called for Itachi to pour. Then, Fugaku straightforwardly stated his purpose. "Shinin, I hope you will accept Sasuke as your disciple." Upon hearing Fugaku's request, Shinin took a sip of tea, already anticipating Fugaku's intention from the moment he entered. It was unlikely he was simply hungry, although that was a possibility. "Fugaku, I believe you could teach Sasuke yourself." "No." "Shinin," Fugaku insisted. "Please, drop the formalities. There are no outsiders here." "Very well, Shinin, your vision surpasses what anyone else could imagine. I must admit, During my tenure as clan leader, I have been remiss. You possess both strength and insight far beyond my own. I feel as though I can only cheer you on from the sidelines now." Shenyu chuckled inwardly. "Fugaku, you are still quite young. You speak as if you can no longer wield a blade. However, is this your way of pledging allegiance to me? All right, I accept Sasuke as my disciple, but you need not worry. I will teach him as I see fit. He will be chastised when necessary, and I will not intervene. Mikoto will not, nor will Itachi." Before Shenyu could finish, he noticed that Fugaku had started to predict his response. Resigned, he turned to little Sasuke and smiled. "Did you hear that? Your father's words?" Sasuke, with a resolute expression, replied, "Brother Shinju, rest assured, I will not tarnish our father's reputation, nor will I bring disgrace upon the Uchiha name." Fugaku promptly intended to have Sasuke perform the rites of a disciple, but Shinju quickly intervened. "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, before the Confucian altar, we shall bow to the heavens, the earth, and our teacher. Our fates are intertwined. Those who turn against their master are forsaken by destiny." "The Confucian altar? It is a tradition I shall impart to him, and I will summon Tsunade to witness this. After all, she resides nearby. Though she will need to rise a bit earlier tomorrow." As Shinju spoke, Itachi sensed a scrutinizing gaze and turned slightly to find Shinju smiling at him. The younger brother feels something amiss. An opportunity must be sought to reshape his worldview, preparing him for the impending cultural paradigm shift. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, especially with the Hokage's impending presence, Fugaku happily agreed and then took his leave. Welcoming Sasuke into his fold, Shinju felt quite pleased, believing that with proper guidance, Sasuke could achieve greatness, albeit after enduring some hardships. With this thought, Shinju chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Itachi, having emerged from the conversation, remained puzzled and turned to Fugaku to inquire. "Father, why?" Before he could articulate his question, Fugaku interrupted, already aware of his eldest son's concerns. "Itachi, Shinju is now the Hokage's aide. The Uchiha have become integrated. No. They are now an integral part of the village." "Hokage's aide?" Itachi gasped in astonishment. How did brother Shinju accomplish this? Fugaku assumed Itachi grasped the implications. Yet Itachi's thoughts drifted toward the potential extremism of the police force. Would Shinju's elevation lead to harsher enforcement against the villagers? What fate awaited Sasuke? A wave of worry washed over Itachi. Perhaps this was what the third Hokage meant when he spoke of the youth capable of contemplating matters from the Hokage's perspective. For one who had already begun to distrust his own clan, no matter how one might argue, he would still perceive his kin as that proud, arrogant individual who disregards counsel. It was essential to find an opportunity to shatter his preconceived notions of the Hokage and dismantle his stubborn mindset that had emerged since awakening the Sharingan. Chapter 30. Sasuke's apprenticeship. As the sun fully ascended, the morning light streamed through the window into the bedroom, prompting Shinju to rise and prepare breakfast. As Sasuke was expected to arrive around 8 o'clock. "Tsunade, it's time to get up." Shinju knocked on Tsunade's bedroom door, waiting for a groggy response before proceeding to wash up and cook. Shinju had already informed Tsunade about Sasuke's intention to become her apprentice, and upon sensing Shinju's earnestness, Tsunade readily agreed. Due to Tsunade's influence, Ino also came to stay with Shinju, of course, in a separate room. The choice not to reside in the Shinju ancestral home was twofold. It had been too long since anyone had lived there, and it was in disarray. Plus, the distance to meals was cumbersome. Thus, staying in a ready-made place was much more convenient. Upon entering the kitchen, Shinju found Ino already preparing the ingredients and greeted her with a smile. Shinju remarked that Ino was certainly more industrious than Tsunade. As the aroma of the meal wafted through the doorway, Tsunade abruptly burst into the dining area, hair disheveled and attire haphazard, resembling a specter, and plopped down at the table. "Tsunade, you should wash up first," Shinju interjected, preventing her from diving into the food. Tsunade shot an irritated glance at Shinju, but eventually rose to freshen up. Ino, with a knowing smile, marveled at someone being able to manage Tsunade. Returning from her wash, Tsunade unceremoniously sat beside Shinju, pushing him aside as she began to relish her breakfast. With both Shinju and Tsunade possessing immense chakra, one with a faux sage body and the other with Ein seal, the quantity of food prepared was considerable, as chakra is a blend of mental and physical strength. After a hearty meal, Tsunade reclined comfortably on the sofa, while Ino began to clear the dishes, and Shinju set about arranging the artwork. Hanging a portrait of Confucius on the wall, Shinju found himself momentarily lost in thought. Even in another world, the wisdom imparted by the venerable sage remained relevant. After all, he had once said that one must progress with the times, hadn't he? Tsunade, observing the portrait, called out to Shinju, who was the elder in the painting. A sage from a millennium ago, my spiritual guide, Shinju replied earnestly. Noticing Tsunade's unkempt hair and her attire revealing patches of porcelain skin, causing him to feel a pang of embarrassment. You should tidy yourself up. Your hair is a mess, he said, stepping closer to smooth her hair. With practiced ease, he began to style it, a skill honed from his experience with long hair and practice with Hong. A high ponytail with some strands cascading down looked quite lovely. Hey, you did a great job with my hair. How about you do it for me from now on? Tsunade remarked cheerfully. You truly have reached the pinnacle of laziness, Shinju replied with a resigned smile, tugging at her clothes. Go change into something more presentable. I have prepared an outfit for you. Take a look. Tsunade beamed at Shinju, causing him to feel a tad bashful, yet she rose to change. When she emerged, Shinju couldn't help but lick his dry lips, his gaze fixated on her. Well, you look stunning in that hanfu, don't you? What are you staring at? Tsunade blushed lightly, her fist raised in mock threat, a clear sign of embarrassment cloaked in bravado. Just then, a knock echoed from the entrance, causing Shinju to divert his gaze awkwardly. I've made up my mind. When I marry them, it will be a traditional ceremony. And the entire ninja world shall celebrate my union. Shinju felt invigorated, ready to take on the formidable Tsutsuki. He retreated into the bedroom to change as well. Although he had prepared something for Hong, she was too busy. What a pity. Ino proactively opened the door as Fugaku entered, leading Sasuke inside. Upon entering, Fugaku's eyes fell upon the portrait of Confucius and then Tsunade, noticing her attire, but deemed it inconsequential, seeing his son's hand raised. Fugaku quickly guided Sasuke to bow respectfully towards Tsunade. Hokage-sama. Tsunade acknowledged, her response trailing off as Ino hastily gestured for them to sit. Just then, Shinju emerged from the bedroom, and Fugaku instantly grasped the situation. How obvious it was that Shinju and Tsunade were dressed similarly. Shinju had become the man of the Hokage. It seemed that charm could indeed be an asset. Ino and Tsunade were clearly taken aback by Shinju's appeal as he brought his fingers together and waved them over the two. Ino felt a rush of sweetness. As if Tsunade and Shinju were a celestial pair, characters straight from a painting. Excellent. Are we not completely immersed in the moment? Ino mused, pouring 2 cups of tea. She settled beside them. Sasuke, sensing that everything was in place and feeling the collective gaze upon him, comprising the Hokage, the strongest of the Uchiha, and his father, nervously rose and knelt before Shinju. I wish to become your disciple. Are you certain you wish to be my apprentice? Here. You shall learn not only ninjutsu and swordsmanship, but also my perspective. You will no longer be the carefree child of your parents. You must uphold the teachings and respect your elders. Without a hint of hesitation, Sasuke responded, I am willing. He performed the ritual of kneeling thrice and bowing 9 times, then began to present tea, obediently kneeling in place after serving Shinju. Noticing Sasuke's slight befuddlement, Shinju shot him a knowing glance, which Fugaku quickly understood, sharing a conspiratorial look. Silly Sasuke, there are 2 cups of tea on the table. Don't forget to serve your teacher's wife. Sasuke's mind raced. Contemplating why there were 2 cups on the tea table, and realization dawned upon him. He had an idea. The truth was singular. He picked up the 2nd cup and offered it to Tsunade. Hokage-sama, cough, cough. Before he could finish, he was met with Shinju's cough, prompting him to amend his statement. Teacher's wife, please enjoy this tea. With a bemused smile, Tsunade accepted the cup. Feeling her face heat up and daring not to glance at anyone else as she downed the tea, returning the empty cup to Sasuke. As Sasuke resumed his position, Shinju's heart swelled with joy, his smile radiant as he reveled in the sunlight and felt invigorated, believing he could take on 10 Uchiha Madaras. Cough, Sasuke. Don't forget to formally serve tea to your other teacher's wife afterward. Then you shall be my disciple. You will inherit a part of my teachings, and I shall not withhold what I have learned, imparting it to you wholeheartedly. Whether you grasp it or not, and your diligence, will depend on you. Yes, teacher. After classes at the Ninja Academy tomorrow, come to me. I will teach you the foundational knowledge to ensure you grow in the right direction. Yes, teacher. Shinju rose, removing a black cloth to reveal a Tang Dao, presenting it to Sasuke. This is a gift from your teacher. The chakra-infused metal, after being scorched in the flames of the burning heaven fire domain, now bears an inherent flame. Its durability has significantly increased, nearing that of the Kusanagi sword. Whether it reaches that level depends on your own fortune. It remains nameless. You may christen it yourself. Sasuke accepted the Tang Dao, which stood taller than him, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the fiery blade. understanding it to be his very first true sword. "Thank you, teacher." Shen Yu waved his hand, indicating his understanding, and lifted his teacup to signal the departure of his guests. Fugaku rose to express his apologies for the interruption, and, in response to Shenyu and Tsunade, exited the room with Sasuke. Once the two had departed, the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly enchanting. However, with Jinnin present, Shenyu felt it inappropriate to leave once more. Ahem, Tsunade, the Hokage's office must be brimming with documents requiring attention, so I shall take my leave, Shenyu remarked, disappearing in an instant under Tsunade's intriguing gaze, leaving Jinnin and Tsunade locked in a silent exchange. "Tsunade-sama, you look splendid in that outfit," Jinnin stammered, receiving a withering glance from Tsunade in return. "Come. We too shall head to the Hokage's office." "Ah? Did not Shenyu already assist with that?" "Jinnin, I am the Hokage." "Then, shall we go?" "Tsunade-sama, are you truly wearing just that?" "Indeed, just this." Meanwhile, on the other side, the father-son duo of Sasuke and Fugaku engaged in their own interaction. "Sasuke, allow me to see your blade." Sasuke, upon hearing this, wore an unwilling expression. "This is my blade, mine. Why should I give it to you?" "Hand it over." Reluctantly, Sasuke presented his sword to his father, handling it with utmost care, fearful of damaging it. Fugaku took the blade, drawing it forth, and almost palpable heat radiated from it. The blade's patterns resembling flames flowing like water, accompanied by a resonant clang as it was unsheathed. "This is an excellent sword, far superior to my own. Sasuke, you must diligently learn from your teacher. Rest assured, father, Sasuke understands." As he received the blade back from his father, Sasuke contemplated a fitting name for his sword. "What shall it be?" "I shall name you Injouya." Chapter 31. The Emptiness of Konoha, the Plan of Divine Rain as Time Advances. The autumn of Konoha in the 54th year has already reached its midpoint. While Konoha undergoes tremendous changes, the ninja world remains in turmoil. Within Konoha, Itachi refrains from joining the Umbu, thereby averting the looming threat of clan extermination. Kakashi, upon uncovering the village's dark secrets, feels a surge of determination. Recalling that his teacher has a son, and embarks on a transformation from a cold-blooded tool to a protector of his comrades. In the Mist Village, the 4th Mizukage, manipulated by Uchiha Obito through his single-eyed Manjiki Sharingan, initiates the Blood Mist era. Meanwhile, Pakken Shizuku, dissatisfied with the village's policies, escapes and joins the Akatsuki organization. The formidable Suigetsu becomes the bearer of the Samahata. In the Rock Village, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, mirroring the will of fire, promotes his own stone will, secretly developing advanced dust release techniques. Initially at a military standoff with the Cloud Village, the relationship between the two begins to soften due to the changes in Konoha and the news of Konoha regaining would release. Simultaneously, both sides tacitly increase their military presence along Konoha's borders and dispatch spies. The Lightning Village, represented by the steadfast combination of the 4th Raikage A and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, stands as a formidable pillar. In the Sand Village, the beloved Chiyo has retreated from the spotlight, while Raza, through magnet release, takes control of the Sand Village, reinforcing the Shikaka seal on Gaara and promptly attempts to assassinate him. Coupled with the reduction of funding by the feudal lord of the Wind Country, Raza, as the Kazekage, is left with no choice but to seek gold to sustain his livelihood, inadvertently promoting the onset of war. After all, in dire poverty, one can only resort to theft. Only through proving their worth can they compel the feudal lord to reconsider his views on the Sand Village. In the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko has departed. Nagato has succumbed to darkness, and the group now comprises Kakuzu, Deidara, Pakken Shizuku, Orochimaru, and Jay, along with Obito masquerading as Uchiha Madara. Following Tsunade's ascension as Hokage, she realizes that the village is truly a fade of strength, maintaining the guise of being the foremost village while being hollow within. From once being able to take on 4 opponents, they now struggle to defeat just 1.5, where the half refers to the Sand and Mist villages. The former has seen its 3rd Kazekage slain by its own prodigy, while the latter has eradicated its own Kekkei Genkai and lost a significant number of ninjas. With a notorious scene looming where an entire class of students is slaughtered by Momochi Zabuza, the only source of pride remains that the immense potential for war has yet to be transformed. After the departure of Divine Rain, Tsunade arrives at the Hokage office, intending to discuss matters with Divine Rain. However, with Sasuke's departure, Divine Rain hastily leaves as well, leaving Tsunade no choice but to abandon her laziness. Villagers and ninjas along the way express their astonishment at her attire, praising her exquisite clothing. It appears Divine Rain possesses a keen eye for fashion. Tsunade herself is perplexed by how Divine Rain conceived such an elegant yet refreshing outfit, wishing to later adorn it with a gambling motif. Speaking of gambling, it has been quite some time since she last indulged, and she resolves to gamble once her tasks are completed today. Moreover, she cannot allow that scoundrel Uchiha Divine Rain to accompany her, as he consistently bets against her, leaving her financially drained. As Tsunade pushes open the door to the Hokage office, she is met with Divine Rain's astonished gaze. Is it true that I am perceived as that lazy? Tsunade muses silently. She casually picks up a document, flipping through it for a few moments before losing interest and directly addressing Divine Rain. The foundation of our village is too shallow, isn't it? Divine Rain raises his gaze to meet Tsunade's, responding to her inquiry, could you not wait for me to finish? Irritated, Tsunade hurls the document at Divine Rain. Wrong. Wrong. You're trying to murder your own husband. Say that again, and I shall send you flying out of the Hokage building. Tsunade's cheeks redden, realizing the implications of her raised voice on her reputation as Hokage. Although their feelings for each other have been made clear, Tsunade remains conscious of the public eye, considering her age compared to that of Kurina Yuhi. How does the village perceive her? And what do they think of him? Divine Rain, for his part, has surmised the reasons behind her concerns. He is indifferent to the whispers of outsiders, but will not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Tsunade. He awaits the opportunity to silence the naysayers and restore the Shenyu clan's legacy of would release an argument powerful enough to warrant respect. If not for the need to keep the other ninja villages in check, the existence of would release would have already been revealed. Its influence in Konoha is unparalleled, representing a different kind of legitimacy, especially since the ancestors of the Uchiha and Shenyu clans share a common lineage. Let us discuss pressing matters, Divine Rain proposes. Tsunade. The foundation of Konoha is alarmingly shallow. I have reviewed the village's expenditures from the financial department. Your teacher, the third Hokage, allocated a significant portion of funds to the route. This financing sustains a vast ninja organization and research equipment, revealing the shortcomings of our previous advisors. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi covered expenses from his own pocket, the village's finances remain critically deficient. Furthermore, the number of ninjas is too few, and the quality of graduates from the Ninja Academy has not been satisfactory in recent years. Frankly speaking, Tsunade, your teacher's clan comprises nearly 1/5 of the ninjas in the village. The Sarutobi clan boasts over 3,000 ninjas, while my Uchiha clan, despite being lauded as the foremost clan in Konoha, can barely count 900, with many of our elders still active. The slow pace of recovery and reconstruction in the village is also concerning. Listening to Divine Rain's outline data, Tsunade feels overwhelmed. Her hands instinctively raking through her hair in frustration, momentarily disregarding the implications of his words regarding their clan. She refocuses her attention on Divine Rain, leaning closer, hoping for a solution from him. Enough, Divine Rain. If you continue, I may just resign. Tell me what we should do. Who knows what that old man has been up to? You must help me, Divine Rain. Divine Rain, unable to bear her dramatics, rises to smooth out her tousled golden locks, while Tsunade revels in the comfort of his ministrations. You must request more funds from your esteemed relatives. Although the feudal lord has indeed increased the financial support since your ascension to Hokage by 50%, it remains insufficient. As for accountability, pursuing the Uchiha clan could alleviate some issues. Concerning the third, it would have a detrimental effect. As Hokage, you cannot seek accountability against him, given your status as his apprentice. Reconstruction within the village is relatively straightforward. Ninjas are not only capable of destruction but also of production. Leave this matter to me. But I would appreciate it if you could persuade the feudal lord to allocate more resources to accommodate displaced persons and war orphans. Regarding the shortage of ninjas in the village, we must recognize the unique circumstances of Konoha. We cannot sustain a massive ninja army as a Wagakure does. Therefore, we must improve the quality of Konoha ninjas while deploying forces proportionate to the number of ninjas from each clan. After absorbing Divine Rain's insights, Tsunade gradually gains clarity. Responding earnestly, I will demand resources from my grandfather, money, land, and manpower. He will comply. As for the Uchiha clan, we can seek accountability from them. But Divine Rain. Noticing Tsunade's hesitation, Divine Rain reassures her, do not worry. I am here. I am not a disciple of the third, nor do I have a close relationship with him. Leave this to me. Let us prioritize our duties and forego the banquet. Tsunade feels a wave of gratitude. Despite his flirtatious nature, this scoundrel genuinely stands behind her, suppressing the flutter of her heart. Tsunade spoke with a hint of difficulty. Recruiting orphans and refugees will place a considerable strain on the village's finances. What if war breaks out? I can contribute funds, and so can the Uchiha clan. The initial capital I acquired from our extensive tour has been wisely invested. The village's casino is at your disposal. All profits belong to our family. Of course, I would never engage in unscrupulous dealings, he chuckled heartily. Tsunade, observing the exuberant laughter of Shen Yu, was reminded of the days following the Third Great Ninja War when a rogue had taken the opposite betting stance alongside her, a time devoid of the current worries. Yet, it dawned upon her that her greatest creditor was none other than the charming rogue before her. But truly, do I merit such dedication from you, Shen Yu? Thank you. Tsunade's sudden seriousness prompted Shen Yu to meet her gaze, filled with admiration. He stepped forward and embraced her, causing her to tremble slightly as she nestled into his embrace. The Uchiha clan had no obligation to wade through this murky situation, nor did Shen Yu need to concern himself with this mess. Had she not returned, she might have even thought it plausible for Shen Yu to lead a rebellion against the Uchiha. His hesitance to confront the third Hokage was due to his consideration for her. He would tirelessly manage affairs she disliked, prepare her favorite meals, and ensure her safety. It appeared that apart from Kurenai, no one else had wronged her. Moreover, in Kurenai's eyes, she was the unwelcome third party. Fear not, I am here for you. If you truly wish to be polite, bear me a child, and then. What about Kurenai? Your thoughts are rather fanciful. Have you completed today's paperwork, my aide to the Hokage? Shen Yu turned, grinning awkwardly at the towering stack of documents, sighing in frustration before resuming his diligent work. Though his processing speed rivaled that of Minato, the sheer volume of paperwork was daunting. Suddenly feeling a warmth on his face, Shen Yu looked over in surprise at Tsunade, who was seated beside him, feigning diligence while a blush adorned her cheeks. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a Hokage manage paperwork? Hurry up. Didn't you say you needed to teach Sasuke this afternoon? Shen Yu burst into laughter. This is the epitome of strength among the old, weak, sick, and robust. Chapter 32, Teaching Sasuke as the sun dipped below the horizon. Casting a warm glow over the clearing, Shen Yu began his lesson with Sasuke, who had just returned from the Ninja Academy. You are still quite young, he remarked. Your chakra and physical strength are insufficient to master powerful ninjutsu or endure excessive sword training. It is imperative to avoid straining your body and thereby diminishing your potential. What should I study then, teacher? Sasuke asked, a look of confusion etched on his face. If he could not practice ninjutsu or swordsmanship, what was left for him? Gently ruffling Sasuke's hair, a gesture that had become a fond habit for Shen Yu, he continued, while your chakra is limited, focus on mastering chakra control. Both walking on water and climbing trees will enhance your ability to manipulate chakra. Your immediate goal should be the body replacement technique, Uchiha-style swordsmanship, and 2 additional ninjutsu. But the body replacement technique is quite simple, isn't it? Sasuke replied. Indeed, it is straightforward to learn, Shen Yu acknowledged, but true mastery comes from comprehending the underlying principles. Remember, the simpler something appears, the more effective it can be. In fact, sometimes the most visually impressive ninjutsu is less practical than the simplest techniques. Only through integration can you wield them with finesse. The Ninja Academy teaches the body replacement technique for good reason. Nothing is more practical than this. Once you have honed your swordsmanship, even average chunin may find themselves outmatched. Sasuke nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion, and under Shen Yu's guidance. He commenced his first chakra control training. As he placed one foot on the tree, attempting to channel chakra beneath it, he promptly fell when he tried to lift his other foot. Noticing that his teacher did not intervene, Sasuke resolved to climb the tree again. Time and again, he stumbled, making only slight progress upward, his back growing sore and red from the repeated falls. Seeing his teacher remain indifferent, Sasuke felt a pang of frustration swell within him. With his eyes glistening, he stubbornly continued his ascent. Just as he was about to fall again, a hand caught him. Without glancing back at the owner of the hand, Sasuke attempted to climb once more. Observing Sasuke's reddened eyes, Shen Yu felt a twinge of sympathy. Gripping Sasuke's arm to prevent him from escaping, he spoke. Sasuke, today I wish to impart an important lesson. I am indeed your guide, but that does not mean you must follow the path I have laid out for you. Your journey is ultimately yours to traverse. Whether it is ninjutsu or swordsmanship, the master can only lead you to the door. The practice lies within you. Nothing worthwhile can be achieved instantaneously. Before you taste success, it is often bitter trials that will be your foremost experience. As he spoke, Shen Yu gently wiped the stubborn expression from Sasuke's face, a green glow enveloping Sasuke's back, restoring it to its former state. Lifting Sasuke, he instructed him to place his feet on the tree once more. You have lost your focus. Concentrate now, feel your chakra, and direct it beneath your feet, creating an adhesive force with the tree to counteract your descent. With emotion stabilizing, Sasuke listened attentively to his teacher's words, channeling chakra to his feet and feeling the newfound adhesive force as he slowly ascended. Just as he felt he had succeeded, he lost his balance and fell again, bracing himself for impact only to be caught by Shen Yu once more. Do not be distracted, you are still far from mastery. Again, after countless attempts. As the darkness enveloped the sky, Sasuke finally managed to reach the top of the tree. Gazing at the view from above and witnessing his teacher's approving smile, a sense of accomplishment blossomed within him, as if he had suddenly matured. Jumping down from the tree, he crossed his arms defiantly and announced to Shenyu, "Teacher, I have succeeded." Though his tone appeared calm, a tremor of excitement was discernible within. Bending down, Shenyu embraced Sasuke, laughing heartily. "Excellent. My Sasuke is the best." Sasuke lowered his head, yet his smile could not be suppressed, his pride swelling within him as he thought, "Of course it's me." He momentarily forgot the tears he had just wiped away. Suddenly, Sasuke felt himself lifted off the ground, looking down to see Shenyu hoisting him onto his shoulder. "Come, let us return home for dinner. We wouldn't want your teacher's wife to worry." As Shenyu dashed through the air, a gust of wind enveloped Sasuke, making it feel as though he could swallow an entire dragon fruit with the wind swirling around him. He attempted to speak, but could only stammer incoherently. Upon arriving at the Uchiha clan's residence, Shenyu set Sasuke down, only to find him utterly exhausted. Sorry, Sasuke, ha ha ha." When they entered their home, Tsunade and Shizune had yet to return. Seizing the opportunity, Shenyu decided to prepare dinner. "Sasuke, come help me cook." Teacher, do we need to learn to cook too?" Sasuke protested slightly. Shenyu approached him with a playful nudge. "There is much to learn in the culinary arts. From it, you can cultivate tranquility, understand proportions, and experience the nuances of fire chakra transformation." As the thought of mastering fire chakra crossed Shenyu's mind, an idea struck him. "It is well known that you possess both fire and lightning attributes." Sasuke shivered at the slightly unsettling grin on his teacher's face. "I'm back," Tsunade exclaimed as she burst through the door, following tradition with a cheerful announcement, accompanied by Shizune. "Wait, Shizune, at this hour Shenyu should have prepared dinner." "Where is he?" "Perhaps Lord Shenyu is still busy with something," Shizune suggested. "That could be. Then, why don't you teach me how to cook?" Tsunade proposed, causing Shizune to stare at her in disbelief. "Why would you want to learn to cook? Could it be that Lady Tsunade wishes to prepare a meal for Lord Shenyu? Is this the power of love?" Shizune pondered, her thoughts interrupted by a loud commotion from the kitchen. "Sasuke, you fool. You use too much fire. This dish is ruined. I am just a novice. You can't expect me to." "Baka, don't you dare argue back. What's going on? I want to go home." Sasuke's cries of despair echoed through the kitchen. "What about going home? I'll supply your chakra. You just keep retching." Amidst the chaos, the clamor of Sasuke's lamentations reached Tsunade and Shizune, prompting them to investigate. Upon opening the kitchen door, they were greeted by a rather peculiar sight. Sasuke lay face down on the floor, covered in soot, while Shenyu stood nearby, cooking with a similarly soiled appearance, occasionally kicking Sasuke, leaving footprints on his back. Upon noticing Tsunade's sudden entrance, Sasuke ceased his fiery tirade and narrowly escaped another kick from Shenyu, scrambling to hide behind Tsunade. "Help me, teacher's wife." He is not human." Overwhelmed by the ordeal, Sasuke wept profusely, feeling as if he had been force-fed water only to be made to spit it out. Tsunade pinched Sasuke's wrist, assessing his condition. Utilizing her medical ninjutsu, she calmed him down and shot a disapproving glance at Shenyu. "Let Shizune assist you. Sasuke has already exerted himself enough today." "All right. I'll heed your advice." "Thank you, teacher's wife." After a long and arduous meal, Sasuke found himself in tears, exhausted from the day's trials. His pride had been thoroughly shattered. Was he beginning to resemble his teacher? Little did he realize that breaking Sasuke's pride was indeed part of Shenyu's plan. After dinner, "Sasuke, come with me." More learning? Acquire some knowledge." As the clock struck 9, Sasuke returned home, weary and fatigued. Concerned, Itachi finally laid eyes on his younger brother and could not help but approach him with anxious inquiries, while Fugaku asked what Sasuke had learned from Kamiyu. He had learned to climb trees, to breathe fire for cooking, and a few sayings that could be deemed wise. What sayings? Virtue is not solitary. It is bound to have neighbors. And the petty man fears authority but lacks virtue. while the gentleman possesses virtue and does not fear authority. The more Fugaku pondered, the more he found these words to resonate with truth, prompting him to urge Sasuke to write them down for him to reflect upon later. Noticing that their father had returned, Sasuke interrupted Itachi's contemplation, saying, "Onaikin, you may refer to me as a gentleman." Itachi smiled and gently tapped Sasuke's brow, responding, "Very well, little gentleman." Yet, unbeknownst to him, he contemplated, "A gentleman? The words are indeed wise. Yet is the enforcement violence of the police ninjas merely an act of bullying the weak? They may refrain from causing a ruckus in your presence. Yet they dare to strike the villagers with severity. When an individual has already predetermined an outcome, even if there are flaws in the process, their mind may deceive them, filling in the gaps and creating a closed loop." Chapter 33. The Inuzuka clan. The following day, Kamiyu did not head towards the Hokage building, but instead, accompanied by Shisui and Kaze, made his way to the Inuzuka clan. During the capture of Orochimaru, Kamiyu had indeed ordered several ninja dogs from the Inuzuka clan and had expressed a desire to visit them upon his return to the village. However, after returning, with Tsunade assuming the role of Hokage and the matters involving Orochimaru and the orphanage, as well as the affairs at the Hokage and police departments, he found himself devoid of leisure time. Furthermore, the change in his status would inevitably alter the Inuzuka clan's attitude, and allowing them to feel unsettled was also a means of asserting authority. After sending a message to the Inuzuka clan through Uchiha Kaze yesterday, Kamiyu prepared to attend the gathering today. At this moment, the Inuzuka clan had their gates wide open, with water being sprinkled and the ground swept. The clan's ninjas were impeccably dressed, and the clan leader, Inuzuka Tsum, awaited them at the entrance. Indeed, the leader of the Inuzuka clan, Tsum, was a woman with the strength of a special jonin, and beside her was her daughter, Inuzuka Hana. Hana, Tsum's eldest daughter, was in the 6th grade at the Ninja Academy, while her son, Inuzuka Kiba, was in the 1st grade alongside Naruto and Sasuke. With Kamiyu's arrival today, Hana was filled with curiosity, eager to see the renowned genius and handsome figure whose name echoed throughout the Ninja Academy. Out of respect, and to cultivate the relationship, Tsum permitted Hana to take a leave of absence to honor Kamiyu. This was also a means of preparing Hana for the future of the Inuzuka clan. Additionally, Inuzuka Kaze, one of the few special jonin in the clan and someone who had established rapport with Kamiyu, accompanied the clan leader to welcome their guests. The Inuzuka clan was indeed a small clan. Their leader's strength was merely that of a special jonin, and even the number of special jonin was quite limited. The disparity between the two clans was significant. In terms of strength, the Uchiha clan, as a prominent family, overshadowed the Inuzuka clan. In terms of status, Kamiyu was currently an assistant to the Hokage, and when he visited the Inuzuka clan, it could hardly be termed a simple visit. It was more akin to a gracious arrival. As the negotiations unfolded, the Inuzuka clan had already reached a consensus. Upon Kamiyu's arrival, Kaze noticed that their reception was not particularly grand, which incited some irritation. The Inuzuka clan was quite ungrateful, after all. Kamiyu was not only the Hokage's assistant, but also the leader of the Uchiha clan. How dare they treat him this way? Leader, let me teach them a lesson and take those two lovely ladies back as concubines. Kaze exclaimed, drawing a kunai from his thigh and preparing to charge forward, only to receive a sharp slap from Kamiyu. If you keep babbling without using your brain, I won't take you along next time. Even Inuzuka understands the need for strategy. With that, Kamiyu brushed past Kaze and strode forward. Kaze rubbed his head, bewildered as to why he had been struck, while Shisui, with a hint of exasperation, explained, Kaze, you know the Inuzuka are a small clan. This is already a significant gesture. Try not to speak too much. If you anger Kamiyu, he truly won't take you along again. After saying this, Shisui followed behind, understanding that Kamiyu had brought Kaze along for his development. Thus he needed to observe and learn attentively. Kaze, shaking his head in frustration, trailed behind. Inuzuka clan leader, I apologize for the intrusion on my first visit, Kamiyu said, signaling Shisui to present the gift box. Seeing Kamiyu's courteous demeanor and his undeniably charming appearance, the Inuzuka family breathed a sigh of relief, their favor towards him growing significantly. No, it is an honor for the Inuzuka clan to host you, Lord Kamiyu. Please, come in, Tsum insisted, ushering Kamiyu inside. Once the tea was prepared and after a round of pleasantries, they all took their seats. This is Inuzuka Kaze. You are already acquainted with him, Lord Kamiyu. Upon his clan leader's introduction, Kaze promptly stood and responded, Lord Kamiyu. Indeed, Kaze is a reliable comrade, and Team Maru is quite astute, Kamiyu remarked, prompting some laughter from those present. This is my daughter, Inuzuka Hana, who is in 6th grade at the Ninja Academy. Hana, quickly greet Lord Kamiyu. Hana stood frozen in place, her face flushed with embarrassment, lost in thought. What should I name the child? Uchiha Sakura, representing cherry blossoms, or... Ouch! Mother! Why did you hit me? What am I daydreaming about? Can't you hear me calling you? The sudden jolt brought Hana back to reality, her face turning crimson. Lord Kamiyu. She stammered. Hello, I am Kamiyu, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Kamiyu then introduced his companions. This is Uchiha Shisui, and this is my guard, Uchiha Kaze. Shisui, the famed Shunshin, and the 3 legendary guards who fought alongside you, I have long admired. The Inuzuka clan members quickly expressed their respect. Shisui was renowned for his swordsmanship and Shunshin techniques, while Kaze had fought alongside Kamiyu on the battlefield of Sunagakure and was celebrated as a formidable guardian. Inuzuka clan leader. I had promised Kaze that we would visit after returning to the village. I hope you can understand the delay due to pressing matters. Ah, it is entirely understandable. Lord Kamiyu, after all, it is for the sake of Konoha. Inuzuka clan leader, Konoha is on the verge of a transformation. In support of the village, I intend to continue procuring ninja dogs from the Inuzuka clan for the police department, and privately, I wish to acquire some for the Uchiha territory as well. Money is no object. Upon hearing this, some understood the implications of Kamiyu's words. The Inuzuka clan, known for their secret techniques involving ninja dogs, had their strengths, albeit modest compared to the likes of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans. The Inuzuka clan had never produced legendary figures like Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, nor even the slightly lesser-known Konoha elite like Hatake Tsukumo or Minato Namikaze. Yet, this did not mean they lacked ambition. Who wouldn't desire progress and the strengthening of their clan? The Inuzuka clan had convened a special meeting just yesterday to discuss their future. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans had overlooked them, but now that the Uchiha were rising and seeking their cooperation, with Kamiyu as Hokage's assistant offering such favorable terms, it would be unwise to refuse. With a single option on the table, hesitation was unnecessary. A timely aid is far more valuable than a mere embellishment. Some resolved, stating, Lord Kamiyu, you are too courteous. The Inuzuka clan is a part of Konoha, and we share a camaraderie with the Uchiha. Since the village requires our assistance, we must contribute, don't you agree? Moreover, the terms offered by the Uchiha's police department are already quite favorable. We have no reason to decline. As for the ninja dogs for your clan, if the Uchiha consider us friends, then what is money in comparison? It seemed that some had made up her mind. Kamiyu smiled. The Uchiha will certainly regard the Inuzuka clan as friends. As friends, we would never let them suffer losses. Rest assured, clan leader. With the significant matters settled, the atmosphere transformed into one of joy, and soon after, the orders between the police department and the Uchiha began to take shape, further igniting the celebratory spirit within the gathering. Some seized the opportunity to stoke the flames of enthusiasm once more. In this year, Inuzuka Hana is poised to graduate. And as her mother, I find myself deeply concerned about the kind of teachers she may encounter. After all, a commendable educator can significantly guide Hana, helping her avoid unnecessary detours. Kamaya smiled knowingly. What difference does it make compared to the proton of spring and autumn? If one is to be Hana's teacher, they must be paired with a graduate of the Uchiha clan, preferably a ninja of considerable renown. Unfortunately, Shisui is too young, Fugaku too old, Kaze is rather reckless, and Daifuku, though meticulous, lacks the requisite attributes. Iron Fire is simply too naive, and Itachi is also too young. Thus, the only suitable candidate remains Ri. Uchiha Ri possesses an understanding of chakra nature transformation, is skilled in Jinjutsu, and is adept with the sword. He assists me with administrative tasks in the Uchiha police department. And coincidentally, Uchiha Renyuki from our clan is also graduating. With her vibrant personality, they would complement each other well in their development. Ah, might this complicate matters for Kamaya? Not at all. Such arrangements are manageable, especially as they benefit the growth of the students. Having finalized this last matter, Kamaya intended to take her leave, as there were numerous responsibilities awaiting her at the Hokage building. Fortunately, following that day, Tsunade had shown a marked increase in her diligence. Inuzuka clan leader. It is getting late. I must return to attend to some paperwork. Farewell. Very well, Kamaya, travel safely. Do visit whenever you have the time. Certainly. With that, Kamaya departed the Inuzuka clan along with the two individuals. Chapter 34, the transformation of Konoha in recent days, Shen Yu has been exceedingly busy, to the point where even Tsunade is confined to her office, attending to an avalanche of paperwork. This is due to the arrival of the daimyo's representatives and financial overseers, which has prompted the commencement of their previously agreed-upon plans. On the outskirts of Konoha village, earthen walls rise one after another. A section of these walls is then capped with another layer, and wooden beams are secured at the corners, allowing a house to emerge, expending nearly half the chakra of its shunin. This represents the swiftest method for ordinary ninjas to construct a dwelling, lacking mastery over chakra. They are unable to erect structures directly. Shenyu, constrained by an inability to utilize wood release, resorts to earth release techniques. Earth release, continuous column house. Rows of rudimentary earthen homes spring forth, providing shelter to the displaced populace affected by the ongoing war. Shenyu discovers that the land allocated by the daimyo harbors a considerable number of inhabitants, albeit living in dire conditions. Moreover, given Konoha's prosperity, many refugees have gravitated toward the village in search of survival, resulting in a significant local population. The local nobility has imposed exorbitant taxes, leaving the common folk in rags and hunger, their eyes dulled by despair. Although ninjas wield power, the hierarchy remains, daimyo nobility ninjas commoners. A testament to centuries of noble indoctrination, flourishing in a world devoid of true wisdom. Once Konoha ensures that these famished individuals have enough to eat, a flicker of hope ignites in their eyes. You may wonder why the nobility's lands were granted to Konoha. It is because those nobles fell into disgrace and were entrusted to Konoha for their demise by the daimyo. After several days of interaction between the ninjas and these citizens, the latter have begun to stabilize, contributing what they can to assist the Konoha ninjas. Upon learning that this area will henceforth be under Konoha's jurisdiction, they labor tirelessly for the promise of sustenance and warmth. Land must be cultivated, houses constructed, and Konoha must allocate funds to ensure the populace's stability. During this period, independence seems a distant dream. They can only rely on Konoha. Once stability is achieved, commercial activity within Konoha will gradually revitalize the area. However, with an influx of people, complications have arisen, including some villagers believing themselves superior and attempting to deceive the newcomers. The members of the police department swiftly apprehended these offenders, ensuring they served as a cautionary example. Additionally, some nefarious elements within the new villagers prompted Shenyu to enlist the assistance of the Yamashiro clan to investigate potential spies. During a mealtime gathering, Shenyu seized the opportunity to deliver a crucial address. I am Uchiha Shenyu, the Hokage's assistant of Konoha Hidden Village. Before Shenyu could finish, the crowd, upon hearing the title of Hokage's assistant, inquired and learned that he was the second in command of Konoha, their savior from suffering. A multitude knelt in unison, exclaiming, Ninja-sama, thank you for rescuing my family. I am willing to become your servant, my lord. This was no exaggeration. Even the ninjas standing beside Shenyu grasped the gravity of the moment, particularly the Umbu and police department members who had taken charge of the new territory. Their expressions darkened upon witnessing the plight of the common folk in their homeland, emaciated while the nobility indulged in excess. They questioned the justification for such disparity. Despite their chakra and strength, they could not comprehend the extent of the nobles' opulence. The perspectives of these individuals began to shift subtly, shattering the illusion of the Fire Nation's officials. If circumstances were to change, this would be the vanguard of that transformation. Shenyu, realizing he must continue, called out, there is no need for such reverence. Please rise. From now on, you are citizens of Konoha village, and we shall not send you back. Rest assured. However, having joined Konoha, you must adhere to the laws of our village. Should you face oppression, seek out those clad in these uniforms, police department. In times of danger, do you see the Uchiha crest over there? Run towards it. That is my clan, and I shall advocate for you. I, Uchiha Shenyu, vow to protect your safety. For these new villagers, the act of swearing an oath resonated deeply, as the common folk placed their faith in such promises. Shenyu's words provided reassurance, allowing them to settle with confidence. Furthermore, he dispatched Uchiha Inoka to clear nearby bandit dens, initiating a campaign to reclaim the population. Those who had witnessed bloodshed were eliminated, while others were brought back to join the village. Shenyu faced the challenge of Konoha's vast territory and the increasing population, which strained the police department's resources. Expansion became necessary. Yet many ninjas were away on missions, leaving a scarcity of personnel within the village. Consequently, Shenyu even enlisted 6th grade students from the Ninja Academy to assist. Fortunately, The Uchiha clan's territory lay on the outskirts, enabling the mobilization of some ninjas as temporary external police members. However, due to the Uchiha's moral standing in this endeavor and Shenyu's prominent role as a high-ranking Hokage, the Uchiha clan garnered significant respect among the new villagers. While the old villagers suffered from low esteem, the Uchiha's reputation soared, bringing joy to its members. For the first time, their contributions bore fruit, and the proud Uchiha appeared nonchalant on the surface while secretly reveling in their success, redoubling their efforts in this region. As for other matters, Shenyu appointed Shisui to oversee the orphanage, and Yakushi no Nai also lent a hand, while D also carved out time from his limited schedule to assist. Regarding no Nai's role in the police department, Kurenai was expected to return soon, and Shenyu intended to solicit her help. The funding for these initiatives was collectively allocated by the village, with the planning overseen by the astute Nara Shikaku, who collaborated with a group of Nara clansmen to draft a proposal. They presented this plan to the Hokage, Tsunade, who, upon review and approval, allocated the necessary funds. When resources fell short, Shenyu stepped in to ensure progress continued. Though fatigued, Shenyu and Tsunade, along with the other senior officials, held a steadfast belief that if these measures were sustained, Konoha would regain its vigor. Nara Shikaku promptly mobilized the Inazuka, Nara, and Akamichi clans to assist the village, earning the favor of both Shenyu and Tsunade. His intelligence and readiness to align with the Hokage's vision were commendable. In retrospect, Nara Shikaku's diligence surpassed that of the third Hokage during his tenure, embodying the traits of a capable minister serving a wise ruler, fully realizing his potential. This resulted in a mutually beneficial scenario. The Nara clan profited from the village's acquisition of medicinal herbs for the new villagers' treatment, leading to substantial financial gains, a portion of which was generously contributed as political donations. Regardless of the circumstances, Konoha now pulsated with vitality, far surpassing the stagnation of the third Hokage's era. Orochimaru also unveiled a portion of his inventions, including several long-range communication devices and a chakra battery, though these products were fraught with limitations. The communication devices suffered from a short effective range, were cumbersome, and were costly due to the use of chakra metal. The battery, similarly, was prohibitively expensive, utilizing a significant amount of chakra metal while offering subpar storage capacity. Orochimaru faced an overwhelming array of research challenges, with D and the dispatched Uchiha ninjas diligently studying, albeit with slow progress. One might argue that Orochimaru's scientific prowess should yield results. Yet it wasn't until over a decade later that radio technology emerged to aid Gaara. Even then, it took several days of intense research and instruction for over 30 individuals. When Shenyu visited Orochimaru at the base, he encountered a legion of Orochimaru's shadow clones, each bearing dark circles under their eyes, reflecting their weariness. You, Uchiha Shenyu, may command others, but do not disregard my humanity. Amidst these developments, the perceptive individuals within the village recognized the adept guidance of the higher-ups, a stark contrast to the third Hokage's administration. Even at home, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened quietly to the report of his eldest son, Sarutobi Konohamaru, and took a silent puff of smoke. Amidst the swirling haze, he remarked, "It seems I have truly grown old. Aging itself is not terrifying. What is truly fearsome is the trepidation towards change that accompanies it." Chapter 35. Naruto and Sasuke. After a few days of dealing with affairs, Shenyu finally found some leisure time. As dusk approached, he and Shisui made their way to the entrance of the Ninja Academy to pick up his disciple, Sasuke, and enjoy a leisurely stroll while discussing the day's events. Brother Shenyu, the boys at the orphanage are like little kings, fiercely protective of their younger companions, Shisui remarked with a broad smile. Though each day was exhausting, it was fulfilling and meaningful, which sufficed for him. Furthermore, he no longer needed to dwell on the past conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the village. It was enough to accompany Shenyu on his journey. Ha ha ha, the Uchiha clan is never short of prideful characters. Just look at Sasuke. Acting like an adult despite being just a child, Shenyu chuckled. As fate would have it, the school day ended, and Sasuke emerged from the academy, remarkably conspicuous. Why so? Because Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino flanked him, chattering incessantly, while Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, visibly impatient. Following closely was Naruto, who trailed behind Sakura, often receiving reprimands or playful punches from her, yet remained steadfastly devoted. Alongside Ino were Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, adding to the lively entourage surrounding Sasuke. Notably, the bond between Ashura and Indra was evident as Sasuke, ignoring Sakura and Ino, erupted in a frenzy when Naruto teased him, calling him a loser. Was this the essence of the Naruto-Sasuke bond? In the midst of their quarrel, Sasuke spotted Shenyu, leaving a puzzled Naruto behind as he rushed to Shenyu's side, with the others trailing closely behind. "Teacher, Shisui, you came to pick me up," Sasuke exclaimed joyfully, grateful that his busy mentor and Shisui could spare time for him. "Ha ha. Sasuke, good evening," Shisui responded with a smile, while Shenyu affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. "Wait for me, Sasuke," Sakura and Ino called out as they caught up, with Ino instantly becoming infatuated with Shenyu. How can he be more handsome than Sasuke? Ino thought, her heart racing, though she maintained her composure outwardly. "Hello, big brother. I am Yamanaka Ino," she introduced herself, struggling to divert her gaze from Shenyu to Sasuke, though her admiration for Shenyu somewhat diminished her focus on Sasuke. "Greetings. I am Uchiha Shenyu, Sasuke's teacher," he replied politely, smiling at Ino, who was attempting to act demure. He is even more charming when he smiles. "Oh, Sakura, I concede Sasuke to you. But, Uchiha Shenyu, I feel like I've heard that name before. Can I call you Shenyu and I?" Ino asked, her voice sweet and her eyes wide with innocence. "Ha ha ha. Of course, you may call me whatever you like," Shenyu responded with a grin, playfully tousling Ino's golden hair. "Oh no, I've been smitten by the hepat." Hearing that Shenyu was Sasuke's teacher, and given his undeniable charm, Sakura stepped forward to introduce herself. "Big brother. I am Haruno Sakura, a classmate of Sasuke." Before Shenyu could reply, Naruto's voice rang out from the side. "Hey Sasuke, why are you running away? Are you scared of me?" Sasuke, arms crossed, thought to himself that he found the mountain of Sakura's admiration shallow if she could only see Shenyu's looks and not his strength. Upon hearing Naruto's taunts, he reddened with embarrassment and shouted back, "Loser, don't call me that." "Huh." Sasuke is getting flustered, Naruto teased, his hands cupped around his mouth, making silly faces while spinning around. Loser. You're such a loser." Sasuke fumed, his face flushed as he pushed Shenyu's hand away and charged at Naruto. The two boys began to tussle right in front of the school gate, surrounded by numerous students, teachers, and parents, all while Shenyu watched in disbelief. Despite the evident disparity in their abilities, Naruto seemed unyielding, shouting insults while clinging to Sasuke. Unable to bear the spectacle any longer, Shenyu intervened, lifting both boys by the scruff of their necks. They remained defiant, attempting to collide their heads together in protest. Shenyu had meant to raise them high enough to avoid contact, yet their fervor proved too great. The scene froze, with Shenyu momentarily stunned, as were the onlookers. "Naruto, I'm going to be sick. You make me sick. Your insults are revolting, Sasuke." As they continued their childish bickering, Shenyu released his grip, allowing the two to collapse onto the ground, where they promptly resumed their squabble. "You two have had enough. Are you not ashamed? How disgusting. I'm embarrassed for you." His stern words brought their antics to a halt, though their glares remained fiery. Casting a glance around, Shenyu noticed a lovely figure standing at a distance. His irritation dissipated instantly. Hinata stood at the entrance, having strayed from her group. It was that dashing older brother who had helped her before. She felt a surge of joy at seeing him again. However, she worried that he might not remember her. Did he just glance my way? Is he coming over? Am I dreaming? Shenyu approached and scooped Hinata into his arms. Her face flushed crimson as she buried her head into his chest, embarrassed. "Hinata, it's been a while. Why didn't you come say hello when you saw me? Do you not want to see me?" Hearing Shenyu's words, Hinata felt a pang of distress, tears brimming in her eyes as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "No, that's not it." Realizing he had perhaps gone too far with his jest, Shenyu quickly wiped her tears with his sleeve. "I was only teasing, don't cry. You mustn't ruin your pretty eyes, and I know you wouldn't forget me. Nor would I forget you, right?" Hinata nodded, her tears ceasing, which relieved Shenyu greatly. To make her cry would be a grave misdeed. And he pondered whether it was time to give Niji a lesson. "Niji, what did I do to deserve this?" Shenyu squeezed Hinata's wrist gently, sensing she had not yet had her fill. "Come, let me take you to Uncle S' ramen shop for a nice bowl, shall we? But my father is waiting for me at home." "Your father?" Before Shenyu could finish his thought, a voice from the shadows interrupted. "Lord Shenyu." He turned to see a familiar face. "Oh, Hayashi." It was Hyuga Hayashi, the clan head, who had accompanied Shenyu on a previous mission. "Oh, the clan head is still at home." Before he could finish, Shenyu cut him off. "Hayashi, go back and tell the clan head that I'm taking Hinata out for a meal. Does he not know if his daughter has eaten enough? I do not wish to nitpick your faults. Any issues shall rest upon my shoulders. If it must come to that, then let us settle it with a duel." Kamiyu's resolve was unwavering. Hinata, so endearing. How could that Hayashi Hyuga be so unyielding? Once I ascend to the position of Hokage, I shall address the Hyuga clan accordingly. Kamiyu intended to articulate further thoughts, but a delicate hand covered his mouth. Hinata gazed at him with tearful eyes. After all, he was her father. How could she bear to incite conflict between the two most significant individuals in her life? Very well, I shall refrain from further comment. Hina, return to your clan leader and convey that with my strength, Hinata's safety is assured, is it not? My lord, you jest. In my eyes. The lady is safest in your embrace, Hinata Hayashi replied with a wry smile. What was to be done? He would simply report back. After all, he could not afford to provoke someone who even Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, could not contend with, a figure on the battlefield known as the Shura of Fire. Backed by the entire Uchiha clan, he felt that Kamiyu's prestige within the Uchiha clan contrasted starkly with the esteem held by his own clan leader in the Hyuga clan, making any comparison a slight against Kamiyu. Furthermore, Kamiyu had not placed him in a difficult position. He would simply return and inform the clan leader to deal with the ensuing headache. Thus, Hayashi departed, while in the distance, a cluster of children, under Itachi's watchful gaze, approached. Kamiyu and I. Chapter 36. Divine Rain. As the Divine Rain embraced Hinata, Sasuke felt an array of emotions stir within him. His instructor had never held him in such a manner. Meanwhile, Ino, watching from the mountainside, felt a twinge of envy, realizing how close Hinata was with the older boy. An idea sparked in Ino's mind. Big brother, I hurt my leg during physical training today. Nara Shikamaru sighed and patted his head, while Akimichi Choji looked curiously at his companion. That foolish girl, we didn't even have physical training today. Divine Rain chuckled as he playfully lifted Ino onto his shoulders, balancing her alongside Hinata. Oh, I feel like I've grown a whole meter taller, Ino exclaimed, gripping Divine Rain's clothing tightly and waving at Hinata. Hinata, I didn't realize it was so high up here. Hinata nodded slightly, feeling a mix of shyness and uncertainty while clinging to Divine Rain. All right, little ones. I imagine you're all hungry. Let me treat you to a meal. Hold on tight, my two princesses. Okay, big brother. Ino giggled, her laughter bright as a flower. Sasuke's teacher was certainly more amiable than Sasuke himself, while Hinata remained silent, simply tightening her grip around Divine Rain. Naruto, observing the scene, considered slipping away. After all, he believed his identity as a demon fox would only complicate matters for them. Hey, where are you going, Naruto? Divine Rain called, catching both Sasuke and Naruto by the hands. Unlike the well-groomed Sasuke of the Uchiha clan, Naruto bore the dust and stains of neglect, which might deter others. But Divine Rain paid no heed. Could one truly blame a 6-year-old child for such things? From a distance, Irika, who had been watching, felt compelled to approach. As Naruto's teacher, he couldn't help but feel protective, despite the dark history surrounding Naruto's origins. Yet, Irika reminded himself that Naruto was just a child, innocent in all respects. Divine Rain reassured Irika. Naruto may be a bit unruly at times, but I'm simply inviting him to dinner. If you're still worried, you're welcome to join us. Irika, relieved by the response, stood off to the side, feeling like a mere observer. Meanwhile, Naruto, touched by Divine Rain's gesture, hurried to explain, Big brother, I'm a demon fox. The villagers say I bring misfortune, and I'm afraid. Demon fox? Ha. Divine Rain's laughter rang out, momentarily shocking the group. Sasuke thought the laughter was both charismatic and powerful, deciding he would emulate it in the future. Ino and Hinata felt the same sense of authority, their cheeks flushing. Why does he laugh so boldly? I love it, Ino thought. Divine Rain's smile is so captivating, mused Hinata. Naruto, Sakura, and Irika were left bewildered. Naruto felt a large hand comforting him, as if to soothe his worries. Irika pondered the implications. Could it be that Naruto was not truly a demon fox? Was he merely a victim of false accusations? From this day forward, no one will speak ill of you. I won't allow the descendant of a village hero to suffer unjustly, Divine Rain said earnestly, lowering his gaze to meet Naruto's shining eyes. It is unfair to you and to your parents. Parents? Big brother, do you know my parents? Naruto's eyes welled with tears, as he wiped them away anxiously. Did they really not abandon me? Divine Rain continued to comfort him. Your parents were remarkable ninjas, just as kind-hearted as you. They simply couldn't be with you for certain reasons. If you ever need anything, you can always come to me. At this point, Sasuke looked quizzically at Naruto. Did their mothers know each other? Irika's face was a mix of shock and realization. Naruto was indeed the hero's descendant, and his mother had a close relationship with Mikoto, the wife of the former Uchiha clan leader. Why then does the village speak of the demon fox? Irika wondered. Enough of this talk. I'm getting hungry just thinking about it. Come, let us go eat, Divine Rain declared, leading the way without further protest from Naruto, who took his hand, with Sasuke and a somewhat hesitant Sakura trailing behind. Irika was surprised to discover Neji had joined them, seemingly concerned for Hinata. Alas, with Hyuga Hayashi deceased, Neji's motivations were likely more complex. Shikamaru wore a look of resignation, while Choji recalled something. Hey, Haven T, we heard that big brother-s name before? It sounds so familiar. And Ino just followed him without hesitation? Of course, that's the new assistant to the Hokage, the leader of the Uchiha clan. What else could we do but follow? At that moment, Shisui approached Shikamaru and Choji, assuming they were hesitant to join, with a gentle push. He encouraged them to catch up with Divine Rain, also calling for the members of the police force to inform their respective clans. Let us go. It's just a meal. If it gets inconvenient, I can send you home afterward. I'll have someone speak to your parents, he assured them. Thus, the group arrived at the ramen shop run by the Otsutsuki family. 1, 2, 3. Uncle, I'd like 15 bowls of your finest ramen. And if that's not enough, we can always order more. Certainly, Assistant Divine Rain. It's been a while since you last visited. The chef replied with a beaming smile, already preparing the order. 15 bowls were hardly excessive with 11 people present, especially considering Divine Rain's hearty appetite. Not to mention Choji and Hinata's appetites as well. Big brother, is this a bit extravagant? Naruto hesitantly voiced what everyone else was thinking. Not at all. I'm merely left with money, Divine Rain replied, slipping a wallet into Naruto's bag despite his protests. As bowl after bowl of ramen was served, conversation ceased as everyone began to enjoy the delectable meal. The noodles were thick and chewy, the broth fragrant and enticing, stimulating their appetites even before the first bite. It became evident that Hinata had not been well fed under the Hyuga clan's care. Despite her youth, her hunger was apparent. Divine Rain reassured her, when eating, one should always be satisfied. There is no need to starve oneself for the sake of others' opinions. Oh, I'm full, Naruto exclaimed, patting his round belly. It had been ages since he had eaten so well. Instant noodles were a poor substitute for a proper meal. As dusk began to fall, Divine Rain arranged for the Uchiha to escort the children home. Big brother, what if I want to see you again? Ino asked, feeling reluctant to part ways. Hinata turned her watery eyes toward Divine Rain, silently pleading with him not to refuse. Just have Sasuke bring you to me, Divine Rain instructed. I heard it, Sasuke exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Do I not deserve a bit of dignity as the Uchiha heir? With this, the children were delighted to be led home by Uchiha police members. Other clans had also sent representatives to escort them, including Hinata's relatives. But Divine Rain insisted on a watchful presence. Only Naruto and Sasuke remained, glaring at each other like two young children. Had it not been for Shen Yu standing between them, holding one back with each hand, a confrontation would have been inevitable. Come on, Naruto. Oh, goodbye, big brother. As Naruto seemed a bit reluctant to leave, Shen Yu seized his hand. You're not leaving. You're coming home with me. Home? Naruto exclaimed, his surprise evident, even tinged with bashfulness. Lord Shen Yu, this isn't proper. The third Hokage. Irika, you come along too. We'll see the Hokage before departing. Shen Yu explained, leading the two children towards the Hokage building. Irika recalled the rumors. It appeared that the Hokage and his assistant were a pair. Oh no. Yet, out of duty, Irika steeled himself for the challenges ahead. Within the Uchiha clan territory, at Shenyu's residence, Irika was taken aback by the grandeur of the Uchiha district, where elite shinobi patrolled and houses stretched endlessly. From the newly designated areas of the village to the Uchiha enclave, every passerby greeted Shenyu, a testament to his esteemed reputation among both the Uchiha clan and the village. Naruto felt a surge of admiration for his big brother, aspiring to emulate him, thinking perhaps that would lead him to the title of Hokage someday. As they strolled, the Uchiha clan members regarded the two with mild surprise, but upon recognizing their clan leader, they understood the situation. Once inside the clan, Shenyu instructed Itachi and Sasuke to return home, urging them to find their mothers and refrain from lingering for a meal. Tsunade, Shizen, I have returned. Oh, have you prepared a meal? Upon entering his home, Shenyu was astonished to find dishes laid out on the table, albeit some appeared rather peculiar, clearly not prepared by Shizen. Had Tsunade changed her ways? Hearing Shenyu's teasing, Tsunade's expression soured, while Shizen hurriedly explained, This was personally made by Lady Tsunade. Why have you brought 2 more people? Upon hearing that 2 guests had arrived, Tsunade curiously peered at them, recognizing Irika and Naruto. Irika felt overwhelmed at the presence of the Hokage. Hokage-sama. Lord Shenyu wishes to take Naruto, but the 3rd Hokage mentioned. It's all right, you may leave now. Shenyu can take him from here. With no reprimand issued. Irika bowed and stepped back. Why did you bring Naruto? Tsunade gently ruffled Naruto's hair, observing his disheveled appearance. Let us resolve the issue with the Nine Tails. His potential remains untapped. Moreover, is there really any distinction in the 3rd's confidentiality policy? Everyone knows the child is the source of the trouble. If the Nine Tails truly manifests, it would be my concern. Come on, Naruto, call out. Oh, Tsunade Baba. Baba? You little brat. Enraged, Tsunade delivered a punch that sent Naruto flying 5 meters away. Clearly holding back, yet the chakra surging from her was no small matter. Ouch, that hurts. She hit me. Big brother, save me. As Tsunade moved forward, ready to strike again, Shenyu grasped her hand. Yes, just a child. Considering Kushina, please don't be angry, my lady Tsunade. Naruto, come here and greet your sister. Enough of this, you little rascal. How do you plan to handle this? Mentioning Kushina calmed Tsunade. Let us not be angry. The child has no guidance. Will you watch from the side, or shall we enter together to see the Nine Tails? You go in. This little brat irritates me. Dinner is nearly ready, and the food is getting cold. As you wish, my dear. Do you wish to be hit too? Hee. No, no. Chapter 37. The Nine Tails. I harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha. Such beings ought not to exist in this world. Do not be afraid. I am right beside you. Naruto. Oh, all right, big brother, I trust you. Although that Tsunade elder struck me quite painfully just now, Naruto did not sense any malice, and rather felt a flicker of sympathy amidst the anger. Now, gaze into my eyes. All right. Naruto focused on Shenyu's eyes, finding nothing particularly special about them. Wait. What are those Tomo? 1, 2, 3, interlinked. Suddenly, both of them toppled backward. Shireen caught Naruto, while Tsunade supported Shenyu, who collapsed into Tsunade's ample embrace. Tsunade suspected Shenyu of having done so intentionally, yet lacked the evidence. Perhaps it was unnecessary. In Naruto's spiritual realm. Where's this? Big brother? I am here, Naruto. Shenyu took Naruto's hand and gently led him forward, where they beheld a massive fox with 9 tails trapped in an iron cage. The overwhelming aura emanating from its colossal form made Naruto instinctively tighten his grip around Shenyu's hand. From the gaps of the cage, wisps of red chakra flowed out. Evidently the result of the 9 tails deliberately hindering Naruto's graduation. Could you believe that the son of Kushina, who was highly talented in sealing techniques, learned nothing and merely rolled Dango? Of course, Dango is not without merit. Yet, prior to mastering Dango, he was rather weak. The 9 tails sensed their presence and violently slammed against the cage, creating a tremendous noise accompanied by its furious roars. That attire, it is the accursed Uchiha. Damn the Uchiha. Damn the progeny of Minato. Get out of here. As the 9 tails continued its barking, Shenyu's expression turned icy. I have come today to engage in a sincere dialogue with you. However, should you refuse to show me respect, do not blame me for taking control. As he spoke, the 3 tomo of his Sharingan gradually transformed into a pinwheel, reflecting the 9 tails' disarray within the spinning kaleidoscope. No. Damn kaleidoscope. The 9 tails battered the cage frantically, yet the 4 symbols' seal firmly restrained it. The 9 tails recalled its time as a summoning beast for Uchiha Madara, controlled by Uchiha Obito with a single eye. Why? Why does the Uchiha clan exist? They ought not to live in this world. After being dragged into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and receiving a thorough lesson, the 9 tails settled down, obediently lying in the cage, and its previously overflowing chakra ceased to spill forth. Communication? Has that sufficed? No more kaleidoscope, please. How can the Uchiha's ocular power be so formidable? Initially, the 9 tails did not sense malice. However, driven by the pride of a tailed beast, it shouted and later recognized the ill intent emanating from the Uchiha. Since there was no malice, let us converse, as it is not something I can provoke. Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. Why did the big brother's glare render the enormous fox docile? And why is there a great fox within me? Naruto, there exist 9-tailed beasts in this world, and before you stands the most powerful of them all, the 9 tails. Kurama. Indeed, I am the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts. Uchiha brat, how do you know my name? As the 9 tails proudly lifted its head, it noticed the tomo in Shenyu's eyes spinning once more and promptly lowered its head again, though its curiosity remained unquenched. within your body. The Ninetales harbors tremendous animosity towards humanity. 6 years ago, during the Ninetales rampage, it harmed countless villagers. The fourth Hokage sacrificed himself for the village, and thus, the Ninetales was sealed within you. The slander directed at you originates from this very incident, with some stoking the flames. That individual has already been dealt with by me. You are the village's hero, not the so-called cursed fox bringing misfortune. Do you understand? The Ninetales can also communicate, akin to forging friendships. Its animosity towards humanity partially stems from humanity itself. Shenyu led Naruto closer to the cage. Kurama, am I your friend? Humph. Uchiha brat, you dare to? The pinwheel in Shenyu's eyes began to whirl again, silencing the Ninetales' retort. Although Shenyu was reprimanding it, the Ninetales could not sense any malice. Kurama exhaled through its nostrils, reluctantly replying, friends, fine, we are friends. Big brother, I am not a cursed fox. Tears streamed down Naruto's chin as he listened to Shenyu's words. Realizing he was not a cursed fox, but rather a hero of the village. The past insults from the villagers were all misguided. He had parents who loved him dearly. And he was not the dreaded fox spoken of by others. Rather, he had been wronged. And the one who orchestrated that wrong had been dealt with by his big brother. From now on, I shall become a person like my big brother. Naruto. Shenyu leaned down, embracing Naruto, secretly relieved that he had not succumbed to darkness. The entire shinobi world must be grateful. The villagers of Konoha have become somewhat ungrateful. It is imperative that the police force take decisive action. Do not underestimate me, for I am Uzumaki Naruto, destined to become Hokage. I speak plainly and uphold my promises. This is my ninja way. With you, big brother, Tsunade, and so many others who care for me. How could I let you down? Kurama, you must feel quite lonely being sealed here, but you shall no longer be alone. I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall be your second companion. Naruto suddenly wiped his tears, withdrawing his head from Shenyu's embrace, and thrust his right fist into the cage. Kurama gazed at Naruto in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Naruto placed such trust in it. Why he could remain so cheerful despite the villagers' treatment, and why his heart was filled with goodwill. Companions, huh? Naruto, you rascal. Kurama sensed Naruto's warmth. Even with a decision already made in its heart, its prideful nature compelled it to raise its head. To become my friend. You. Why did you stop? Because Shenyu's kaleidoscope was stirring once more, Kurama sincerely raised its claw, gently touching Naruto's small hand. Then the space shattered, leaving only Kurama behind. Companions. You truly have a fine son, Minato. Kurama smiled faintly, closed its eyes, and began to rest, while the Ninetales chakra that had stirred within Naruto dissipated. The Ninetales reassured itself that it had not succumbed. It had merely been moved by Naruto. Yes, that was it. Upon waking, Shenyu found himself leaning against Tsunade, quietly continuing to lie there, while Naruto jumped up beside them. Tsunade, sister, Shireen's sister, I saw a great fox inside, and even made a friend. Hey, big brother is still not awake. Who knows? Your big brother may be trying to fly out. Tsunade smiled broadly at Shenyu, her fists eager to move. While Shireen looked on with amusement, realizing he could no longer pretend, Shenyu reluctantly left the warm, soft haven, standing up and laughing lightly. Ahem, Naruto, you're awake, quite well. You're awake faster than I. Naruto, it has grown dark. Hurry and wash up before bed. Shireen, go find some clothes for Naruto. I have some in my wardrobe. Naruto has school tomorrow. All right, Lord Shenyu. Shireen led Naruto to change into some clothes. Indeed, Naruto's attire was quite dusty. Shenyu then gazed at the meal Tsunade had prepared. Ah, did you make this? It looks utterly delightful. I am quite hungry. Shenyu picked up his chopsticks and began to savor his meal under Tsunade's watchful gaze. Observing Shenyu devouring the dishes with remarkable speed, she wondered if her cooking was truly that delicious. Tsunade took a bite herself. Seeing Shenyu continue to eat with gusto, she abruptly seized him. If it's not good, why are you eating it so eagerly and quickly? What are you talking about? I can't waste food. Your cooking is quite tasty. Tasty? If it were truly delicious, I would make it for you every day. Well, I'm more than willing to eat my wife's cooking daily. You. Tsunade glared at Shenyu, though a different sentiment stirred within her heart. If one were to articulate it, perhaps it could be described as familial love, or perhaps even something akin to romance. In a mere moment, Shenyu had finished the meal prepared by Tsunade. He reclined on the sofa, rubbing his belly, and tilted his head to glance at her, only to find her eyes glistening with tears. Wait, why are you crying? Who is crying? Tsunade wiped her eyes, her expression as obstinate as ever, yet after a moment of silence, she asked, Do you think it's worth it? Shenyu. Tilting his head, replied earnestly, I chose this for myself. Worth or not, it's my decision. Seemingly nonsensical words often conceal the softest feelings buried within one's heart. Tsunade averted her gaze, suppressing the ripples of emotion within, and addressed Shenyu. If Naruto stays here today, which room will he occupy? In my current room. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's demeanor shifted awkwardly as she noticed Shenyu's cheerful expression. With a hint of irritation, she retorted, then you can sleep on the sofa. That one T do. A boss and his wife should T sleep in separate beds. Oh, I'm so tired today. I'll need to sleep soon. Exhausted, are you? Shenyu called out to Naruto, who had just emerged. Hey, Naruto, did you hear that? You'll be sleeping in that room. Okay. Tsunade shot Shenyu an exasperated glance before rising to freshen up, while he headed to another washroom. When Shenyu emerged from the shower clad in a bathrobe, everyone else had already succumbed to slumber. He cautiously opened the door to the master bedroom, gently lifted the covers, and slipped into bed. Bathed in moonlight, the woman stirred slightly, and the sound of their heartbeats resonated clearly in the stillness. After lying down, Shenyu noticed Tsunade turned away from him, and he slowly wrapped his arms around her. Tsunade's body stiffened momentarily before trembling slightly. Internally, Tsunade was engulfed in a battle of emotions, feelings complex. She felt a mixture of anticipation and fear, worried about Shenyu taking the next step. This did not signify reluctance, but rather an internal struggle she faced. However, as Shenyu's steady breathing filled the air, she too relaxed and turned to gaze at the younger man beside her. He was remarkably considerate. In battle, he was a wild spirit, yet in personal interactions, he was devoid of Uchiha's arrogance, approachable and exceedingly kind to those around him. Tsunade was unsure of his feelings towards Kurenai, but she was certain they were profound. Perhaps even Kurenai had fallen completely for him. This man indeed held a place for her in his heart, yet he had the flaw of sharing that heart with other women. And she too found herself hopelessly infatuated with him. Tsunade continued to study Shenyu's face, illuminated by the moonlight, which bestowed an air of mystery upon his already striking features. With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, she leaned in and stole a soft kiss. Satisfied, she nestled closer to Shenyu and drifted into a peaceful slumber. As for whether Shenyu was awake or asleep, that became inconsequential, did it not? Chapter 38. Are Naruto's parents the Hokage and the Hokage assistant? As Shenyu approached Naruto and brought the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki back home, this action startled some of the older generation and sparked a flurry of thoughts among certain clan leaders. For instance, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was taken aback. Had it not been for Shenyu's insistence on having the Umbu follow him, he would have emerged from hiding. Just yesterday, Shenyu treated the little ones to a meal, which was inconsequential, but considering that these youngsters were either geniuses or the next clan leaders of the ninja clans, they essentially represented the future of Konoha. Regardless of external perceptions, life within continued as usual. The morning light flowed like honey through the folds of the curtains, while the gentle morning breeze playfully lifted a corner of the sheer drapery. Sunbeams cascaded down, illuminating the golden curls at the tips of Shenyu's hair. Upon awakening, Shizen found herself half-pressed against Shenyu, her golden tresses radiating a soft glow, and her eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes, fluttering gently with each breath. Nestled within the soft, silky sheets, the straps of her black nightgown slipped from her smooth skin, contrasting her fair complexion with Shenyu's sun-kissed hue. Shizen, lying atop Shenyu, seemed enveloped in a cocoon of safety and bliss, sleeping soundly. As Shenyu gazed at Shizun, an involuntary smile crept onto his lips, envisioning a future filled with warmth and joy. Clearing his throat, he placed a gentle kiss on Shizun's forehead and slowly extricated himself, preparing to rise. Today, there was a child at home, and he was eager to experience the joy of sending a child off to school. Where are you going? Shizen, still drowsy, grasped Shenyu's hand, compelling him to sit back down. I need to cook, take the child to school, and handle various matters. As Shizen nestled in Shenyu's embrace, she began to awaken, realizing she was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Then go ahead, I will sleep a little longer. All right. Shenyu rose, began to dress, and after knocking on Naruto's bedroom door, he waited until he heard the energetic commotion from inside before proceeding to prepare breakfast. However, once Shenyu departed, Shizen felt a twinge of discomfort, missing the warmth of Shenyu's embrace from the previous night. With a resigned sigh, she began to get dressed. Naruto, hearing Shenyu's call, had never felt so well-rested and full of energy. He sprang out of bed but soon realized his clothes were missing. My clothes must have been taken by Sister Shizen for washing. Brother Shenyu said he has some in his wardrobe. Opening the large wardrobe, Naruto found an array of Uchiha attire, complete with the Uchiha clan emblem, in shades of pure black and white, devoid of any flamboyant colors. Wow, so many clothes. Which one should I wear? Hey, each of them has a fan on it. Settling on a particular outfit after several attempts, Naruto burst out of his room, colliding with the freshly awakened Shizen. Sister Shizen, good morning. After exchanging greetings, he dashed towards the washroom, leaving Shizen shaking her head in exasperation. Despite his impulsiveness, she mused that Naruto looked quite dashing in Shenyu's clothing. After changing into fresh attire and grooming himself, Shizen thought that although he might not quite match Shenyu, he would surely attract the attention of many girls. Shizen, why are you just standing there? Shizen felt a gentle touch on her shoulder as Tsunade rested her head against her other shoulder. Ah, Lady Tsunade, you are up quite early. Am I really that lazy? Tsunade playfully wrapped her arms around Shizune and led her to the washroom, the Uchiha emblem on her back proudly displayed. With the day dedicated to sending a child off, they couldn't afford to rise too late. Oh my goodness, Brother Shenyu's cooking is absolutely delightful. Lady Tsunade, you and Sister Shizen are truly fortunate. After a hearty meal, Naruto nestled into the couch, but suddenly recalled that he might be running late and jumped up. Slow down. I will take you. Shenyu, having finished his meal, donned his clothing and called out to a surprised Naruto. Awesome. Brother Shenyu is taking me to school. While Naruto was accustomed to going to school on his own, all his classmates were escorted by their parents, and to feel envy was only natural. But now, he no longer needed to envy, for he had Brother Shenyu. Wait, Shenyu. I want to come too. Tsunade chimed in, leaving Shizen momentarily stunned before she too stood up. Then I will go as well. Great. Naruto joyfully bounced up, holding Shenyu with one hand and Tsunade with the other, while Shizen trailed behind with a cheerful grin, savoring some candy. As they exited the clan grounds, they encountered Fugaku and Itachi, who were also on their way to drop off a child. Sensing something unusual after hearing Naruto had arrived at Shenyu's residence, Fugaku decided to accompany Sasuke to school to create a favorable impression. However, seeing the Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the Hokage assistant together, he could not help but think this looked remarkably like a family of three. Good morning, Hokage-sama, Hokage assistant. Fugaku and Itachi hurriedly greeted them. Tsunade nodded, while Shenyu began to speak but was interrupted by the two young boys. Sasuke, you. Ugh. Annoying Naruto. In response to Naruto's exclamation, Sasuke respectfully addressed Shenyu. Teacher. Indeed. Clan leader Fugaku is also sending a child today. Let us go together. Certainly. Thus, a group of 7 was formed to escort 2 children. However, discreetly shadowing them were the Uchiha guards and members of the police force protecting Shenyu, as well as Umbu members safeguarding Tsunade, making for an impressively grand entourage. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, the parents escorting their children were taken aback to see both the Hokage and the Hokage assistant. The sight of the two holding Naruto's hands left their faces painted with astonishment. That fox, how is he holding hands with the Hokage and the Hokage assistant? I don't know, don't say anything. The assistant is watching you. Hurry and greet them. Oh no, I'm doomed. I shouldn't have said that. Hokage-sama. Hokage assistant. Good morning. Some felt relieved, knowing the context, their hearts leaning more towards Hokage Tsunade rather than Hokage Hiruzen, implying that the possibility of Sarutobi Hiruzen making a comeback was non-existent. Others felt fear, particularly those who had bullied Naruto. Their desire to make amends was not born of newfound conscience, but rather a realization that they were in deep trouble. Moreover, with Naruto clad in Uchiha attire, a clan known for its fierce loyalty, this was not merely a challenge directed at Naruto alone. Go on, Naruto, Sasuke. Shenyu bent down and pinched the cheeks of the two boys, encouraging them. You two should help each other out. Did you hear that, annoying Sasuke? For Brother Shenyu's sake. I won't. Shut it, Naruto. I'm only doing this for our teacher. Watching Naruto and Sasuke playfully push each other as they walked toward the Ninja Academy, Shenyu could not help but smile. This was the essence of bonds, and he was grateful to have many of his own. Shenyu then noticed Ino waving at him from the entrance, and Hinata standing quietly, watching him. He waved back with a smile, receiving a response as the two girls reluctantly entered the academy. As for the family ninjas who had accompanied them, they dared not rush, quietly noting the events to report back to their clan leader. After sending the children off, Shenyu turned to Fugaku, who had stayed behind, and said, Let us depart. Tsunade and I have numerous matters to attend to. Clan leader Fugaku, I bid you farewell. There is no need for the divine rain to assist so fervently. The matters concerning you and the Hokage are of utmost importance. I too shall be taking up a position in the police department. Chapter 39. The assassination of Yamato. After Tsunade ascended to the position of Hokage, she bestowed upon Yamato his name, with the exposure of his would-release abilities. He was subsequently shielded by the Umbu ninjas. At this moment, Yamato gazed at the bustling construction site in the distance, with sounds of activity occasionally echoing from afar. It was said that the village was building houses for new residents. Had it not been for safety concerns, he would have found it much easier to assist, especially given his would-release skills. Yamato mused to himself, acknowledging that although his abilities did not rival those of the first Hokage, and he had suffered a severe reprimand from his superior, he was still capable of contributing to construction. After all, the feeling of being needed was something that Root could never provide. Once the village grows stronger, it would be delightful to roam freely. Kakashi Hitaki, holding several skewers of snacks he had purchased nearby, including dango, offered them to Yamato. He held a positive outlook regarding the village's future, a sentiment shared by many Leaf ninjas, who believed that compared to the third Hokage's era, the present Leaf village was vibrant, with the will of fire burning brightly. Kakashi-senpai, what brings you here? Yamato inquired. Afraid you might be lonely, so I came to check on you. How have you been lately? Kakashi replied, seating himself beside Yamato, while several Umbu ninjas remained discreetly vigilant for Yamato's safety. Quite well. Actually, I feel fortunate to have been pardoned after following Danzo in the assassination attempt on my superior, Yamato said, reflecting on his past. Do not fret about that. The heart of your superior is still generous, rest assured, Kakashi reassured him. Although Yamato was under protection, Tsunade had not confined his freedom. He was not a criminal. After all, a stroll through the village center would help dissipate the shadows of Root. As the autumn breeze began to rise, scattering the withered yellow leaves, Yamato caught one in his hand and examined it closely. Life now is far better than it was in Root. I understand my purpose. I no longer live each day in monotony, as I have companions I can trust. If only I could contribute even more, he contemplated, discarding the leaf and wishing that his fate, like the leaf, would blossom anew in the coming spring. Although Kakashi faced Yamato, his eyes wandered. Something feels amiss. This was the instinct of a seasoned ninja. Kakashi rose, brushing off the dust. All right, since you seem fine, I must attend to my duties. The Umbu have been exceedingly busy lately. Kakashi thought to himself that he had been overwhelmed with responsibilities, with little time even to check on the young prince. As he managed the Umbu's affairs, not to mention the ongoing reforms. Very well, Kakashi-senpai, go ahead, Yamato replied. With that, Kakashi vanished from Yamato's sight, appearing beside a member of the Hyuga clan. Kakashi-sama, the Hyuga ninja acknowledged. Is there something amiss? Kakashi inquired. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, the Hyuga responded hastily. Good. Just as he was about to leave, a thunderous explosion erupted nearby, prompting Kakashi to rush back. Damn it, Yamato. The Hyuga ninja activated his Byakugan, spotting several ninjas engaged in combat and quickly followed Kakashi. Heaven help us, the Byakugan requires chakra to maintain, and after being active for so long, the Hyuga ninja needed a moment's respite. Earth release, Earth spike. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged from the forest towards Kakashi and the Hyuga ninja. Kakashi evaded with a substitution technique, but the Hyuga ninja was unfortunate enough to be caught in the Earth spike, immobilized. Then, a ninja emerged from behind the trees, brandishing a blade. Kakashi returned just in time, flinging the Hyuga ninja aside as his white fan clashed with the enemy's blade. The enemy had intended to eliminate the Hyuga ninja before assisting, but little did they expect the ever-cautious copy ninja Kakashi would intervene. Yet, for the sake of the mission, dying would be an acceptable fate. Kakashi remained silent. Now was not the time to dwell on the Hyuga's oversight. His mind was focused on Yamato's safety. The fact that the Byakugan failed to detect the threat means I must resolve this battle swiftly. The Hyuga's Byakugan had failed to detect the intruders due to structural flaws, as the branch family possessed the caged bird seal, which obstructed their field of vision at certain angles. The infiltrators were not a single group, but rather a coalition of rogue ninjas from enemy villages, united by a common goal, having decided to strike that very night amidst frequent espionage checks in the Leaf village. Unexpectedly, Kakashi's arrival thwarted their plans. As he engaged in battle, the enemy ninjas saw their chance and charged towards Yamato, clearly elite foes rather than mere fodder. Yamato hastily began to weave hand signs once more. Would release. Great forest technique. Vines erupted from Yamato's arms, striking at the enemy ninjas, who retaliated fiercely. One of the ninjas evaded the vines, while the other prepared a counterattack. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Flames ignited along the vines, causing Yamato to sever them and engaged the enemy in close combat. Another enemy ninja attempted a sneak attack from behind, but was intercepted by Umbu ninja Yuzuki Yugao, who countered with leaf-style swordsmanship, battling the enemy ninja. The adversary engaged Yamato with a flurry of taijutsu, interspersed with low-level ninjutsu, aiming to swiftly defeat him. However, Yamato was not to be underestimated. Despite the weakness of his wood release, he was still compared to the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Do they think me an easy target? Yamato thought, anger welling up as he fought back against the enemy. He did not need to eliminate them. Holding out for just a moment would suffice, and soon they would all be finished. Curse it. It seems there is no chance to eliminate you, but I must extract your intelligence. The enemy ninja rolled backward, channeling all their chakra to unleash their most powerful technique. Lightning release, lightning strike tornado. A massive infusion of chakra transformed into a colossal tornado of lightning, charging towards Yamato. Yamato did not dare to delay, infusing his own chakra to cast a defensive wood release technique. Wood release, tree world barrier. Countless vines coalesced into a wooden shield, thick enough to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the impact of the lightning strike tornado caused splinters to fly, the shield's defenses rapidly diminishing until only a narrow wave of residual energy struck Yamato. Though no significant harm was inflicted, the intermittent numbness and slight pain disrupted Yamato's focus, prompting the enemy ninja to erupt in laughter. With all remaining strength, they charged at Yamato. Just as he prepared to engage, Kakashi, having dealt with his opponent, arrived just in time to deliver a lethal strike to the unsuspecting enemy ninja. Are you all right, Yamato? I'm fine, just a minor injury. Some of the Umbu ninjas gathered around Yamato, while others joined forces with the reinforcements from the Umbu and the police department to pursue the retreating enemy ninjas. Given that this operation involved spies from several villages, once the intelligence was obtained, some quickly retreated, disregarding the lives of their comrades. Captain, Kakashi nodded, beginning to issue commands. Report this incident to Lord Hokage. Leave some personnel to protect Yamato, and the rest will follow me in pursuit of the enemy ninjas. Understood. For the fleeing enemy ninjas, while returning alive was preferable, the primary goal was for at least one of them to escape with the intelligence. Thus, some ninjas began to sacrifice their lives to cover the retreat. Ultimately, due to the support from their comrades, several elite enemy ninjas managed to escape, with 2 ninjas successfully eluding capture. Chapter 40. Turbulent times. Meanwhile, at the Hokage building. How does it feel to send a child off? Shenyu turned around, grinning at Tsunade. It feels quite nice. Perhaps one day, we shall send off our own. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at Shenyu, while Shizen also looked at her, eagerly awaiting a response. There's no need to rush. Let's not fly off just yet. We must attend to governmental affairs first, and we can discuss such matters later. Seeing that Tsunade did not refuse, Shenyu felt satisfied, and Shizen left, having had her fill. Shenyu sat beside Tsunade, reviewing documents while conversing with her. Time flew by, and Shenyu loosened her grip, easing her fatigue, leaning against Tsunade, who rested her chin on her hand, looking quite disenchanted. Tsunade shot a glance at Shenyu, then reclined into her embrace, unwilling to deal with the mundane affairs. Finding solace in their conversation. Tsunade, how are you handling the situation with Danzo? Now he goes by Yamato. His wood release doesn't seem to measure up to that of my granduncle, but I have ensured his protection. Speaking of which, there has been something unusual lately. The village has apprehended many spies. Shenyu paused, sensing something amiss, and lowered her gaze to meet Tsunade's eyes, who appeared perplexed by Shenyu's words. Tsunade, as the village expands, so does the police force in the Umbu, but it's challenging to ensure the quality of our ninjas in such a short time. Simultaneously, while the village's cohesion has strengthened, presenting a facade of prosperity, our grip on it has somewhat diminished. How is it that we are capturing so many spies? Tsunade, taken aback, began to see the logic in Shenyu's reasoning. You see, dispatching spies typically involves erasing their tracks from an early age, sending them to other ninja villages to grow up unnoticed, minimizing the risk of exposure. Should they send ninjas directly into Konoha, they would underestimate the village's barriers and the current patrol routes of the Uchiha police force. In the past, some spies evaded capture, yet now we apprehend them with ease. This suggests that a small number of foreign ninjas have infiltrated, alongside those already residing within Konoha, stirring unrest. But why now? Shenyu continued. In other words, other ninja villages have recently dispatched numerous high-level spies, and those already in Konoha are beginning to act. What could their motives be at this juncture? Indeed, our village's reforms would not go unnoticed by others. Coupled with Konoha's handling of Shimura Danzo and his roots, we have exhausted considerable strength. Logically, why would they allow Konoha to develop peacefully? There are rumors that Kumogakure and Iwagakure are on the move. Yet no substantial assaults have materialized. If they are uniting spies, what are they confirming? She had protected Yamato, rather than allowing him to operate as before. However, once protected, traces would inevitably be left behind. Tsunade suddenly stood up. Yamato, Hokage-sama, Assistant-sama. The voice of an Umbu ninja broke through, prompting Shenyu and Tsunade to exchange glances, reassuring each other silently. Do not fret. I am here. Enter. An Umbu ninja rushed in to report, Hokage-sama, Assistant-sama, Yamato has been attacked by spies. Captain Kakashi and his team managed to secure Yamato, eliminating several enemies, but 2 ninjas from the opposing village escaped. Understood. Bring Yamato back for protection and await further orders. Yes. After the Umbu ninja departed, Shenyu and Tsunade remained in the office. Tsunade, this confirms whether Yamato's would release is formidable. Now that Yamato has been exposed, we must prepare for the impending conflict. If all goes according to plan, Iwagakure and Kumogakure will not allow Konoha to thrive. Tsunade recognized that lamenting was futile. Preparation was paramount. War is on the horizon once more. Very well, I shall initiate resource mobilization, just in case. Meanwhile, 2 escaping ninjas dashed towards the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, tirelessly spreading the word that Yamato's would release was merely a paper tiger. Such information needed to permeate the ninja world to dispel any apprehensions regarding would release. In Kumogakure, the 4th Raikage, A showcased his prowess alongside the other cloud ninjas, dispatching all predetermined targets with lightning speed, eliciting cheers from his comrades. Raikage-sama, we have received intelligence regarding spies. At that moment, Mabu arrived with documents, interrupting the conversation. What news? The ninja from Konoha possessing would release does not pose the same threat as the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Good. A replied, crossing his arms. Deploy Omoy as the vanguard to lead a team into the Land of Water, pressing towards the Land of Fire. Yes. In Iwagakure, Suchikage-sama. We have received intelligence from Akatsuchi that Konoha's would release is at the Jonin level, not exceptionally powerful. Anoki, seated in his chair, listened to his subordinate's report and responded slowly. That is reassuring. We cannot let the sacrifices of our elite go in vain. The Land of Fire is prosperous, vast, and rich in resources, far superior to our Land of Earth. Konoha has weakened through multiple wars and now seeks to rise again. In terms of recuperation, who can rival Konoha? Let Akatsuchi take the lead and move our forces into the Land of Grass. Understood. In a fleeting moment, the ninja world was engulfed in turmoil. The Land of Water was eager to intervene, and even the Sand Village, an ally of Konoha, discreetly bolstered its forces along Konoha's borders. Should Konoha reveal any signs of weakness, they would be poised for an all-out assault. Chapter 41. The War Deployment of Konohagakure with the Enhancement of Chakra. The movement speed of ninjas is remarkably swift. For instance, during the pursuit of Orochimaru by Kamiyu and his companions, they traversed from Konohagakure to the borders of the Land of Fire in merely a day, all while coordinating their efforts. Historically, during the Great Ninja Wars, whenever a village mobilized its ninjas en masse, the commotion often provided a tactical advantage. However, the spies from various villages would invariably relay this information, prompting countermeasures from their respective home bases. Following the assassination attempt on Yamato, Kamiyu and Tsunade resolved to initiate a contraction of Konohagakure, prioritizing all resources in anticipation of the impending conflict. Ninjas stationed outside began their recall, while the higher-ups and clan leaders commenced discussions. Strategic materials within the village were redistributed, and an atmosphere of impending storm permeated every corner of the community. As the vanguard of Iwagakure and Kumogakure entered Kusagakure and Yukigakure, Konohagakure's spies relayed crucial intelligence back to the border patrol units. The following morning, Kamiyu and Tsunade received alarming reports in the Hokage building, revealing the mobilization of troops from Iwagakure and Kumogakure, conspiring to invade Konohagakure. The onset of war was imminent, a specter that could materialize at any moment, leaving them in a state of disarray and absurdity, regardless of their preparations. Even the students at the Ninja Academy sensed the discord. Naruto was hastily summoned to Kamiyu's residence, safeguarded by the Umbu and the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, having met with his teacher only the previous day, had not seen Kamiyu since. His father, Fugaku, began to frequently be absent from home, adhering to Kamiyu's directives, mobilizing Uchiha ninjas, and organizing their deployment. Upon receiving orders, Uchiha Ri also adjusted the police force, ensuring a robust defense of Konoha while preparing the remaining ninjas for battle, awaiting the arrival of the clan leader's confidant, Kurenai Yuhi, to oversee the police department. Shisui, too, was unreachable as Kamiyu instructed him to prepare the orphanage for potential deployment. As Hokage and his advisor, both Kamiyu and Tsunade were compelled to strategize for the forthcoming war. Their resolve unwavering: if the enemy had arrived, they must leave a mark. Tsunade promptly dispatched Umbu ninjas to summon the high-ranking officials and clan leaders of Konoha for an urgent meeting in the Hokage building. Restlessness overtook her as she paced anxiously. After much effort, the village had begun to thrive under her and Kamiyu's guidance, only to be abruptly confronted by the scourge of war. Kamiyu embraced her, offering solace. "Do not fret. I have already assembled some elite Uchiha forces. The police department can deploy a contingent of ninjas while maintaining stability within the village." Gradually, Tsunade found her composure restored, though a lingering fear gripped her heart. What could she, as Hokage, truly accomplish in the face of war? The weight of her family's legacy loomed large, and as a ninja, she felt powerless amidst the impending chaos. "Fear not, for I am here. I will ensure that our ancestors' efforts are not in vain." Tsunade, feeling the warmth of Kamiyu's words, weakly struck his shoulder, her head gradually leaning against him. "I have hemophobia. I may not be able to face the battlefield." Your time has not yet come. Kurenai should return shortly. Once she is back, let Ri assist her in managing the police department while you handle logistics within Konoha. It is time for the ninja world to hear the name of Azura once more. I shall not let those who dare to bully our village go unpunished." Tsunade acknowledged Kamiyu's reassurance, her heart lightening at his unwavering reliability, reminiscent of his steadfastness during the Third Great Ninja War. "How do you propose we conduct this war?" "You shall command from the rear while I confront the enemy. We can send 2 representatives to oversee Sunagakure and Kirigakure. I suggest establishing a war department with you at the helm, to strategize efficiently and prevent any internal discord from hindering our ninja forces." "No, you should lead. If you engage in battle, how will you manage the arrangements?" "As for my plan, I propose a proportional draw of ninjas from each clan, complemented by the civilian ninjas within the village, to form our fighting force and advance northward. I will lead the charge alongside Inoshikacho and Uchiha Fugaku. Shisui is yours to command against Kirigakure. He and Fugaku both possess the Manjiki Sharingan, so you need not worry. For Sunagakure, we can rely on the 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya. I will take Nara Shikaku with me, enlist Itachi into the Umbu under your command, and provide you with Kabuto, whose intellect and medical prowess are exceptional. I shall also have Orochimaru on standby." Tsunade was left speechless, her astonishment palpable as she absorbed the information, her gaze fixated on Kamiyu. "Wait, Orochimaru? Wasn't your mission to capture him a failure?" "I have him under Genjutsu, conducting research in the Uchiha compound. However, I remain cautious of his cunning. With Orochimaru's intellect, even with the assistance of Kamiyu, I do not dare to lower my guard. Also, Shisui and Fugaku possess Manjiki Sharingan? And who is Kabuto? You mentioned his medical talents. He won't be another prodigy, will he? What else have you concealed? I never intended to keep secrets from you, but the timing was never right." Kamiya tenderly brushed Tsunade's hair, adding, "I have yet to reveal that I can also utilize would release. Kabuto will serve as Tsunade's military advisor. Though young, he will be supported by her experience. This arrangement will enable Inoshikacho to maximize their collective potential. Itachi, initially hesitant, will be placed in the Umbu to heed Tsunade's orders, as he has always admired the Hokage. Take Kakashi with you as well. Do not underestimate me. Even though you often protect me, I am still the Hokage, a renowned figure in the ninja world. I will no longer be in your shadow, for I am the Hokage, and you are merely my advisor." "Very well, I trust you." After their exchange, Tsunade's spirits momentarily waned. Kamiyu was about to inquire further when she began to speak again. "You must return alive. If you can come back, I will." Tsunade's voice trailed off, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Haha, and what then? I will accompany you to welcome our child. Rest assured, I am resilient and shall return. But right now, I require your comfort." Kamiyu winked at Tsunade, who did not refuse, allowing her lips to leave an imprint of another. "Knock knock. Hokage-sama, Advisor-sama. All the ministers and clan leaders have arrived," Shizen called from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Tsunade rose from Kamiyu's embrace, collecting herself as she turned away from him. She shed her Uchiha attire, donned the Hokage robe, and placed the Hokage hat upon her head. From this moment forth, Tsunade would approach her duties with utmost seriousness. Grasping Kamiyu's hand, she led him toward the Hokage conference room. As Tsunade opened the meeting door, all eyes turned toward her and Kamiyu. The high-ranking officials and clan leaders of Konoha were gathered within. Tsunade, the 5th Hokage and head of the medical department, Uchiha Kamiyu, the Hokage's advisor, head of the Uchiha police force, and patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Mito Gaiden, the Hokage's advisor, head of the finance department, and patriarch of the Mito clan, Hitaki Kakashi, the head of the Umbu and the last heir of the Hitaki clan, Sarutobi Hizashi, the 3rd Hokage and true leader of the Sarutobi clan, Narashikaku, the leader of the Jonin class, patriarch of the Nara clan, and the decision-maker for the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, Uchiha Fugaku, the vice-patriarch of the Uchiha clan and deputy head of the Uchiha police, Yamanaka Inoichi, patriarch of the Yamanaka clan, Akimichi Seichie, patriarch of the Akimichi clan, Hyuga Hayashi, patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and the leaders of the Aburame, Inazuka, and Nara clans, all gathered in this place, with none too insignificant to claim a seat here. After Tsunade took her position at the head of the conference room, Kamiyu sat first to her right, and the others followed suit according to their ranks. Tsunade adjusted her Hokage hat and spoke directly. The Hidden Leaf village is improving, yet our enemies will not allow us to recuperate in peace. Following Yamato's assassination, the vanguard of the ninja armies from the Rock and Cloud villages has already set its sights on the land of grass and the land of hot water, intending to invade our homeland. We shall not permit our enemies to encroach upon our territory. Henceforth, the Hidden Leaf will enter a state of war, and I call upon our ninja forces to prepare for battle. To ensure unified coordination, I, as Hokage, hereby establish a temporary war department, with Uchiha Kamiyu appointed as its head to manage the impending conflict. Kamiyu glanced at Tsunade, who was looking back at him. A temporary war department, indeed? It is time to transform the ninja world into my stepping stone, since the Hokage has designated me as the war department head. Those who lag behind or harbor ill intentions shall not find me merciful in the midst of war. I will personally lead the ninja army northward against the Rock and Cloud villages, with the support of Shikaku, Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi, and others. The Mist and Sand villages remain quiet for now, but the Hokage will dispatch reinforcements just in case. Each clan will submit a roster of personnel, and the number of participants will be coordinated among the villages. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. War is upon us. Prepare yourselves to fight with all your might. For the Hidden Leaf. For the Hidden Leaf. X20, as the meeting concluded, the Hidden Leaf began to operate like a war machine, swiftly responding to the urgency of the situation, honed by the experiences of several great ninja wars. Tsunade took command of the Mist and Sand villages, while her primary focus remained on the more formidable Rock and Cloud villages. Kamiyu appeared approachable, yet deep within, he possessed the spirit of a seasoned warrior. His insatiable desire for territory and the thrill of battling strong opponents was evident. Is it not said that to contend with heaven, earth, and man is an endless source of joy? Chapter 42. Preparations before the war. As the meeting concluded, the clan leaders hastily returned to rally their kin for battle, mobilizing their ninja forces according to the numbers specified by Konoha. In his capacity as an aide to the Hokage, Kamiyu was appointed by Tsunade as the Minister of War. Given Kamiyu's formidable strength, none dared to challenge his orders before any potential misstep on his part. The first wave of ninja troops had already set out, with Marahoshi Kogetsu and Uchiha Ina leading a contingent to confront the Cloud Shinobi, while Kakashi Hitaki commanded another group against the Rock Shinobi. Additional forces were being urgently mobilized, with figures such as Nara Shikamaru coordinating efforts among the various clans, and the Uchiha clan deploying a significant portion of their Sharingan-wielding ninjas. As preparations for war unfolded in the village, Uchiha Kaze swaggered toward the entrance of the Shimura clan. Shimura clan leader, Shimura T-Kai, approached him to inquire about the purpose of his visit. Is Captain Kaze of the police force here on official Hokage orders? Indeed, there are orders, Kaze replied, unfurling a scroll and reading aloud its contents. The Shimura clan, known for its strength, is required to send forth 500 ninjas. 500? Our clan cannot muster such numbers. 300 is the absolute maximum we can provide. T-Kai protested, presenting a list of available ninjas as evidence. However, Kaze dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Do not show me such trivialities. I am illiterate. 500 it is. Do you not wish to contribute to Konoha's efforts? What has become of your will of fire? You seem to lack any fervor for it. T-Kai seethed with frustration. How could Kaze, known for his reckless demeanor, lecture him on the will of fire? Yet, he felt powerless, bearing the burdens wrought by his own elder, Danzo. Although the Shimura clan enjoyed certain privileges, they were often exploited to fulfill Danzo's commands, now turned against them as the Uchiha advanced toward the Shimura clan. The prospect of defection was virtually non-existent. T-Kai had never even considered it. Konoha had been established for over 50 years, and most of the Shimura ninjas had been raised within its walls, himself included. Very well, I shall comply, T-Kai relented, his teeth clenched. Realizing the consequences of Danzo's actions had to be borne by him. In the realm of the ninja clans, the Shimura name had fallen into disrepute, with even its own members suffering under oppression. However, 500 was the absolute limit for the Shimura clan. Such a demand would leave them impoverished, uncertain of how many would return. Kaze, now grinning broadly, shook T-Kai's hand, realizing the effectiveness of the will of fire. Good. Lord Kamiyu has also declared that we shall consider this matter settled. Henceforth, the Uchiha will not target the Shimura for any illicit actions. I must take my leave. I have business with the Uzumaki clan, he stated before departing. T-Kai exhaled in relief, recognizing that the mistakes made by the authoritative Dans were not his own. Thankfully, with so many ninjas being dispatched, the Hokage would surely provide oversight. As Kaze made his way to the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Koharu, their leader, had yet to address the benefits she had received from the medical department. Ironically, she sought assistance from Mito Kaze, only to be brusquely turned down. This is war. It is a matter of protecting our shared village. In such times, there can be no room for hidden agendas. Is this village not yours as well, Koharu? Mito Kaze had mobilized nearly 70% of his clan's ninjas for the battle, leaving Koharu to return to her clan, somewhat embarrassed. Within mere hours, supplies for the war had already been dispatched by certain ninjas, with nearly 6,000 warriors gathering in Konoha, accompanied by their families who came to see them off. Among those present were Sakura Haruno and Tsunade Senju, standing before Kamiyu alongside other relatives. Soon, these 6,000 ninjas would march northward under Kamiyu's command. Sakura, attend to matters at the Uchiha Police Department. I have briefed Ryo, and he will assist you. Tsunade, please check on Naruto. He was quite distraught when I departed. Additionally, I have not brought along the younger ninjas. They must not be sent to the battlefield until the very last moment, as they represent the future of our village. I have also spoken to Shisui. Should any issues arise, consult him. I have left Yakushi Kabuto here. His intellect will be invaluable, and he is the one I trust most among my subordinates. Fear not, Lord Kamiyu. I shall support the Hokage and Lady Sakura, Kabuto assured, adjusting his glasses, the dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion. Yet, no matter how weary he felt, he was determined to protect his home. Do either of you have anything to express to me? Tsunade, Sakura? Kamiyu asked, pulling both into an embrace, eliciting smiles from Kabuto as he stepped back, watching with bated breath. Neither struggled. It was Kamiyu's final moment before his campaign, and they allowed him this indulgence. Tsunade playfully punched Kamiyu's chest, asserting, "You promised me you'd return alive." Sakura grasped Kamiyu's arm, saying earnestly, "You are all I have left." Upon hearing these words, Tsunade exchanged a sympathetic glance with Sakura. Indeed, Kamiyu is my most cherished person. Haha, cheer up. Aside from the two of you, none can claim my heart, though I may be a bit of a rogue. My feelings for you remain unchanged. Besides, who else could you possibly look to if not me? My mother always wished to see me with many children, but alas, she shall not witness it in this world. Suddenly, Kamiyu found himself reminiscing about his mother. Seeing Kamiyu's demeanor dim, Sakura and Tsunade recalled that he had been an orphan since childhood, with a more tragic background than either of them, yet he always remained optimistic and accommodating. Sakura felt a pang of guilt and fear that Kamiyu might not return. Remembering that her father had passed 6 years ago, she could no longer contain her tears and impulsively kissed Kamiyu's cheek. "You must return alive. I will bear your children. If you perish, I shall follow you." Sakura's heartfelt declaration struck Kamiyu deeply, and he felt the moisture of her tears upon his other cheek. "If you die, I shall remain loyal to your memory," Tsunade added. Kamiyu's heart raced. His life was no longer solely his own, but intertwined with those who held their lives in his hands. "Then I must survive." Raising his head, he faced the assembly of ninja warriors who had been observing intently. "My comrades, you too have companions, families, and loved ones. I must lead you all back alive." Hearing Kamiyu's words, the 6,000 ninjas gazed at him in silence as he began to rally their spirits. Who among us does not wish to return home? Cherishing our spouses and children, witnessing our village flourish and thrive, basking in the glory of our contributions? Yet, the enemy seeks to invade our home, bringing calamity upon our children and our village. How can we tolerate our descendants living amidst chaos and devastation? In this tumultuous battle, I implore each of you to fight valiantly in order to safeguard our village. I, Uchiha Kamiyu, solemnly vow that should any of you fall upon the battlefield, I shall care for your descendants, alleviating any concerns you may have. If I were to perish in this conflict, I earnestly ask that you look after those dear to me. I pledge to protect Konoha with my very life. I vow to protect Konoha. 6,000 let us embark. Under the watchful gaze of those bidding farewell, 6,000 ninjas set forth in waves towards the north, unaware of how many of them might return as familiar faces. In the hearts of those left behind, a singular thought resounded. You must return safely. Chapter 43. The first confrontation, the ninja army advanced in batches. With Shen Yu and Fayek journeying together. Fayek clan leader, do you understand why you were summoned instead of Shisui? Shen Yu inquired. A hint of deeper meaning in his tone. Fayek turned to him, a look of confusion etched upon his face. How long have you been entrenched in the clan, Fayek? Remaining in one place causes stagnation in thought and prevents growth. It is said that reading 10,000 books is no match for traveling 10,000 miles. And you have not even read. Once we reach the battlefield, Fayek, do not reveal your Mangeki Sharingan prematurely. Seek an opportunity to control the tailed beasts. And do not hesitate to expend your ocular power. Understood. Let the ninja world hear of my name, Uchiha Fayek. As the troops moved swiftly, having covered half the distance, Narakaku approached Shen Yu with a map, discussing their next strategic steps, as he had assumed the role of military advisor. Lord Shen Yu, how should we proceed? Kaku expressed his concerns, noting the evident difficulty of dispersing their forces. In his view, concentrating their strength to strike one side before switching to the other was the optimal approach. Yujin, Su Huang, come forth and provide counsel. Yes, my lord. Before Kaku's astonished gaze, two colossal figures of chakra materialized. He had heard of the happenings in the Han Kingdom. For these two to become generals, they must possess formidable leadership skills. Perhaps the Uchiha have more extensive records of ninja history. My lord, if we are short on troops, I suggest we engage a Wagakure first, followed by Kumogakure. In our presence, the abundance of low-ranking ninjas is akin to ants. In contrast, the ninjas of Kumogakure place greater emphasis on individual strength. No, Wenze, you must recognize that the enmity between a Wagakure and Kumogakure is significant. Even the third Raikage perished at the hands of a Wagakure. A full-scale assault on either will undoubtedly result in greater losses. It is my belief that these two villages may coordinate an attack on our forces from different angles. Perhaps to divide the spoils later. I propose we take this into account. Kaka regarded the two towering figures, convinced they had indeed served as generals. Could the tales of the Han Kingdom be true? You both present valid points. These two villages might forge a tacit alliance, yet they will remain wary of each other. I suggest we exploit this. Moreover, their leaders are Noki, a seasoned strategist, and the fourth Raikage, who is known for his emotional intensity but impetuous nature. Given these circumstances, I believe we should proceed as follows. Let us act. Our intelligence is insufficient. Let us await news from Inaba and Kakashi. Understood. After Kaka departed, Shenyu accessed the system. His recent activities in Konoha, including those involving Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru, had accrued a considerable number of system points. However, he only had 30,000. It was insufficient to exchange for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan or Sage Body. He needed to convert these points into combat power. So he decided to summon another Guardian Spirit. System, exchange for another Guardian Spirit summoning scroll and activate it. Affirmative, host. Exchange successful. The Guardian Spirit is currently materializing. In the realm where the Guardian Spirit resided, Yujin and Su Huang were engaged in war simulations. A fierce wind swirled, transforming into a tornado that caused their armor to flutter. My lord, this Guardian Spirit appears to be a combat-oriented wind type, but its formation will take some time. Do you think it could be General Zhang Weiyuan? No, he wields a halberd, while this spirit employs a silver spear. Regardless, as long as it benefits our lord. That is what matters. Yujin and Su Huang were historically more inclined towards leadership. They were not renowned generals. Fear not. There remains a considerable distance to the front lines. After a brief respite, the ninja army continued its march under Shen Yu's command. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of grass and the land of fire, Akado had encircled several small Konoha squads, who were desperately seeking opportunities to break free. Earth Release, Crustal Shift. Among the four-member Konoha team ensnared by Akado, only two ninjas evaded the fissure, while the other two fell into the crevice, swiftly dispatched by the Rock Ninja. The two surviving ninjas, their eyes wide with rage, hastily retreated, vowing to repay the bloodshed when reinforcements arrived. Ha ha ha. The strength of Konoha ninjas diminishes with each generation. Akado discarded the lifeless body of a Konoha ninja, recalling that during their last battle, he had faced some difficulty, but this time, he found it amusing. However, suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, transforming into a blur that concealed its position. Lord Akado, be cautious. Akado swiftly swung his blade to defend against the sudden assault from Kakashi, who pushed him back several steps. Looking up to ascertain his assailant's identity, Akado was met with 3 blood-red tomo, instantly ensnaring him in a jinjutsu. As 2 nearby rock ninjas hurriedly attempted to fend off Kakashi, the others sought to pull Akado away. Lightning release, Chidori. The cry of Chidori echoed as the power of thunder coalesced in Kakashi's hand, swiftly penetrating the 2 ninjas before Akado could react with his ninjutsu. Hatake Kakashi. My subordinates, I shall kill you. Seeing Akado surrounded by rock ninjas, Kakashi understood there was no chance for escape. Gripping the neck of the deceased rock ninja, he coldly addressed Akado. In my view, the strength of rock ninjas has waned with each generation. With that, Kakashi discarded the body onto the ground. Furious, Akado was about to command an assault against Kakashi when he noticed Konoha ninjas had emerged from the trees and open ground, their cold, piercing gazes fixed upon the rock ninjas. Recently liberated teammates had been rescued, yet some comrades had perished, igniting their rage. Lord Akado, our forces have dispersed to encircle Konoha ninjas. We cannot afford to clash with Kakashi now. A rock ninja hastily urged Akado, fearing he might recklessly engage Konoha's reinforcements. Upon hearing the council, Akado issued a retreat order, planning to confront Hatake Kakashi in a decisive battle once the scattered squads regrouped. However, Kakashi would not allow them to escape so easily. Think you can leave? It won't be that simple. Kakashi took the lead, fueled by fury, as he and the Konoha ninjas pursued Akado, determined to exploit the disarray of his forces to eliminate more enemies. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Soup and the Land of Fire, Inaba and Marahoshi arrived with the vanguard troops. Marahoshi had been summoned by the Hokage, specifically requested by Shenyu, whose steadiness complemented Inaba's meticulous nature, instilling confidence in him. Faced with the impending war, Marahoshi dutifully obeyed the command. As Inaba prepared to issue a directive to confront the small teams of Cloud Ninja advancing in squads, he recalled Shenyu's admonition to heed the opinions of his comrades. Senior Marahoshi, what do you believe we should do? Surprised by Inaba's inquiry, Marahoshi realized that this seemingly fiery Uchiha was capable of thoughtful consideration. After a moment of reflection, he provided his insight. My experiences have taught me that we should not act impulsively. It is crucial to gather more intelligence. Although it appears that several squads of Cloud Ninja are hunting our ninjas, their absence as a consolidated vanguard suggests they may be waiting for us. Understood. Let us not divide our forces. Instead, let us boldly advance together and await the arrival of our superior. Indeed, you are correct, Adaharu. The principle of overcoming myriad techniques with a singular force may appear crude, yet it proves remarkably effective. Moreover, the majority of Adaharu's companions are the enlightened Uchiha, whose combat prowess is undeniably formidable. Thus, we shall circumvent the frontline Cloud Ninja team and ambush their vanguard, catching them off guard. In doing so, the subsequent Cloud Ninja squad attempting to enter the Land of Fire will be unable to escape. As the Cloud Ninja vanguard approaches, the concealed Leaf Ninjas spring into action. Marusei Kogai, utilizing the Leaf style, flow technique, deceives a Cloud Ninja Jounin into believing he has vanished amidst the foliage, subsequently ensnaring and dispatching him with a swift strike. Upon swiftly eliminating a Chunin, Adahara turns to witness the elder vanquishing a Jounin, his expression one of astonishment. This elder truly possesses remarkable combat skills and is quite amiable in communication. Furthermore, the Uchiha's mastery of fire release and the formidable Sharingan compel the vanguard led by Omoi to retreat, having suffered greater losses than Adahara's forces. Particularly, the Uchiha grow ever stronger as the battle progresses. Amidst the fray, a particularly agitated Uchiha activates his Sharingan, prompting Omoi to curse and call out to his comrades as he charges forward, often facing multiple adversaries at once. It becomes evident that one cannot underestimate the Uchiha's ocular prowess during combat. Not everyone can engage effectively without the use of their eyes. Reluctantly, Omoi is compelled to fall back, ready to assist the Cloud Ninja team while awaiting the arrival of Reikage. Chapter 44, The Rock Ninja Village, Pursuit. The Leaf Village, are you pursuing yourself? As the news of Kakashi and Inakawa arrived, Shenyu and Fugaku marked the locations of the two villages' vanguards on the map. Not only had cloud ninjas appeared in the land of water, but they also emerged in the land of rice, evidently on guard against the Iwagakure. Meanwhile, a small contingent of Iwagakure forces was stationed in the land of waterfall to defend against the cloud ninjas. Clearly, none of them wished to engage us first, fearing the depletion of their own strength, and there existed no trust among them. Indeed, my lord, according to the plan, I have already selected a group of ninjas proficient in earth release techniques. Very well, let Yamato lead the team. Ensure he refrains from using wood release. Leave a portion of ninjas towards the Kumogakure side, and we shall head northwest. Under the circumstances of Yamato's assassination, Danzo's demise, the Hokage's succession, and the reforms in Konoha, the Iwagakure and Kumogakure had tacitly united to invade the Land of Fire. However, this did not imply a cooperative relationship. It had only been 7 years since the third Raikage fell at the hands of the Rock Ninjas, and the friction between them had not ceased. With lower-ranking ninjas harboring mutual animosity, they merely concealed their intentions, lured by the temptation of the bountiful prize that was Konoha. After briefly pursuing the Akatsuchi forces, Kakashi retreated upon observing their gathering, leaving Akatsuchi hesitant to pursue. Unaware of the whereabouts of Konoha's main forces, he could only wait for his own Tsuchikage to arrive. When Inoki's troops finally arrived and encountered Akatsuchi, there was a hint of disappointment. The vanguard's camp was much closer than he had anticipated. My lord Tsuchikage, I was ambushed by Hatake Kakashi, Akatsuchi lamented, his round face and stout physique reflecting his frustration. Inoki waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Remember this lesson and carry your comrades' wishes to the battlefield to regain our honor. Thus, Inoki led his ninja army forward to seize strategic positions for future retreats, assaults, and defenses. They halted only upon sighting Konoha's vanguard, sending out small teams to clear the area in preparation for encounters with both Cloud and Leaf ninjas. Meanwhile, the Cloud ninja forces remained relatively distant from Konoha, yet closer to Iwagakure, prompting Inoki to curse the fourth Raikage for his brutishness. Is it not better to feast upon Konoha? Such a grand prize, and all it takes is to eliminate a third Raikage. But let us not forget, the Lightning and Earth clans have been adversaries for generations. H2, lead the charge to crush this band of Leaf ninjas. H2, the son of Tsuchikage Inoki and father of Kuratsuchi, a high-ranking Iwagakure ninja, utilized Earth Release, Mountain Earth technique to suppress the Geto Mazo and the Tintails, albeit with limited success. Yes, my lord Tsuchikage. In the line of duty, H2 referred to Inoki as Tsuchikage rather than father, leading over 1,000 ninjas. He launched an offensive against Kakashi's encampment, taking advantage of their numerical superiority. Kakashi, the Iwagakure forces are attacking. A Leaf ninja called out as he approached Kakashi. Oh, we must retreat, Kakashi replied, repeatedly tapping on a large iron box he held. Wait, this thing just spoke. Kakashi, are we retreating without engaging? Should we not hold our position? Fall back while we fight. Make some noise. The surrounding Leaf ninjas looked curiously at the iron box in Kakashi's hands, which he claimed was given by a superior for long-distance communication. Hey, Kakashi, can you hear me? Ah, I hear you, Shikamaru. The Iwagakure army has sent troops my way. How far are you? Not far. Just communicated. We can gauge the distance. You should retreat, and we'll cover you. Understood. Kakashi stood up, addressing the Leaf ninjas who had risen around him. Did you all hear that? Gather your teams. We will strike, and then withdraw. With that, the Iwagakure forces surged forward like a tidal wave, while the Leaf ninjas attempted to suppress them using the terrain and ninjutsu. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique. I'll assist you, Wind Release, Breakthrough. I'm joining too, Wind Release, Pressure Damage. The wind bolstered the flames, and amidst the forest, the Great Fireball and the Linear Dragon Fire Technique surged toward the Rock ninjas, driven by the wind's force. Observing this, the adept Iwagakure ninjas formed a line, hands weaving through seals. Earth Release, Multiple Earth Flow Walls. Several meter-thick earthen walls rose before the Iwagakure ninjas, resisting the fire and wind releases. Despite some Iwagakure ninjas using combined earth releases, a portion still fell, lying lifeless on the ground in their final moments. Undeterred by death, the remaining Iwagakure forces charged forward, engaging in close combat with the Leaf ninjas. After felling several Iwagakure ninjas, Kakashi became the target of H2's wrath, determined to prevent Hatake Kakashi from wreaking further havoc. Earth Release, Earth Flow Spear. Seeing H2 charge at him, Kakashi prepared himself, leaping to evade the emerging earthen spears. Earth Release, Mountain Earth Technique. As Kakashi soared into the air, H2 unleashed a technique intended to control the Ten Tails. Though smaller in scale, its momentum was formidable. Two semicircular masses of rock pressed toward Kakashi, showcasing his tactical acumen. While suspended in midair, he formed seals and summoned Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, raising a wall shaped like a dog's head between the two approaching masses, allowing him to stand atop it. H2 followed closely. His father's Earth Release, Rock Fist technique ready at hand, transforming his right hand into a hardened rock fist, amplifying its density and weight for a powerful strike. Kakashi initially parried, but H2's sweeping arm struck Kakashi's side, sending him tumbling away from the battlefield. Wow, that guy is incredibly strong. I'm glad I didn't take that punch. Kakashi rubbed his chest, retreating as he noticed many Leaf Ninjas had already fled. The Rock Ninjas, in pursuit, appeared disorganized, prompting H2 to disregard others and focus on expanding their gains. Leading his troops, H2 pursued the Leaf Ninjas, witnessing a steady stream of casualties among them. Yet the outnumbered Leaf Ninjas were powerless to counterattack. As they pressed on, the Iwagakure forces began to scatter, prompting H2 to ponder the dwindling numbers before him. Something is off. Why are there no birds in this vast forest? And why do the ninjas ahead seem to be fewer? Even if some were to fall, it shouldn't be this drastic. Enough. Stop. H2 halted the eager rock ninjas, sensing something amiss. The opposing forces were no longer organized, and Iwagakure ninjas fell one after another, causing H2 to break into a cold sweat. In the expansive battlefield within the forest, it was challenging to ascertain the number of casualties. H2 estimated that several hundred ninjas had perished during the pursuit alone. Should they continue chasing? The losses in the shadows could be catastrophic. Suddenly, over 100 Uchiha ninjas emerged, followed by double that number, forming a crescent formation to encircle the pursuing rock ninjas. They unleashed a combined fire and wind ninjutsu, and at the forefront stood Shenyu. Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishment. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. A deluge of flames surged forth, a sea of fire, fire dragons, and fireballs. Even the Leaf Ninjas casting the techniques were astonished, with Nara Shikamura staring blankly at the flames emitted by Shenyu. This flame is utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, the Iwagakure ninjas, confronted by the inferno, stood dumbfounded, questioning the folly that had led them to invoke such heavenly fire. It was no wonder they were left speechless. The flames nearly obscured the sky. Why are you standing there in shock? In a desperate attempt to withstand the inferno, the rock ninjas shouted for the deployment of their ninjutsu. It was only when they heard the furious roar of their leader, Huang Tu, that they reacted, channeling every ounce of chakra to erect an earthen wall. Earth-style, vast earth flow wall. Despite the fervent proclamation, the chakra had already been exhausted, and the wall erected was insufficient to halt the raging flames, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous rock ninjas in the inferno. Swiftly, the lightning-infused Leaf Village ninja approached the rock ninjas, who were nearly depleted of chakra, seizing the opportunity to unleash a lethal barrage. Like crops being harvested, vast numbers of rock ninjas fell to the ground, leaving Huang Tu's eyes filled with fury as he gathered the remaining rock ninjas to resist the Leaf forces. He held firm in his belief that his father would soon arrive. But during this fleeting moment, the Leaf ninjas inflicted grievous losses upon their ranks. At long last, the formidable Noki, leading an army of nearly 3,000 from the Rock Village, arrived at the battlefield, with an additional 4,000 reinforcements on the way. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Under Naka's command, dozens of colossal Earth Dragons surged forth, scattering the Leaf Ninjas. Upon his appearance, Shenyu ordered the Leaf Ninjas to retreat. The battlefield momentarily fell into a tense calm, with the surviving ninjas retreating to their respective forces. Noki soared through the air, his visage ablaze with anger. Upon witnessing the engulfing flames, he realized the dire situation and hurriedly led his ninjas in pursuit, disregarding chakra reserves. But alas, he arrived too late. The remaining rock ninjas were decimated, their faces charred and blackened. He had not anticipated the swift arrival of the Leaf forces, nor the scattering of Huang Tu's army. A seasoned warrior, he could deduce from the fallen bodies that some rock ninjas had strayed too far in combat. Shenyu stood at the forefront, leading his comrades as they gazed at the elderly figure hovering above. You are Uchiha Shenyu? Is there no one left in the Leaf Village? Can this mere child serve as an advisor to the Hokage? You dare to step onto the battlefield, unafraid of injuring yourself, while boasting so brazenly. The three Tomo and Shenyu's eyes began to rotate slowly, transforming into a pinwheel shape as he contemplated whether he could seize control of Noki. However, The cunning Noki was not easily deceived. Behind Shenyu, golden skeletal figures materialized, and the half-formed Susanoo emerged, muscles beginning to manifest upon the skeletal frame, swiftly entering its second stage. If Noki wished to engage him, he would not hesitate to unleash the complete form of Susanoo, leveraging the physical prowess granted by the pseudo-sage body to do so without strain. Although the complete form offered substantial enhancements, it demanded a significant toll on his ocular power, which he could not immediately replenish. Yet, he could not allow the leaf ninjas behind him to suffer devastating losses. He had promised to lead them back home. Noki was a shrewd strategist, aware that scouts from the Cloud Village might be lurking nearby. Should a conflict erupt, the Cloud Ninjas might not side with the Leaf, and could very well turn their aggression towards the Rock Village. Susanoo, you say? Noki mused, recalling the blue giant that had once vanquished him. Both were Uchiha. Both wielded Susanoo. He could not fathom why this clan possessed such formidable power. Engaging the Leaf directly is ill-advised. Vigilance against the Cloud Village is paramount. His forces, now frantically advancing, were outnumbered as the remaining ninjas lagged behind. A single strike from Susanoo could spell doom for countless rock ninjas on the battlefield. This was untenable. He could not allow his efforts to benefit the Cloud Village. Those barbaric warriors would not hesitate to exploit a weakened rock village. Noki had assumed the Leaf army was resting, but they too had traversed a long distance, with 2,000 still in pursuit. The perception of their numbers was skewed by the dense forest behind the Leaf, while the area occupied by the rock ninjas had been consumed by flames, creating an illusion of superiority in numbers for the Leaf. Signaling with his hands, the rock army began to retreat, and Shenyu refrained from pursuing. To do so would have played right into Naka's trap, thus securing a tactical advantage. Boy, consider this a miscalculation on my part. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Thank you for your consideration. Shall we engage in a decisive battle next time? Noki remained silent, knowing that bickering was futile. He would ensure the Leaf Village paid dearly for this encounter. Watching the retreat of the rock ninjas, Shenyu exhaled a sigh of relief, only allowing Nara Shikaku to direct the troops to find a suitable campsite once the enemy was out of sight. Following this battle, Shenyu's reputation among the ninja forces soared to remarkable heights. Previously, he was merely known as Uchiha Shenyu. But now his command during the confrontation, with his fire release in Susanoo, had left a lasting impression, particularly among the leaders of the Nara and Akimichi clans. Shenyu had earned their respect and admiration. Shenyu, what was that earlier? My youthful instincts tell me it is something only the young can rival. Kai eagerly approached, inquiring about the recent display. As Shenyu explained, he felt a sense of relief. What is there to fear? The esteemed Kai is still here. He is the true powerhouse we can rely on. The legends of the 8 Gates of Death have yet to circulate in the ninja world. Let Kai unleash his youthful vigor. Shenyu even contemplated returning to bestow Hashirama's cells upon Kai, as it seemed promising, and he would inquire with Orochimaru upon his return. Susanoo, a technique wielded by the legendary Uchiha Madara during his battles against the Sage of the Six Paths, now appeared to be within his own grasp, undoubtedly invigorating the spirits of the Leaf Ninjas. Especially among the Uchiha clan, pride surged as they reveled in the strength of their leader. In this moment of triumph, no one dared to challenge the Uchiha stature, instead observing their endearing yet haughty demeanor, though they displayed an air of nonchalance amidst their elation. It was a moment to cherish among comrades. Chapter 45, Deployment Tsunade, I have returned. Where do you need my assistance? Jiraiya, having gathered materials from the land of tea in the south, hurried back upon hearing of the war in Konoha. As soon as he arrived, he made his way to the Hokage building to meet with the Hokage and received his war assignments, alongside other high-ranking officials. Please, address me as Hokage. The war has been ongoing for quite some time, and you have yet to send any messages. My apologies, my apologies. The materials I was gathering were quite distant. Jiraiya sensed a certain coldness from Tsunade, scratching his head in confusion. Gathering materials? Is that a euphemism for peeping at the bathhouses? Tsunade, feeling somewhat disgusted, addressed the assembled high-ranking officials. Jiraiya has returned. Currently, Sunagakure and Kirigakure are also mobilizing troops towards our borders. There is no need for you to remain in Konoha. Old man, take the new batch of ninjas to assist Shenyu. I understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, puffing on his cigarette, already donned in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period. He was aware that his presence was retained due to Tsunade's apprehensions regarding her phobia of blood, and the potential invasions from the other 2 villages would likely require his intervention. However, with Jiraiya back, he felt it was time to take to the battlefield himself. Having almost forgotten what war felt like after his long tenure as Hokage, Jiraiya, take a squad of ninjas to Sunagakure and hold the line. Even though Sunagakure is our ally, they may still attempt to attack Konoha if we show any signs of weakness. Understood. The world is rife with turmoil, driven by self-interest. And this holds true in every realm. Once Konoha exhibits any weakness, the famished Sunagakure would undoubtedly strike. As for Kirigakure, the fourth Mizukage, Kei Kiyagura, had already assembled his ninjas in anticipation of Konoha's military expedition. Shisui had taken a group of ninjas, including Might Guy, to bolster their defenses. With Shisui's reputation and the power of his Manjiki Sharingan, Kirigakure should be adequately fortified. Jiraiya's mission to defend Sunagakure should pose no issue. As long as Konoha does not reveal any vulnerabilities, Sunagakure would be hesitant to act. Tsunade was particularly worried about Shen Yu. Despite possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, the AB brothers from Kumo, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, and the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, not to mention the Five-Tails Jinchuriki and Noki from IWA, all represented formidable threats. Within Shenyu's ranks were only a handful capable of holding their own, including Uchiha Fugaku, Inazuka Kiba, and Hatake Kakashi. Although Shenyu had mentioned that Guy and Dai possessed the Forbidden Eight Gates technique, Tsunade remained skeptical, as she had never witnessed its power firsthand and only read about it in books. Thus, she promptly summoned the seasoned old man to assist. He was an elite shinobi who could alleviate some of Shenyu's burdens. How is Naruto faring? At Jiraiya's inquiry, Hiruzen sighed. His disciple was perpetually in search of the destined hero, while Tsunade had already found her own partner. Enough of that. I must head to the battlefield. With that, Hiruzen exited, preparing to lead nearly 3,000 Konoha ninjas to support Shenyu. Notably, half of them bore the Sarutobi surname. And a significant number in Shenyu's team were also named Sarutobi. Naruto? He is doing well. There is no need for concern. As Naruto's father's teacher and his father's apprentice, both Jiraiya and Hiruzen should have been most attentive to him. However, since Minato's passing, Naruto had yet to recognize either of them, leading to Tsunade's discontent. Kakashi has at least maintained his role in Anbu and cannot defy the Third's orders. What about you? Sensing Tsunade's coldness, Jiraiya assumed he had offended her by arriving late. After coordinating with Tsunade, he departed with his team to secure the border of the Land of Fire near Sunagakure. As Jiraiya left, Tsunade, exhausted, slumped over her desk. Recently, she had been personally handling Hokage duties, struggling to comprehend how Shenyu managed things so swiftly. Her desk was piled high with unprocessed paperwork. While she was proficient, she felt overwhelmed. After all, that rascal may have gotten along well with Red, but, alas, victory is imperative. When that fellow returns, he shall take on the mantle of Hokage. His ambitions are grand indeed. As for me, I shall find peace. Hokage-sama, do you entered? Carrying a stack of documents, many of which were lists of ninjas deployed for the current expedition, alongside those who had already perished in battle, Tsunade flipped through them. Each fallen ninja's life reduced to a cold name on paper, signifying a family that had lost its pillar of support. They had sacrificed their lives for Konoha, and their families and descendants must not be neglected. Indeed, Tsunade raised her head slightly, noticing the dark circles under Dyu's eyes, and gently reminded him, "Make sure to rest. There is no rush regarding the medical texts I provided you." Tsunade had taken it upon herself to instruct Dyu, as he had shown considerable aptitude, and she intended to teach him properly, in light of his association with that individual. Hokage-sama, understood. Please take care of yourself as well. Dyu smiled and exited, having been working himself to the bone lately. Orochimaru was also learning alongside him, progressing rapidly and already capable of assisting in the creation of the necessary long-distance communication devices. He had also been studying a vast array of jutsu, diligently absorbing the medical texts Tsunade had given him. Furthermore, he frequently volunteered at the orphanage and had been learning the summoning techniques from the Ri-Gakubo scrolls. With the situation growing increasingly dire, Dyu had come to the Hokage building to receive orders and contribute ideas. Although Shenyu had claimed a minor victory that lifted spirits, the overall situation remained precarious. The war resembled a game of poker among the ninja villages, with Konoha bolstering its defenses with over 13,000 ninjas, leaving it dangerously thin. In truth, IWA and Kumo had also dispatched nearly 10,000 ninjas, significantly depleting their forces. The outcome now hinged on Shenyu's ability to secure a decisive victory. Should they succeed, Kirigakure and Sunagakure would likely withdraw. However, failure would invite the other four ninja villages to seize the moment, forcing Konoha to exhaust itself in a desperate final stand. Chapter 46. Shunshin and the Stagnation of Water. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village were poised to launch an assault. Yet they were thwarted by the vigilant leaf ninjas stationed at the border. When Shisui arrived with his team, the situation, though grave, was not entirely dire. The ferocity of the Mist's onslaught was indeed fearsome, yet it remained manageable. Furthermore, the ninjas of the Mist were not united. Having grown up in a village where even allies were to be approached with caution, mistrust had become second nature. The Mist Village had also depleted its own bloodline limits. With its ninja academy notorious for using the killing of comrades as a graduation test, coupled with the Mist's frequent attempts to invade the Leaf, their strength was, in truth, quite feeble, ranking them alongside the Sand Village at the bottom of the 5 great villages. In the command center, Shisui stared in astonishment at the intelligence report in his hands. Marino Ibiki, you claim this information was provided by the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon? It states that a group of ninjas has infiltrated, disrupting our operations while safeguarding some intelligence? The enemy commander sold us this information? What nonsense! Shisui's eyes widened at the absurdity of such a tactic. Though it seems incredulous, it is indeed true. A group has infiltrated, and upon investigation, it appears a spy has rendezvoused with them. Our immediate priority must be to eliminate them. Ibiki's face bore scratches, and his demeanor was grave as he expressed his determination to capture this band of ninjas. He harbored a deep disdain for engagements with the Mist Village, which had gained notoriety for its oppressive rule and frequent intelligence warfare during the era of the Blood Mist. As a key figure in the Leaf's intelligence department, one of Ibiki's responsibilities was to counteract the infiltration and attacks from the Mist. Following the escalation of tensions, he had been directly dispatched to the front lines against the Mist Ninjas. The Mist Ninjas were ruthless, leaving no Leaf corpses unscathed. It could be said that he loathed them deeply. Very well, I shall lead my team to deal with this enemy. Rest assured, Ibiki, I shall accompany you. We cannot allow them to escape. Meanwhile, several Mist Ninja squads were escorting their mission target toward the coastline, among them the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki. At this moment, Kisame appeared somewhat less seasoned than in later encounters, his eyes vacant, consumed by the singular goal of completing the mission. His fellow companions could only express their individuality through bickering. One ninja shouted at another, whose arm was injured, "Hey, if your arm prevents the mission from succeeding, I swear I'll kill you myself." "Humph. Without one arm, I can still take you down." "Baka, what nonsense are you spouting? You're so noisy. Keep it up, and I'll kill both of you." The commotion among the resting comrades failed to affect him. The entire village was accustomed to such a climate. Failure of a mission warranted execution. This was the ironclad rule of the Mist Village. Kisame had grown accustomed to it all. Among the countless lives he had taken, he could hardly distinguish between comrades and foes. Had he not revealed his fangs, the one he had just threatened could very well have been his own demise. As long as he could fulfill the mission assigned by the village, the deaths of his comrades meant nothing to him. During their brief respite, although the Mist Ninjas remained vigilant, fatigue had inevitably dulled their alertness. In the shadows, a group of ninjas stealthily approached, taking down the lookout one by one. "Who goes there?" A Mist Ninja finally noticed the situation and shouted. The response was a subtle yet jarring rustle of leaves, followed by a flurry of shuriken. The sudden assault caught several Mist Ninjas off guard, and they fell victim to the shuriken that severed their throats. The remaining Mist Ninjas positioned themselves beside the mission target, providing cover for the spy's retreat. Leaf Ninjas launched their attack from all directions, having initiated an offensive from both the front and rear flanks, with many opting for earth techniques. Leaf Hurricane, Earth Style, Rock Collapse, Earth Style, Earth Spear. Moreover, the Mist Ninjas harbored delusions of resisting the onslaught of Might Guy, who, with a single kick, sent one of them sprawling to the ground in slumber, much to Shisui's astonishment. Might Guy was indeed formidable. The rockfalls triggered by the Rock Collapse technique, combined with the emergence of Earth Spears from the ground, claimed the lives of several Mist Ninjas who could not evade in time. Faced with the overwhelming number of Leaf Ninjas, the Mist Ninjas quickly abandoned their intent to eliminate this group and shifted their focus to ensuring the mission target's escape. Water Style, Water Barrier. Water Style, Water Severing Wave. Water Style, Mist Concealment Technique. The mist spread through the dense forest, allowing the Mist Ninjas to mount a defense and counterattack, forcing the Leaf Ninjas to halt their pursuit and adopt a defensive stance. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. The earth walls clashed with the high-pressure water columns, transforming into a mire. As the fog thickened, the fearless Mist Ninjas launched a counteroffensive, taking down several Leaf Ninjas. However, The Uchiha ninjas wielding Sharingan and the Hyuga ninjas with Byakugan would not allow this group of retaliating mist ninjas to escape. They quickly surrounded them and struck down their foes. Contemplate the fate of not possessing the Sharingan or Byakugan. Shisui's three-tomo Sharingan spun continuously as he, clad in a black cloak, performed hand seals to create multiple shadow clones, navigating through the mist. With a swift motion of his katana, he claimed the life of a mist ninja. Occasionally, he would flick his wrist, sending shuriken flying from an unknown source. Kisame swung his blade, poised to slay a leaf ninja, only to be intercepted by Shisui. Where did this guy come from? He could have killed me, but chose to save his comrade? A flicker of uncertainty brushed against Kisame's mind, yet he quickly suppressed it. He was a mist ninja. He did not require comrades. Kisame had initially intended to retreat, but Shisui pressed too hard, forcing him to turn back and engage in a fierce duel. Yet, evading the illusions of the Sharingan proved to be a daunting task, and Shisui maintained the upper hand. The leaf ninja, utilizing wind techniques to disperse the fog, soon joined the fray. Kisame, wary of lingering too long, understood that his comrades would not wait for him. Remaining would spell certain death. Water style, great waterfall technique. Kisame unleashed a torrent of water cascading toward Shisui and the advancing leaf ninjas. Shisui and his team performed hand seals, erecting several earth walls to block the oncoming deluge. As the walls crumbled, Kisame had already distanced himself. Chase! Ibiki is just ahead. We must not let them escape, Shisui commanded. His focus on the foe he had just battled, his strength was formidable. Meanwhile, the mist ninjas guarding the mission target spotted a leaf ninja, a clone of Marino Ibiki, and they immediately surged forward. Summoning technique, dark electric cat. Two unprepared mist ninjas were ensnared and dragged beneath the earth by the beckoning cat-shaped vessel. The leaf ninjas on either side pressed forward to engage, and the mist ninjas struggled against the overwhelming odds. Water style, great shark bomb technique. Kisame arrived, launching enormous shark-shaped water projectiles that forced Ibiki and the other leaf ninjas to retreat. Seizing the moment, Kisame grabbed the mission target and fled, trailed by 2 or 3 mist ninjas, while the others became ensnared by the leaf ninjas. With Shisui's arrival, the ensnared mist ninjas faced an inevitable fate, death. Once again, Kisame found himself pursued by Shisui, realizing escape was futile. In a desperate act, Kisame turned and struck down 2 of his own comrades along with the mission target. A third mist ninja, stricken with terror, drew their blade against Kisame, but fell swiftly. As Shisui and the leaf ninjas approached, they beheld the bodies of the fallen mist ninjas, a shiver coursing through them. To prevent the leak of information, Kisame had murdered his own comrades, a testament to their profound distrust. Ultimately, cornered, Kisame found himself at the precipice of a cliff. Are you the famed Shunshin Shisui? I yield, relinquishing my resistance, and I assure you of your safety. Among the fog ninjas present, save for the dry persimmon, all have perished. Even those gravely injured on the way were dealt with by their own comrades. Ha ha ha, to have been defeated by the water's stillness is not entirely shameful. Yet, why did you choose to spare me instead of rescuing that ally? Companions are meant to be defended, not abandoned. I have heard tales of your village. Why sacrifice yourself for someone who disregards their comrades? The dry persimmon's surprise was palpable. The notion of protecting one's companions had seemingly never graced his existence. Though I am weighed down by pressure, I remain a ninja of the hidden mist village. In my next life, I shall be reborn in your village to truly comprehend the essence of companionship. Having spoken, the dry persimmon leaped from the precipice, plummeting into the abyss. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shisui and the leaf ninjas slowly departed. For the sake of our villages, we too cherish our homeland. There exists no absolute right or wrong, merely a devotion to our own. Chapter 47, Sowing Discord as the Iwagakure retreated. The 3 factions formed an inverted triangle along the borders of the Land of Fire. Although large-scale warfare had not erupted, minor skirmishes persisted. Kimogakure, observing the standoff between the other 2, strategically positioned its forces closer to the front line to preempt any unforeseen developments. Current reports hinted at a clash between Konoha and Iwagakure, suggesting that their conflict would deplete their own resources. However, it was crucial for Kimogakure to time their involvement perfectly. Premature engagement would undermine their objective of attrition, while tardiness could result in a 2-on-1 confrontation. In terms of military capability, Iwagakure, despite its numerical superiority, could not match the prowess of Kimogakure. which held the esteemed position as the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Iwagakure ranked second. Well known for its ability to execute combined ninjutsu in a cohesive formation on the battlefield. Following closely was Konoha, which had endured significant losses in the first, second, and third shinobi wars, relying heavily on its exceptional talents and fertile resources to survive. Bringing up the rear were Kirigakure and Sunagakure, the latter of which fared slightly worse due to its dire financial situation, necessitating repeated, fruitless conflicts with Konoha that only exacerbated its plight. While Kirigakure faced internal strife and had seen many of its bloodline wielders eliminated, its surviving ninjas were notably formidable and fearless. The fourth Mizukage, a perfect Jinchuriki, held a slight edge in power. To the west of the Kumogakure forces, Reikage Kirikage led his team on patrol to thwart any sudden incursions from Iwagakure. Previous encounters had resulted in friction, but upon scanning the area, they found no sign of Iwagakure. With the main forces nearby, they decided to rest momentarily, unaware of the group observing them from the shadows, where the remains of several Iwagakure ninjas lay, marked by lightning techniques and sword wounds. "Captain, should we engage?" one of the team members inquired. "Yes, but do not overexert yourselves. Let the other 2 squads converge for the fight," came the measured response. "Understood." The team leader recalled the mission briefing, intending to stir up conflict before retreating towards the land of rice, circling back after ensuring their plan unfolded smoothly. Disguising themselves as fallen Iwagakure ninjas was a feasible option, provided they avoided detection. They had already chosen their escape route, and after thorough reconnaissance of the terrain and patrolling Iwagakure forces, they deemed it the right moment to act. "Let us prepare for action." Transformation technique, they chorused, morphing into the likeness of the deceased Iwagakure ninjas. In the ensuing chaos, they hoped their identities would go unnoticed amidst the turmoil. Onward. Yes. Reikage Kirikage passionately debated the course of the impending conflict with his team, voices raised in fervor. Some advocated for an alliance with Konoha to tackle Iwagakure, while others suggested uniting with Iwagakure to eliminate Konoha. A few argued vehemently that Kumogakure, being the strongest, should seize Konoha for themselves rather than share the spoils with Iwagakure. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the clamor. "Earth style, Hell Swamp." Kirikage's team found themselves ensnared in a treacherous mire, their mobility severely hampered. As enemy ninjas advanced, they hastily prepared to counter. Earth style, Ground Quake. The earth beneath them erupted, providing a precarious platform for the Kumogakure ninjas to escape the swamp's grasp. Though they remained conspicuously exposed, the team leader, along with nearby Konoha ninjas, readied their weapons and jutsu. Quickly, Signal Flare. A poor choice cost Kirikage several comrades, but fortunately, the flare soared into the sky, and reinforcements from both Kumogakure and Iwagakure were soon to arrive. The team leader exchanged glances with his fellow ninjas, leaving behind those more adept in earth techniques, while the others quietly distanced themselves. In war, casualties were inevitable. Their priority was to ensure that each loss bore significance. As Iwagakure forces converged, they discovered the bodies of their comrades slain by Konoha ninjas, their remains marked with signs of lightning and sword techniques, inciting a furious response. Upon reaching the signal flare's location, they witnessed a group of Kumogakure ninjas assaulting their brethren, further enraging them. From Kumogakure's perspective, the Iwagakure had ambushed their forces, and the swamp served as undeniable evidence of treachery. They rushed to the rescue. The battlefield erupted into chaos as nearly 100 ninjas engaged in a furious melee, the conflict intensifying by the moment. Meanwhile, in the Kumogakure Command Center, a report reached Reikage AI. "Lord Reikage, our squad has engaged Iwagakure, suffering substantial losses." "What? That old fool dares to provoke me? Gather the troops and follow me." Upon hearing of his comrade's demise, a tempest of rage engulfed AI, his white beard bristling as he crushed the chair beneath him in fury. "Iwagakure, how dare you underestimate us? We will annihilate them." In the midst of this chaos, Darui cautioned, "Wait, Lord Reikage, we are still unaware of Konoha's intentions. Let him lead the charge. We will proceed as discussed," Darui replied, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. The Reikage, driven by loyalty and impulsiveness, was a force to be reckoned with. Their strategy hinged on becoming the secondary force in a 2-on-1 scenario, carefully avoiding the role of the primary target. Thus, Konoha's decisions would be crucial, determining who would face the brunt of the assault. Upon receiving news, Inoki promptly dispatched reinforcements and sought to avoid unnecessary conflict, all while probing Konoha's movements. His intent was to feast upon Konoha's resources, not engage Kumogakure. When Inoki learned of Konoha's advance, frustration boiled over, and he shattered his seat in anger. Lord Tsuchikage, Konoha has initiated an attack against us. It appears the Uchiha brat has allied with Kumogakure, inviting disaster upon themselves. Lord Tsuchikage, the fourth Raikage has already claimed many of our brethren on the battlefield, and the Kumogakure forces are advancing. It was evident that with Konoha attacking Iwagakure, Kumogakure was also pressing forward, executing a coordinated 2-on-1 strategy. Damn it. I must handle that hot-headed fool myself, Inoki muttered, reluctantly resolving to confront AI personally. He ordered Ohara to lead a segment of Iwagakure forces to engage Konoha while retreating strategically. However, Konoha and Kumogakure had already surged forward, making it nearly impossible to disengage. On another front, Uchiha Fugaku questioned, why ally with Kumogakure against Iwagakure when Kumogakure's strength seems superior? Narashikaku and others turned their attention to Kamizuru. Kumogakure may possess greater strength, but the longer we delay, the more unfavorable our position becomes. Inoki is shrewd and seeks to feast alongside the Raikage, while the more powerful Raikage aims to devour us whole. The longer we prolong this conflict, the greater the strain on our logistics and the likelihood of cooperation between them. We must exploit the Raikage's desire for dominance to eliminate Inoki first, then confront him in a decisive battle. The third Hokage had already joined forces with Inari, intending to strike from the flanks once Konoha engaged with the Raikage. Their only hope was to muster every ounce of strength to drive Kumogakure from the field. Let us not exert too much pressure on Iwagakure. Allow them to expend their resources first. Shikaku, when we are on the cusp of battle with Kumogakure, signal the ninjas in the rear to step forward while those at the front withdraw to recover their chakra. Indeed, I have made the necessary arrangements. As everything has been accounted for, Shen Yu gently squeezed her wrist. The rest must be accomplished by her own hands. Come now, for she is a harbinger of war. The sensation of battling formidable foes is exhilarating, each blow resonating with palpable intensity. Chapter 48, A Triangular Battle, 2 against 1 at Iwagakure. On the battlefield between the IWA and Kumo Shinobi, the 4th Raikage, A, was rampaging through the ranks of the IWA forces. Towering and muscular, O was enveloped in a tempest of blue lightning, his speed so tremendous that he appeared as nothing but a blur. An IWA Jainin attempted to rally comrades for a combined ninjutsu to fend off the 4th Raikage, but as soon as they spotted the gathering IWA Shinobi, he scattered them with ease, with the pursuing Kumo Shinobi following up with lethal strikes. Some IWA Jainin had no choice but to engage A in unison. But they were quickly ensnared, falling prey to the relentless Kumo Shinobi trailing behind A. By the time Noki arrived on the battlefield, he witnessed Kumo Shinobi piercing through the scattered IWA forces like a dagger. Although the sudden outbreak of conflict had caught IWA off guard, the sight of his comrades being decimated ignited Naka's fury. Earth Release, Light Heavy Rock Technique. Dust Release, Original World Disintegration Technique. With swift hand seals, Noki soared into the air, a radiant white light shimmering in his grasp, channeling it towards the 4th Raikage. A, sensing imminent danger, focused intently, his hair standing on end as he surged forth, narrowly evading the dust release attack. The ensuing explosion obliterated the Kumo Shinobi who had been following A, reducing some to atomic particles that vanished into nothingness. Enraged by the loss of his comrades, A unleashed his wrath, striking a nearby IWA Shinobi who attempted a sneak attack with a devastating punch, sending him flying, before he charged once more into the IWA forces. Recognizing that close-quarters combat would only afford him more opportunities, Noki commanded his troops to regroup. Earth Release, Multiple Earth Flow Walls. A series of earthen walls rose to obstruct A, granting the IWA forces precious moments to consolidate. Yet it was evident that A would not allow such a respite. With sheer ferocity, he broke through the barriers. Lightning Release, Earth Walk. Lightning Release, Lightning Dragon Bullet. Dozens of Kumo Shinobi combined their lightning techniques, causing electric currents to snake across the ground, ensnaring the IWA forces as a colossal lightning dragon barreled forward, resulting in a tremendous explosion that claimed the lives of several IWA Shinobi. This is intolerable, Noki thought, witnessing A's relentless advance. Though he hesitated to sacrifice his comrades, he understood the brutal reality of war. Earth Release, Cracked Tile Technique. Rows of IWA Shinobi executed the cracked tile technique, raising formidable earthen walls to withstand the onslaught of lightning dragons and other ninjutsu from Kumo. Concealed within these walls were explosive tags, primed for detonation. As the Kumo shinobi approached to scale or breach the earthen barriers, they were met with a sudden and devastating explosion, claiming their lives. Upon witnessing the destruction of the walls, Noki issued another command. The rear IWA forces formed ranks once more, preparing to unleash a joint ninjutsu. Earth release, rock missile. The debris from the recently detonated walls transformed into high-speed projectiles, bombarding the Kumo shinobi. Even with their own ninjutsu shattering some of the flying rocks, the casualties were substantial. A, in a fit of fury to protect his comrades, batted away the projectiles, but his efforts seemed futile. Yet the assault was not over. The IWA forces, fueled by their chakra, pressed on with their techniques. Earth release, groundquake core. By manipulating chakra, the ground heaved and sank, altering the battlefield's terrain and scattering the Kumo forces. Following Naka's command, the remaining Kumo shinobi at the forefront were swiftly eliminated. This maneuver by the IWA forces encompassed defense, counterattack, and division, showcasing the prowess of the specially trained IWA shinobi in executing such joint techniques. As the situation stabilized, Noki silently sighed in relief, grateful that his back had not faltered in this tumultuous encounter. Those wretched Kumo shinobi dared to conspire with Konoha against us. I shall remember this transgression. However, as if fate had other plans, more troubling news reached Noki. Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Han is being overwhelmed by Uchiha Kamiyu. What? The clash between IWA and Kumo was echoed in another distant battlefield, where the intensity of their conflict was palpable. Konoha had intended to play a supporting role. Yet the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, Han, had entered the fray, striving to repel Konoha's advance. Han wielded the unique boil release, a blend of fire and water chakra, unleashing a caustic mist that felled numerous Konoha shinobi while forcing others to retreat. Wind release, great breakthrough. Kamiyu expelled a powerful gust that dissipated the acidic fog. Before charging forward, blade in hand, Han narrowly evaded a strike, but was sent crashing to the ground by a swift kick. Several IWA shinobi positioned themselves to protect Han, attempting to shield him from Kamiyu's relentless assault. Let the battle commence. It begins now. Lightning, Uchiha-style swordsmanship. With a slight crouch to gather momentum, Kamiyu drew his blade, imbued with lightning chakra, cleaving through the IWA shinobi that stood before Han. Just as he prepared to strike Han, he was ambushed by the cunning IWA shinobi, who executed a surprise attack. Earth release, mountain soil technique. Two massive semicircular rocks ensnared Kamiyu, trapping him within a tomb of earth and stone. Rising from the ground, Han, fueled by vengeance for his fallen comrades, swore retribution. Bakayuro, steam armor. Steam burst. With a surge of steam, Han propelled himself forward, delivering a crushing blow that sent the Konoha shinobi sprawling. The collision of their fists generated shockwaves that reverberated throughout the battlefield, sending nearby shinobi reeling. Kamiyu, wielding his blade in one hand while using the other to steady himself, slid backward, while Han executed a backward roll to dissipate the force. This Uchiha Kamiyu possesses remarkable strength. My hand feels a bit numb, but it is manageable. Brother, have you heard of the monstrous strength of the Senju clan? Yet, as Han distanced himself from the IWA forces, Kamiyu surged toward the Konoha shinobi, only to be met with a rapidly approaching green light. Baby, abide, baby. What? There's no time. Do not presume that you are the only ones with allies. Hashiman, open. With a rapid spin, Guy generated intense wind pressure around him, creating many whirlwinds. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Han soaring through the air. As Han landed, he coughed up blood, having only managed to apply chakra to his armor for defense, yet he had underestimated the approaching figure. What is that? Is it some hidden expert from Konoha? Before Han could react further, Kamiya charged at him once more. Just as Han sought to regroup with his allies, he suddenly found himself immobilized. In the distance, Narashikaku employed the shadow imitation technique. As the father of Narashikamaru, his mastery of the technique was formidable. Mind transfer jutsu. Yamashita Hachi swiftly followed up, injecting his consciousness into Han, momentarily restricting his movements. In that fleeting moment, Kamiyu closed the distance. This is bad. We must assist Han. As the IWA Nin, led by Noki, attempted to reach Han, they were met with a barrage of shuriken that forced them back. Hatake Kakashi, accompanied by Konoha shinobi, stood resolutely against Naka's forces. Noki Nin, let us continue the battle from days past. I, Hatake Kakashi, shall face you. The copy ninja, Kakashi? Kakashi did not pause to elucidate this confusion. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful lightning release. Chidori, dispatching two IWA shinobi before engaging in a fierce duel with the enraged Noki. The current state of the battlefield was relatively favorable, as Iwa's forces numbered fewer than 500 against Kumo's 6,000, granting them a significant advantage. As the formidable Han approached, Shenyu swiftly activated his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his colossal windmill spinning incessantly in an attempt to dominate Han, intending to transform him into a mere puppet. However, just as Shenyu was poised to channel more ocular power, he was abruptly interrupted by another overwhelming mental force. Han had transformed into his tailed beast form. When the tailed beast is sealed within a ninja, that ninja becomes a Jinchuriki, endowed with formidable resistance to Genjutsu compared to their separated counterparts. In the original narrative, the Eight Tails disregarded the Manjiki Sharingan of the Two Tails and continued to battle. Without further significant input of ocular power, controlling Han had become impossible. Leaf ninjas, you have incited my wrath. The King Mu appeared, his five tails thrashing wildly, repelling the advancing guy. Tailed beast Han, having lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings, discovered Shenyu charging towards him, golden skeletal appendages manifesting behind him. What of your anger? Take this punch from my father. Shenyu relished the battles akin to Gundam, as the golden Susanu's skeletal form rapidly accumulated muscle, culminating in a magnificent golden muscle giant that delivered a thunderous punch to the head of the five tails. Susanu. Second stage, muscular form. The horns atop King Mu's head were indeed capable of shattering rock, proving quite resilient, yet beneath the might of Susanu. He was relentlessly pinned to the ground by Shenyu's single hand, while the other continued to rain blows upon him. Ha! What of your anger? The lamentations of the weak. Susanu incessantly battered the five tails, emitting cries of anguish. The beast was not without its defenses. Its tails lashed out with considerable force against Susanu, leaving some deep gashes. Yet Shenyu's ocular power restored him to pristine condition. Unable to participate in such combat, Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino observed Shenyu with awe. Is this the power of Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan and Susanu? Unbelievable. They regarded Shenyu with perplexed expressions, wondering how this usually gentle figure had transformed into such a formidable warrior. Is this what it means to be Uchiha? Lord Shenyu, board up. Lord Assistant, amazing. Charge forth for the leaf, vanquish these rock ninjas. However, it was Shenyu's dominating presence over the five tails that invigorated the morale of the leaf ninjas. A soldier is only as strong as his leader. Shenyu is fierce. And we too shall vanquish the rock ninjas. The morale of the rock ninjas, in stark contrast, plummeted. In the hearts of many rock ninjas, tailed beasts were considered insurmountable. How could they be so easily subdued? With the golden Susanu holding the five tails in place with one hand, Shenyu began to channel the Han sword in his other hand, sensing that this blade possessed an oppressive effect on the soul. As the five tails, restrained by one hand, began to gather chakra for a tailed beast bomb, Shenyu made a swift decision. His sword struck down, severing the two tails of the five tails. A thrust into the five tails' body may not pierce through, but I shall cleave the tails gathering chakra. The five tails let out a pained roar that echoed skyward. Seizing the moment, Shenyu grasped the two severed tails, and the five tails fled as if in retreat. Two tails captured. This exchange is not in vain. Shenyu temporarily sealed the five tails within a scroll. Whether for future use as a partial Jinchuriki for the leaf ninjas or to serve as fertilizer in the Inferno domain, it was not a loss. Yet, he lamented his inadequacies in sealing techniques, relying on a fire element summoning scroll for suppression. Indeed, Shenyu excelled in Genjutsu, swordsmanship, and ninjutsu, even possessing means to manipulate the soul. But his sealing prowess was somewhat lacking. The leaf ninjas now held the upper hand. Even if the five tails attempted to unleash a tailed beast bomb again, Shenyu thwarted it. To hasten the defeat of the rock ninjas, Shenyu commenced summoning fire element beings to join the fray. Summoning technique. Fire General, fill the skies. The Inferno domain provided a myriad of fire element beings, categorized as fire gods, fire god guardians, fire kings, fire generals, and lesser fire element creatures. The fire god guardians were of shadow-level strength, while the fire kings possessed the prowess of J-Nin, and the fire generals ranged from CH-Nin to elite CH-Nin. As Shenyu summoned these fire element beings, they appeared in droves, requiring an immense amount of chakra. The fire generals manifested in various forms, some towering as giants, others resembling humanoids or animals. The rock ninjas were increasingly demoralized as Shenyu approached the five tails once more, intent on delivering a fatal blow or severing additional tails. ensuring that no-tailed beast bombs or steam would scatter among the leaf ninjas. Earth release, original world separation technique. A beam of white light surged towards Susanoo, prompting Shenyu to instinctively intervene, causing portions of Susanoo to dissipate. Lord Tsuchikage, it is Lord Tsuchikage. Our salvation has arrived. Retreat. The rock ninjas appeared somewhat revitalized. Yet their hope was met with the solemn visage of Inoki. Inoki, issuing a retreat command, inwardly cursed Uchiha Shenyu, the fourth Raikage, and Oinoki. Previously, due to differing opinions, the stubborn Oinoki and Oinoki had caused the latter to leave the battlefield hastily, and with the war unfolding too rapidly, he had yet to arrive. Now, he was there to assist this portion of rock ninjas, while another contingent under Akatsuchi was being ruthlessly pummeled by the enraged Raikage. Nonetheless, he had previously instructed Akatsuchi to regroup with his forces and withdraw back to Iwagakure. He had no desire to further entangle himself in this chaotic affair. Foolish Raikage. Foolish Leaf, to ally together, was truly absurd. This encounter had resulted in the rock ninjas suffering nearly half of their forces, thousands perishing. Even with the numerous ninja in Iwagakure, such losses were unsustainable. Under Inoki's command, the rock ninjas began their retreat, demonstrating far superior tactics compared to Akatsuchi. A portion of the rock ninjas commenced their withdrawal, leaving elite ninjas and senior forces to cover their retreat while the leaf ninjas pressed the attack. The Five Tails was firmly held by Shenyu, compelling Inoki to intermittently intervene to obstruct Shenyu's advances. As the forces began to withdraw, Inoki and the last remnants of his group made their escape. Just as the leaf ninjas prepared to pursue, they were suddenly confronted by a reconnaissance team from Kumogakure on their flank. Shenyu commanded a halt to the pursuit, instructing any remaining ninjas to conserve their chakra and strength for retreat. Meanwhile, the Raikage, pursuing Akatsuchi's forces, received a report from the broad-minded Maki. Lord Raikage, we have spotted the Leaf Ninja army. Cease the pursuit. Let the Tsuchikage lead the ninja forces. I shall regroup our troops for return. Understood. The rock ninjas' cover allowed Raikage to abandon the chase, as continuing the assault would require several times the effort previously exerted. With the rock ninjas thoroughly retreating from the battlefield, the goal of Kumogakure to consume the leaf now hinged solely on defeating the leaf forces before them, with over 9,000 Kumogakure ninjas pitted against 5,000 leaf ninjas. A clear advantage on their side. Thus, both sides found themselves in a stalemate, waiting for the rock ninjas to withdraw while reconstituting their respective forces for small-scale skirmishes. They awaited the final, decisive battle that would determine the fate of the leaf. Chapter 49. After the Rock Village incident, after the army retreated to Rock Village, Inoki stood silently, clutching the list of ninja troops in his hands. Before him stood his son, Karatsuchi, the guard Akatsuchi, and several high-ranking rock ninjas, including the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. The war had left them severely weakened, and if the Cloud Village emerged victorious, they could only ally with the defeated Leaf Village to balance the power. Conversely, if the Leaf Village won, a new equilibrium of power would commence. They had dispatched 10,000 ninjas, yet only 5,000 returned. A devastating defeat indeed. Lord Tsuchikage. Inoki halted the apologies from his subordinates, reflecting on the situation. It was evident that the malevolent Uchiha Shinju had undoubtedly struck some sort of deal with the reckless Raikage AI. The assault on Cloud Village was unavoidable. Yet I am profoundly dissatisfied with your performance on the battlefield. Karatsuchi, your command was lacking. You were too preoccupied with confronting Kakashi and neglected your formation. Han, focus on synchronizing with Mu. Once you become a perfect Jinchuriki, you might still have a chance. Akatsuchi, your leadership skills are still too feeble. Failure is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is to succumb to despair. For the sake of Rock Village, for the will of Stone, we must rally ourselves. Yes, after Inoki's stern reprimand, he sought to instill some morale among the high-ranking officials. However, the recent defeat had left them disheartened and confused. This simply would not do. Just as he prepared to inform them of the next steps for Rock Village, a ninja entered to report. Lord Tsuchikage, Oinoki has returned. That scoundrel, absent from the battlefield, now decides to return. Inoki's admonition was loud enough for Oinoki to hear from outside. The two stubborn old men immediately began to bicker. Humph, Inoki. Your decision to initiate war was so hasty. I rushed back upon receiving the news, and now you blame me for the outcome of this conflict? Seeing Oinoki daring to retort, Inoki was furious. Their long-standing disagreements, from village policies to various matters, had festered. Disagreements were acceptable, but both were obstinate. unwilling to admit fault. Inoki, using his authority as Tsuchikage, subdued Oanoki, leaving him feeling resentful and prompting him to wander the ninja world. In Inoki's eyes, the failure of the war was Oanoki's fault, while Oanoki believed he bore no blame as he had not been present. The defeat stemmed from the inadequacy of the high-ranking combatants, not his absence. "Oh, you know I was not here. You initiated the war in my absence, struggled to succeed. And yet you still hold me accountable. Do you have no shame? You. Inoki, enraged, crushed the wooden armrest of his chair. War is ever-changing. One cannot afford to miss a vital opportunity, yet the loss of troops was an undeniable fact, preventing him from further confronting Oanoki. What infuriated him more was that, as the Tsuchikage of Rock Village, he had to endure such public defiance from a subordinate. Where was his dignity as Tsuchikage? How could he lead the Rock Ninjas if he could not maintain authority over his subordinates? Get out of my sight. Humph. Then don't call for me in the future. Oanoki was not one to back down, promptly leaving. Han, witnessing this, hurried to mediate, but Inoki halted him. Let him go. I wish to see how Rock Village fares without him. Inoki, long accustomed to his authority, would not allow anyone to challenge him. Han dared not oppose, but felt that their conflict might weaken Rock Village's strength. After all, Oanoki was one of their top combatants, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki. This rift was too severe. For a moment, the command room fell into a tense silence, each person harboring their own thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Inoki began to issue commands to expedite the training of the ninjas, reorganizing and training the returning troops as if they were wounded wolves licking their wounds, awaiting the opportunity for revenge. Meanwhile, Oanoki did not venture out again. Despite the deepening rift with Inoki, his love for his village remained unwavering. He began to patrol the land of Earth and its surroundings to prevent the weakened village from suffering further harm. In the Leaf Village, at the Uchiha clan's hidden base, this white substance must be the result of cultivating Hashirama's cells. Such secrecy suggested exists throughout the entire ninja world. Orochimaru remarked as he, along with Kabuto and some Uchiha researchers, observed the humanoid white entity in the petri dish. The white, humanoid, would-release creature was none other than White Zetsu. It was anticipated that after the onset of the Ninja World War, White Zetsu would infiltrate various villages to gather intelligence. Shenyu had instructed Tsunade to deploy several Hyuga clan members to patrol the vicinity of the Uchiha clan, and naturally, White Zetsu did not expect to encounter members of the Hyuga clan nearby, leading to its capture by Kabuto and the others. In truth, White Zetsu's confidence was understandable, as ordinary Sharingan could not detect its presence. White Zetsu possessed remarkable transformation and mimicry abilities, allowing it to perfectly imitate others' appearances, voices, and chakra. While standard Sharingan could discern chakra flow to a degree, they struggled to penetrate the high-level disguise of White Zetsu without utilizing special abilities. Such special abilities were found in higher-grade Sharingan, like the Manjiki Sharingan, which could only perceive the true nature of White Zetsu under specific conditions. However, the Byakugan, with its unique perspective, could easily uncover the discrepancies in chakra flow and internal structure, revealing White Zetsu's deception. Thus, upon being ensnared, White Zetsu was subjected to study by Kabuto and Tsunade, who subsequently intensified the village's defenses by deploying Byakugan teams for patrol. Considering this entity's capabilities, I wonder if it could be utilized for limb regeneration. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, analyzing the foundational data of White Zetsu and posing his inquiry. Orochimaru, extending his tongue to wipe his face, chuckled at Kabuto. Perhaps, Kabuto, your talent is truly impressive. Would you care to become my disciple? I could mentor you personally. Is it true that if I do not become Lord Orochimaru's disciple, you cannot teach me? Of course not. Lord Shenju has entrusted me to educate you well. Kabuto's glasses reflected light, revealing his dark circles yet bright eyes. He aimed not only to acquire Orochimaru's scientific knowledge, but also to fulfill his duty of overseeing Orochimaru. Recently, Orochimaru seemed to express this sentiment rather frequently. May I inquire if we can enhance the Genjutsu further? Orochimaru, you truly are persistent. You may control me as you wish. Kabuto held confidence in Shinju's impending victory. Meanwhile, a visitor unbeknownst to the Uchiha clan approached, masked and bearing a gourd fan on his back. Chapter 50, Konoha vs. Cloud Shinobi. After the formidable Inoki led the Rock Shinobi away from the battlefield, the conflict between the Konoha and Cloud Shinobi escalated from small skirmishes to a grand confrontation. The Cloud Village assembled their forces in an intimidating formation, their intent to engage unmistakable. The fourth Raikage, A, along with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer B, the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, YM, and high-ranking officials such as Darui, Karui, and Omoi stood resolutely at the forefront of their army. This final showdown was inevitable. No strategy could avert it, and the battle would rely solely on skill and valor. In response, Kamiyu arranged his own troops, vowing to protect the homes and families behind him. Uchiha Kamiyu stood at the forefront, flanked by the current generation of Inoshikacho, Uchiha Fugaku, Might Guy, Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Ina, and Marahoshi Keikai. Behind them stretched the vast Konoha ninja army. Brothers, if we defeat the Konoha shinobi before us, the land of fire shall be ours, roared the Cloud Army, their collective voice reverberating like thunder, pressuring the Konoha ninjas. Some bore solemn expressions, while others glanced uncertainly at their commander, but seeing Kamiyu's calm demeanor eased their apprehensions. Esteemed comrades, this is Konoha's final battle in this war. We have vanquished the Rock Village. Now only the Cloud Village remains. Look behind you at the vast lands and the countless homes. Our peace depends on us. I cannot guarantee that we will see the sun rise tomorrow, but what I can promise is that I will charge to the front lines. Annihilate the Cloud Shinobi. Annihilate the Cloud Shinobi. Charge. At A's command, the Cloud Shinobi surged forward. Kill. Kamiyu, undeterred, led the charge himself. Lightning release. Lightning dragon. Lightning release. Earth walk. Lightning release. Lightning sphere. As they drew near, the Cloud Shinobi unleashed their lightning techniques, countless bolts cascading from the heavens. Anticipating this, the frontline Konoha ninjas employed wind release to disperse the lightning. Wind release, pressure damage. Wind release, continuous air bullet. The wind countered the lightning, allowing the Konoha ninjas to shatter numerous strikes. However, some still fell to the explosions of the lightning dragons. Fire release, great fireball technique. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The Uchiha and Konoha ninjas, skilled in fire release, harnessed the wind to propel their fire techniques toward the Cloud Shinobi. In response, the Cloud ninjas formed hand seals, erecting earthen walls to block the onslaught, while the foremost ninjas engaged in close combat. Suzaku, the golden giant, wielded its blade, clearing several Cloud ninjas from its path. O would not allow Kamiyu to slaughter his men unchallenged. He charged in with a powerful punch. Uchiha Kamiyu, your opponent is me. Heavy burst flow. The clash of lightning-infused fists against the Suzaku generated shockwaves that sent nearby ninjas reeling, creating a vacuum in the battlefield. Yo, I'm here to help you, big brother, shouted Killer Bee, rushing in with his blade as other Konoha ninjas struggled to approach. In a moment of desperation, Kamiyu smiled. 2 against 1? General Zelo. At your command. My lord. A long-haired figure clad in silver armor, wielding a spear, blocked Killer Bee's advance, exuding an air of authority. It was none other than Zhao Yun from the 5 Tiger Generals, not the speculated Zhang Liao. From behind Kamiyu, Su Huang's shield sent a flying, while Eugene dispatched a Cloud ninja attempting a sneak attack. Ha 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 ha, now it's 2 against 1, eh? As Kamiyu's eyes whirled, the golden skeletal figure of the Suzaku transformed, muscles reappearing as it entered its second form and charged back into battle against A. On the battlefield, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, YM, found himself facing Might Guy, while Kakashi confronted Darui, and Marahoshi engaged T-Dai. The elite forces sought their respective adversaries. Zhao Yun wielded his silver spear with precision, keeping Killer Bee at bay, the wind blades he generated inflicting numerous wounds upon him. I have no choice but to use the technique, 7-blade technique, wild tidal wave slash. This was Killer Bee's signature sword technique. A formidable A-rank body technique allowing him to wield 7 blades with astonishing speed and unpredictability. Observing as Killer Bee launched 7 blades, Zhao Yun predicted his movements. 7 blades. Is it? How do those compare to the spear in my hands? In an instant, Killer Bee, with bent joints, spun and leapt, his blades creating afterimages as he charged at Zhao Yun with overwhelming force. Yet, the spear's reach surpassed that of the blades. Although Killer Bee appeared to have the upper hand, Zhao Yun struck first. Clang. Zhao Yun thrust his spear toward Killer Bee's body, forcing him to bend defensively, losing one of his shoulder blades to the strike. However, Killer Bee, with 6 blades remaining, retaliated, charging forward as Zhao Yun retreated, believing Zhao Yun would continue to evade. Killer Bee was caught off guard when Zhao Yun countered, disarming his knee blade. This guy is incredibly strong. If that's the case, I'll elevate my attack. Killer Bee, leveraging his spinning momentum, was still pierced by Zhao Yun's spear, leaving him with 5 blades. He bent his knees and leapt high, spinning his blades toward Zhao Yun from above. Only such an attack could catch Zhao Yun, who wielded a spear, off guard. But Zhao Yun merely smiled. Why should I take that? I am a guardian of the wind. He deftly evaded the attack, his spear weaving a protective pattern that struck at Killer Bee's feet, head, and back, sending all his blades flying, leaving only the one in his grip. How is this possible? Exclaimed Killer Bee, confusion evident in his voice. From a distance, I shouted, Kamiyu, what are you doing? He was locked in a fierce struggle with Uchiha Kamiyu. The latter's summoning seemed endless, and A pondered how much chakra he possessed. Meanwhile, Eugene and Su Huang continued to press their attacks, while A, in his lightning release chakra mode, moved with incredible speed. Hey, face me directly. What are you shouting about? The Suzaku, radiating molten energy, slashed downward, forcing A to evade. Using his righteous thunder axe, A struck back, creating a hole in the Suzaku, which Kamiyu swiftly repaired with his ocular prowess. The fourth Reikage, A, wielded his lightning release chakra mode, yet Kamiyu, being a master of fire release, certainly possessed his own fire release chakra mode. This mode heightened Kamiyu's reaction speed and the temperature of his attacks, rendering A unable to remain in close proximity for long. Kamiyu wiped the blood from his chest. A's speed and power had caught him off guard, leaving him with several wounds. Uchiha Kamiyu, Lightning Fury Level Chio Dance. The second stage of the Suzaku was cleaved apart, its might rendered inadequate against the unparalleled strength of the fourth Reikage, who had previously sliced through Uchiha Madara's complete Suzaku in the original tale. Although the fourth Reikage may still have some distance to cover in the future, it does not imply that he is incapable of contending in the present. As for physical combat, he must first approach me. Fire Release, Summoning, Dragon Fire Technique. The chakra mode of Fire Release enables the Shinryu to unleash an explosive speed akin to the Flying Thunder God technique over short distances. The flames, densely infused with the blazing domain of heaven, surge forth in a linear trajectory toward the fourth Reikage, A, pursuing while simultaneously retreating with the force of a laser, A. Exhausted, had no choice but to abandon his chase and fell to the ground. The crimson circles that appeared around him filled his heart with a sense of malice, prompting him to evade yet again. Fire Release, Pillar of Melting Flames. Columns of molten flames erupted from the ground, creating a battleground devoid of any presence but their own. The ninja armies tactically steered clear of their confrontation, aware that a true clash could spell disaster for everyone involved. Witnessing his elder brother in such a fierce struggle, the beleaguered Killer Bee resorted to the power of the tailed beast. Yuki, I have awaited this moment for long. Killer Bee began to manifest the tails of the 8 tails, his body radiating chakra that swirled around him like a cloak, with several tails behind him appearing eerily enchanting. What is your name? Let me show you the might of Gyuki. As if triggered by a keyword, Zhao Yun recalled a similar inquiry from a millennium ago. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. The vast expanse echoed with his proclamation, making the name Zhao Zilong resonate among the gathered ninjas. Zhao Yun would not permit the 8 tails to emerge unimpeded. Should the beast manifest, inflicting damage would become exceedingly arduous. He launched a spear that embedded itself into one of the 8 tails' appendages. Roar! I shall tear you apart. Gyuki's furious roar accelerated the process of tailed beast transformation, and in an instant, the complete form of the 8 tails materialized, its 7 remaining tails thrashing about, capable of crushing the very ground beneath them. Now, it is my turn to showcase the will of fire. A massive staff appeared, held aloft by an elderly man, unexpectedly toppling the 8 tails. The gusts of wind from Gyuki's fall compelled the Cloud Ninjas to brace themselves, while alongside Zhao Yun stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, the previously disadvantaged Konoha ninjas. Upon the arrival of 3,000 reinforcements, found their numbers nearly equalized. Moreover, the combined ninjutsu of these 3,000 proved overwhelming, burying many Cloud Ninjas in a sea of flames. Sarutobi divided his attention, utilizing shadow clones to execute a joint ninjutsu against the downed 8 tails. Composite ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Earth Release, Rock Technique. The Earth Dragon, accompanied by flames, struck the 8 tails once more, completely enveloping it in the rock technique. Yet, the third Hokage remained vigilant, fully aware that the 8 tails, being the second strongest after the 9 tails, could not be so easily subdued. Indeed, the colossal rock technique was forcefully repelled by the 8 tails, accompanied by a tailed beast bomb. Earth Release, Multiple Earth Flow Walls. The multiple earthen walls attempted to withstand the tailed beast bomb, but were shattered one after another. Just as the third Hokage found himself with no alternative but to evade the incoming bomb, Zhao Yun, wielding his spear, pierced through the tailed beast bomb. Elder, I excel in wind-based cutting techniques. Allow me to handle this. Very well, esteemed general. The contention between the two factions remained intense. While Guy continually clashed with the Two Tails, the wooden figure enduring relentless kicks, inciting his growing ire. Observing Might Guy's prowess, the Konoha ninjas were astonished during the battle, questioning why he remained so modest with such formidable strength. At that moment, they grasped the reason behind their commander Shinryu's insistence on including him in high-level meetings. After all, none could withstand a single punch from him. Who could have known that in the 720th episode of Naruto, the strongest was none other than this green-clad Might Guy, terrifyingly capable of opening the 8 gates from the onset. 7th gate, the Gate of Wonder. Open, suddenly unleashing the 6th gate. Guy's speed and power surged to unprecedented heights as he charged toward the wooden figure. This is bad. I cannot evade. Bang. As the dust settled, Guy elegantly rolled onto the ground, while the wooden figure successfully transformed into its tailed beast form. True to form, it unleashed a tailed beast bomb from its mouth, leaving Guy with no choice but to evade. Fortunately, the number of Konoha ninjas behind him was limited, allowing the bomb to fly harmlessly, much to the wooden figure's frustration. But Guy was evidently more enraged. If his negligence in allowing the tailed beast bomb to escape resulted in the deaths of his comrades, he would never forgive himself. You have successfully provoked the wrath of the furious Guy. Guy swiftly approached the wooden figure, evading its dual tail strikes, and drew closer to the peacock. An array of punches left the Two Tails unable to find an opening, culminating in a powerful strike that sent the wooden figure flying. Youth has no price. One punch to topple the Two Tails. Immediately following, he continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of attacks that left the wooden figure unable to react. Wait, don't you have the reaction speed from opening the 6th gate? There are still 2 more gates left. Observing the battlefield from a distance, Uchiha Fugaku deemed the moment opportune and dashed toward Guy. The green glowing Guy awaited eagerly. After sending the Two Tails hurtling back, he delivered a kick to the creature's head. Fugaku felt a thrill of fear upon witnessing this, but still activated his Sharingan, fixing his gaze upon the Two Tails. However, the resistance from the wooden figure and the Two Tails rendered Fugaku unable to fully assert control over the creature. This is not right. Is my Sharingan too feeble? Stop resisting. Obediently serve the Uchiha. Fugaku expended immense ocular power, blood flowing from his eyes, yet the Two Tails continued to lash its tails. While Guy relentlessly pounded the Two Tails, but they remained a hair's breadth away from success. The situation appeared to have reached a stalemate. Chapter 51. The curtain falls on would release, Susanoo, and the tailed beast in the arena. The primary sources of widespread devastation were the Two Tails, and the 8 Tails, all of whom were effectively countered by Kai, Shenyu, and the 3rd Hokage. Simultaneously, these 3 individuals were unable to inflict significant damage on the Cloud Shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen, engaged against the 8 Tails, found victory elusive, while Shenyu's battle against A resulted in numerous casualties among both factions. At this moment, Fyake's Sharingan was emitting smoke from overexertion. Fyake was engulfed in regret, pondering why his Manjiki Sharingan's ability was merely the foresight of future events, a rather lackluster power. During the discussions, his ocular prowess had become a variable, but did this indicate impending failure? Nearby, Shenyu realized Fyake's struggles to control the Two Tails. Understanding the crux of the issue, while Fyake could manage the Two Tails alone, he could not exert the same control over the Jinchuriki. It must be done this way. Shenyu suddenly engaged A in a fierce exchange of blows, despite the blood flowing from his hands, channeling A's strength to retreat and then turning towards the Two Tails. A, perceiving Shenyu's intentions, pursued swiftly. Due to the varying distances of combat, the clash between the Two Tails and Kai was situated west of Shenyu and A. As Shenyu charged forward, he had to evade A's pursuit while also contending with the resistance posed by the Cloud Shinobi. The Leaf Shinobi, disregarding their own lives, frantically entangled the Cloud Shinobi. Why this disregard for life? Because once A arrived, none of the Leaf Shinobi attempting to obstruct him would escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the tailed beast, transformed and under Fyake's unstable ocular power, began to rebel violently. Although Kai managed to stabilize the situation momentarily, Fyake's Manjiki Sharingan seemed to be losing control. Just as Kai prepared to initiate the next gate, thick vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the struggling Two Tails in layers. The Yamanaka, having circled back from the land of rice, were bewildered, as were the shinobi from both sides. Is this my wood release? Where did this wood release come from? A, who was chasing Shenyu, looked on in confusion as Shenyu formed hand seals. With the explosive speed of fire release chakra mode, A could not catch up in that brief moment. Having endured for long enough, Shenyu exclaimed, "Open. Wood release, advent of the tree world." Shen Yu channeled chakra into the ground, causing a plethora of trees to erupt from the earth, continuously drawing chakra outward and forming an immense forest. Countless vines entwined the cloud shinobi, draining them into desiccated husks while returning chakra to Shen Yu and the forest, thereby expanding its reach. The leaf shinobi, witnessing the vines shielding them from attacks while aiding their offensives, were filled with astonishment. A, in pursuit, was met with the relentless barrier of the expansive forest formed by wood release, occasionally facing wooden figures made from the converging vines that sought to impede his speed. However, he understood that capturing the two tails in such a state would mean defeat in this war. Thus, he refrained from eliminating the leaf shinobi and instead focused on unleashing a greater surge of chakra, placing his hands before his head. Lightning release chakra mode. Full power. His hair stood on end, his visage fierce, as his chakra surged outward, repelling approaching shinobi and severing the attacking vines. In this state, the rakeage speed was so remarkable that even the Manjiki Sharingan could not perceive it, allowing him to instantly evade Sasuke's Amaterasu. This chakra, Shenyu, moments away from the two tails, sensed the nearly frenzied chakra behind him. He was mere seconds from reaching the two tails, but A was evidently faster. What to do? The answer was revealed by the green flash. Kai, Shenyu, hurry. Leave this to me. Now is the time for youthful fervor. The eighth gate, previously utilized in the confrontation against the six paths of Edo, was now unleashed by Kai. A tempestuous chakra enveloped Kai, flickering like flames behind him, as two nearly frenzied chakra auras surged toward one another. Kai? Such strength. Hey, is this opponent truly so formidable? Kakashi, engaged with the Tsuchikage, inadvertently glanced at the two meteors colliding in the sky, as all shinobi turned their gazes toward the impending clash. The atmosphere was almost suffocating, the overwhelming might of the chakra palpable, leaving everyone in disbelief that such power could emanate from a human. Killer Bee exclaimed. My brother has been forced to use that technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, is this the 8 gates? Nara Shikaku observed, this is a human. There is no participation in this. The Cloud Shinobi rallied. Raikage-sama must win. The Leaf Shinobi muttered in awe, I never knew Might Guy was this incredible. Only Shenyu understood the true extent of Might Guy's prowess. Zenshin. Super heavy flow. The collision of blue and green flashes created a shockwave that rippled outward like a missile strike, kicking up dust for dozens of meters, sending countless shinobi tumbling. All eyes were on the two, awaiting the outcome. Oh, I see the Raikage. The Raikage has won. The Cloud Shinobi erupted in cheers, while the Leaf Shinobi hung their heads in despair, oblivious to A's other hand, which was clenched in a fist, his face etched with tension as his wrist had fractured. When did such a figure emerge from the leaf? As the smoke dissipated, the glowing Kai appeared, standing tall like a pillar, his severed wrist hanging in the air. Yet his eyes radiated a defiance that seemed to mock all. His task had been accomplished. Those precious seconds were more than sufficient for Shenyu. Dust and smoke billowed from the direction of the two tails, but as it cleared, Shenyu stood atop the two tails, which now bore his likeness in its eyes. As Shenyu approached the two tails, Fyache ultimately succumbed, with only the vines of wood release binding the two tails. It thrashed violently, attempting to break free from its constraints. In such a critical moment, Shenyu would not falter. His ocular power surged forth as if it were limitless, and his Susanoo began to expand, building upon its muscular form. It further manifested skin, armor, and other complete external structures, transforming Susanoo into a colossal, fully realized entity with grand golden wings sprouting from its back. A katana was sheathed at its waist, and a halo of light composed of orbs formed behind it. Susanoo, third stage, complete form. The two tails lifted its head, only for the gargantuan Susanoo, towering several dozen times its size, to deliver a thunderous blow to its head, embedding it deep into the rock. Shenyu manipulated Susanoo, lifting the powerless two tails head and directing it toward his spinning kaleidoscope. From this moment forth, you shall be my obedient companion, Kamiying. Exhausted and unable to resist Shenyu's formidable ocular prowess, the two tails succumbed, becoming Shenyu's loyal feline. As the dust from Susanoo's strike settled, the onlookers beheld an astonishing sight, the two tails clad in golden armor of Susanoo, with Uchiha Shenyu standing atop its head. Susanoo enveloped the two tails, allowing it to unleash its full potential. Come, let us continue the battle. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The already despairing two tails found itself further ensnared by the massive wood dragon. Under Shenyu's command, the two tails relentlessly fired tailed beast bombs, and despite A's desperate attempts to intervene, he could only watch helplessly as countless cloud shinobi fell. Long live Lord Shenyu. Charge forth. For Lord Shenyu. For the leaf. Annihilate them all. The morale of the Konoha ninjas surged as they charged forward, adrenaline coursing through their veins. They had long forgotten the concept of death, viewing participation in this war as the greatest honor of their lives. Destroy the Cloud Ninjas. How infuriating. A raised hand from Ace signified his intent to continue the fight. But he was halted by the elder Tsuchikage, who grasped him with a single hand. A turn to see Tsuchikage shaking his head. The elder's remaining arm a stark reminder of their dire situation. Hey, the situation is worsening. Although you are barely holding off 2 opponents, we cannot hold out much longer. The Jinchuriki has been subdued. And your arm? A retorted, recalling how Kakashi had ambushed Tsuchikage during his duel with Maru. Darui, who had come closer, wore a guilty expression. It was indeed a shame that Kakashi had outmaneuvered him. Pounded the ground in anger, creating a crater. He was unafraid of continuing the battle. Confident he could take down the opposing elite, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Yet, the Cloud Ninjas were the backbone of their village. Without them, what would become of their future? A gritted his teeth, looking skyward as if lamenting the unfairness of the heavens. Why did the Leaf have so many prodigies? First the Yellow Flash, now Might Guy, and Uchiha Shinzue. Resolved himself, for many Cloud Ninjas were being slaughtered. What about the Jinchuriki? Darui asked, but silence reigned. Perhaps they could explore diplomatic avenues. If the Leaf refused to release the Jinchuriki, they would have to let him perish. The Two Tails must not be utilized by Konoha. Retreat. I will provide cover. Upon hearing A's command, Tsuchikage began organizing the retreat. The 8 Tails, Killer Bee, reluctantly abandoned Sarutobi and Zhao Yun, as Sarutobi's chakra reserves dwindled. The old man's sealing technique was truly formidable, otherwise he would have captured them long ago. Alas, they had to retreat, vowing to eliminate these 2 next time. Unbeknownst to him, the 3rd Hokage still had the dead demon-consuming seal in reserve. If that were to be employed, they would all be dragged to the realm of the Shinigami. Zhao Yun retracted his spear, while the 8 Tails yanked the silver spear embedded in his tail, leaving traces of chakra behind. Save this for the Lord to distribute. As the Cloud Ninjas retreated, A and Killer Bee provided cover. But it became increasingly difficult for the Konoha ninjas to pursue, ultimately leading them to abandon the chase. Uchiha Shinzue, Might Guy, next time, I will surely kill you. A declared with fervor as he dashed towards the retreating forces. With A's departure, it signified the conclusion of the battle. Did we win? A Konoha ninja asked. Staring at his palm, which remained pale despite gripping a kunai, his tone imbued with disbelief. We won. We won. Hooray. Konoha triumphs. Countless Konoha ninjas embraced each other. Tears of joy flowing, feeling as though they were kin despite being strangers. Yet, the atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity as they turned to their leader. The towering Susanoo dissipated like radiant light, yet all Konoha ninjas understood the power that had saved them. The 2 Tails remained obediently in place. The setting sun cast its warm glow upon Shinsui's tilted visage. Surrendering, he understood there was no room for defiance. The gazes of those around him were complex, filled with admiration and submission. In that moment, Shinsui's prestige reached its zenith within their hearts. Everyone, we have emerged victorious. The Konoha ninjas and various clan leaders listened in silence to Shinsui's subsequent directives. Brothers, carry the fallen home. Home. After the joy of victory, the Konoha ninjas began the somber task of gathering their comrades' bodies. Fortunately, Lord Shinzue had not forgotten them. The trees formed by his wood release became wooden coffins for the deceased. Meanwhile, the higher-ups convened once more to deliberate on final matters. My wood release is a fusion of water and earth chakra. Let the deceased brothers lead, the wounded follow, and we shall bring up the rear. Additionally, relay the news of our victory back to the village. Yes, Narashikaka replied respectfully. After Shinzue elucidated the origins of wood release, all doubts among the Konoha ninjas dissipated. It was only fitting for wood release to align with the Hokage, destined to be the 6th Hokage. There was no longer any uncertainty, as long as Shinzue desired it. No one would oppose him. Given Shinsui's character, a transformation within Konoha was inevitable, and he anticipated what changes lay ahead under Shinsui's leadership. However, he pondered why Shinzue spoke to him sideways. Might Guy approached, supporting Shinzue, and his presence instilled a sense of reverence among the Konoha ninjas. Those present, including Kakashi, Shikaku, and the 3rd Hokage, noticed that Shinsui's eyes had turned milky white, and Guy, who had faced Shinzue in battle, understood that Shinsui's chakra reserves were nearly depleted. The extensive use of Susanoo, the crucial moments of complete manifestation, fire release chakra mode, would release techniques, and the astonishing power of the fire release, none could withstand such strain. And recovery would take time. Fugaku's vision had also diminished. but he managed to perceive clearly without Susanoo. "Guy, allow me to restore your hand. I will tend to your wounds afterward." "It's all right. The fire of youth knows no regrets." Kakashi observed the two, feeling that he could no longer keep pace with them. Under Shikaku's guidance, the forces commenced their journey home. En route, Shisui regained some chakra and visual acuity, using his yang power to reattach Guy's wrist and activate the system. Leading the army, they exterminated thousands of IWA ninjas, clashed with the Four Tails, and battled the Fourth Raikage A, while Zhao Yun fought the Eight Tails, capturing the Two Tails, resulting in a bountiful harvest for Shisui. He directly acquired 90,000 system points, a mountain of explosive tags and silver, chakra metal, hundreds of chakra units, and a scroll concerning souls, which he intended to examine later. The immediate priority was to redeem his rewards. System, redeem Sage Body. The exchange was successful, and Shisui felt a transformation within himself, an indescribable sensation as his previously depleted chakra was fully restored and his vision rapidly improved. The Sage Body, combined with wood release and fire release, was far superior to Uchiha Madara's transplanted Hashirama cells. It was the most suitable Sage Body for him. From this point onward, he would not lack chakra or visual prowess. With just another 10,000 system points, he could commence the evolution of his Rinnegan. Shisui closed his eyes to recuperate, pondering that it was time to rest. The Konoha ninja casualties exceeded 3,000, yet both IWA and Kumo had suffered losses exceeding 5,000, far greater than Konoha's. Could peaceful days be on the horizon? Chapter 52. Impure World Reincarnation. Having lost a white Zetsu and witnessed the presence of Orochimaru, Hinata approached the Uchiha. What is Uchiha Shenyu up to? The intelligence among the white Zetsu is interconnected. When this particular white Zetsu attempted to infiltrate the Uchiha, it was detected by the Byakugan. Initially, the members of the Hyuga branch and the single Tomo Sharingan were unable to contend with it, but an unexpected figure emerged. Orochimaru seized the white Zetsu. Masked Toby learned of the loss of a white Zetsu and discovered Orochimaru's affiliation with the Akatsuki. Uchiha Orochimaru? Perhaps Uchiha Shenyu and Orochimaru have reached some sort of agreement. Thus, Toby decided to investigate, feeling confident that the already weakened Konoha would pose no obstacle to him, and seizing an opportunity to replenish his Sharingan. Who? Are there still Hyuga ninjas? Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Toby unleashed a torrent of flames towards two vigilant Uchiha and a Hyuga ninja. The three quickly evaded. But while airborne, Toby charged forward, accompanied by several shuriken. The Hyuga ninja gritted his teeth, skilled in taijutsu. He kicked away the shuriken midair and landed safely on the ground, while the Uchiha ninja, in a desperate moment, activated his single Tomo Sharingan. What? How absurd to flaunt your single Tomo Sharingan before me. Unable to control Toby, he suffered a backlash and was subsequently pierced by Toby's shuriken. A wave of flame surged from another Uchiha ninja's direction but was deflected back by Toby, consuming its origin. The taijutsu proficient Hyuga ninja rushed in to engage in close combat with Toby, but he was still too inexperienced compared to Toby and was swiftly sent flying, pinned against a tree by a shuriken. Fortunately, he had fired a signal flare during his approach, which erupted in the sky. Upon hearing the explosion, Toby appeared unfazed beneath his mask and stated calmly, "In that case, I must hurry." Bang! The concealed base could not escape Toby's gaze. He broke through the door and charged inside. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Two Uchiha stationed at the entrance, prepared, executed the Dragon Flame Jutsu. This is troublesome. The two streams of fire converged and surged toward Toby. With a swift motion, he deflected them, his gaze locking onto the two Uchiha who had activated their two Tomo Sharingan. Wood style, Wood Spear emerged from the ground, impaling the two motionless Uchiha. As Toby prepared to advance further, he noticed something lurking in the shadows. Have I been detected? Shadow Snake Hand. A flash of cold light sliced through, severing the snakes in half, their remnants twitching on the ground. Immediately after, shuriken flew toward him as Orochimaru, Kabuto, and several Uchiha ninjas launched an attack from multiple angles under the leadership of an Uchiha Jonin. Kamui. The attacks all missed their mark, and the group sensed something was amiss, hastily retreating. However, two Uchiha, slower to withdraw, were swiftly torn apart by Toby's space manipulation. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Water style, Water Barrier. Kabuto's water style shielded the retreating individuals, and Orochimaru launched another ambush from the shadows, tasked by Shen Yu to conduct research while safeguarding the people within. Obeying Tsunade's orders. After several encounters with Orochimaru, Toby felt time slipping away and forcefully pushed Orochimaru aside. What style? Cutting technique? An ordinary Uchiha ninja, unable to evade, was directly impaled. An Uchiha Jonin in midair unleashed a fire attack to counter the impalement, granting everyone the chance to land safely. Possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, Toby charged again. The uninformed Uchiha attempted to employ Genjutsu, only to discover that Toby possessed a Sharingan as well, and a Manjiki at that, leading to their demise. He wielded the Manjiki Sharingan and could utilize space to evade harm and eliminate foes, yet he manifested as a physical entity during his attacks, observing for a considerable time. Kabuto divulged Toby's intelligence, enlightening the remaining Uchiha ninjas. Manjiki Sharingan? Could this individual also be from the Uchiha clan? Speaking too much, I shall eliminate you first. Successfully drawing Toby's ire, Kabuto narrowly evaded the initial wave of Toby's assault, only to be intercepted by Orochimaru during the second wave. You cannot kill him. The master will be displeased. Oh, has the legendary Sannin Orochimaru become a dog of the Uchiha? Ha ha ha. In that case, I find your Manjiki far more intriguing. Orochimaru excitedly splashed water on his face, reasoning that to protect this place and its people, any means could be employed. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Toby formed hand seals, summoning a formidable Earth Dragon that barreled toward Orochimaru. Impure World Reincarnation. 2 towering wooden coffins obstructed the Earth Dragon. You ask where the sacrifices come from. Experiments require clinical subjects, but these subjects are merely death row inmates procured from the police department. Mere death row inmates, spies, or enemy ninjas, people who deserve death. Shen Yu shows no mercy. What? It was Toby's turn to be perplexed as the coffins bore the numbers 1 and 2. The doors of the coffins suddenly creaked open, revealing none other than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. This revelation astonished Kabuto and the Uchiha ninjas alike. They had summoned the deceased Hokage. What is this? Am I not in the Pure Land? Hashirama Senju extended a hand, while Tobirama Senju, arms crossed, addressed his brother's confusion. Brother, cannot you see? This is the Impure World Reincarnation. Toby, I have warned you against researching such ninjutsu. You simply refuse to listen. Tobirama's retort was cut short by applause from behind him. All right, esteemed Hokage, this is truly a desperate situation. This is Konoha's base, and that individual intends to assault us. I cannot control you too. So I kindly ask for your assistance. Orochimaru spoke in his cold, husky voice. What? An attack on Konoha's base? Given this reason, I can reluctantly forgive your misusage of my jutsu. The two turned their gazes toward Toby, who bore the Uchiha fan on his back, with a Sharingan spinning incessantly. Indeed, the wicked little Uchiha is utterly unforgivable. I shall personally. Tobirama Senju wore a knowing expression, attempting to channel chakra, only to realize he could exert only a fraction of his former strength. Hey, Toby, look at the corpses on the ground. It is evident that this person attacked the Uchiha. Hashirama Senju interjected, halting his brother's speech and inquiring Toby, are you not one of the Uchiha clan? Why would you assault Konoha's base? Konoha, Hokage, and if I were to say I assaulted Konoha, what of it? Toby's demeanor was defiant. He sensed that the two Hokage possessed merely a touch more chakra than a Jonin, rendering them insignificant. As a barrage of shuriken soared toward him, he adeptly dodged, only to be met with a kick as Hashirama's wood style erupted from the earth, aiming to pierce Toby, who evaded using Kamui. Since you wish to harm the village, I have nothing more to say to you. Though you possess only the chakra of a Jonin, it is inconsequential to me. The Impure World Reincarnation had yet to be fully developed by Orochimaru. It was still in a primitive form. However, for the two Hokage, their immortal bodies and inexhaustible chakra, albeit in lesser amounts, were formidable. A torrent of wood style surged toward Toby, who hastily utilized his own wood style to defend himself. As Hashirama Senju attacked again, Toby was compelled to phase out, twisting Hashirama's body in half. Brother, this individual can manipulate space, but when he attacks, he reveals his physical form. In my view, even the state of illusion has its limits. One cannot remain invincible indefinitely. As Senju Tobirama was recuperating, he swiftly discerned the intelligence regarding Obito's Kamui and relayed it to his elder brother, Senju Hashirama. Understood, Hashirama replied. A multitude of vines began to envelop the space, while Uchiha ninjas and Orochimaru prepared to assist. Tobirama's body was restored to its former state, prompting Obito to contemplate retreat, especially with leaf ninjas approaching from behind. The Umbu ninjas, led by Tsunade, had infiltrated the Uchiha base. Upon witnessing the wood release, Tsunade's first thought was whether Orochimaru had lost control and created wood release users again. What is Orochimaru doing? Obito, we must leave. No need to tell me. Stay put. Fearing Obito's impulsiveness, White Zetsu attempted to persuade him, but was met with resistance. Obito, not foolish, vanished in a wave of spatial distortion. With Kamui at his disposal, escape was merely a thought away. Curse it, the vile Uchiha brat has escaped, Tobirama lamented. Originally, he had intended to mark the flying thunder god with his hand, but was thwarted, forcing him to kick instead. As the wood release dissipated, Tsunade, who thought she was imagining things, beheld her two grandfathers. Grandfather? Great-grandfather? Hello, Tsunade. You've grown so much. Tsunade, filled with surprise, turned to Orochimaru. Did you use that technique? It was necessary under the circumstances, Orochimaru shrugged, guarding the area without specifying how. Look, Tobirama, Tsunade has grown up and even become Hokage. Indeed, it appears she is the fifth. The fifth Hokage? It seems the village is thriving. No, esteemed Hokage. Konoha is currently at war, which is why that masked man was able to invade so freely. War? Both Tobirama and Hashirama turned towards their granddaughter, seeking confirmation. Tsunade, with a resigned expression, explained, yes, we are at war. Uchiha Kamui has led a ninja army to battle against the Rock and Cloud villages. Then why wait? Brother, Tsunade, let us join the battlefield. But we are deceased. We should not. Brother, I cannot bear to see our village invaded. Why are you so stubborn? This is our home. Tobirama chastised his elder brother. Just as Hashirama resolved to act, an Umbu ninja rushed in. Hokage, Hokage, quick, speak. Is it about Kamui? Tsunade's anxious expression prompted Tobirama to inquire about the situation. We have won. The supporting lord has triumphed, severely damaging the Rock and Cloud villages, and captured the two tails. The lord utilized wood release and the colossal golden giant to secure the two tails, suffering far less damage than the two villages. We won, Tsunade repeated in a daze, gradually comprehending the news as the messenger elaborated. To their astonishment, they had secured victory with minimal losses. Orochimaru and the Uchiha ninjas rejoiced, amazed by their leader's strength in capturing the two tails. Ha ha ha, Tobirama, have faith in the younger generation. They utilized water and earth chakra to perform wood release and even summoned a complete Susanoo. Konoha has promising successors. Indeed, a genius, though regrettably, he bears the Uchiha name. Tobirama expressed his disappointment, only to be embraced by Hashirama. Do not harbor biases against the Uchiha. Tsunade, now that you've grown, do you have any descendants? Hashirama smoothly transitioned to inquire about his granddaughter, believing the village was no longer in danger and wishing to enjoy the remaining time. The other ninjas cast curious glances at their Hokage upon hearing the question. Please do not ask me this in front of so many people. Tsunade blushed with embarrassment and anger, but remembered her grandfathers would not linger long, so she shyly replied, not yet, but there is someone I like. Oh? What is their name? Which clan do they belong to? It's that Uchiha Kamui. Upon hearing this, Tobirama exploded with indignation. What? An Uchiha? That wicked clan has deceived my granddaughter? Tobirama, I told you not to hold biases against the Uchiha. Uchiha Kamui is worthy of my precious granddaughter. Hashirama chuckled, though Tobirama felt a sense of unfairness. Indeed, we must avoid prejudice. If Madara were a woman, what then? Upon hearing that he had a grandson who perished on the battlefield, the Senju clan realized that Tsunade was their sole remaining descendant. The actions of Shimura Danzo weighed heavily on their hearts, leading them back into sorrow. Shenyu, alas. And Danzo, thankfully. He did not pass the Hokage title to him, but to the monkey, or else Konoha would have been ruined. Tsunade wanted to voice her grievances against the old man's actions, but was interrupted by Hashirama. Now that we know how formidable you all are, I feel at ease leaving Konoha in your hands. I must return with Tobirama. Grandfather, do not be sorrowful, Tsunade. We are already dead. There is no need to grieve again. When that Uchiha Kamui returns, we shall live our lives well. Do not let your biases against Tobirama cloud your judgment. The Uchiha clan is capable of love. Regarding Shinju, you should not blame yourself. Hashirama gently cupped Tsunade's face, wiping away her tears, and nodded at Orochimaru, who wore a complex expression. Shinju is also my pupil. This is the teacher's fault. Brother, I believe we can continue to protect Konoha from this world. Tobirama voiced his opinion, unwilling to return to the Pure Land, which held no allure for him. Tobirama, you must go back. You go first. Orochimaru, Hashirama scolded, compelling Orochimaru to release the technique, causing the bodies summoned by the impure world reincarnation to dissipate. Tsunade, live well with our blessings. If that wicked Uchiha dares to bully you, you can summon me. Tobirama, understood, brother. As the last remnants of their forms were scattered by the wind, the souls of the two returned to the Pure Land. Tsunade composed herself and addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you must not recklessly use the impure world reincarnation technique in the future. I understand, Tsunade. Arrange for the fallen ninja's remains. Konoha will cover the compensation. Yes. Once everything was arranged, Tsunade departed the base, already aware of the situation there. The Umbu ninjas were tight-lipped and would not speak recklessly. That rascal could use would release and had not informed her. She intended to publicize the news of their victory and prepare for the compensation of those who perished in battle, eagerly awaiting Kimui's return. Furthermore, she no longer wished to be Hokage. She would write to her noble grandfather, suggesting that Kamui take her place, while she would prepare to, manage a family. Of course, she needed to have children first. Obito, having employed Kamui, departed from Konoha. The prolonged use of Kamui left him mentally exhausted. While White Zetsu could aid in restoring his visual prowess, the inferior Senju cells could not compare to Sage Mode, nor did they measure up to Uchiha Madara's. He had underestimated Konoha's Hokage, but this venture was not entirely in vain. He learned that Orochimaru was a spy for Konoha, allowing Nagato to prevent further information leaks. It was time to return and inform Nagato. No one can hinder my quest to create a world adorned with beauty. Chapter 53. Return to the village. As the grand army of shinobi led by Shen Yu made its way back to Konoha, a gathering of villagers, ninjas, and the higher-ups of Konoha, led by Tsunade, awaited them outside. While the atmosphere was one of celebration for the victory in war, there lingered a palpable sorrow among those who had lost loved ones. The lengthy procession of shinobi bore coffins at the forefront, while the remaining ninjas followed behind. The Two Tails, now encased in wood, was restrained by Guy, and the ordinary citizens were indistinguishable from the shinobi sealed by the third Hokage's techniques. Moreover, the Two Tails bore the emblem of Shenyu's Meijiki Sharingan. The adage "a general's triumph is built upon the bones of the fallen" resonated deeply. For even amidst minor injuries, over 3,000 families mourned their losses. As they returned victoriously, each sought their relatives. Those receiving coffins were understandably grief-stricken, yet felt fortunate to reunite with their families. Standing before Kabuto, who was overseeing Naruto and Sasuke, Tsunade and Hinata awaited their men's return. The moment Shenyu arrived, Naruto and Sasuke were eager to approach, only to be halted by Kabuto. "Brother Kabuto, why can't I go to Shenyu? Why can't I go to Sensei?" "You too. The Hokage and Lady Hinata have been waiting for quite a while, so it would be best not to intrude now." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, emphasizing that the newly returned were to spend time with their families undisturbed. "Fortunately, I have returned alive." Shenyu approached the two, placing a hand gently on their waists. "You haven't sustained any serious injuries, have you?" The two did not resist. In Shenyu's presence, they were uncharacteristically compliant, checking for any wounds on him, fearful of his well-being. After all, the trio could not muster even one parent in this world of shinobi. Without Shenyu, they could hardly fathom their future. "I'm fine. All healed. You need not worry about my condition. How is the village faring?" "The compensation for the fallen shinobi and their accomplishments still needs addressing. Rest assured, the village is currently tallying the losses. I've also asked Kabuto to assist Hinata in the statistics for the police department, but I feel somewhat detached from it all." Lady Tsunade has also asked me to assist in the police department tallying." "What do you mean by feeling detached, Tsunade?" Shenyu intentionally disregarded Hinata's comment, turning to Tsunade, indicating that during his time at war, the two had seemingly accepted their circumstances. "I have informed the daimyo that you shall be the next Hokage, but you've only held the position for a little over 2 months. Are you truly resigning?" "Yes. I shall leave the Hokage position for my ambitious man to take up. As for me, preparing for motherhood?" Tsunade playfully delivered a seemingly heavy punch to Shenyu's chest, questioning the impropriety of such declarations. "It was agreed, one for each of us, and I can afford to raise several more. My vast estate requires an heir. Henceforth, you shall all bear the Uchiha name." At this, Hinata pinched Shenyu's waist, while Tsunade could hardly contain her desire to deliver a more forceful blow. "Enough of your banter. How can we possibly take a liking to you, you scoundrel? Hurry along. We have a meeting to attend at the Hokage building." "Very well, I have some thoughts to share as well. Kaku, notify Kakashi and the others to convene at the Hokage building shortly." "Understood, sir," Kaku replied respectfully, having fortuitously overheard the Hokage's earlier proclamation during his reunion with family. As expected, Shenyu was indeed to be the 6th Hokage. Tsunade had initially been called to act as a temporary leader, and with Shenyu now possessing would release. It was clear that he and the Shinju clan's descendant were a fated pair. Kaku understood this implicitly. Upon hearing Kaku omit any honorifics, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Recognizing Shenyu's growing prestige amongst the army, even Kaku, usually so cautious, had been subdued. Yet, she welcomed this development, for she was not one to cling to power. If her partner wished to exert himself, she would support him wholeheartedly. Brother Shenyu, Lady Tsunade, Sister Hinata, Master, Mistress. At last, as Shenyu concluded his conversation, two small figures rushed toward him. Naruto cried out to his brother, while Sasuke addressed his master and mistress. After conversing with Fugaku, Sasuke dashed over, filled with pride at being the sole disciple of such a renowned shinobi. Naruto, Sasuke, have you been behaving? Brother Shenyu, I've mastered everything Irika-sensei has taught me. Sensei, I can now control my chakra to climb trees with ease, and under your guidance, I've begun practicing on water. You boast too much, Naruto. Is climbing trees truly something to be proud of? Sasuke retorted, tilting his head back in disdain. What do you know? You, the slowest of the bunch. This is a technique given to me by our teacher to train chakra control. Your superficial understanding is quite laughable. Huh. Superficial understanding? Superficial understanding refers to perceiving only the surface without grasping the essence of the matter. Naruto, you must read more. Hinata gently ruffled Naruto's hair, explaining. But, they didn't teach us that at the Ninja Academy. Where did you learn this? Naruto's question prompted Shenyu, Tsunade, and Hinata to exchange knowing glances, recognizing the source of his newfound knowledge. It must be from the notes that Tsunade and Hinata saw, which were only perused by the Uchiha youths and Shenyu's close confidants. Naruto hadn't the chance to read them at home. It seems the Ninja Academy must undergo some revisions. Upon hearing this, Tsunade shot Shenyu a sidelong glance, remarking, "Let us discuss this once you've assumed the Hokage position. We should head to the Hokage building now. We wouldn't want Kaku waiting too long. Then let us depart. Kaku, please escort Naruto and Sasuke back." "Of course, ma'am." Kaku, upon receiving his orders, observed Shenyu, and the two women depart, bending down to gather the two young ones, smiling as he said, "Come now. I'll take you home. I have matters to attend to as well." Naruto and Sasuke felt somewhat disheartened. The adults were perpetually occupied, and they felt powerless to assist. Kaku, adept at reading the emotions of children, quickly discerned the cause of their gloom. "Sasuke, Naruto, grow strong. When you are grown, perhaps we can all take a break. I will definitely become Hokage and relieve everyone's burdens. You fool Naruto. If I become Hokage, I will let Sensei and Mistress enjoy life." "How rude, Sasuke. Is it wrong for me to say that?" As the two bickered, Kaku smiled knowingly, but his mind wandered to another thought. Is it truly possible to relieve burdens as Hokage? Perhaps it is not out of reach. He had read the profound insights penned by Shenyu, revealing questions he had never contemplated. The enduring conflict among shinobi and their relationship with the daimyo was undeniably intertwined. If Shenyu were to create a nation, managing the Land of Fire under the title of Hokage would not be unfeasible. Enough pondering. First, I must return the children home. The communication devices have made progress, and I still have research to conduct. Chapter 54. Divine Reign. As Shinny and Tsunade arrived at the Hokage building, they found that Kakashi Hitaki, Shikaka Nara, and Zuki Sange had already gathered. Zuki Sange cast a complex glance at Shinny, whose rise to prominence had been astonishingly swift. While rapid ascension could be overlooked, the stability of his foundation and the support he garnered were somewhat unnerving. The reputation of the Uchiha clan had significantly improved among the common ninja and villagers, especially among the newly settled residents in the redefined territories, who bore no distinction from those of the Uchiha name. Among the various ninja clans, leaders began to align themselves with Shinny, whether due to strength or vested interests. Now, with the addition of what released his repertoire, a skill once exclusive to the first Hokage, he commanded even greater respect. The current Hokage was none other than Shinny's wife, a remarkable feat in itself. Tsunade and Shinny took their customary seats at the head of the table, while Shizen commenced her report. In the recent conflict against Iwagakure and Kumogakure, we suffered the loss of 3,006 ninjas. We are expediting the process of compiling identities, family backgrounds, and ranks, and it will take some time before we have a comprehensive report. Additionally, we will grant access to jutsu for the ninjas who distinguish themselves in battle. In summary, we are addressing the compensation for the fallen leaf ninjas, their merits, and rewards. while the subsequent reforms to restore Konoha's vitality will commence with Shinny's ascension to Hokage. There are numerous issues at hand, particularly concerning the support for ninjas with families compared to those who leave behind only young offspring and other circumstances. It would be unwise to suggest that a household with 2 children should sacrifice one while exempting the only child. Such sentiments could lead to disaster. During these turbulent times, every capable individual must contribute to the defense of our homeland. Shinny had already formulated ideas regarding this matter, knowing that these individuals would soon be allies, and he was determined not to let them suffer. Shizun continued to relay updates from the other battlefronts. In the case of Kirigakure, Captain Shisui led a team to assist Jonin Ibiki, resulting in the elimination of nearly 200 mist ninjas. Following Lord Shinny's victory, the anticipated counterattack from Kirigakure never materialized. Although Sunagakure is our ally, they launched a probing attack during Shinny's engagement with Iwagakure and Kumogakure. After being repelled by Lord Jiraiya, they fell silent, later claiming it was an unfortunate incident. Unexpected, indeed. Had we lost, it would not have been merely an accident, Shinny mused. On their journey, Tsunade informed Shinny that the reason Shisui was able to inflict significant casualties on the Mist Ninja was due to the betrayal of their commander, Suigetsu, who had secretly communicated with Konoha. This aligned with the original narrative, suggesting a potential strategy for dealing with Kirigakure in the future. Shinny, did you not mention having an idea? Shizun concluded her report, standing nearby. Tsunade, noticing Shinny deep in thought, interjected. I believe Sunagakure's betrayal of our alliance warrants a decisive deterrent. The room filled with inquisitive gazes, as many wondered what he intended. We ought not to focus solely on the present. While we have triumphed in this conflict, each battle has been arduous, often facing overwhelming odds. This victory does not guarantee peace, it merely postpones conflict for 7 or 8 years. The fertile lands of Konoha have always been coveted. To avert another siege, I propose we assemble an elite force of ninjas, led by myself, to launch a surprise assault on Sunagakure. His declaration rendered the assembly silent, as they contemplated the implications of his foresight regarding future warfare. Some, like Aitsuki Sanji, felt he was perhaps being too hasty, while others, such as Kakashi, recognized the burden of consistently fighting against overwhelming numbers. Nara Shikaku suddenly lifted his head. Lord Shinny, what is your ultimate goal? Would it not be inappropriate to annihilate Sunagakure outright? Shinny was taken aback that the first to respond was not Tsunade, but rather Shikaku, a testament to his astuteness. Shikaku surmised that if Shinny dared to voice such ambitions, he must possess the requisite strength to back them. An outright extermination of Sunagakure seemed impractical. Instead, compelling them to cede territory and bring their future generations under Konoha's military alliance would be a more strategic approach. Shinny's words sent a chill through the assembly. Annihilation? Tsunade interjected. While Sunagakure may seem weak, they are not to be underestimated. Shinny replied calmly, coincidentally, I too possess such abilities. His statement startled Shikaku, who stood wide-eyed, grappling with the implications of Shinny's potential. Is this the resurgence of the ninja world god? Or perhaps a new contender with grand ambitions? He pondered the possibilities. If successful in annexing Sunagakure's territory, Shinny could transform a barren desert into a lush oasis using wood release, provided there was water. Selecting land near the land of rivers would ensure a water source, and given the lack of formidable ninjas in that region, it would be relatively simple to bring it under Konoha's influence, significantly expanding their territory. Shinny observed Shikaku's expression and smiled subtly, recognizing his brilliance. From this day forth, you shall be my chief advisor. Your son will serve my son, and your grandson shall serve mine, ensuring our lineage remains intertwined. He chuckled heartily. The others were not as far-reaching in their thoughts. They merely recognized that the ninja god had returned to Konoha, heralding a revival for the village. Tsunade and Kurenai gazed at their partner in awe, realizing that they had inadvertently allied with a deity of the ninja world. As everyone was lost in their reverie, flushed with excitement, Shinny interrupted their daydreams. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Anoki's Dust Release, the 4th Raikage's Lightning Release, and the Akatsuki's Rinnegan still pose significant threats. Therefore, does anyone oppose this proposal? Oppose? Not at all. I have already reported Shinny's appointment as the 6th Hokage to the daimyo. I have no objections. Neither do I. The consensus was clear. With Shinny at the helm, under the guidance of the ninja god, Konoha's resurgence seemed inevitable. Tsunade glanced at the eager assembly, feeling restless in her seat. Very well. Upon your return, you shall assume the role of Hokage. Gather your troops. Understood. Shinny stood to address the gathering. only to find that aside from Tsunade and Kurenai, everyone else had risen to their feet. Tsunade and Kurenai exchanged bewildered glances. Shinny shrugged. If we are to launch a surprise attack, we must act swiftly, taking advantage of the temporary peace among the ninja villages. We aim to conclude this within 2 days. Only elite ninjas shall accompany me. Anyone below the rank of Special Jonin need not apply, as they would only hinder our progress. Kakashi, select Elite Jonin and Special Jonin from the Umbu. While you, Hong, shall draw personnel from the Uchiha police force. Mito Gate, provide the necessary supplies, and let Jiraiya, stationed at the border, join us, along with the third Hokage. At this juncture, it is imperative that each clan contributes its Jonin. We must recall Shisui from the border to guard the northern frontiers of the Land of Fire. I will create several wood clones, and Tsunade will oversee Konoha. This should suffice. Tsunade, issue a proclamation for a memorial ceremony to honor the fallen Konoha shinobi, scheduled for dawn 2 days hence, to mislead any prying eyes. Attend to this immediately. We shall depart in 2 hours. Understood. Each individual, including Tsunade, responded in unison, as if invigorated by a surge of energy, and swiftly departed. In mere moments, only Tsunade, Hong, and Shinji remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Are you the Hokage, or am I? It seems you are. Chapter 55. The Dark Passage. As the war concluded, the Konoha forces returned home in the afternoon, only to see a regiment of over 300 individuals swiftly dispersing into smaller teams within the forest by evening. The weakest among these were elite Nin, and among Konoha's total of over 13,000 ninja, nearly a third of the Nin were present in this contingent. Upon receiving an urgent summons, the recently homebound ninjas wasted no time, assembling within an hour and setting forth in less than 2. The mission directives had yet to be issued. Yet they hastened towards Sunagakure, underscoring the urgency of their orders. Shenyu and Jika rapidly devised a strategy at the Hokage building. The likelihood of exposing the 300 as they infiltrated Sunagakure was considerably high. If Sunagakure managed to muster all its ninja, Shenyu might remain undetected. But the same could not be said for the 300. The mission's objective was a swift assault on Sunagakure's stronghold to capture the village's upper echelons, compelling them to sign the necessary treaties under duress, rather than exterminating the Sunin shinobi. The rationale was simple, as an ally of Konoha. Sunagakure's breach of their pact was sufficient cause. Regardless of the treaty's previous efficacy, it would hold weight henceforth. The 300 were led by notable figures such as Kakashi Hatake, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, Mike Guy, Zhao Yun, Su Huang, and several elite Jonin. Each team supplemented by members of the High Ga clan. Meanwhile, the village was under the watch of Shisui, who oversaw the northern border with Iwagakure, while 2 members of Ino, Shika, Cho were dispatched to the border with Kumogakure, leaving Jiku to assist Tsunade. In Konoha, Tsunade remained vigilant, with Uncle Dai also present. A formidable force capable of opening the 8 gates, typically sufficient to handle unexpected situations. Furthermore, Shenyu's wood clone was also on hand, alongside Orochimaru, adding to their strength. For the Mist Village operations, Shenyu instructed Hinata High Ga to lead the High Ga clan shinobi, as their Byakugan could pierce through the mist techniques. Initially absent during the combat operations, he was now ordered to participate. Naturally, the elder members of the High Ga clan had their grievances, yet upon Shenyu's arrival, silence ensued. Any dissenting voices among the clan's elders were swiftly quelled. Shenyu possessed 100 methods to eliminate any who dared to speak out. Hiruzen Sarutobi expressed his reservations regarding the operation, but his objections fell on deaf ears as he reluctantly accompanied dozens of Sarutobi clan Jonin on their journey. Upon reaching the border of Sunagakure, they would allow Bayun to oversee the village's defenses. Bayun, known for his body flicker technique that allowed him to evade harm by transforming into leaves, was a powerful and adept leader of elite Jonin. In Shenyu's eyes, he epitomized Konoha's true Jonin. Upon returning, he would advocate for a re-evaluation of the ninja rankings, recognizing the disparities in quality among the forces due to the issuance of inferior headbands during times of war. As they arrived at the Sunagakure border, Kakashi, Hiruzen, and others approached Shenyu for further instructions. The twilight deepened, and Tsunade's feigned nonchalance concealed their true intentions. Iwagakure and Kumogakure were unlikely to anticipate such a move, and Sunagakure would be even more oblivious. Thus, while the ninja advanced, they carried their comrades, rotating to rest, pursuing an unrelenting pace to penetrate the feeble defenses of Sunagakure. Shenyu intended to lead the charge, while others would expand the ensuing paths. They needed only to be swift. If they acted quickly, They could launch their assault by dawn and capture crucial targets. Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, was entrusted to Shenyu, along with Chiyo, her brother Ibiz, and Maki, who led the guards. For the retreat, Bayun would command the supporting team. Chiyo and Ibiz would fall under Shenyu and Jiraiya's care. Hiruzen cast a glance at Jiraiya, who appeared lost in thought, and solemnly stated that they had no choice but to give their all. As a seasoned political player, he understood more than Jiraiya. Shenyu certainly had a plan. "I will handle Maki. Guy, assist me," Kakashi declared, selecting his opponent. "As for me, I shall eradicate the Sunigakure Academy," Su Huang interjected, emphasizing the importance of crippling the enemy's future. "I will safeguard our rear and intercept any enemy reinforcements." Once the assault commenced, Shenyu anticipated a return of Sunin shinobi. Should their numbers dwindle, Zhao Yun would eliminate them, but if they were many, he would deal with them gradually. "Then let it be so. Inform all units. We shall strike in 10 minutes, was the command. As the shinobi rose to relay the orders, the encroaching night enveloped the landscape. Winter's chill hastened the arrival of darkness. Although snow had yet to fall, temperatures had noticeably plummeted. As the orders circulated, the anxiety among Konoha's ninjas transformed into exhilaration fueled by adrenaline. A 300-strong blitz on Sunigakure was a prospect too audacious to fathom. As Shenyu's forces began their advance, the other units followed in his wake, with Zhao Yun securing the flank as another point of attack. Meanwhile, a patrol of Sunin shinobi, growing weary of their watch, turned their gaze toward Konoha's direction. "Captain, do you think our Kazekage intends to lead us against Konoha?" One of the shinobi inquired, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from the captain, who struck the inquirer on the head. "You fool. If we don't seize Konoha's lands, the desert's denizens will never find respite. Our lord's ambitions." But before the captain could continue, he was struck by sudden terror, his voice faltering as he felt the warm trickle of blood from his neck. "Captain? Captain? Enemies!" The stunned Sunin shinobi barely registered the danger before being pierced by wooden stakes, leaving the four-man squad lifeless on the ground. In stark contrast, hundreds of Konoha shinobi moved with purpose, unperturbed by the carnage as they did not intend to conceal their actions. The Sunin patrols would soon realize their forces were diminished. If they acted swiftly, they could secure their objectives, rendering the enemy forces ineffective. The Konoha ninja continued their march, bearing their comrades on their backs, alternating between advancing and resting to ensure their strength remained intact. The command at the border of Sunigakure is led by a capable jonin, the very same individual who, after the demise of Raza, alongside Maki, advocated for Gaara's ascension as Kazekage. This esteemed ninja fell under the control of the Red Sand Scorpion, becoming a mere pawn of espionage, and was subsequently transformed into a doppelganger of Uchiha Itachi through Pain's technique. Upon realizing that the Sunigakure team had not returned, he sensed something amiss and dispatched another team to investigate. However, when that team also fell silent, he knew the situation was dire and took it upon himself to lead a reconnaissance mission. Upon investigation, he discovered a troubling reality. Numerous Sunigakure ninja teams had vanished under mysterious circumstances, leaving only traces of a ghastly scent of blood. He ordered the Sunigakure border troops to remain vigilant and hastily sent word to the 4th Kazekage, Raza. At that moment, however, the forces led by Kamiyu were merely a couple of hours' journey from Sunigakure. Chapter 56. The Assault on Sunigakure, Sunigakure's surrender when one thinks of the Land of Wind. The first image that comes to mind is the vast, arid deserts, where oases are scarce and the yield of crops is meager. The only notable resource here is the rare iron sand, albeit difficult to extract. Nestled within this desolation is Iwagakure, one of the 5 great hidden villages. A city constructed amidst the sands, shielded by towering earthen hills from the relentless desert winds. The cylindrical homes of the villagers dominate the landscape, while the architecture of Sunigakure appears worn and dilapidated, resembling an abandoned ancient city. At this moment in Konoha, Shenyu, a shadow clone of Kamikaze, began to tend to the fallen on the battlefield. The village had provided compensation, the police department had issued a payment, and the clan had also offered a share, with Shenyu contributing additionally. It could be said that the Uchiha clan was now synonymous with Shenyu rather than Uchiha. Tsunade had announced a memorial service in 2 days to honor the ninjas who had perished for the village. Meanwhile, Shenyu led his team swiftly towards Sunigakure, eliminating every sand ninja team encountered along the way to buy time. After days and nights of relentless travel, they arrived at Sunigakure just as dawn began to break. After a brief wait of 10 minutes, the rest of the squad caught up, only for Zhao Yun and his contingent to intercept the sand ninja who were rushing to alert others. The Sand Ninjas had not anticipated an assault so soon after the conclusion of the war. In this barren land, where yellow sands stretched infinitely, Shenyu stood atop a hill, gazing down upon Sunagakure as the Konoha ninjas stirred up clouds of dust beneath their feet from their vigorous movements. My lords, the Konoha ninjas stood respectfully behind Shenyu, who, despite their rotation for rest, exhibited signs of fatigue. Shenyu turned to glance at the slightly disheveled Konoha ninjas clad in green vests, reminiscent of the emotions felt by Deng Ai upon encountering Chengdu. The grand spectacle stirred deep reflections within, even amidst the swirling sands. For as long as there is land, my obsession persists. I believe, my comrades, that the opportunity to achieve unparalleled merit lies before us. I promise that those who survive and desire wealth will be amply rewarded. Those who crave land shall receive their share. Those yearning for mightier jutsu will have my assistance. And for those seeking power, I possess the chakra of the five tails, enabling you to become its Jinchuriki. However, I have but one request. Heed my command without fear of death. Should you fall, I guarantee that all your rewards shall be bestowed upon your families and descendants. Shenyu's words ignited contemplation among the Konoha ninjas. Before them lay Sunagakure, marking the first time Konoha had taken the initiative to strike. The ninja world lacks a concept of historical legacy. They do not grasp the allure of being remembered in history. Yet, they understood the value of Shenyu's promises, which were entirely credible. Even without his words, the ninjas would fight with all they had. However, very few truly cared for their leaders. Moreover, this selection comprised seasoned jonin with families, who naturally prioritized their children and kin, a choice deliberately made by Shenyu, akin to investing heavily for a worthy return. Should any Konoha ninja fall, Shenyu would set a precedent, encouraging many more to follow him. My lord, even if you do not speak, we shall fight with fervor. Yet, with such generous conditions, I must willingly offer my life to you. Lord, I too shall give my life to you. Use it as you see fit. Life is but a fleeting journey of several decades. If we can indeed strike at Sunagakure, it would not be in vain. For it was their hands that claimed the lives of my comrades during the Third Great Ninja War. Indeed, one kill is not a loss, two is a profit. My lord, let us slay. Let us charge forth. The Konoha ninjas erupted in cheers, their eyes filled not with dread of death but with a fervent desire for glory. To walk alongside the brave is to become brave, to follow the timid is to hesitate. This principle rings true. However, amidst the jubilant cries of the Konoha ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya wore expressions of concern. Was Uchiha Shenyu being too reckless? The elite from the Sarutobi clan felt out of place within Konoha's ranks, but Shenyu paid little heed to them. The remnants of an old era would always find those willing to sink into the depths of the sea together. Seeing the confidence ignited in the crowd, Shenyu burst into laughter. Ha! The brave shall enjoy the world first. Follow me as we charge forth. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Wood release, wooden giant technique. Summoning technique, fire god guardian, flame giant. The leader of the flame giant clan appeared, accompanied by a horde of fire giants, while massive wooden dragons and giants manifested alongside them. Utilizing wood release in the desert relied solely on chakra, as the environment offered little support. Yet, Shenyu was never short on chakra. The colossal beings born of wood release and the fire giants surged forth, as if to withstand the tempest of sand. Energizing the Konoha ninjas, they left Hiruzen and Jiraiya in wide-eyed astonishment, particularly the third Hokage, who had witnessed the wood release prowess of Hashirama Senju firsthand. Such might rivals that of the first Hokage? Is this your confidence? There was no need to slay innocents. Those who resist shall perish. Yes, the titanic entities summoned by Shenyu were capable of demolishing the defensive structures of Sunagakure with a single blow. The Konoha ninjas began to follow the wooden giants, advancing and dispatching sand ninjas. Upon hearing the thunderous clamor, the sand ninjas rushed forth to confront the unknown assailants. Who dares attack Sunagakure? Nanny? The words of a sand ninja were cut short as a massive wooden figure and a fire giant began to dismantle their defenses. A wooden dragon barreled towards one, who, unable to evade in time, was struck and sent flying, lifeless upon impact. The wooden dragon charged forth, toppling structures in its wake. With Shenyu's objective unequivocally clear, the Kazekage Tower, the battle was to commence within Sunagakure itself, forcing the village to expend considerable effort on reconstruction, leaving them little opportunity to attend to other matters. Upon hearing the cacophony, some sand ninjas hastened towards the source of the noise, engaging in fierce combat with the Konoha ninjas. However, as the Konoha ninjas were elite and the sand ninjas were caught off guard, they quickly found themselves in retreat. Yet, As the remaining sand ninjas began to gather, Shenyu, seeking to maintain momentum, resorted to advanced would-release techniques to accelerate their advance. Would-release, birth of the world tree. Continue forward with me. The sudden appearance of lush greenery astounded the sand ninjas, who had long awaited such an environment. Albeit now it was merely a backdrop for their demise. A plethora of trees burgeoned violently, ensnaring the weaker sand ninjas, who found their chakra siphoned to fuel the growth of more trees. Countless vines intertwined with the Konoha ninjas' onslaught, rendering the sand ninjas incapable of mounting an effective defense as they suffered continuous setbacks. Kazekage Tower. Hearing the tumult outside, Raza, who had been contemplating a second assassination attempt on Gaara, was interrupted by an urgent message. Kazekage-sama, we are under attack. Lord Maki has already led a team to assist. What? Which nation dares? Raza exclaimed in shock. This was the heart of Sunagakure. Had the border forces been negligent? Had they truly allowed an intruder to breach their defenses? Enormous wooden figures and dragons, along with fire giants. They appear to be Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Shenyu? What brings him here? Quickly, follow me to confront them. He could not fathom why Shenyu had chosen to assault Sunagakure so soon after peace had been established. Were the border forces truly so inept? Moreover, Sunagakure was an ally of Konoha. Despite some underlying issues, he had always regarded their relationship as stable. He had previously pondered the emergence of Uchiha Shenyu from Konoha, who had managed to defeat both the Wagakure and Kumogakure, and how to handle the relationship with Konoha thereafter. Now, unexpectedly, the threat had arrived at their doorstep. As Rasha stepped out, he spotted a wooden dragon aiming to crash into the Kazekage Tower. If the tower were to be destroyed, how would Sunagakure maintain its dignity? Magnet release, sand gold shield. A vast amount of sand gold coalesced in front of the furious Rasha, transforming into a colossal shield of sand gold that collided forcefully with the wooden dragon. Though the shield thinned under the impact, it ultimately held its ground. Just as Rasha exhaled in relief, his eyes widened in horror as a thick wooden stick pierced through the shield, hurtling towards the Tsuchikage Tower. With a crash, the Tsuchikage Tower collapsed, and Rasha had no choice but to leap away from the ruins, seeking a safe landing. Looking up, he beheld a towering wooden figure wielding a 6 to 7 meter long wooden stick, with an individual leaping atop it in a brazen manner. Uchiha Shenyu, why would you attack Konoha? Are you not afraid that we from Sunagakure will declare war on Konoha again? Other ninja villages will not let you off easily. Oh, are you implying that your betrayal of the alliance is justified? Rasha could only laugh in anger. Everyone knew that the accord was practically worthless. Yet how could Konoha dare to violate it? But of course, the third Hokage is no longer in power. It appears you are prepared to meet your demise in Sunagakure. Magnet release, sand gold. Under Rasha's command, the sand gold began to ascend towards the wooden figure, wrapping around it. The wooden giant's struggles against the quicksand seemed feeble, and the dense sand gold weighed down upon it, causing it to sag. Yet, spikes erupted from the wooden figure, pushing the sand gold away as its form expanded, and with a casual sweep, the surrounding buildings crumbled. Shenyu descended, charging towards Rasha. While Rasha desperately attempted to restrain the wooden giant, he conjured sand gold kunai, aiming to impede Shenyu's approach. However, each attempt was severed by Shenyu's blade. Realizing his efforts were futile, Rasha retreated, using sand gold to propel himself backward. The vast cloud of dust behind Shenyu signified that Konoha's ninjas had followed closely behind. As dust swirled, the distant forest encroached forward, quickly spreading toward Shenyu. To Rasha's astonishment, dozens of wooden figures advanced, accompanied by Konoha's ninjas arriving at Shenyu's rear. The battle progressed smoothly, with over 400 sand ninjas suffering casualties, while only a handful of Konoha's elite perished. An influx of sand ninjas gathered, and due to the sheer number of wooden figures, the balance of power appeared deceptively equal. Chiyo and Erosenin also led reinforcements, with the astute Erosenin advising his sister to assist Rasha first, for the last-tailed beast of Sunagakure was indeed a formidable asset. Konoha ninjas, do you seek to wage war against us? How tedious. Under Shenyu's command, the wooden figures pressed forward, their numerous wooden spikes poised to pierce the sand ninjas. Realizing the disadvantage of fighting within the forest, Rasha gathered all his chakra, manipulating vast amounts of sand gold to envelop the forest and halt its growth. Puppet technique. As Chiyo prepared to join the fray with her puppets, she spotted a masked figure. Kakashi Hitaki? You murderer of my son, prepare to pay with your life. Puppet technique. White secret skill. Chikamatsu 10 puppets. In her fury, Chiyo unleashed her puppetry without restraint, charging towards Kakashi. Your opponent is me, old friend. Transform. All right, here is Ensai. Wielding the transformed staff of the Monkey King, Sarutobi Hiruzen struck a puppet away. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. A barrage of fireballs erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Chiyo. But the Chikamatsu puppets effortlessly dispersed the flames. Since you seek death, I shall first slay you, and then avenge my son. That depends on whether you possess the capability. Kakashi retorted as he engaged Chiyo, while Erosenin retreated, having aged and diminished in strength, reluctantly directing the sand ninjas from a distance. Jiraiya recognized the urgency of the situation and charged towards Erosenin, unleashing a great fireball to clear the sand ninjas attempting to impede his path, aiming once more to eliminate Erosenin. Meanwhile, Su Huang noticed a child surrounded by enemies and deduced that this must be the Jinchuriki, leading a squad of ninjas. He sought to disperse their ranks as Erosenin's retreat led directly towards Gaara. The strength of Konoha's ninjas is formidable, bolstered by the presence of the third Hokage, the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, and the copy ninja Kakashi. They could not withstand such might without unleashing Shikaku. Everyone fall back. Erosenin, approaching Gaara, utilized physical hypnosis to break the seal on Gaara. With a roar, the immense Tanuki emerged. Finally free. No one can imprison me again. Upon Shikaku's appearance, its eyes brimmed with hatred, and its tail swept down, attacking both sand and Konoha ninjas alike. To Shikaku, these were all enemies deserving of death. In the distance, Rasha employed magnet release, sand gold grave to contain the encroaching forest while creating an opening for himself. He donned sand gold armor to withstand Shenyu's strike, his blood staining the armor as he seized the moment to entomb Shenyu in sand gold, covering a radius of dozens of meters. Chakra surged as he attempted to crush Shenyu in one decisive blow. He understood the dire situation of Sunagakure, where funding had dwindled, and the absence of high-level combatants was palpable. With Shikaku now free, it indicated that the circumstances were dire, compelling him to take this gamble. Such dense sand gold should even subdue Shikaku. Uchiha Shenyu should be unable to escape. However, reality proved far less favorable than he envisioned. As the 100-meter golden giant shattered the layers of sand gold, the atmosphere chilled instantaneously. How is this possible? That is a force even Shikaku cannot contend with. Is your perception limited to Shikaku? I have played enough. The complete form of Susanoo emerged, under Shenyu's control, accompanied by a luminous halo that unleashed lasers, annihilating the sand ninjas akin to crushing ants. But that was not the end. Under Shenyu's command, a colossal Buddha appeared, and together they combined forces, effortlessly swatting Rasha away. One hand wielding a broadsword swung forth, leaving the sand ninjas with no choice but to kneel and await their demise. Shikaku, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. What was this? Sensing extreme danger from Susanoo, Shikaku attempted to flee, but a massive hand emerged, seizing it. It struggled, unwilling to relinquish its hard-won freedom. But all efforts proved futile. Shenyu, grinning broadly, watched the frantic little Tanuki thrash about. Recalling a phrase, should I say your power is too overwhelming and must be sealed away? The Tanuki finally remembered how it had been captured decades ago by a deranged individual. Be good now, and go play in the kaleidoscope. As Shenyu's kaleidoscope spun incessantly in his eyes, Shikaku began to comprehend Shenyu's intentions. Very well. Shikaku transformed into the likeness of Shenyu. Under the relentless slaps of the Buddha, 2,000 sand ninjas suffered catastrophic losses, with half perishing in an instant. Shenyu once again seized Rasha, who was still attempting to resist. Why? Are you not afraid of other ninja villages attacking Konoha? Shenyu would not waste words on the defeated. The kaleidoscope spun slowly, and Rasha became Shenyu's puppet. Submit, for Konoha has no intention of truly annihilating Sunagakure. Sign the treaty, and I shall grant you a chance at survival. The sand ninjas, devoid of any will to resist, turned to gaze at Rasha, now held captive by the colossal Buddha. Chiyo too ceased her battle against Sarutobi Hiruzen, for faced with such a behemoth, she could conceive no viable strategy. Yet she remained unwilling to compromise, yearning to rally the shinobi of Sunagakure to continue the fight. However, her brother, Aizu, grasped her arm and shook his head. Chiyo wished to voice her thoughts, but with a resigned sigh. She reflected on the countless generations of effort poured into Sunagakure by the Kazekage. How could she bear to witness the continued demise of its ninjas? After a brief silence, under the gaze of all present, Raza uttered 4 words. We surrender. Chapter 57. The treaty signing. The objectives of the Divine Reign's sudden assault on Sunagakure are threefold. Firstly, to resolve the impending predicament of a 1v4 scenario. Secondly, to siphon resources from Sunagakure to empower Konoha. And thirdly, to amass the necessary 10,000 system points required for the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. While allowing his subordinates to develop might suffice, it is far more advantageous to acquire immediate benefits. Once he attains the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan, with a mere passage of time, his eyes will transform into the Rinnegan, marking the true commencement of his unification efforts. Currently, it is impossible to subjugate Sunagakure in one fell swoop. Annihilating the village would provoke significant backlash from other ninja villages. If death is the only outcome, Divine Reign's quest for unification will undoubtedly encounter substantial resistance. Moreover, he aspires to be the sovereign ruler, the ultimate authority. Such a figure does not engage in daily pacification efforts. The complete annihilation of a nation necessitates both hard and soft power. Only through a dual approach can he sell Sunagakure and still receive their gratitude. Under the formidable pressure of Divine Reign, Raza, representing Sunagakure, chose to surrender. When Divine Reign manifested a negotiation table using would release amidst the ruins of Sunagakure, the scene appeared incongruous. Engaging in light conversation with the architect of their misfortune felt akin to trampling on the sand shinobi while expecting their gratitude. Apart from Raza, the rest of Sunagakure's representatives bowed their heads, while those from Konoha fidgeted restlessly, unable to suppress their laughter. Their discomfort stemmed from the novelty of reaping benefits and uncertainty regarding their demeanor. The suppressed laughter arose from a sense of exhilaration. Was this the feeling of true power? They recalled the hardships endured in the past and eagerly anticipated Divine Reign's ascent to Hokage. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a profound sense of identification, experiencing emotions he had not sensed in decades, a moment of vindication. Now, let us review the treaty and proceed with the signing, Divine Reign said, reclining in his chair while extending a document. Raza respectfully rose to accept it, prompting Chiyo's discontent and revealing the unease among the Sand Shinobi, yet silence prevailed. Why? Because under the prevailing conditions, they did not wish to be labeled as traitors. It seemed that only Raza, the fourth Kazekage, bore the title of traitor, a narrative they clung to in self-deception. Due to Sunagakure's betrayal of the alliance with Konoha and their initiation of military action against us, Konoha seeks justice. Following the defeat of Sunagakure's forces, Sunagakure hereby surrenders. Given the immense losses inflicted upon Konoha, the following terms have been agreed upon after negotiations. Upon reading this, Chiyo lifted her gaze to survey the desolate remnants of Sunagakure, then glanced at Divine Reign, who was conversing with Kakashi, before lowering her head in silence. We are but fish on the butcher's block. The signatory was Raza. She was already half buried in the ground. How could she? Firstly, the one-tail, Shikaku, captured by Konoha, shall return to its rightful place. Secondly, Sunagakure shall see the northeastern region of the Land of Wind, extending vertically from the border with the Land of Birds and the Land of Rain down to the coastline, including nearby islands adjacent to the Land of Tea. Thirdly, war reparations must be paid to cover the military expenses incurred during Konoha surprise attack, with half of the contracted tasks assigned to Sunagakure's ninja being transferred, along with preferential conditions for the import of relevant metals. Fourthly, students of the Sunagakure Ninja Academy shall receive their education from Konoha. Fifthly, Konoha shall have a say in the selection of the Kazekage. Sixthly, no Sunagakure ninja shall enter the Land of Fire or Konoha without prior notification, or it shall be deemed an act of war, and Sunagakure's ninjas belonging to Konoha shall be allowed to withdraw their affiliation. Unacceptable. I cannot allow such conditions. The daimyo of the Land of Wind will never permit the cession of territory. Chiyo exclaimed, her fury palpable. Uchiha Shenyu, do you wish to contend with me, an old woman? Do you believe I cannot take down a considerable number of your Konoha ninjas before I perish? After reading through the document, Chiyo stood up in a rage, and Divine Reign calmly gestured for her to settle down. The daimyo of the Land of Wind can address that with you. It bears no significance to me. Your acknowledgement suffices. Moreover, there is no need to rush. We can continue to negotiate. You were silent during your surrender. Yet now you are in such a hurry. Your Kazekage hasn't even spoken. Do you consider yourself the hero? Divine Reign's eloquence shifted the gazes of the Sand Shinobi toward Chiyo, their expressions questioning her earlier silence. Enough, Uchiha Shenyu. Sunagakure will not sign this treaty under such conditions. Raza interjected, slamming his hand on the table. Oh, let us discuss it then. What conditions do you propose? Should your terms fail to meet my standards, I will not relent. The territory can only be delineated from the border with the Land of Rain to the inner bay of the Land of Wind, with a task transfer of 20. As for the students of the Ninja Academy, that is non-negotiable. However, I am willing to offer my offspring in exchange. 20% task transfer, unchanged territory, otherwise, the discussion is over. Do not overstep your bounds. Seeing Raza's willingness to compromise, several spirited Sand Shinobi rose in protest. Unable to remain seated while their Kazekage offered his progeny. As one prepared to speak, Raza raised his hand to silence him. Stand down. Do not blame him. I am prepared to accept your terms. I shall issue orders for the border forces to retreat immediately. In that moment, Raza appeared to age a decade before their eyes, eliciting discomfort among the remaining Sand Shinobi, who wished to rebel yet were restrained by their Kazekage. Enough. All of this is for the sake of Sunagakure. Kazekage-sama. We are so sorry. Such heartfelt declarations revealed Raza's commitment to his role, far surpassing Chiyo's capabilities. Then let us proceed with the signing, he said, bowing over the table to affix his signature to the Treaty of Disgrace and Dishonor. Divine Rain swiftly seized the document from Raza's grasp. Make haste and ensure the Sand Shinobi evacuate from Konohagakure's territory. Should you fail to do so, the next time I return, Sunagakure will cease to exist. Before the scornful gazes of the Sand Shinobi, he hoisted the handballs and kunai presented by Maki. The two young ones gazed at their father in disbelief, questioning whether they were mere objects to be discarded. Yet, given that Gaara had been assassinated, what difference did it make for them? They began to cry out for their father, only to realize, upon encountering his icy demeanor, that they had been forsaken. Silently, they fell silent. As Divine Rain rose and led the Konohagakure ninjas away, the trees conjured from wood release required no maintenance. Devoid of water, they would wither away shortly, leaving no remnants for Sunagakure. Watching Divine Rain and the Konohagakure ninjas disappear into the sandstorm, the Sand Shinobi knelt before Raza. Kazekage-sama, we are deeply sorry. I am willing to give my life to atone for my wrongs. Me too. Overwhelmed by guilt for abandoning Raza, they vowed to compensate him with their lives. Chiyo and Alzi felt a pang of unease, their legacies tarnished in an instant. Enough. Protecting Sunagakure is my duty as Kazekage, rather than wallowing in sorrow. We ought to train diligently. Yes, Kazekage-sama. We shall train with all our might. Chiyo and Alzi approached, intending to say something, but were interrupted by Raza. I do not blame anyone. It is my inadequacy as Kazekage that failed to safeguard Sunagakure. I implore both elders to assist me in rebuilding our village. At this juncture, the two elders, who had previously harbored ulterior motives regarding Raza's authority, now spoke with genuine allegiance. Rest assured, Kazekage, we will wholeheartedly assist you. Just when the people of Sunagakure believed their village would once again flourish, they remained oblivious to the fate that awaited them, akin to that of the Hidden Mist village. Deep within Raza's heart, the Meijiki Sharingan began to turn, awakening the blood-soaked sands. Chapter 58. Handling New Territories, the Surprise Attack. Shenyu. Quickly show me the treaty, Kai exclaimed with excitement as he rushed to Shenyu, who cheerfully handed it over. Everyone, take a look at what we have accomplished. Kai, hurry up and read it. I want to see too. Amidst the joyful commotion, Kakashi and others gathered around Kai, causing him to bend slightly under their weight. The third Hokage coughed a few times and, with Jiraiya and Saratobi's attention on him, squeezed in as well. Seeing their leader participating, Saratobi joined in, leaving Jiraiya standing alone, overwhelmed by the surreal events unfolding around him. Peace, the Chosen One. War. Was he still clinging to the notion of the Chosen One? As Jiraiya noticed Shenyu moving aside, he continued, the great Toad Sage foretold that a Chosen One would end the war, bringing peace to the ninja world. Did he not also mention that the Chosen One is your disciple? I possess my own destiny. The Fire God proclaimed that I would put an end to the chaos in the ninja world. Do you believe that? Jiraiya stared expressionlessly at Shenyu, questioning the idea of peace when you have just attacked the Sand Village. You see, you don't even believe it yourself. If you don't, how can you expect anyone else to? That is different. The peace of the ninja world is based on mutual understanding and coexistence. Shenyu did not wish to hear any further nonsense. Jiraiya was beyond redemption. He dusted off his pants and stood up to leave. Hey, war will only lead to. Be quiet. Every time war breaks out, it is other ninja villages attacking Konoha. Why is it always that Konoha is not merciful enough? Is Konoha not weak enough? Shenyu chose not to continue the argument, deeming it futile. The future does not belong to fate but to the actions of individuals. Well, have you finished reading? We should return to the village. Lord Shenyu will soon be Hokage. There is no doubt about it. The Hokage has already submitted the report to the daimyo. Soon, Shenyu led the team back to the newly designated area. All the sand shinobi who dared to attack were eliminated, while those who received orders retreated, leaving behind those who refused to leave as fertilizer. Shenyu also encountered Bayun Zhaochen, who had brought the team. Assistant Lord, Shenyu's actions were already known to him. As Shenyu had not hurried his journey, by now, information was likely en route to every village. Bayun Zhaochen had also dispatched someone to inform Konoha and swiftly brought the team over. This is our new territory. Zhaochen, you will continue to guard this place. The Sand Shinobi's border forces will be weakened, but do not let your guard down. Yes, Lord, rest assured. The Konoha shinobi brought by Bayun Zhaochen were thrilled by the sudden acquisition of territory, astonished that Shenyu had indeed succeeded. By the way, we cannot have only desert here. Wood release. Birth of the woodland. With a clap of his hands, a multitude of trees appeared out of thin air, taking root and spreading far and wide under the gaze of the gathered ninjas. Even as some trees were covered by swirling sands, newly sprouted trees solidified them in place. In a moment, the once barren desert transformed into an endless forest. I will turn this new territory into a forest created by my wood release. Kakashi. You and the leader of Ina go to the land of rivers. You know how to handle it, and also bring the water flow from the land of rivers here. Third Hokage, you will lead the forces to create temporary lakes using water release. The indigenous people of this area must also be incorporated into Konoha. Kakashi and Ina accepted their orders, understanding that Shenyu's unspoken intention was to absorb the land of rivers into Konoha's territory without question, merely executing the plan. Shenyu. What about the daimyo of the land of fire regarding the newly acquired territory? Sarutobi Hiruzen considered this factor. What if the daimyo sent someone to take control of the new land? That land was ceded by the Sand Village to Konoha, so it has nothing to do with the land of fire. However, I will also need to visit the daimyo's residence. Shenyu had an overwhelming number of matters to attend to, and he had no intention of sharing the spoils of victory with the daimyo. He would first see if the daimyo could grasp the situation, and a single Sharingan would be sufficient for that. Moreover, upon returning to the village, he had to deal with compensations, reforms, constructions, succession, and a host of other responsibilities awaiting his attention. Sarutobi nodded, setting off to handle it himself. Shenyu summoned a wooden dragon to transform the new territory entirely into a forest, leaving him free to modify it as he wished in the future. Meanwhile, news of Shenyu's surprise attack on the Sand Village spread to various ninja villages and organizations. Iwagakure was the first to learn of it. When Shenyu launched his surprise attack on the Sand Village, spies from Iwagakure promptly relayed the information. After a frantic journey, the report reached just as Shenyu arrived at the new territory. What is Raza doing? How could he allow such a situation to unfold on his home turf? Noki tossed the report to the ground, pacing back and forth. On his home ground, Uchiha Shenyu managed to breach the Sand Village within 2 days and defeat them in mere hours. This would release, along with Susanoo, Konoha has produced yet another prodigy. What should we do? If Shenyu can attack the Sand Village, can he not also assault Iwagakure? The fourth Kazekage Raza is also a Kage. He should not have been defeated so easily. Could it be that Uchiha Shenyu is now on par with those two individuals? That would be troublesome. He had seen those two before. It was their strength that led to the research of dust release to counter them. How can wood release and the Sharingan exist within the same person? Uchiha Shenyu is still human. Now that the one-tail Shikako has been captured by Shenyu, and with the nine tails, coupled with Uchiha Shenyu's abnormal abilities, Konoha's formidable strength left him restless. We must convey this message to other ninja villages, inciting their anxiety to collectively confront Konoha. Additionally, find Sutsuki. He cannot afford to be in trouble at this moment. We must apply pressure on Konoha alongside the other ninja villages. Yes, no matter how powerful Uchiha Shenyu is, his dust release, and the two-tailed beast Jinchuriki, as well as the elite forces from other villages, are no weaklings. Regarding dust release, he is well aware of its potency in a real battle. He might not emerge unscathed. Were it not for the recent fierce battle, he would have joined forces with Kumogakure to assault Konoha and eliminate the threat posed by Uchiha Shenyu. Speaking of which, Noki could not help but curse the fourth Raikage. Had they attacked Konoha together back then, such a situation would not have arisen. Greed led to their downfall. Moreover, Konoha has now seized territory from the Land of Wind. A stark contrast to past wars where no territory was gained, Konoha has now set a precedent. Summon Karatsuchi, Akatsuchi, and Chithere. Yes. Noki gazed at the map hanging on the wall, preparing to reorganize their defenses. They could not be caught off guard like the Sand Village. Uchiha Shenyu had breached their borders before their border forces could even respond. In any case, Iwagakure will not easily surrender. Kumogakure. Damn it. There is still no lead on the would-release matter, and Uchiha Shenyu managed to attack the Sand Village in such a short time. The Sand Village was defeated. They are truly pitifully weak. The fourth Raikage looked at the representative sent from a Wagakure, and after discussions with him and the Kumo high-ranking officials, they resolved to join forces with the Wagakure. Return and inform Noki that we will temporarily ally to confront Uchiha Shenyu. The Raikage is relieved. This is also what Lord Tsuchikage desires. After saying that, the representative from a Wagakure departed, while Raikage could not help but smash the table in frustration. What should we do about the wood release? Had he known Uchiha Shenyu would be such a formidable adversary, they should have dealt with Konoha first. Regret now proves to be futile. Having just endured a fierce battle, we have lost over 5,000 ninjas. Prudence dictates that we can no longer afford to engage in further conflict. Should we suffer another loss, we would merely become fodder upon the table. The Tsuchikage, missing a hand, articulated the consensus among the leaders of Kumogakure, asserting that we must refrain from waging war again. The Tsuchikage sentiments are indeed valid. By uniting with the other three ninja villages, our recovery will certainly outpace that of Konohagakure, and we can wage war again when the time is right. The development of the chakra cannon has already commenced. Mabui also presented her suggestions, spurred by the provocations of Shinju. The chakra cannon, initially slated for research years hence, has now been prioritized. From the perspective of Yamitsu, I propose that we consider communication with Konoha. No, Mabui. I believe Uchiha Shinju will not allow the Two Tails to slip from his grasp. A shook his head. We can no longer permit the Two Tails to remain in Konoha's possession. With the One Tail already under their control, acquiring the Two Tails and the Nine Tails would render Konoha exceedingly formidable. Thus, we may have to sacrifice Yamitsu. The Tsuchikage placed his solitary hand upon his neck, signaling a ruthless resolution. He cannot be blamed for his severity, should the Two Tails remain in Konoha's hands. The situation would become dire. A profound silence enveloped the room. After all, Yamitsu is still one of their own. Must they truly abandon him? Lord Raikage. What if we consider a trade? Darui suddenly proposed. A trade? What do you suggest? My lord, akin to what transpired 3 years ago. Our relationship with Konoha is currently strained, and Uchiha Shinju will not launch a direct assault against us. The Wagakure will not stand idly by while we are attacked. Another silence ensued. Unable to contain his frustration, rose from his seat. Let us give it a try. Kumogakure shall not easily forsake a comrade. If he truly comes for us, I shall not cower. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Uchiha Shinju would release Susanoo. Keiki Yagura sat in his chair, perusing intelligence reports with a slight furrow in his brow. It appears Konoha has produced yet another formidable adversary. I must expedite the affairs within our village to prepare for the upheaval in the ninja world. The bloodline limit of the Mist Ninjas seems poised to face adversity. In the Akatsuki, it has been revealed that Orochimaru is a spy for Konoha, now having defected, and Konoha possesses the One Tail, Two Tails, and Nine Tails. Indeed, one might say that Pain, bearing the Rinnegan, stated to Uchiha Madara, with Konan standing nearby. Uchiha Shinju wields the power of the Manjiki Sharingan and would release, yet before my eyes. He does not inspire fear. No, according to the intelligence from White Zetsu, his wood release can rival that of the first Hokage, and his Susanoo can reach its complete form. It is prudent not to underestimate him. Madara, are you afraid? I merely harbor concerns regarding the Eye of the Moon plan, Kakashi replied defiantly to Pain's inquiry. Konan, at present, our organization comprises Kakuzu, Sasori, Haiden, and several other powerful rogue shinobi. Recently, there are reports of a Wagakure's Four Tails Jinchuriki traversing near the land of Earth. Is it not premature to initiate our plans? Will seizing the Five Tails not draw the attention of a Wagakure? Konan expressed her apprehensions. The Akatsuki has been established for merely 5 years, with 9 years remaining until the original plan's execution, yet Konoha has already acquired 3-tailed beasts. No, we cannot commence yet. Other ninja villages will not allow Konoha to operate unimpeded. The recent conflict has merely drained their vigor, but has not gravely wounded them. They require another battle to weaken their strength further before we can begin our pursuit of the tailed beasts. Konan, remain vigilant regarding the powerful rogue shinobi. We must enhance the Akatsuki's might. The timing is not yet right. We must forego the Five Tails for now. Moreover, the primary concern is that he has yet to fully harness the power of the Rinnegan. Once he masters the divine eye of the Rinnegan, he shall fear no formidable adversary in the ninja world. This is the Eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 59. The surprising Leaf Village in the Hokage building of the Leaf Village. Tsunade shook Shizen while murmuring to herself, that guy really did it. Shizen, he actually defeated the Sand Village. Please tell me this isn't a dream. Tsunade-sama, this is not a dream. Please stop shaking me, otherwise. Let us announce it so everyone can share in the joy. Yes, and the appointment of my grandfather, the 6th Hokage, has arrived. That should be announced as well. Understood. With that, Shizen left, leaving Tsunade reclining in her chair. With that guy around, I feel so reassured, she sighed, stretching lazily. It felt as if her great-uncle and grandmother were backing her up again. Now she had someone to rely on. Once Shenyu became Hokage, she envisioned a life of leisure, indulging in food and napping, perhaps even raising a child. The reason the daimyo so readily consented to the Hokage change was that Tsunade had written in her letter that Shenyu was her partner. As Tsunade's grandfather, the daimyo approved immediately, viewing the Hokage position merely as a switch between the couple. To bless Tsunade in her quest for love, the daimyo increased the village's funding by 40% and even promised to attend Tsunade's wedding, despite being in his 70s. When the announcement was made, few gathered to witness the event, as most were unaware of the magnitude of what had transpired. However, once they read the news, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The Hokage's aide, Uchiha Shenyu, launched a surprise attack on the Sand Village yesterday, compelling them to sign a treaty, including the return of the one-tailed Shikaku? Nani? Hashigahara Yu. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Absolutely. It's the same Hashigahara Yu who joined the police force during the Orochimaru capture operation. Could I be wrong? Shinyu-sama actually captured the one-tail from the Sand Village. As Hashigahara Yu's exclamation drew more onlookers, others began to read further. Moreover, the Hyuga clan and Uchiha clan have activated their Byakugan and Sharingan, respectively, but most people are too far away to see. Oh. And the subsequent ceding of the border between the Bird and Rain countries to the Wind country Espe. Nani? Shinyu-sama acquired land? Is this for real? You must be seeing things. No, I cannot be mistaken. It's written right here. And Shinyu-sama has succeeded as the 6th Hokage. A Hyuga ninja, eyes wide, confirmed his Byakugan was accurate before racing back to inform his clan. Other ninjas from different clans also hurried to spread the news. Wait, if this is true, does it mean he took down the Sand Village in just 2 days? But the Sand Village is one of the 5 great villages. Hang on. There's more. The Sand Village must also pay for the military expenses incurred by the Leaf Village? The ninjas exchanged incredulous glances, then erupted in joyous celebration. Did we really achieve this? Shinyu-sama is unbelievably strong. Defeating the Sand Village in 2 days? The first Hokage was not this strong. Not exactly 2 days. The actual combat lasted merely 2 hours. Don't forget the time spent traveling. Ha ha ha, this is the leader of our Uchiha clan. What do you mean your leader? He is our Hokage. As the announcement spread, the Leaf Village erupted in excitement, marking their first significant victory in years. Many ninjas shouted in the streets, especially those from the Uchiha clan, their heads held high in pride. Nara Shikaku received the news early due to his position, but his hands trembled slightly upon hearing it. He really succeeded. He actually accomplished it. Although the strength of the operation was unquestionable, he still found it hard to believe when the good news finally arrived. The Leaf Village had languished in despair for so long that they had forgotten the feeling of glory. In the police department, when Izumi delivered the news to Kurenai, she couldn't help but read it multiple times. Kurenai-sama, Shenyu and I is incredible. Izumi blushed, aware that Shenyu had been busy but unaware of his audacious attack on the Sand Village. Everyone in the village is praising Shenyu and I as a hero of the Leaf. And yes, even the next Hokage. Indeed, Shenyu is truly remarkable. So, is your blush for him? Nani? Kurenai teased, feeling proud of her partner while affectionately ruffling Izumi's hair. You seem lost in thought, perhaps thinking of someone special? Oh dear, Kurenai. I'm just happy for my brother. Ah, happy for him, you say? Izumi flung herself into Kurenai's embrace, knowing Shenyu viewed her as a sister. And Kurenai would treat her well. But I can't help but feel you might have a chance. Ah? Kurenai chuckled. After all, you are an Uchiha. The clan hasn't yet realized how to stir the pot, and the stronger Shenyu becomes, the more tempting he will be. The Uchiha clan ninjas were still reeling from the surprise of having defeated the Rock and Cloud villages, reclaiming the Two Tails for the Leaf, and swiftly defeating the Sand Village to bring back the One Tail. Now, Shenyu was on the path to becoming Hokage, a goal the Uchiha had long awaited for 6 generations and 54 years, finally seeing the dawn of hope. In Izuka clan, we VE won big time. Meanwhile, The celebration outside was starkly contrasted by the classroom of ninja students, where Naruto and Sasuke faced off in practical training. Iruka called out their names, oblivious to the external events. Sasuke, this time, I will defeat you. Oh, Naruto, what makes you think you can beat me? My teacher is the strongest in the village, and the Hokage is my mentor. My clan is the most powerful in the leaf. Sasuke, with his nose held high, drew cheers from Sakura and a gaggle of girls. Sasuke is so cool. Sasuke, I love you. You must defeat the underdog Naruto. Sakura's cheers ignited Naruto's fury. You arrogant Sasuke. My brother is also the strongest in the village. I'm on friendly terms with the Hokage, and I have a giant fox. Ha. You mean that giant fox who got caught by the teacher? As Naruto's inner fox bristled at Sasuke's taunts, he seethed, Naruto, defeat this arrogant brat. Rest assured, I will charge forward and defeat the conceited Sasuke. Unlike the usual cheers from Sakura, Ino instead turned to Hinata, observing the scene. Hey, Hinata, did I ever? Ino glanced at Sasuke's fan club, feeling slightly embarrassed. Not just slightly, you were the loudest among them. Shut up, Shikamaru. Don't expose my secret. After Shikamaru's teasing, Ino scolded him, prompting Hinata to stifle a giggle. Humph, you're so nice, Hinata. How about we find Shenyu and I to play with? I don't think my father would allow me. And how would we get there? Your father? Ino pondered, finding adult interactions tiresome. I've got it. Just tell him I invited you, and let your father approach mine. If all else fails, Shenyu and I can talk to your father. Didn't he say he could visit Sasuke whenever he wanted? Was it too troublesome? Hinata felt a bit shy, her fingers gently tapping against each other. Oh, would you like to meet your brother? Hinata nodded, eager to go. Then come with me later. It will be you, me, and also Shikamaru and CHG. All right. Hey, keep quiet. Just follow me. Shikamaru scoffed. Women are truly the most troublesome. Returning to the matter at hand, Naruto and Sasuke had already begun forming their opposing hand seals. Humph. Sasuke, I've recently learned some ninjutsu. You won't stand a chance against me. Talkative, aren't you? A few wooden shuriken shot out from Sasuke's hands, and Naruto rolled backward to evade. You actually dodged it. I underestimated you. Do you think you're the only one working hard in the Uchiha clan? My Naruto is putting in effort too. Well, then I'll give it a try. Sasuke charged forward, holding his shuriken. Knowing he couldn't use the blade given by Kamiya just yet, Naruto, not to be outdone, rushed at him with a punch. To Sasuke's surprise, Naruto was able to exchange blows with him. Each punch from Naruto had considerable force. However, if it continued like this, victory would elude him. Suddenly, Naruto found an opportunity to punch Sasuke in the face, only to realize he struck a wooden post instead. At that moment, he felt a kick from behind, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. He heard the whistling sound of two shuriken racing towards him. It's over. No, I can't lose like this. Just as Iruka was about to end the duel, Naruto managed to roll and evade the two shuriken, springing back to his feet, looking towards the approaching Sasuke. Damn it. This is so embarrassing. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Though still young, Naruto created dozens of clones that surrounded Sasuke after forming the seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu? The underdog actually knows it? Even without the Sharingan, the flaws in the Shadow Clone Jutsu are significant, and the clones will differ greatly from the original. Thinking this, Sasuke charged towards the original Naruto, the most genuine version of him, only to find that he had struck empty air. What? Not this one. Nearby, Naruto's clones had closed in. Sasuke dispatched a few of the nearest clones but was caught off guard by a punch from behind, followed by another clone attacking him. After taking several punches, Sasuke was becoming irritated and leaped out of the fray. Ha, you can't find me, can you, Sasuke? Humph. I guess I'll show you the ninjutsu that Inai-chan taught me. After forming 3 seals, Iruka was once again astonished. What is this? When did Naruto become so strong? Is this ninjutsu? Shikamaru, realizing the implications of the seals, gasped in shock. This is bad. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A fireball, not particularly large, erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Although small, it was still fire, leaving the younger students bewildered, and Naruto equally stunned. Fortunately, Iruka managed to block the fireball before it could reach them. Sasuke. Using ninjutsu at this stage is too early. Don't worry, I didn't use too much chakra. Iruka rubbed his forehead, contemplating the genius of the Uchiha clan. Was chakra control already in his repertoire? Yet, it seemed Naruto had also become a genius. He then announced Sasuke's victory. The two began to form the reconciliation seals. Sasuke. Next time I won't lose to you. I will learn ninjutsu from my brother. Humph. Even if you learn, you won't be my opponent. They began bickering again. But this was the final class, and they would still walk home together since Naruto was currently staying at Kamaya's place. The ninja school was now on break. And as the students exited, they discovered a crowd outside celebrating, leaving the elementary students confused. Oniai-chan, I'm here. Sasuke spotted Itachi, who affectionately ruffled his hurriedly approaching brother's hair. Waiting for Naruto to arrive. Itachi and I, did you come to pick me up today? Yes, the Hokage is still dealing with affairs. The Hokage said since he was picking up Sasuke, he might as well take Naruto too. Brother, what is everyone so happy about outside? Sasuke looked up, seeking clarification from Itachi. Lord Kamaya launched a surprise attack on Tsunagakure, defeating the 4th Kazekage Raza and capturing the One Tail, forcing Tsunagakure to cede territory. What? Teacher wasn't in the village? Both boys instinctively glared at each other, then turned their heads in unison to Itachi, their little minds trying to decipher his words. That was a wood clone, just a clone of the adult. So, the teacher defeated the Kazekage and retrieved a tailed beast? The power of Lord Kamaya is truly overwhelming. That's my teacher. Naturally, he is the strongest ninja in the ninja world. Stupid Sasuke. Underachiever Naruto. Despite their joy, the two began bickering again as Itachi led them back to the Uchiha clan. Chapter 60, Settlement in less than a day's time, seated upon the wooden dragon. I traversed the newly acquired territory, transforming the desert into a verdant expanse. Of course, after the divine rain had departed, many trees would succumb to the encroaching sands. Yet a significant portion had already altered the geographical landscape. Kakashi and Ino led a contingent of dozens to address the issues in the land of rivers, where compliant ninjas could continue to possess their souls in this world. Those who defied orders were left with mere husks. As for the feudal lord of the land of rivers, any hint of non-cooperation was swiftly met with the formidable presence of the Uchiha clan, under Ino's piercing gaze. Affected profoundly by the divine rain, the Uchiha clan had transcended their former status, no longer mere feudal lords, as long as the elders willed it. Everything ought to belong to them. Sarutobi Hiruzen endeavored to create lakes at regular intervals to supply water to the trees. When the waterways of the land of rivers were redirected, ninjas even captured animals to populate the burgeoning forest. The sand ninjas, stationed at the borders, gazed upon the flourishing forest with teeth-gritting envy. Here lay a desert, with sand swirling in the air, an endless expanse of yellow, while across the way, lush greenery thrived. Without comparison, there is no pain. The sand ninjas' eyes turned red with jealousy, their pupils reflecting the verdant hues, yet they remained confined to their dusty domain. Once the divine rain had settled all affairs and briefed the morning's elite ninjas, he awaited the assembly of the team before returning to Konoha. The three small beings in his grasp uttered not a word. Temari and Kankuro felt deeply hurt by their father's abandonment. As they observed the wooden jutsu transforming the desert, they realized that the man before them effortlessly achieved what their ancestors could not. With their fates no longer in their hands, they could only allow the victor to dictate their lives. Gaara wore a stoic expression, his eyes hollow. Though he was now under the divine rain's control, his will had returned. Yet for him, mother was gone. Father had sent an uncle to kill him, and his village rejected him. What did it matter where this monster went? Konoha or Tsunagakure, neither would likely accept him. The final outcome was merely a descent into death amidst curses. Do not be so despondent, Gaara. We have someone in our village who once endured similar trials. Those with narrow perspectives often misconstrue what they cannot see. When you arrive in Konoha, you shall find friends. And you too, your father may not want you, but Konoha shall welcome you. In time, you will become a part of our village. We shall not forsake our comrades. Is there truly someone who can fathom my suffering? Gaara curled slightly, closing his eyes, finally free from Shikaku's disturbances, allowing him to rest soundly. Meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro were consumed by thoughts of their father's rejection. Divine Rain shook his head, dismissing the trio. They were mere trophies, Shikaku now branded, and posed no threat. This was merely a strategic move, whether effective or not mattered little. While the team gradually assembled, Divine Rain reopened the system to check his points. System, how many points do I possess now? A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host, following the attack on Tsunagakure, the defeat of Rashi, the acquisition of Shikaku, and the signing of treaties, your prestige has risen, and you have accumulated 80,000 system points. Then I shall spend 50,000 points to exchange for the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. By the way, can I evolve my Rinnegan? The system responded, under my intervention. The host need not reincarnate chakra. With guidance from the 6 paths, the evolution can commence. That reassures me. Proceed with the exchange. Divine Rain felt a warmth in his eyes, followed by an overwhelming sense of euphoria as the power of the Mangeki became limitless. The sage body also relayed profound sensations to him, akin to a fusion. The qualitative transformation induced by bloodline merging ultimately awakened the Rinnegan. As the host's sage body and eternal Mangeki were perfectly aligned, awakening would require only a fraction of the time it took for Uchiha Madara. The characteristics included the emergence of sporadic purple light within the eyes, culminating in a complete transformation into purple pupils. During the evolution phase, abilities such as Susanoo remained accessible. After digesting the system's exposition, Divine Rain seized upon significant details. If it required a fraction of Madara's time, that implied nearly 5 years, he had anticipated an immediate awakening. The system had extrapolated from Madara's awakening segments. Very well, what other avenues lie ahead? Divine Rain pondered aloud. Upon obtaining the Rinnegan, you may become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails or acquire vast quantities of high-quality chakra to attain the Rinnegan with 9 tomo, thus transcending to the 6 paths level. And what of the transmigration eye? Divine Rain had always been curious, noting that Kaguya possessed Byakugan but not the transmigration eye. Due to the relationship between Tsutsuki Kaguya and Tsutsuki Himura, the transmigration eye is regarded as equivalent to the Rinnegan, sharing a similar magnitude of power. The host may continue to acquire the transmigration eye to bolster their strength, as Kaguya did not possess it. I see. So acquiring the transmigration eye would be located on my forehead? The system fell silent, then slowly affirmed Divine Rain's assertion. Indeed, Divine Rain understood that with the 9 tomo Rinnegan and the transmigration eye, his arsenal would surpass even Kaguya's ocular power. What about the evolution of Byakugan? Upon obtaining Byakugan and its bloodline, one may awaken the transmigration eye through Tsutsuki chakra or by merging numerous Byakugan into a spherical stone-like formation akin to that found on the moon. Divine Rain ceased conversing with the system, deep in thought. To attain 6 paths level power, he merely needed a 10 tails or a vast reservoir of high-quality chakra. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he inquired urgently, "System, do you sell tailed beasts?" "Sell. You sly one. I am truly impressed." In reality, it was unnecessary. He already possessed Shikaku, Matatabi, and Kurama. Was it possible that the future collection of tailed beasts would not be the Akatsuki, but rather Divine Rain himself? Wait. That seems off. Perhaps I could wait for the Akatsuki to gather them, and then undermine their efforts. I should also consider the dragon vein of Lulan. Lulan, situated on the fringes of the Wind Country, had not relinquished that territory merely to avoid drawing attention. Once I secure Sunagakure, I shall investigate further. Lord Divine Rain, the team has assembled and is ready to depart at any moment. Divine Rain paused his musings, observing Kakashi and the others returning. The Konoha ninjas expressing their desire to return home. Very well, let us return to the village. To the village. Chapter 61. Return to the village. Naruto's identity. Additional update. By the time Shen Yu arrived at Konoha village, it was already afternoon. As he approached the village, news of his arrival had already reached the inhabitants of Konoha. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Tsunade waiting for him with a group of villagers and shinobi. The sides were filled with ninjas, villagers, and children, while banners hung from the buildings, adorned with petals scattered by delightful little ones. "Look, it's Lord Shenyu. Welcome back." "Lord Shenyu. Make way, make way." Naruto struggled through the crowd, followed closely by Sasuke. Today, in celebration of Shenyu's victory, the Ninja Academy had declared a day off. Just as Naruto was about to rush forward, Sasuke pulled him back. "What are you doing? Idiot. Can't you see Tsunade has already gone up? Why should I back off? Am I a third wheel?" "I'm not a third wheel. You are." "You are." Amidst the bickering of the two children, Shenyu had already reached Tsunade and the gathered crowd. The Konoha ninjas, including Kakashi, were also enjoying the flowers and cheers. "Is there something you wish to say to me, my dear Tsunade?" "Get away from me," Tsunade replied, rolling her eyes and biting her lip, playfully brushing off the dust from Shenyu's clothing. "Congratulations on your triumphant return, my dear." The villagers and ninjas surrounding them clearly heard this and erupted into laughter, recognizing that "my dear" was an affectionate term for someone familiar. "Lord Shenyu has returned with 2 beautiful wives. Lord Shenyu must treat the Hokage well." "Of course. But I am lucky enough to have 2 beautiful wives." Shenyu hoisted Tsunade onto his shoulder and then lifted the smitten Yuhi Kurenai behind her. "Wow. Lord Shenyu is incredible, claiming 2 virtuous wives. May Lord Shenyu find everlasting happiness. May you enjoy a lifetime of harmony and companionship." The villagers continued to cheer for the trio, while Tsunade and Kurenai blushed, covering their faces in embarrassment. The bride is shy. So shy? The children joined in, crowding around the victorious ninjas as they made their way into the village. A long table laden with delicious food awaited them. A monument of achievements had been erected, and shops on either side opened their doors, decorated with lanterns that dispelled the darkness. The sun, which was nearly set, complied with the desires of the people, allowing evening to arrive early and providing a picturesque backdrop for Konoha's lights. Various drinks were arranged on both sides, and a variety of delicacies were available, with many performing acrobatics. The chill of winter did not dampen the warmth in their hearts. This night was destined to be a celebration in Konoha, a remembrance for the shinobi who sacrificed their lives for the village, a celebration of the brave ninjas who returned victorious, and a hopeful anticipation for a brighter future for Konoha. Delicious. Kakashi, come try this. Kakashi was bombarded with various treats as he watched the festive village, feeling the rush of his youth, all while searching for his dear friend Kakashi. As for his other close friend, he had already found love. Indeed, two loves. Noticing Kakashi's indifference, Kai turned to see him petting a golden-haired child. Do I know you? Masked man, who are you? Masked man? Kakashi looked exasperated, tugging on Naruto's hair, making him squirm. That's not the correct way to address me. Then what should I call you? You should refer to me as brother. Right, my teacher is Minato-sensei. So Naruto should call me brother. Nanny? So who exactly are you? If you have nothing else to say, I'm going to find brother Shenyu. Kakashi lowered his head and bumped Naruto's forehead. I am your father's disciple. Do you understand? My father? You mean my father? Naruto was astonished. The masked man was actually a disciple of his father. Then who exactly is my father? Caught off guard by Naruto's question, Kakashi was about to reply when Shenyu lifted him up. There's something I must clarify while everyone is here. Naruto's father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the hero who protected the village during the Nine Tails incident. Your mother is Kushina Izumaki, the previous host of the Nine Tails. You have never been a demon fox. You are the person your parents sacrificed themselves to protect. You are someone who perseveres through adversity, remaining true to your ninja way. There has never been any talk of a demon fox. The slanderer, Shimura Danzo, has been dealt with. As long as I am here, no one will dare to call you a demon fox. Anyone who dares to speak ill of you will face my wrath. With Shenyu's strength, it was clear that he could make such declarations, and what village would dare to harm Naruto? Shenyu lifted Naruto onto his shoulders, and the villagers stared at the child they had once labeled a demon fox, now revealed to be the offspring of the fourth Hokage. As Naruto lowered his head in shock, absorbing Shenyu's words, he realized he was the son of the Hokage, that he had never been a demon fox. Tsunade stepped forward, standing firmly behind Shenyu, with Kurenai joining her. A large group of ninjas, especially from the Uchiha clan, gathered around, ready to protect their own. When Naruto's tears fell onto Shenyu's clothing, some villagers, filled with guilt, stepped forward to apologize to him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have called you a demon fox. I'm truly sorry. The late apologies could not mend the pain already inflicted. When Shenyu set Naruto down, he stood firm and shouted to the crowd. I am not a demon fox. I have parents. Thank you, brother Shenyu. The surrounding ninjas looked on with relief as Naruto finally released his pent-up emotions. Sasuke was the first to approach, grabbing Naruto's sleeve and handing him a tissue. Hey, stop crying. If anyone dares to say anything to you again, I will help you beat them up. If I can't do it, I'll call my brother, my clan, or my teacher. Exactly, don't cry. You still have us. The young versions of Ino Shikacho had gathered around, along with Shino and others, to support Naruto. Hiruzen Sarutobi stepped forward and took Naruto's hand. Oh, Naruto. It's true that I kept the news under wraps to protect you from being exposed as Minato's son. I didn't have the strength to shield you from harm, nor the ability to handle matters swiftly enough to spend time with you. Regarding Danzo's actions, I must also apologize. Shikamaru, Choji, and everyone else. Don't worry about me. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage. I will become Hokage just like my father and brother Shenyu. Wiping away his tears, Naruto returned to his cheerful self. Hey, Kakashi, are you not moved? This is youth. Tears streamed down Kai's face as he nodded, while Kakashi, not rebutting Kai, looked at Shenyu, recognizing the man's strength and determination. Rikuji, your support has been invaluable. Previously, we could only rely on Shikamaru and the others to help Naruto, and we truly owe Minato a debt. Returning from the border, Akimichi Choza observed the scene and spoke to Nara Shikaku beside him. Oh, but everything seems to be all right now, doesn't it? Shikaku reflected on the scene. feeling that it was indeed a far cry from the days of the third Hokage's administration. As the night enveloped the gathering, the tables laden with exquisite delicacies gradually succumbed to the shadows, and the guests dispersed. Yet, the most significant treasure, the hearts of the people, had been secured by Shenyu. Shenyu, it's time for you to sleep. Winter break is approaching. Just hold on a little longer, said Naruto, nestled comfortably in his bed. Rest assured, dear elder brother Shenyu, I am now quite the formidable friend. As Shenyu gazed at Naruto, who was cozily wrapped in his blankets, he felt a sense of relief and switched off the lights. Just as he was about to close the door, Naruto's voice chimed in. Thank you, brother Shenyu. Shenyu paused, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips as he closed the door. While inside, Naruto peacefully drifted into slumber, for this place was truly his home. Stretching leisurely, Shenyu prepared to rest after a day of fatigue, while Hong also retired for the evening, as tonight was dedicated to Tsunade, who had already claimed Shenyu's heart. With a soft click, Shenyu emerged from the shower, only to find Tsunade not resting in bed, but instead arranging her attire in front of the mirror. Tsunade, he called softly, wrapping his arms around her from behind, their cheeks brushing against one another. Having already conveyed his feelings, there was no need for further hesitation. Such reticence was not in Tsunade's nature. She seized Shenyu's collar, taking the initiative, their lips met in a fervent kiss, igniting a passionate fire between them as they gradually descended together, unaware of their garments slipping away. Words were superfluous. Tsunade's emotions were evident in her every action, for her heart had long been pledged to Shenyu, and tonight, her body followed suit. Fortunately, Shenyu was a worthy suitor. Their mutual affection deepened, and the distance between them vanished completely. Shenyu, I adore you. What did you say? I said I love you. I love you too. Chapter 62. Accumulated affairs. Although the snow had yet to fall, the temperature had noticeably dropped, prompting the villagers to don additional layers. Due to the long-established rhythm of their biological clocks, Shenyu awoke at 7 as dawn began to break, perhaps sensing the chill from the outside world. Tsunade nestled closer into Shenyu's embrace, occasionally shifting to find warmth. The previous night, the two had engaged in playful banter for over 2 hours, alternating between Tsunade's insistence on not letting go of Shenyu and Shenyu's reluctance to part from Tsunade, until exhaustion overcame them and they succumbed to sleep. As the cold weather settled in, people naturally gravitated towards the comfort of their blankets. Shenyu draped one arm over Tsunade, who instinctively snuggled closer in her sleep. With his other hand, he tugged the blanket to cover their necks, burying his head into Tsunade's soft, fair bosom. As for the affairs of state, they could wait. Shenyu and Tsunade were comfortably ensconced in bed, while the Hokage building gradually filled with a queue of expectant individuals. In contrast, Hong had already departed for the police department and, after escorting Naruto, Shizune, and Izumi to the Hokage building, greeted them warmly. Captain Rikuju, you've arrived quite early. As Tsunade's secretary, Shizune was responsible for welcoming guests at the Hokage building and promptly ushered Rikuju into the waiting room. Indeed, there are numerous matters to report to Lord Hokage and preparations for the succession ceremony to discuss with the advisor. I see. Please wait a moment. Of course. Shizune brought Rikuju a cup of tea, pondering that Lord Shenyu seemed inclined to enjoy a leisurely morning. Rikuju, unhurried, took his time sipping the tea, aware of Shenyu's punctual nature and speculating on the reason for his absence. Before long, the door to the waiting room opened once again, and Uchiha Inaho stepped inside. Shizune. Senior Rikuju. Inaho, are you here to see Lord Shenyu as well? Yes, I came to inquire about the 3 children from Sunagakure after their return. I arranged their return and wished to know how to proceed. Shizune poured another cup of tea, and the two began to chat. Senior, you wouldn't believe it. When the Jinchuriki of Ichibi saw Naruto lifted by Lord Shenyu, he burst into tears. Tamari even asked me about the Lord. Ah. Perhaps he felt a sense of fear in an unfamiliar environment. Inaho, I heard that Raza attempted to assassinate his own son. Indeed, Gaara and that Ruto had similar childhoods. Yet there were no adults in Sunagakure. Inaho, despite his rough demeanor, proved to be quite the gossip, and Rikuju engaged him in spirited conversation. Just then, the door swung open again, and the 3 turned to see who had entered. Oh, hello Kakashi. Are you here to see Lord Hokage as well? Or perhaps the advisor? Kakashi took a seat, having come to report on matters concerning the Land of Rivers. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Shizune silently served him a cup of tea. Moments later, the door opened yet again, and Kabuto entered, greeting the occupants of the waiting room. He had reports regarding the experimental base to discuss with Shenyu, along with other matters. Shizen served him another cup of tea, filling the waiting room to capacity. The group exchanged glances towards the door, wondering if anyone else might arrive. A head with a watermelon hairstyle appeared first, followed by a figure clad in a green bodysuit. I'm already 2 hours late. Why are there still so many people? Guy? What brings you here? Upon being called, Guy pushed the door open. I came to consult Lord Shenyu about some youthful matters. Has he not arrived yet? Not yet. Please take a seat. No, my youth has yet to ignite. I must pour my sweat into my vigor, leaving no regrets. With that, Guy dashed back out to continue his training, leaving the others shaking their heads and resuming their conversation. Meanwhile, at Shenyu's residence, nestled under the covers, Shenyu rose to draw back the curtains, allowing the bright sunlight to warm him slightly. Yet, it was not as cozy as the bed, prompting him to retreat and embrace Tsunade once more. This movement roused the slumbering Tsunade, who, noticing the sun shining brightly outside, inquired, "Rain, what time is it?" Not yet. Seeing Shenyu close his eyes again, Tsunade, with a resigned sigh, reached for her watch. It's already past 10. Rain, aren't you getting up? I don't want to. A muffled voice from beneath the covers elicited a smile from Tsunade. He used to coax her out of bed, but now the roles had reversed. She was aware that many awaited their presence at the Hokage building. Come on, Rain, there are likely many people at the Hokage building already. You can rest early tonight. I'm not getting up. Tsunade nudged Shenyu, rising to take a shower, feeling sticky from the previous night's escapades, which now made her blush. This scoundrel. It's all his fault. It has nothing to do with me. Besides, if he doesn't get up, where will my dignity go? Seeing Tsunade rise, Shenyu reluctantly followed suit, trailing her into the bathroom. After some time and a modest breakfast, Shenyu arrived at the Hokage building just past 11. Tsunade, on the other hand, had opted to allow Shenyu to relish the Hokage's life on his own. Wow, so many people. Ohio, everyone. Advisor, it's nearly noon. How can you still be saying Ohio? Of course, such thoughts remained unspoken as the crowd began to file into the Hokage building to report their affairs. Sir, here are the preparations for your succession to the role of the 6th Hokage. Do you have any objections? None. Proceed as Tsunade suggested. Very well, sir. The succession ceremony can be held in 1 week. Additionally, the first batch of compensations for the fallen ninjas from Sunagakure has yet to be fully distributed. Let us wait until I become Hokage to address that. Understood. He planned to create a shadow clone to personally oversee the distribution, hoping to win the hearts of the people. After Rakuja departed, Inaho squeezed in. Sir, what will happen to the 3 little ones at my home? Are you interested in taking them in? Not at all. I still don't have a wife. This elicited a chuckle from Shenyu. Then you ought to find one quickly. You're already 20. Marry whomever you fancy, whether from within the clan or outside. Hand them over to Director Ye, as there are Uchiha stationed there, and I trust them. Noticing Inaho's silence, Shenyu couldn't help but laugh at his bashful demeanor. What's wrong? Have you truly found someone you like? Then hurry up and marry her. Is she from the clan or outside? Sir, she is the daughter of a newly designated villager. I helped her out while she was patrolling the police department, and unexpectedly. We met again yesterday and exchanged a few words. And you've already decided to commit? You better start preparing. This is a significant event in your life. So soon? Not soon enough. You're already 20, so hurry along. Inaho rushed out, glancing back as he left. Make sure to attend, sir. Understood. With another one sent off. Shenyu mused that Inaho had matured significantly. He was even on the verge of finding a wife. How would the tempestuous Uchiha react? Speaking of which, the newly designated villagers held a favorable view of the stern enforcement by the Uchiha, as opposed to the old villagers, who had endured much oppression. They welcomed the Uchiha as protection through law. After a brief pause, Kakashi approached. Sir, Kakashi, please have a seat. My lord. I have eliminated most of the ninjas from the Land of Rivers, leaving only those who are of use. And the daimyo of the Land of Rivers has fallen under the control of the Sharingan. Do not be misled by Kakashi's gentle demeanor as a ninja. He has taken countless lives while executing his missions. I shall dispatch someone to keep watch over the Land of Rivers, and after I assume the mantle of Hokage, I will address the matter further. Furthermore, do not forget that it was the Sand Village that ceded that territory to Konoha, not to the Land of Fire. Do you comprehend, Kakashi? I understand, my lord. Kakashi bowed slightly, aware of Shenyu's intentions. He understood that obeying his superior posed no issues. Regarding your father's matter, I am currently unable to fully vindicate him due to the haste of my actions. I hold great respect for Elder Shoimo, and I shall not allow his reputation to be tarnished. Once I become Hokage, Rectifying this will be my foremost duty, and I will pursue the relevant parties to the end. I do not care for the reputations of those who came before me. I only know that wrongs must be righted. Yes, my lord. Kakashi lowered his head completely, responding before exiting. Shen Yu was quite sincere. He had personally orchestrated Kakashi's rise to the position of Umbu captain, and with Naruto and his father involved, he had no justification to refuse service any longer. The last to report, Kabuto, entered the room. My lord. Kabuto, please, take a seat. Yes, my lord. Kabuto appeared far more at ease than his predecessors. Never once making Shen Yu uncomfortable, his emotional intelligence was exceptionally high. My lord, the cells of Hashirama have been prepared. The communication devices and chakra batteries have been optimized and are ready for normal use. Previously, we captured a white Zetsu as you requested, and discovered that it is composed of Hashirama cells and a special type of clay, allowing the use of somewhat release techniques and advanced stealth abilities. Though its power is not particularly formidable. On one hand, we are contemplating whether this clay can be utilized for limb regeneration. On the other hand, we are developing instruments capable of detecting white Zetsu, and we have made some progress. Please show me the device samples. They will be quite beneficial when we raid the Sand Village. As for the white Zetsu, let us first focus on creating the instruments to detect it, after all. There are Byakugan users patrolling the village, and equipping every squad with a Byakugan is impractical. As Shen Yu spoke, he took the samples from Kabuto. Having seen similar devices through his Sharingan, he noted that Kabuto's creation resembled an old-fashioned mobile phone. According to your description, it can make calls, send messages, and play a small game, but it requires the establishment of base stations for widespread use. Otherwise, the range will be limited. That will suffice. There is no rush, as we have ample time. First, provide them to the Hokage Tower and the police department, then we can sell them within the village. Understood. There are still numerous projects that require further personnel expansion. I will ensure you receive additional support. Kabuto understood and exchanged a knowing glance with Shen Yu. Having gleaned from the illusion the next items to be produced, such as trains that can run on tracks, electric power, and chakra weapons. The ideas of my lord are indeed remarkable. He thought to himself, busying himself with his tasks, yet he found joy in the work. By the way, my lord, the Hashirama cells are ready. Shen Yu paused before responding. Do not use them yet. I shall inform you when to proceed. Additionally, I plan to send the 3 children returning from the Sand Village to an orphanage. Yes, my lord. Kabuto bowed and exited, feeling quite occupied. Pondering whether Shen Yu placed too much trust in him, yet he was determined not to disappoint his lord. Finally, he was alone. Shen Yu took a sip of tea as Shizen and Izumi timely entered, bringing a stack of documents. My lord, these are the unfinished matters from yesterday afternoon. Shen Yu grimaced, realizing he had let Kakashi leave too early. Place them here. Please bring me lunch shortly, as I will be addressing these affairs. Yes, in truth. Many of the tasks were trivial, and with the expansion of Konoha, this approach would soon become an inefficient use of energy. Sigh. I shall endure a few more days, and address everything once I become Hokage. After managing a few matters, Tsunade and Sakura entered, sitting beside Shen Yu to assist with the tasks. You still possess a conscience. If you say that again, I shall leave. Humph, at least Sakura understands me. Oh, do not go. Sakura laughed, playfully leaning against Tsunade. Shen Yu settled them down, one on each side, relishing the moment with Tsunade's Byakugan and Sakura's playful annoyance. In any case, having assistance is better than none, is it not? Plus, it provides a delightful distraction for the eyes. Chapter 63, Succession Preparations as the days unfurled. The village devoted considerable attention to the succession of the Fire Shadow, with Kakuza taking a hands-on approach. Given the renowned prestige of Shenyu within the ninja world, particularly the unique significance of wood release in Konoha, it was evident that many hearts were intertwined with the matter. Representatives from the Land of Fire had already arrived a few days prior, and delegates from Sunagakure were also present, with Midogate Inn having arranged everything in advance. The venue for Shenyu's succession had been chosen, and the surrounding structures were fully erected. Tsunade had commenced preparations days ahead, with ample time to spare. Meanwhile, Shenyu spent his days alternating between Tsunade and Hong, sometimes accompanying the two women, and at other times mentoring the younger Uchiha clan members, enjoying a rather comfortable existence. The fleeting peace allowed for a reduction in military presence along the borders, leading to the gradual recall of personnel attending the ceremony. Individuals such as Shizuka and Hinata Hizashi were summoned back to the village to partake in Shenyu's succession ceremony. Within the various ninja clans, discussions commenced on how to position themselves once Shenyu ascended to the role of Fire Shadow. It was apparent to all that Shenyu harbored significant ambition and had not neglected his kin. To leave a mark on his grand vision would be a source of pride for any clan. Moreover, if they could inherit Shenyu's lineage through genetics, it would undoubtedly be a profitable venture. The Uchiha clan busied themselves with the prospect of Shenyu becoming the 6th Hokage, their faces radiating joy. The villagers and ninja of Konoha beheld the proud smile of the Uchiha, a stark contrast to his previously aloof demeanor. The Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans remained unperturbed. Although Kakuza harbored some trepidation, he believed his contributions and status would secure his place with Shenyu. Once Shenyu became Hokage, the 3 clans would surely benefit. The Inuzuka clan, as the Uchiha's sole allies, expressed their satisfaction, celebrating Shenyu's achievements. With one rising, the Inuzuka would also bask in the newfound attention. Conversely, the Shimura and Nara clans adopted a more subdued approach. Shimura had managed to consolidate family businesses, and the Uchiha had ceased any malicious targeting, allowing for a more stable existence. The Nara clan, despite Mito Gaiden's efforts to persuade an old friend, found themselves troubled as their ally concealed many ninjas, eventually leading to repercussions once Shenyu took office. As the Nara's Kakuru frantically sought connections, even Mito Gaiden offered no assistance, leaving her in a precarious position. The Ninja Academy would grant a day off on the day of Shenyu's succession, permitting students to attend the ceremony of the 6th Hokage. Simultaneously, as a member of the Uchiha police force, Might Guy routinely patrolled the outskirts of Konoha. The village's expansion necessitated more time to complete a circuit around it. Yet he found joy in the fact that since he and Kai had showcased their prowess on the battlefield, no one dared to confront him directly. Those who once criticized him now approached with apologies, astonished that this former Konoha genin had connections with the soon-to-be Hokage of the Uchiha clan. Of course, he was no longer a mere genin, but rather a distinguished genin of Konoha. Many sought to learn the 8 Gates technique from him. Yet nearly all struggled even with the basics, rendering it unnecessary to disturb Shenyu. Some speculated that he intentionally withheld teachings, only to be swiftly taken away by fellow police members, a matter he dismissed with indifference. Guy found satisfaction in his current life, continuing his patrols around Konoha as usual. Suddenly, a series of faint explosions reached his ears, prompting him to drop to the ground to ascertain the source. When a second sound echoed, he hesitated no longer, promptly retrieving his phone to access the internal police system while sprinting towards the noise. The police force had been equipped with specialized phones. Pressing specific buttons enabled nearby members to receive alerts along with their locations. The Uchiha police force headquarters would also dispatch members to assist. As Guy approached, the sounds grew increasingly pronounced. The sound of water colliding, and the fog thickens ahead, likely a mist ninja. How audacious to wreak havoc in Konoha. I, Guy, shall not let you escape. Kisame Hashigaki, indeed, had betrayed the Mist Village and fled to Konoha. A Mist ninja brandishing a long sword lunged at him from within the concealment of the Mist technique. Familiar with such techniques, Kisame deftly evaded the blade's arc. Now close to Konoha, he urged his comrades to strike swiftly. Failure to do so would mean disaster once Konoha responded. With gritted teeth, Kisame thought, had he not been injured from leaping off a cliff, he could have easily dispatched these few adversaries. After all this time running, where were the Konoha ninjas at the border? Water release, water chaos wave. Water release, water bullet. 2 Mist ninjas unleashed their water techniques towards Kisame, who resigned himself to his fate. Leaf Gale. Kisame opened his eyes to see a figure radiating green light blocking both water attacks. Might Guy? Recognizing his savior, Kisame felt a sense of relief wash over him, only to succumb to unconsciousness from exhaustion after enduring a relentless journey filled with injuries. Forward. He is alone. Upon hearing this, the 2 Mist ninjas rushed towards Guy, eager for a swift resolution. Hey, he can kick away the water techniques. You're in over your heads. The remaining Mist ninjas were taken aback as their comrades were dispatched with brutal efficiency, their spines shattered by a single kick. Enter the mist. Our mission is to eliminate Kisame Hashigaki. Once we do, we shall retreat. The remaining 2 Mist ninjas concealed themselves within the mist technique. As the fog thickened, Guy lost sight of the surroundings, knowing he could not act against Kisame just yet. Standing atop Kisame, Guy crossed his arms. Without visibility, he relied on his other senses. Listening intently, he deflected several water bullets with his fists. Realizing ninjutsu was ineffective, the 2 adversaries prepared for close-quarters combat. Ignoring their probing attacks, Guy suddenly heard 2 blades slicing through the air. Gate of view, open. In an instant, Guy unleashed the 6th gate, executing a spinning kick. The force of one kick shattered an opponent's arm, sending him crashing away, while the other was kicked against a tree, succumbing to fatal injuries. Exercising caution, Guy refrained from pursuing further. If the mist ninjas aimed to kill the man beneath him, he surmised that the individual might possess greater value. Additionally, members of the police force would soon arrive, further diminishing the necessity to concern himself with an enemy who couldn't escape. The mist ninja with a shattered arm was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he was utterly outmatched. The speed and strength were overwhelming. A sudden voice from outside the fog plunged him into an even worse predicament. Wind release, great breakthrough. A fierce wind dispersed the mist, revealing a cadre of vigilant Uchiha. In a panic, the mist ninja attempted to retaliate, only to find himself ensnared in an illusion upon lifting his gaze. Guy, are you unharmed? I'm fine, Taiseki. You arrived swiftly. As the green light dissipated, Guy appeared fatigued. Taiseki patted his shoulder, jesting, you've taken out 3 mist ninjas and captured 1. You've certainly earned yourself a reward, paid leave. Amidst laughter, I reflect on my responsibilities, and I have not squandered the youth entrusted to me by the divine rain. By the way, the 4 of them are currently engaged in an assassination attempt against this mist ninja beneath me. It seems imperative to inform the divine rain. Rest assured, I shall attend to this matter. At this moment, in the Hokage office within the Hokage building, the divine rain gazes at the documents in his hand with an expression of bewilderment. Tsunade, the pressure exerted by the pursuers of Kakashi is not insignificant. It appears that Kisame, the shark ninja, did not perish when he leapt from the cliff, and the formidable Suigetsu intentionally refrained from slaying the already wounded Kisame. Instead, he dispatched a team of mist ninjas, not of his inner circle, to pursue Kakashi, allowing our forces to eliminate them all in hopes of future assistance. Remarkably, 2 years hence, Kakashi will slay Suigetsu and seize the Samehada to join the Akatsuki organization, while Suigetsu subsequently defects to Konoha, relying on the village to eradicate his adversaries. It turns out there were more than 4 pursuing Kakashi. Over a dozen fell to a BKS team, who then relayed a message to the divine rain. Moreover, Suigetsu has expressed his intentions of allegiance to you in this letter. It seems your reputation indeed resonates throughout the ninja world. Perhaps the psychological impact you left on him was rather profound? Let me take a look. The divine rain accepted the letter from Tsunade, a smile gracing his face. In the original narrative, Suigetsu was already in collusion with Konoha. Here, as the divine rain transforms the 7 ninja swordsmen into a fortuitous trio. Suigetsu has even indicated a willingness for deeper collaboration in the future, bolstering the divine rain's esteemed reputation among the ninja. This is fortuitous. Send a message to Ibiki. Assisting Suigetsu in eliminating his foes could facilitate future negotiations, thereby streamlining the unification of the Land of Water. Tsunade regarded the divine rain, realizing he genuinely aims to unify the ninja world, pondering the implications for the Land of Fire. The divine rain discerned Tsunade's thoughts. Fear not. If your grandfather remains astute, he shall continue to hold his title. Tsunade sighed in relief, while the divine rain contemplated the narrative of national defense. Of course, he must be discreet. Should he prove otherwise, he could very well meet his demise from illness. At that moment, an Umbu ninja entered to report. Sir, the Department of Justice has slain 3 mist ninjas outside Konoha and captured 2, one named Kisame, the other. The divine rain and Tsunade exchanged knowing glances, for it seemed that fate had aligned. Bring Kisame. Chapter 64. Assisting the Guardian, Kisame Hashigaki. Bring Kisame Hashigaki here. Another will be secured for interrogation. If we are unable to extract information, he will be sent to Kabuto. Understood. The Umbu ninja acknowledged the command and departed. Shortly after, Kisame, having undergone a brief treatment, entered the room with his arms hanging limply at his sides, his body marred by bruises and oozing blood from partially healed wounds. He lifted his gaze and recognized the man as Shenyu and the woman as Tsunade, the Hokage. Out of respect for their strength and due to his fatigue, he knelt upon the ground. Hokage-sama, Shenyu-sama, it is good to see you again. Tsunade glanced at Shenyu, realizing that she had never met Kisame before. Thus, it was indeed Shenyu. Her eyes inquired when he had encountered Kisame. Indeed, during the battle at the Mist Village, you were allowed to escape with your life. Have you now come to understand the significance of your existence? Kisame bowed his head in silence, kneeling before them, while Shenyu continued, Kisame Hashigaki. A Jainin from the Mist Village, proficient in water release and swordsmanship, possesses an immense chakra reserve, akin to that of a tailed beast. Yet, despite your formidable strength, you now resemble a forsaken shark. cast aside by the tides of time, unable to find your rightful place. While I have led the Uchiha and Konoha to break free from isolation, defeating the rock and cloud villages, and striking fear into the sand village, you, despite your numerous accomplishments, find yourself hunted by your own kin. After all these years, how have you failed to progress? In the Mist Village, a place where slaughter has isolated everyone, how do you cope with your circumstances? Kisame remained silent, unsure of how to respond. As the words of isolation through bloodshed resonated with his own plight. Do you know why you are being hunted? Upon hearing this, Kisame raised his head. Having already formed a suspicion, yet he yearned to hear Shenyu's explanation. Because the leader of the Watermelon Mountain, the Pufferfish Demon, betrayed you. Because the higher-ups in the Mist Village are expelling dissenters and engaging in power struggles. Because the Mizukage is enforcing the Blood Mist. And because your former comrade, Karasuma, has fallen under the sway of a rogue Uchiha. Do you comprehend? Tsunade furrowed her brow, pondering the rogue Uchiha who instigated the Nine-Tails disturbance. She kept her thoughts private, intending to inquire about it with Shenyu later, without undermining her partner in front of Kisame. Kisame, appearing somewhat dazed, accepted this revelation. Had he been betrayed yet again? Why could the Mist Village not value comrades as Konoha and other villages did? How could a village that betrays its own merit his love and loyalty? The scant feelings he harbored for the Mist Village were extinguished, replaced by confusion. How could one survive as a pariah in a world that shunned them? An empty, tainted village where even the shadows were mere puppets. What significance did his actions hold if he was merely a tool devoid of emotion in the hands of others? The Blood Mist was merely the machinations of the ambitious, yet it also served as a sacrifice in the grand game of great nations. Bound within the confines of the village, he appeared unable to find his place in the world of shinobi. Do you have any plans to seek a new world where you might find your rightful position? A new world? As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a blood-red windmill swirling with purple starry lights. Upon raising his head, the pain from his wounds vanished, and a vast expanse of fields filled with the aroma of wheat greeted him. On the dirt road between heaven and earth, children frolicked while the pillars of their households toiled in the fields, sweating profusely. Despite their exhaustion, smiles adorned their faces as they sowed the seeds of hope, ensuring they would not go hungry in the coming year. Such an illusion, utterly unresistible. The disparity in strength is astonishing. Come on, what are you thinking about? Shenyu waved his hand, prompting Kisame to follow in stride. The scene shifted rapidly, the bustling streets of Konoha, where people exchanged jokes and the elders showered affection upon the younger generation. When had such a scene ever unfolded in the Mist Village? Make way. Don't bump into me. An elderly man struggled to push a cart laden with grain up a slight incline, sweat pouring down his brow. Kisame recognized this as an illusion, yet he instantly resolved to assist the old man, pushing the cart up the hill and toward his home. Ah, thank you, young man. Would you care to join me for a meal? My wife is quite the cook. No, kind sir. Where are your children? It must be difficult for someone your age to do this. For the first time receiving such kindness, Kisame found himself stammering. My son has been gone for decades due to the wars. It is just my wife, and I left to rely on each other. Life is tough. But as long as we are alive, we must look forward. Otherwise, what is the point of living? Look forward. Come along, don't be shy. No. Kind sir, I have matters to attend to. I must be on my way. Ah, young man. After departing, Kisame turned to observe the elder with his wife before he was met with Shenyu's gaze. How does it feel? There are many such elders in the shinobi world, all affected by war. Sir, do you believe it can be stopped? With a wave of his hand, Shenyu conjured a map of the shinobi world suspended in midair. My intention is to unify the shinobi world under my rule. I will divide the realm into dozens of districts, each overseen by a governor selected by me. I will appoint capable and loyal individuals to serve, and I will establish a system to prevent them from oppressing the populace as the current feudal lords do. Moreover, history has shown that a system of one nation, one village leads only to greater wars. The three great wars have proven that without unity, one cannot instill the concept of a united world in the hearts of the people. Kisame stood frozen, contemplating the notion of unifying the shinobi world. Such an idea had never crossed his mind, yet Shenyu's words illuminated his insignificance. To unify the shinobi world? With his strength, it seems. This land was once a singular nation, the Han dynasty. Do not believe me? Just look. The scene shifted rapidly, revealing the map of the shinobi world, adorned in a single color with a large character at its center. The water conservancy projects, vast fertile fields, and the Great Wall built upon the mountains, all overcoming the encroaching deserts, embody the spirit of self-improvement. Under Shenyu's control, Kisame witnessed scenes unseen by the inhabitants of the shinobi world. Look again. The land of water is composed of islands of varying sizes. Based on the terrain, it could be divided into 3 districts alongside the land of rain. Kisame gazed at the map, entranced by the land of water. No, it could be divided into 4 districts. Are you interested in transforming that decayed land of water? Naturally. Sir, I am willing to serve you. Kisame had made his choice, resolved to dedicate his life to this cause. As he perceived no retreat, he might as well seek his purpose in the future. The dual forces of intimidation and empathy shattered the last remnants of Kisame's confusion. While he may have harbored some feelings for the Mist Village, they had been brutally extinguished. Comrades? In the Mist Village, had there ever been such a notion? Who regarded comrades as enemies? Kisame was not merely a tool obeying the Mist Village. He was capable of thought. Otherwise, how could Obito have persuaded him to join and sacrifice himself for the Akatsuki? Among so many in the Akatsuki, Kisame was one of the few willing to die for the Moon Eye plan, and Obito's idealistic goal could indeed become Kisame's faith. How could he refuse the mature and attainable beauty that Shenyu offered? When a village leader extends an olive branch, there is no reason to reject it. Then, Kisame, you shall serve as my aide. In a precautionary manner, he kept a watchful eye on him to prevent any unruliness. The formidable Kisame Hashigaki struggled to rise to his feet, and upon noticing this, Shenyu approached and placed a hand upon Kisame. A verdant glow emanated as healing energy enveloped him, and a modicum of solar power hastened his recovery. In a fleeting moment, his wounds began to mend. Though complete restoration would require a period of rest, Kisame was taken aback to discover that Shenyu possessed medical ninjutsu. Itachi, my esteemed assistant, please take Kisame on a tour to familiarize him with the village, Shenyu instructed. Understood. Itachi, entering through the doorway, glanced at Kisame, who, after bowing to Shenyu, stepped outside with Itachi closely trailing him. Shenyu, I will keep a vigilant eye on this Kisame. He still holds potential for our cause. He yearns for companionship and seeks to find his own worth. But what of that Uchiha rogue? Do you possess any insights? Shenyu moved closer to Tsunade, resting his head gently against hers. I shall divulge the truth about that individual. Kisame and Itachi walked quietly through the streets of Konoha, their age difference spanning over a decade, rendering their conversation seemingly sparse. Itachi, you appear youthful yet have ascended to the Umbu. Your prowess must be commendable, Kisame remarked. Indeed. I owe my position to the favor of Lord Hokage and my esteemed assistant, Itachi replied. You seem burdened by thoughts. Konoha appears far superior to Kirigakure, and Shenyu's strength is unrivaled within the shinobi world. Is your distress a consequence of your happiness? Itachi paused momentarily to glance back at Kisame, who revealed a toothy grin, his small eyes fixed on Itachi. Come, allow me to show you around, he said with a smile, finding the young man rather intriguing. Your attire suggests you are of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps we can engage in a friendly sparring session. Another day. Chapter 65. The gathering after obtaining the consent of the divine rain. Today the little ones visited him. Brother Shenyu, take it slow, take it slow. As Ino tugged Hinata along, Shenyu had to extend his hand to catch the two who stumbled forward. Following them were a group of children displaying various expressions. Shikamada helplessly rubbed his forehead. Choji munched on snacks, while Naruto and Sasuke bickered, with Sakura assisting in the argument. Excuse the disturbance, Lord Shenyu, Shikamaru said as he patted Choji. Not a problem, consider it a holiday. The Nara children are indeed clever, Shenyu remarked, ruffling Shikamaru's hair and then Choji's unruly tuft. After the ninja school's dismissal, Ino had already planned to bring Hinata along to Shenyu's residence, following Sasuke and Naruto. They must have communicated with their parents, ensuring the children could forge good relations with the next generation of Hokage, which could be seen as a clever strategy. Fortunately, Shenyu had expanded his home multiple times using wood release, creating a training ground just right for a barbecue feast for the little ones. Samahata, Itachi, Shisui. Come help tidy up, he called. Yes, the three promptly responded, rushing to assist. I never expected that the first task assigned to adults would be watching over children, Shisui remarked, standing beside Samahata. Given their past encounters, their relationship had surprisingly flourished. When will the adults assume their roles as Hokage? It has been decided for the day after tomorrow. Sensei, I feel something is amiss with my swordsmanship lately. Brother Shenyu, I have ninjutsu. As Sasuke initiated the dialogue, Naruto and the others did not hold back, seizing the opportunity to voice their training queries before mealtime. Oh, let me take a look, Shenyu replied, summoning several wood clones. One of them picked up a wooden sword, beckoning Sasuke to attack, capturing the attention of the onlookers. Sasuke inhaled deeply. He could not afford to lose face in front of so many. He lunged fiercely, only to be struck by Shenyu, pain radiating from the impact. Too slow. In battle, who will grant you time to ponder your strikes? Sasuke's face flushed as he charged again, receiving several hits before finally dodging. Do not concern yourself with others' gazes. The Uchiha style of swordsmanship emphasizes the dance upon the blade's tip. Practical experience comes first. Elegance is not a contrived performance but a natural expression of mastery in swordsmanship. Why indulge in flamboyance? Listening to Shenyu's admonishment, Sasuke steeled himself and attacked once more. Itachi, is your brother's instructor Lord Shenyu? Indeed. How fortunate. There are those who can provide guidance. In the Mist Village, one would risk their life to learn through trial and error. Yet, it seems the true form of the adult is with that Byakugan girl, Samahata remarked. Shisui halted him, perplexed by Samahata's incessant teasing of Itachi, who was not easily intimidated, especially since he was currently observing Sasuke. However, while watching Sasuke, Itachi pondered whether Shenyu intended to take action against the Hyuga clan. As Sasuke endured the relentless training, he gradually absorbed knowledge, and with diligent practice, he would surely progress in his swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Naruto, what do you wish to ask? I notice my chakra control does not match Sasuke's during our duel, and he has already mastered ninjutsu. Did you truly pay attention in class when learning the hand seals? Naruto scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. There was that big fox causing a ruckus, so I ended up napping, he confessed. The foundational teachings of the ninja school were crafted by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, covering the basic concepts of the body flicker technique, sealing techniques, and physical arts in a detailed and comprehensible manner. Regarding chakra control, can you climb trees? I'm not very good at it. It's rather cumbersome. There is no gain without effort. Sasuke fell countless times before succeeding. Practice now, and once you master it, I'll take you all for a swim. When your chakra control improves, I will teach you your father's Rasengan. Nanny? Rasengan. Brother, is that something to eat? Shenyu tapped Naruto on the head, extending his hand. Observe closely. This is the most fundamental Rasengan. A considerable amount of chakra gathered in Shenyu's palm, swirling rapidly to form a spherical mass of chakra. He glanced around, then stomped the ground, causing a massive tree to emerge. Rasengan! The tree exploded, wooden fragments scattering, which Shenyu deftly shielded against. The toppled stumps were drawn into the earth. Wow, I want to learn that. It's incredible. Once I master it, Sasuke won't stand a chance against me. And Sakura will be mine, ha 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 ha. Hey, why are you hitting me, brother? Shenyu, somewhat exasperated, wondered why Naruto still had such thoughts about Sakura, finding it rather inappropriate. Go climb that tree. We'll be eating soon. Hurry and practice. All right, I understand. Several Wood clones were addressing the children as questions while the real Shenyu practiced gentle fist techniques. Your strength is too weak. You must eat more later. Hinata blushed, feeling flustered as she practiced, wishing he would refrain from teasing her. With her Byakugan activated, she realized only her brother was genuinely present, which brought her joy, as it indicated that he cared for her. See, the gentle fist combined with your Byakugan can target chakra points, effectively sealing chakra flow. Mastery of power is essential. Gentle fist excels not only in offense but also in defense and counterattacks. Noticing Hinata's earnestness, Shenyu unleashed a powerful punch against a tree, activating his Sharingan. Is brother Shenyu using gentle fist? Could it be that he learned it just by watching? Your initial stance and punches still require refinement. Practice is essential. And you must possess courage, Hinata. I understand, brother. Seeing Hinata curl up, Shenyu resigned himself to take a seat. Let us take a break. Mastery cannot be achieved in a day. Hinata obediently sat down. Rain, Tsunade, Kurenai, come take a seat. Tsunade, Kurenai, and Shizun returned. And as the clones escorted the children back, everyone gathered around the table to begin their meal. Shizun and the trio assisted in serving the dishes. To ensure warmth and light around them, Shenyu summoned several fire elementals. He sat at the head of the table, flanked by Tsunade and Kurenai, followed by Shizun, Hinata, and then the children, with the three from the Akatsuki also taking their seats. Yum, this is delicious, Naruto exclaimed, wriggling in his seat, which provoked Sasuke's ire as he kicked Naruto's bench, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sasuke, Naruto, sit down, Shenyu admonished, prompting the two who were about to quarrel to quiet down. He served food to each, giving extra to Hinata, leaving himself with only one portion. Hinata, you have but one skewer left. Is it for me or for Tsunade? Hearing Kurenai's teasing, Tsunade chuckled and turned her gaze towards Shenyu. Unperturbed, Shenyu finished his bite, only to be playfully twisted by both sides. As time passed, the sky began to darken, and Shenyu commenced arrangements for the children to depart from the Uchiha compound. Shisui Samahata, please assist with the arrangements. Yes, rest assured, my lord. Goodbye, brother Shenyu. Farewell. As the little ones departed, this meal concluded splendidly. Come, my two wives, let us return home and conceive our children. You should rest for the next 2 days. Otherwise, you'll have dark circles under your eyes when you take over as Hokage. What do you mean? You accuse me of being insincere? Was it not you who wept yesterday, only to compel me to shed tears today? Chapter 66. The sixth Hokage as dawn broke. The alarm clock beside the bed rang, and the drowsy Hong lazily extended her delicate white hand to silence it. Though reluctant to leave the warmth of her blankets, she eventually sat up, and Tsunade followed suit, while Shenyu remained nestled in the middle, still asleep. The reason the two were sharing a bed was that today marked the ceremony for the succession of the sixth Hokage, and last night, Shenyu had promised to do nothing but sleep together. As they attempted to rise and prepare for the day, Shenyu pulled them back, each resting on one half of his body. What is the hurry? Why wake up so early? You're becoming Hokage today. Shouldn't you be getting ready? Tsunade urged. Exactly. You need to tidy up your outfit and hairstyle, otherwise, you'll lose face, Hong chimed in. Do I even care about that? Besides, even without any fuss, my wife is a beauty beyond compare. Such a tease. Hong playfully pinched Shenyu's cheek, marveling at its softness, as they both began to dress. With nothing left to cuddle, Shenyu found it impossible to continue sleeping. He got up to tidy his things and headed to another bathroom to shower. As Hong assisted in drying and styling Shenyu's hair, she asked, Shenyu, should you consider some makeup? Tsunade, what makeup would a big man like me need? Don't you think my looks can withstand scrutiny? Humph. Here's your Hokage cloak, designed as per your specifications. All right, Hong, let me dry your hair and style it for you. Shenyu took the hairdryer and began to style Hong's hair, which was soft and pleasant against his face. Tsunade, meanwhile, changed into her own Hokage cloak. By the way, what did Guy want from you yesterday? I recall Shizen mentioning he sought you out, Tsunade inquired, recalling their lengthy absence the previous evening. Ah, that guy congratulated me on my upcoming role as Hokage and wondered if, once I took office, I wouldn't be able to challenge him like Kakashi does. He wanted one last match with me. Do you see those white flowers outside? They stand as a testament to our friendship, Shenyu noted. And how did you respond? Hong asked, her large eyes gazing at him curiously. Shenyu gently touched foreheads with Hong, kissed her, then gathered his freshly dried hair into a high ponytail before replying. I said, this certainly won't be our last match. As long as you possess youth, I shall remain your eternal rival, akin to Kakashi, always striving to improve together. Besides, to be honest, having Guy around gives me genuine peace of mind, so I told him to keep challenging me in the future. Ah, I see. Your bond is truly strong, but surely such conversations don't take that long, right? Having finished styling Hong's hair, Shenyu turned his attention to Tsunade, continuing to dry and style her hair. He recalled Gaia's somewhat dazed appearance in old age and hoped that the vibrant Gaia of today would not transform into such a state in the future. Can you believe being mocked by a bunch of kids for lacking youth? Shenyu mused. To reassure him, I had no choice but to spar with him. Even I can learn something from Gaia's taijutsu. Is that so? With your Manjiki Sharingan, would release, and Great Uncle S physique, how do you fare against Guy? Tsunade asked. Her curiosity piqued. Shenyu sighed and smiled wryly, kissing her forehead. He recalled the online discussions about the climactic night of Guy. Perhaps if I were to unleash my full potential, I might not stand a chance against him. What? Is it true that our hidden trump card in Konoha is Guy? Both women exclaimed, astonished by the revelation of Shenyu's formidable strength. Indeed, Guy has faced the fourth Raikage A in peak condition while opening all 8 gates. Do not forget, he possesses one more gate. I see. But what about the faint purple glow in your eyes? Both women inquired, gazing into Shenyu's deep, mysterious eyes, now shimmering with an alluring violet hue. Is it that evident? I suppose I must conceal it. This is one of my future trump cards. My eyes are evolving towards the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. If fortune smiles upon us, our future children may inherit these eyes. Rinnegan? Is that true? Those are the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. The two leaned in closer to examine Shenyu's eyes, which indeed sparkled with purple starlight. Could it be that such legendary eyes were truly manifesting in Shenyu? If we were to have children, would they truly possess the Rinnegan? All right, I'm done here. Let us go. Shizen should have breakfast ready. Right. Shenyu donned the Hokage cloak, emblazoned with the title of 6th Hokage, while Tsunade wore the mantle of 5th Hokage, holding the Hokage hat in one hand. As Shenyu opened the door, Naruto rushed in. "Oniai-chan, you're about to become Hokage. That's way faster than I ever did." Naruto had been waiting at the door for quite some time, unable to sleep since last night. Seeing Shenyu in his Hokage cloak, he looked around excitedly. "Haha. Let us go. Shizen should have prepared breakfast. After we eat, we'll head to the Hokage building. Yash, I'm going to become Hokage one day, contributing my strength to the village." "Have the 2 Hokages not arrived yet?" "I'm not sure. They should be here soon," Narashikaku replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. The succession ceremony at the Hokage building was fast approaching, yet only one Hokage had arrived, the least significant of the trio. The crowd below had grown considerably. Dressed in white with a flame emblem on their backs, the villagers and ninjas gathered below, particularly the Uchiha clan members, some of whom had been waiting since the previous night, displaying an almost fanatical enthusiasm. Fortunately, the arrival of Shisui eased Shikaku's worries. As a frequent protector of Shenyu, Shisui brought good news. The 2 Hokages were on their way. Soon after, Kisame and Itachi arrived, standing amidst the crowd. "Itachi, the Hokage succession ceremony in Konoha is quite a spectacle," Kisame remarked playfully, trying to provoke Itachi, who remained unresponsive. Observing the cheering villagers below, Itachi felt a sense of awe. In just a few months, they had achieved this level of excitement. The decision to make Shenyu the clan leader months ago had indeed been a fortuitous turn for the Uchiha. Indeed, otherwise, they would have all faced your blade. "Hokage-sama." Tsunade's arrival invigorated the atmosphere, causing excitement to surge. As she gazed down at the throngs of villagers and students from the Ninja Academy, she felt a swell of emotion. So many people, Shenyu's reputation is impressive. Meanwhile, Hong busily adjusted Shenyu's Hokage cloak, occasionally fixing his hair. As family, she was allowed to stand on stage, unlike many clan leaders who had to remain below, a testament to her significance. "All right, it's perfect now." Shenyu embraced Hong and kissed her. Among the 3, Hong was the most excited, having stayed up late and risen early. "This is different. Soon you will be Hokage." "Haha. I will be Hokage, but I'll still be your husband." "Ah, you'll become the wife of the 6th Hokage." "Haha, you." Why Heike was amused, gently punching Shenyu's chest. Below, a group of elderly Uchiha members rushed to secure prime positions, their white garments spotless. Their hands trembled with excitement. But they maintained a facade of calmness, standing together with serious expressions, creating a striking contrast. Additionally, there were ministers sent by the Land of Fire to attend the ceremony, as well as Maki, a trusted aide from Sunagakure, and other emissaries from smaller nations. The young ones had long gathered together, inquiring about Naruto's appearance in the Hokage cloak, as he stole the spotlight with his incessant chatter. Meanwhile, their elders, including Hisashi Hyuga and Kaichi Yamashiro, huddled together, quietly discussing the village's policies. Hisashi felt a sense of unease about the future. After all, he had collaborated with Shenyu on various occasions, yet he had never interacted with Shenyu directly. And the head of the Hyuga clan had previously offended him. Thus, he frequently glanced at his shy daughter among the younger crowd, realizing that Hinata, who had the best relationship with Shenyu, was his only hope. He needed to devise a strategy to improve their relationship. At that moment, the words of the 5th Hokage, Tsunade, signified the commencement of the ceremony. The succession ceremony for the 6th Hokage is now beginning. A wave of cheers interrupted Tsunade's speech, prompting her to press down her Hokage hat. Once the clamor subsided, she continued, "I, the 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade, will be your host today. I kindly ask for your guidance." After glancing at Kakashi, who nodded in approval, Tsunade extended her right hand and continued, "Now, let us welcome the man who has triumphed over the hidden stone, hidden cloud, and hidden sand villages, the hero of Konoha, who was about to assume the mantle of the 6th Hokage." At the opportune moment, Shenyu strode forward, gazing at the crowd below. This is the familiar figure of Uchiha Shenyu. As his name resonated, thunderous applause enveloped the venue, with the Uchiha clan members throwing off their restraint and shouting fervently. Some even moved to tears. To have vanquished 3 of the 5 great ninja villages, he truly deserved the title of Lord Shenyu. Indeed, if he could defeat 3, the outcome against the Hidden Mist Village is already a foregone conclusion. The children, more innocent in their exuberance, shouted with abandon, "Lord Shenyu. He is the leader of our Uchiha clan, my teacher. He is my brother Shenyu. Look at Naruto. Sasuke, the Hokage is so handsome. Ah, Hokage, I want to bear your children. Witnessing the peculiar outburst from the crowd, Tsunade clenched her teeth and pressed her hands down. Removing her Hokage had to gaze at Shenyu. Her irritation dissipating. In the presence of her beloved, no grievance could remain. From now on, you shall be the Hokage. Shenyu smiled and slightly bowed his head as Tsunade paused before personally placing the Hokage hat upon him and adjusting his attire. Wow. Whoa, the Hokage is so affectionate. They are so loving. What? The Hokage has a beloved? You ungrateful lot. How could the Hokage choose any of you? Who said that? Sisters, let us teach him a lesson. After Tsunade adorned Shenyu with the hat, she stepped back, leaving the stage to him. Shenyu looked down upon the crowd, and the once raucous assembly fell into a hushed silence, astonished by his presence and prestige. This was especially true for the emissaries from the Land of Fire, who were aware that the newly ceded territories were governed by Konoha, not surrendered to the Land of Fire. As the guardian ninjas in the feudal lord's estate had incessantly murmured, I am Uchiha Shenyu, the 6th Hokage of Konoha. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your support in entrusting me with this beloved village. I shall uphold the will of fire, incinerating the darkness within Konoha, ensuring that the true will of fire is passed down through our village. In the time ahead, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with you all. For the sake of Konoha, for the sake of Konoha. The multitude erupted in a unified roar, their voices resonating through the skies, with everyone present, including those from outside villages, swept away by the fervor of the moment. Even after Shenyu departed, the crowd did not fully disperse, lingering to savor that unforgettable moment. Was this truly the shadow of a village, the Hokage of Konoha? Chapter 67. Position transfer. Clad in the Hokage robe, the Divine Rain entered the Hokage building, summoning the high-ranking officials. The once auxiliary guards, such as Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha, had now become the Hokage's protectors, which surprised Kisame, making him ponder if this was the essence of trust. As the pressure mounted, he felt that those he had summoned were still present. When Kakashi commanded the Anbu to search for individuals, they all entered from outside. Tsunade Senju, Yugao Yuzuki, Yamato, Shikaka Nara, and others filed in, while the 3 guardian spirits took their places. After the high-ranking officials were seated, the clan leaders of various ninja clans turned their gazes toward the Divine Rain, their hearts racing with anticipation of what he would say regarding the village's position adjustments, wondering if they would be adversely affected. Understanding their thoughts, the Divine Rain chose to address the position changes last. Hinata Hisashi was the last to arrive, unaware that he had a stake in the matters at hand. As Hisashi took his seat, the Divine Rain commenced his inaugural command as the new Hokage, which left everyone astounded. The first decree pertained to Kakashi's father, the Leaf's white fan, Tsukumo Hatake, who had tragically committed suicide. It was common knowledge that Tsukumo had abandoned a mission to protect his comrades and faced scorn and vilification, ultimately leading to his demise. Among those responsible were the deceased Danzo Shimura and the root organization he led, who were the primary instigators. However, the 3rd Hokage at the time also bore responsibility for his negligence, contributing to Tsukumo's death. The few comrades Tsukumo had protected who had spoken out against him had been eradicated by root, their corpses long since returned to the earth. Thus, to restore Tsukumo's honor, I shall make this matter public, inscribing it into the annals of Leaf history for the students of the Ninja Academy to study. Corresponding reparations will be dispensed by the village. In the conference room, upon hearing the name Danzo Shimura, the Shimura clan leader, Dan Keisuke, realized the gravity of the situation and lamented the chaos that had ensued. Among the attendees, only the Yamanaka clan remained. And with Yamanaka Kohara having stepped down as clan leader, he regretted not having done the same. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kakashi stood, bowing deeply to the Divine Rain, who gestured for him to sit. At last, his father's death had been vindicated, and his name would no longer be besmirched by others. Regarding this matter, I have already commanded the Uchiha police force to legislate that any future slanderers shall face severe penalties. The 2nd decree addressed the village's compensation for the deceased. All reparations would be increased. The descendants of those who had made significant contributions would be supported by the village, with tuition for the Ninja Academy waived. Sufficient compensation would be provided monthly, continuing until the beneficiaries reached the age of 15, with no ninja abilities. Anyone daring to embezzle from this fund would face dire consequences. Yamato wiped the sweat from his brow, aware of the unusual tension in the room. He believed in the Divine Rain's capability to fulfill these promises. As a blend of the 1st Hokage and Uchiha Madara, coupled with an unassailable reputation, the Divine Rain's words were not to be taken lightly. The 3rd decree concerned the establishment of the River District. Those quick on the uptake, such as Shikaka Nara, grasped the implications. Was the divine reign truly planning to incorporate the land of rivers and the ceded territories of the land of wind into the Leaf? If tensions with the Fire Lord escalated, would the Leaf then assume the role of a feudal lord? Regardless of Shikaku's musings, Kisame had already unfurled a map. Feeling an inexplicable thrill as a newcomer undertaking this task, the map revealed that the territories of the land of rivers and the ceded lands of the Wind Country would be unified under the name River District. I shall appoint a governor for the River District to oversee its security and development. A warden shall be established to safeguard the district. An inspector will be appointed to represent me, ensuring that all injustices within the district are addressed. Is this a system of checks and balances? Who will assume the inaugural position? Thoughts varied among the assembly, with some contemplating whether they might occupy these new positions themselves. Thus, I appoint Yujin as the governor and Baiyun Zhaochen as the warden of the River District, with the corresponding responsibilities to be disseminated shortly. Yes, Lord. Yujin. Can the Hokage as Chakra Giant assume such a position? However, it is rumored that he was a general from a millennium ago, so it could be plausible. The fourth decree involves the expansion of the Ninja Academy. With an increase in territory, the influx of students necessitates the enlargement of the academy. Additionally, a scientific institution will be established to educate both gifted ninjas and ordinary citizens, with subsequent positions provided by the village. It is evident that the established infrastructure and the innovative products currently on the market, such as a small device that allows for long-distance communication at a reasonable price, have already sparked curiosity. The Hokage must be immensely wealthy to offer such indispensable products. The fifth decree pertains to the reassignment of village positions. The main event has arrived. As everyone except for Tsunade and Yugao focused intently on the divine reign, I hereby appoint Hokage advisors, Shikaka Nara to assist with governmental affairs, and Tsunade Senju to aid with related matters. Umbu leader, Kakashi Hitaki to oversee the Umbu. Hokage guard, Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki, Shisui Uchiha, Wind Uchiha, and Inazuma Uchiha to ensure my safety. Medical director, Tsunade Senju to manage health-related affairs. Uchiha police force, Fugaku Uchiha to oversee police matters. Finance minister, Yamato to manage the village's treasury. Abolish the temporary war department, replacing it with a strategic division, which I will oversee, responsible for external strategies. Research and development head, Kabuto Yakushi to lead technological advancements. Education minister, I will oversee this as well, with Kakashi and Kabuto as assistants. Hokage secretary, Yuga Yuzuki will lead, with members including Shizun Kato and Izumi Uchiha, responsible to me. Hokage advisor, the positions of Akimichi Toraifong and Yamato as advisors are revoked, with Fugaku Uchiha assuming this role. River District, Yujin and Baiyun Zhaochen. Additional departments will be established and announced by the village. As the divine reign concluded his declarations, reactions varied. Some were elated while others despaired, with some failing to secure any positions, while others made significant strides forward. The Inuzuka clan, having aligned early, transitioned from obscurity to elite ninjas and now held positions within the police force, with associated investigative departments also represented. Shikaka Nara was enveloped in joy. The revocation of Akimichi Toraifong's advisor position was inconsequential, as the elder rarely participated in village affairs. The divine reign's disapproval was entirely justified. And now he had ascended to the role of Hokage advisor. Others, such as Yamashiro Kaichi from the review department, were not mentioned but would be recognized by the village in due course. Astute individuals noted that the divine reign's dual roles pertained to warfare and education, indicating a clear trajectory for the future. Thus, you may proceed to assume your duties at this time. The village will notify you of any future matters. With that, the assembly dispersed, leaving only a few individuals with the divine reign. Hokage-sama, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Indeed, you may depart now. Let Shizun assist you in acclimating. Yes, after Shikaku departed, only Tsunade, Yugao, and the divine reign remained. Yugao expressed her struggles in managing police affairs, as her identity as the Hokage's spouse shielded her from undue pressure, yet she still wished to convey her concerns to the divine reign. Moreover, Shen Yu also sought the assistance of Shiri Hong. Hey, why have I become an assistant to the Hokage? 2 Hokage assistants no less. There may be even more in the future, as the territory of the village continues to expand. This is merely a precautionary measure. I still don't know you. How come I have never seen you gamble since returning to the village? Tsunade pouted. You have acquired all the casinos in the village. Gambling has lost its thrill. Once I finish my tasks, I shall accompany you for a game. It won't take long. Really? Indeed. Then I shall lend you a hand. Hee. Shall we proceed? Chapter 68. Condolences after taking office in the Hidden Reign. It is too late to implement reforms directly. We are still in a period of adjustment. It is essential to cultivate the team to ensure future efficiency in our endeavors. Moreover, with the new year over a month away and snowflakes gently descending from the sky, the Ninja Academy will soon be on break. Thus, I plan to take this opportunity to expand the Ninja Academy using wood release techniques. Of course, claiming the credit for myself. Although I possess the capability, it does not justify doing so without merit. The prowess of the strong should not serve as an excuse for the weak to take advantage. Hence, I shall refrain from setting such a precedent. However, there is one matter of utmost importance before the new year arrives: the compensation for the families of the fallen. Currently, I am working with Tsunade and others to address this issue. Grandma Saki, have you received the compensation from the village? Oh dear, Hokage-sama, please sit down. Yes, indeed. I have received it. This substantial sum will suffice for my grandson and me for several years. Grandma Saki hurriedly fetched a stool as the modest room filled with people, while a timid young boy observed the scene. My apologies, Hokage-sama. This is my grandson, Saki Shota. Not at all. I fought alongside his father in the battle against Tsunade, and I shall certainly look after his offspring. Shota, which grade are you in at the Ninja Academy? I'm in the 4th grade, Hokage-sama. However, while Shota is obedient, he does not possess the ninja talents of his father. Is that so? What are your thoughts, Shota? Do you wish to continue as a ninja? I shifted the conversation towards Saki Shota, who seemed rather introverted, quietly responding, I am interested in ninjas, but not in becoming one. This child. What does it mean to be interested in ninjas yet not wish to become one? I chuckled softly. Indeed, that is possible. After the 4th grade, the academy will provide an alternative path for those lacking ninja aptitude. There will be announcements, and you can decide whether to pursue it or not. At that moment, Kisame Hashigaki handed me a bag wrapped in paper, which I then passed to Grandma Saki. Hokage-sama, what is this? It seems too much. As she attempted to refuse, I gently grasped her wrist. This is the village's compensation. I wish you a joyous new year. Furthermore, if anyone dares to bully you, you may find me at the Hokage building or the police department. I shall advocate for you. The tuition fees for the Ninja Academy will be waived henceforth, and I have added a little more to this sum. Having fought alongside your father, I will ensure his child is well cared for. Shota, you must also look after your grandmother as your father did. If you ever need assistance, seek me out. Do you understand? Yes, Hokage-sama. That is good. I have faith in Shota. Grandma Saki, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave, as I am quite busy. Of course, Hokage-sama. Your presence here has already brought me great happiness. I patted Shota's head, bid farewell, and departed with my companions, while the pair escorted us a good distance away. Return home. There is no need to see us off further. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me. After declining their offers of escort multiple times, I finally turned my back and walked away, while Grandma Saki fondled the thickly wrapped paper, sighing, Hokage-sama is as approachable as Lord Hashirama. This is far better than before. This sum will last us for many years, and we shall not lack for expenses this new year. Beside her, young Shota kept his gaze fixed on my figure, his shyness preventing him from speaking, yet he etched my visage, name, and silhouette into his memory. As I led my companions towards the Uchiha compound, I pondered the loss of many Uchiha ninjas and how I would confront this reality. To this day, I recall Shen Yu, unwilling to cross the river east. I turned to find Tsunade's demeanor somewhat somber, instantly discerning her thoughts. I offered words of comfort. Rest assured, I will not forget their sacrifices, nor their families. Konoha shall erect monuments to honor them. You often speak of the will of fire being a legacy. Is this not a part of it? Though they may be gone, they remain in our hearts. I will ensure Shota receives adequate training. Upon hearing my reassurance, Tsunade enveloped my hand in an embrace. Rain. I merely feel that the village has not treated them well in the past. Fear not, I am here now. Once this generation of children matures, our village will be transformed, paving the way for the future of our descendants. The Hokage is truly benevolent. Such compassion would not be found in Kirigakure. Kisame expressed his sentiments, having accompanied me throughout the day. Initially, he questioned the necessity of my personal involvement, yet he seemed to understand now. Thus, with your departure, Kirigakure shall lose even more in the future. Itachi spoke, then swiftly caught up with me, while Shisui patted Kisame on the shoulder. Surprised by Itachi's sudden retort, Kisame quickly followed suit. Well then, perhaps you have a point. Hokage-sama. Lord Rain. Even as Hokage, Lord Rain remains mindful of his clan. As we traverse the Uchiha compound, those we encountered bowed respectfully, and I reciprocated with a warm smile. My approachability towards the villagers of Konoha extended without prejudice to my own kin. The purpose of this visit was to address the grandfather of Uchiha Ryu, Uchiha Koji, who had perished in battle alongside my side. I felt uncertain about how to face him, especially considering that he had treated me kindly in my youth. Upon encountering Koji, I found him resting on a wooden chair. As he noticed my arrival, he waved his hand. "Grandpa Koji, are you resting?" I gestured for him to remain still, as this venerable elder, having endured the Warring States period, was now over 70, no longer possessing the vigor of his youth. Thus, I settled on a stone beside him. And soon my companions followed suit. "Rain, you have become Hokage, fulfilling our clan's aspirations. Even Madara never attained such a position. Ha ha ha. Thanks to everyone's support. You are far too humble. You are quite different in battle. Since you are busy, what brings you here today? Why? Must you insinuate that I cannot visit without a purpose? However, I do have a matter to discuss." Koji seemed to anticipate my words and gestured for me to continue. "It concerns Ryu. As a Uchiha, to die on the battlefield is indeed an honor. At my age, my only regret is that I did not perish in battle myself, leading to the burdens of old age. Rain, do not mourn Ryu's passing. It is all part of fate. If you call upon me, I still have 4 grandsons who can join you on the battlefield. If you do not mind, I can also fight alongside you." As he spoke, Koji grew animated, showcasing his Sharingan to those present. I was startled and quickly grasped Koji's hand. "I believe you. But please, old man, close it. We wouldn't want you to strain yourself. Do you have any other requests? I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." After a brief cough, Koji deactivated his Sharingan. His age had rendered him less resilient, yet he feared not death, but rather the shame of weakness. He contemplated for a moment, wanting to call for Izumi. Without needing my prompt, Izumi took hold of Koji's hand. The aged Uchiha Koji had shed the arrogance of his youth, becoming a kind-hearted elder. "Rain, Izumi has also benefited from your aid. Cough cough, there is indeed one request. Rain, you have married a girl from the Shenyu clan and become Hokage, and another from the Sarutobi clan. However, no matter the circumstances, there must be a dissenting voice within the clan. I find it hard to believe that no old friends have remarked to you about how wonderful Izumi is. So gentle and considerate." Izumi, already blushing, could scarcely find her voice, with Lady Tsunade and Lady Hong present. Shenyu's lips twitched slightly, the soft flesh behind him already having turned twice, while only Kai continued to speak, leaving others unable to interject. Particularly striking was the expression on Kakashi's face, his steel teeth glinting as he revealed his amusement. It was only later that Shenyu realized how much Kakashi enjoyed the spectacle. This shark truly was a connoisseur of entertainment. "Old man, keep the money. I have many matters to attend to and must take my leave," Shenyu declared as he stood up and exited, with a few others following suit after bidding farewell. Hey, Izumi, you must advise Ayu," he heard as he left. The teasing glances from the 2 women directed at him. The guards, understanding the situation, discreetly departed. That was what old man Kai said. "You cannot deny me access to the bed. Do you dare claim you have never considered it?" Tsunade and Hong, well aware of Shenyu's seemingly flawless appearance, knew all too well of his hidden lecherous nature. Lady Tsunade, Lady Hong, Izumi emerged, her cheeks flushed from Kai's earlier remarks, feeling somewhat flustered in front of them. Fortunately, Hong grasped her arm, providing her a reprieve. "Izumi, what are your thoughts on this scoundrel?" Tsunade queried, acutely aware of the rising voices within the Uchiha clan. As Izumi's timid yet resolute words reached her ears, Tsunade realized yet another girl had fallen into the trap. "Lord Shenyu is not a scoundrel. Well then, it seems Uchiha Shenyu is quite popular among the ladies," Tsunade mused, rubbing her forehead. Though her relationship with him was tenuous, she felt inclined to place blame on him nonetheless. Shenyu grasped Tsunade's arm, gazing at her intently. Both Tsunade and Hong, familiar with his intent, understood that as long as they were unwilling. Alas, after all, Izumi is merely 12 years old. I am willing to be the little one." Tsunade, exasperated, tousled Izumi's hair, contemplating what it was about Uchiha Shenyu that enamored so many. Hong had privately prepared Izumi for this eventuality. She didn't mind, believing Shenyu's affections would remain unaffected, only feeling it was unfair to him. Just as Shenyu sought an opportunity to change the subject, Kakashi rushed in with promising news. Lord Hokage, the Land of Lightning has sent envoys wishing to sign a peace treaty to exchange for the Two Tails. Is that so? Come, lead me to them. With Kakashi forging a path, Shenyu hurried toward the Hokage building, leaving behind Shisui and Tsunade, with the stoic duo following closely behind him. Chapter 69, Negotiation. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Shenyu strode directly towards the office. Hokage-sama? Kakashi hesitated, questioning if the Hokage had perhaps taken a wrong turn, as that was not the conference room. Hearing Kakashi's call, Shenyu paused momentarily before continuing. The individual who has arrived is merely an ordinary jonin, devoid of any sincerity. Inform Narashikaka to attend. I am not available. It seemed the Hokage was indeed correct, leading Kakashi to notify the Hokage's aide, Narashikaku. After receiving the summons, Shikaka proceeded to the conference room to meet the envoy from the Cloud Village. Upon entering, he was surprised to find that there was no tea or any refreshments for the Cloud envoy. Surely, Shino would not have neglected such courtesy? Just as he pondered this, a senior Cloud ninja spoke, clarifying the situation. Where is your Hokage? We came to negotiate with him, not you. Narashikaka's gaze instantly hardened. You insolent fool. One might mistake you for the victors of the war, perhaps even believing Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in power. Just as he was about to retort, the conference room door was kicked open, revealing Kakashi along with the imposing figure of Kisame Hashigaki, blocking the entrance. Hokage-sama has ordered you to vacate the Hokage building for discussions, Kakashi asserted. The Cloud Ninja's expressions shifted to one of tension upon recognizing Kakashi, the infamous copy ninja, known for severing the arm of the Tsuchikage, earning him a formidable reputation in the Cloud Village. We wish to negotiate, after all. I am a representative of the Cloud Village, Kakashi interjected. The Hokage has spoken. You must leave, or I will resort to force. Kisame unsheathed his sword. A true warrior who preferred to apply pressure rather than engage in verbal exchanges. Enough. We will step outside to negotiate. One of the Cloud Ninjas attempted to voice his frustration, but was halted by the lead jonin, who understood their mission was not to engage in conflict, but rather to gauge Konoha's stance. If negotiations were possible, they would pursue them. If not, they would consolidate their strength against Konoha. It was clear that the Uchiha Shen Yu-led Konoha was adopting a notably firm position. Kakashi whispered something to Shikaku, who then turned to leave, thinking it beneath him to serve such foolish individuals. There are countless methods to test one's resolve, yet they chose the most foolish approach. Shikaku despised conversing with those bereft of intelligence. It was a vexation. As the Cloud Ninja approached the entrance, he intended to discuss matters with Shikaku, only to find he had not emerged. He then turned to Kakashi, who had also retreated inside. Wait. Hatake Kakashi, he began to reach for Kakashi, but was intercepted by a blue-clad figure. I am the Hokage's guard, Kisame Hashigaki. I am the one you will be negotiating with. Please, feel free to express your concerns. Kisame grinned, eliciting an inexplicable irritation from the Cloud Jonin. They were prepared to negotiate. We wish to retrieve the Two Tails. Are you Konoha willing to comply? Certainly, but what can the Cloud Village offer in return? Kisame's response left the Cloud Jonin momentarily speechless. Is Konoha so accommodating? Could it be that Konoha is in a vulnerable position amidst this war? His thoughts raced, yearning to return alive. We could engage in a transaction similar to the initial 5 Kage summit, offering monetary compensation for the Two Tails and expressing our willingness to sign a peace treaty to usher in tranquility. That sounds splendid. How much are you proposing? Witnessing Kisame's quick agreement, the Cloud Jonin's mind raced, calculating a favorable price. It could not be too high, lest they incur losses. They could afford to lower their offer. 3 million Ryo, that is all the Cloud Village can provide, perhaps an additional 100,000. Even Kisame, who was accustomed to toying with fools, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. 3 million? Are you attempting to dismiss me? That will not suffice. Hokage-sama would reprimand me. At the very least, we require 4 million Ryo. The Cloud Jonin, believing they had the upper hand, feigned a look of disappointment. You Konoha are fortunate. Alas, it is not easy for you either. Very well, 4 million Ryo it shall be, but summon your Hokage to finalize the agreement. Finalize what agreement? The peace treaty we just discussed. What treaty? The Cloud Jonin, realizing the jest they had fallen victim to, finally grasped the situation. You tricked me. I will allow? Before he could finish his threat, Kisame had flung him several meters away. Growing weary of the charade, Kisame scoffed, instructing the Umbu to escort them back and deliver an ultimatum while he returned to the Hokage building. It was no wonder this duty had fallen to him. Were these brutes truly devoid of intellect? Furious, the Cloud Jonin seethed internally, Yet the overwhelming presence of Umbu made him relent. Once back at the envoy station, he and his subordinates examined Konoha's terms. Impossible. Absolutely unacceptable. The Cloud Jonin hurled the document to the ground, aghast at the demands for territory and reparations. The Cloud Village will never agree to such terms. Then do not blame us for being ruthless. At the Cloud Jonin's signal, another ninja stepped forward. If we are to exchange hostages with Uchiha Shenyu, we must capture someone of value, someone who is easy to apprehend. Therefore, Tsunade, Yui Kurenai, and Hatake Kakashi are out of the question. While valuable, they are beyond our means to handle. Thus, the only viable targets remain the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Shenyu's disciple, Uchiha Sasuke, and an inexplicably favored Hinata Hyuga. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were often escorted by Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Shisui, with one being a Jonin and the other possessing instantaneous abilities, making them formidable foes, not to mention the hidden Umbu operatives. However, they had initially believed that capturing Hinata Hyuga would be difficult after their attempt 3 years prior, yet now discovered she was merely under the watch of a Chunin. Other clan leaders often assigned their children to elite Jonin, yet the Hyuga clan had settled for a Chunin. How fitting. Prepare yourselves. We shall target Hinata Hyuga. I intend to make Konoha pay dearly. Understood. The Cloud Ninjas responded in unison, recognizing that a Chunin could be subdued in moments. An opportune moment indeed. Meanwhile, the Two Tails had been imprisoned near Shen Yu's residence within the Uchiha compound's underground prison, a place Shen Yu had yet to visit. The Two Tails, now under the control of the Sharingan, held no interest for him, relegated to the role of a mere maid tasked with cleaning or assisting Tsunade. Reflecting on the Two Tails, Shen Yu suddenly recalled he still possessed two tails of the five tails, needing someone to integrate them. Moreover, would the Cloud Jonin cause any further disturbances? Perhaps it was time to investigate. At that moment, Kurenai approached Shen Yu with a cup of tea, but before she could leave, he pulled her into his embrace. What are you doing? Dealing with affairs is exceedingly dull. Sit with me and keep me company. You're a grown adult. Stop throwing tantrums, Kurenai sighed, resigning herself to accompany Shen Yu, ensuring he remained focused. Please do not fidget. Chapter 70. Another scapegoat? The Divine Rain was furious. Is it already time for class to end? If so, let us conclude. Umino Irika called out to the students below as he glanced at the clock. Hooray. Class is dismissed. Sasuke, let us hurry. Why the rush? You're running faster than I am. Observing the interaction between Naruto and Sasuke, Irika felt a sense of contentment. When he first learned that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, he was taken aback for quite some time. Fortunately, he had followed his instincts and refrained from any actions that would harm the hero of Konoha, which he would have regretted. Now, seeing Naruto interact amicably with his classmates, Irika felt reassured. Moreover, Naruto was learning at an astonishing pace and was no longer dozing off as he used to. Could this be the talent of the Hokage's son? Hinata, let us go too. The holiday is just a few days away. Have you thought about how you want to spend it? Ino slung her backpack over her shoulder and took Hinata's hand. Their bond had grown strong, and without Sasuke, there were no more quarrels with Sakura. However, lacking a common goal had left Ino and Sakura with little to discuss, resulting in a long absence of interaction. I don't know. Perhaps my father will have me practice gentle fist at home. Ino gasped in surprise, then indignantly exclaimed, What? You can't train every day, can you? If that is the case, I'll come find you. I refuse to believe your father can keep you from going out. Hinata, I'll ask him later. If all else fails, I'll ask my brother to come find you. After all, he is the Hokage. Ino, my brother, as Hokage, is also quite busy. Sigh. It's really troublesome. Should I call you later? I don't have a phone. Though mobile phones were not yet widespread, they were among the first to experience new technology. Ino felt a bit disheartened, and Hinata lowered her head, genuinely apologetic. Upon hearing her name being called, Ino looked up to see Shikamaru and Choji waiting for her to head home together, and she bid farewell to Hinata. Hinata, I'll be off now. I'll think of a solution when I get back. Gambat. Watching the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji depart, Hinata also began her journey homeward. Mississippian Hinata nodded. It seemed Ino's father was quite lenient towards her, while her own father was rather strict. Hyuga Hayashi noticed Hinata's downcast demeanor and refrained from speaking. Escorting his daughter towards the Hyuga clan estate, a mission target had emerged. It was troublesome to evade Konoha's Umbu ninjas. A Cloud Ninja shrugged. Although only a few had come to act, facing a Chunin was overwhelming. It appeared they had grown complacent in the village, as this Hyuga ninja had not activated his Byakugan. Indeed, Maintaining the Byakugan consumed chakra, and the Chunin Hayashi had chosen not to activate it while within the village. Let us proceed. We are now significantly distanced from Konoha's center and quite close to the Hyuga clan estate. Understood. The group of cloud ninjas began to draw their weapons as they approached Hinata and Hayashi, while higher up in the branches. Hokage-sama, this. No need to worry, Kakashi. With me here, nothing will go awry. The Divine Rain coldly observed the scene before him, surrounded by a menacing aura from the Umbu ninjas. Did they truly believe they could act without consequence in Konoha? Such arrogance was foolhardy. Kisame Hashigaki crossed his arms, relishing the feeling of overseeing everything from a higher vantage point. He merely needed to take action. As several cloud ninjas closed in on Hinata, Hayashi finally sensed something was amiss and activated his Byakugan. Hinata, run. Head towards the clan's territory, just a little further, and our ninjas will see you. Hearing Hayashi's urgent call, Hinata turned to see several cloud ninjas charging at her. Don't worry about me. Just run. Understanding that her presence would only be a burden, Hinata hurried towards the clan estate. Hayashi steeled his resolve and charged toward the cloud ninjas. Split up and pursue. I shall handle this, Chunin. The cloud ninjas quickly dispersed, but Hayashi found himself overwhelmed as his attention wavered, suffering a deep cut across his body. Lightning release, lightning ball. A sphere of lightning surged toward Hayashi, who could only helplessly raise his hand to block it. In an instant, his hand was left mangled and his body stiffened. Seizing the opportunity, the cloud ninja struck with his blade. Clang. What? Heh, quite the strength you possess. Kisame deflected the blade, and the airborne cloud ninja was struck by a torrent of water, swiftly pierced by Kakashi's blade as Konoha's ninjas ceased their concealment and began to collectively eliminate their foes. A few remaining cloud ninjas attempted to resist, but under Kisame's water shark bomb technique, the battlefield was swiftly cleared by Konoha's ninjas. Hinata, go save Hinata, Hayashi shouted, disregarding his pain. The Hokage has already gone. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Hayashi, paralyzed by the lightning, allowed himself to rest. Meanwhile, Hinata was racing towards the Hyuga clan estate, but her speed paled in comparison to that of the cloud ninjas. Coincidentally, Hayashi had intended to deepen his bond with his daughter today, as Hinata might serve as a bridge for communication between the Hyuga clan and the Divine Rain in the future. Thus, he had personally come to the entrance to greet Hinata, only to witness the unfolding chaos. Father, damn cloud ninjas. Filled with rage, Hayashi swiftly approached the flustered Hinata, gathering power in his palm to repel the cloud ninjas. This is it. The cloud ninja gritted his teeth. This was their only chance. Ignoring Hayashi's attack, he lunged towards Hinata. Hayashi was taken aback, recalling his brother, who had sacrificed himself for him. If he killed the cloud ninja now, what would happen to the village? Yet, this momentary hesitation prevented him from landing a blow. The cloud ninja was ecstatic as he seized Hinata, throwing her back with excessive force, causing her to lose consciousness. Black wooden cage. Catch the prize. The black wooden cage leaped, aiming to catch Hinata. If he succeeded, he could threaten Konoha to surrender the Two Tails should Uchiha Shinra refuse. It would surely create a rift with the Hyuga clan, leading to instability in Konoha and allowing him to coerce Hinata to leave safely. Becoming a hero of the Cloud Village. The distance, though short, felt interminable to the black wooden cage. So close, so very close. A golden hand descended from the heavens, and as it withdrew, the black wooden cage was reduced to nothing more than a bloody pulp. Another cloud ninja was impaled against a tree, blood pouring from his mouth. Susanoo, truly unmatched power. A colossal golden figure stood in the distance, in the Divine Rain. Draped in the Hokage's cloak, caught Hinata, sheltering her beneath his robe. Hokage-sama. Hayashi hurriedly bowed. The Divine Rain paid him no heed, as the Umbu ninjas moved in to eliminate the captured enemies. Observing that the Hokage had not returned Hinata to him, Hayashi could not help but voice his concern. Hokage-sama. Hinata, are you reluctant to kill the Cloud Ninja because you fear I might hand her over to you? Or perhaps you believe Hinata is of little value in your eyes? Hayashi's pupils dilated, yet he dared not speak further. The Divine Rain's presence on the battlefield was overwhelmingly powerful. At this moment, aside from a few who could negotiate, none dared to speak against him. Shizuku. Hokage-sama. Shisui knelt on the ground, the ominous aura of Shen Yu casting a dark shadow over the atmosphere. He instinctively understood the appropriate titles to call out at such a time. Go, summon the clan leaders and ministers. You must personally call for the third Hokage. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Shisui complied. Despite Shenyu's approachable demeanor, he dared not provoke his ire at this moment. Itachi, Take someone to bring Niji from the Hyuga clan. Understood. Itachi turned and departed, followed closely by Kisame, who wore a knowing smile. The ninjas of the Hyuga clan who had emerged glanced toward their clan leader, trembling at the sight of the towering Susanoo that loomed before them, unsure if they could withstand Itachi. After all, Niji belonged to the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Hinata's father, Hayashi, exhibited a range of emotions but ultimately remained silent. The appearance of the colossal Susanoo served as a signal. Members of the Uchiha police force quickly gathered in the vicinity. As more Konoha ninjas arrived, Tsunade and Shizune, upon witnessing the scene, immediately understood the gravity of the situation and approached Shenyu. Rain, could you please deactivate the Susanoo in our village? Shenyu nodded, and the Susanoo dissipated into golden light. Hokage-sama. Before the Umbu could arrive, the clan leaders had already assembled, bowing in respect. Noticing Shenyu's grim expression, they dared not utter a word and retreated to the side. Inazuka Kiba, leading a large group of Uchiha, coordinated with the police force to secure the area. As the Susanoo manifested, Shisui began to call for reinforcements. The Uchiha clan was distant, which explained their late arrival. The third Hokage requests your presence. Shisui, what has transpired? Sarutobi Hiruzen, donned in armor and prepared to lead support, inquired. However, Shisui remained silent, rendering Hiruzen somewhat uncomfortable. Accompanying Shisui, he pondered whether this was yet another scheme devised by Danzo. Oh, the misfortune. Even in death. Danzo continues to complicate my life. Hokage-sama, everyone has arrived. Nara Shikaku approached Shenyu and bowed, while Niji was escorted out by Itachi. Now that everyone is here, there is something important to address, and I must admit it slipped my mind initially. Today, the Cloud Ninja attacked Hinata. The Hyuga clan leader could have dispatched those who sought to harm her, yet he refrained from doing so. I suspect he feared I would act as the third Hokage did and hand him over to Kumogakure as an apology. Do you believe my position as the sixth Hokage equates to the weakness of two-third Hokages combined? Upon hearing this, the Uchiha present glared at Hayashi and the Hyuga ninjas, who instinctively swallowed hard. In moments like this, those who dared to speak would become targets, incurring the Hokage's wrath. And thus no one dared to respond. The silence that engulfed the area was all the more chilling, with the atmosphere plummeting to a frigid stillness. Surrounding ninjas could even hear their own heartbeats and breaths, each pulse resonating in their throats. Tsunade and Sakura exchanged glances, each discreetly tugging at Shenyu's sleeve. Today, in front of everyone, let us revisit the past, the death of Niji's father, Hayashi Hyuga. It seems I am the one who has lost your trust. Yet, I did not witness anyone display courage back then, did I? What say you, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? Understanding the unfolding situation, Niji, standing beside Itachi, glared fiercely at Hiruzen. My father has yet to receive justice. The Hyuga clan and the third Hokage are complicit. Nara Shikaka struggled to breathe under the weight of the tension. Casting a suppressed glance at Hiruzen, while Akimichi Choji's stomach rumbled ominously. It's over. It will explode. Let it explode. Even Hiruzen trembled, realizing that if they could not navigate this crisis, their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. I had no choice back then. Konoha was all ready. Hiruzen began, but Shenyu interrupted. At that time, Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama established this village, and your forebears joined them. What was their intent? To ensure that children would no longer endure the horrors of war, to allow everyone in the village to grow in safety and security. They pledged their lives to protect Konoha and all its people. And you? Senju Tobarama knew of the mirror. What did you learn? Is internal defense more critical than external? You spend all your time in the Umbu and Root, failing to address the real matters, simply loitering at the Uchiha gates. During the Third Shinobi World War, even Shimura Danzo knew to go to the battlefield. What about you? After victory, were we not the victors? Does your victorious nation pay reparations to others? Does your victorious nation hand over its people? Why do you not confront him? Are we not in a vulnerable position? Does he not feel vulnerable as well? Are you afflicted with childish paralysis? I would respect you if you could muster the courage to raise your voice, yet when Kumogakure threatens, you cower in fear. How disgraceful! Hiruzen's hand trembled uncontrollably, while Mito Kaori wished to bury her head in her garments. Tsunade, gripping Shenyu's sleeve, felt the tension rise. Her partner was in a fit of rage, and she dared not intervene. Yet no one could stop him. She felt her heart race as she pulled on Shenyu's sleeve. And Sakura joined in. Rain. Shenyu gasped, calling out to Kabuto. Lord. Kabuto hurriedly knelt in obedience. Take Niji back. Devise a means to remove that cursed mark. From now on, Niji will be under my personal supervision. Understood. Kabuto took Niji from Itachi and was about to lead him away when Niji suddenly broke free. rushing toward Shenyu and forcefully striking his forehead, the intensity of which moved those present. Kabuto swiftly restrained Niji, using medical ninjutsu to heal his wound. The matter of Hayashi Hyuga was thus concluded. Both the village and the Hyuga had wronged him. The previous Hokage's misdeeds have fallen upon me. First it was Hatake Kakashi. Now it is Hayashi Hyuga. Those unaware might think I am at fault. This has nothing to do with me. Do you not find this embarrassing for the Hokage? I feel ashamed to occupy this position. As long as I remain, such disgraceful events shall not transpire. Kisame, apprehend all the Cloud Ninjas and send them for human experimentation. Yes. Kisame and a team of ninjas hastily departed the scene, an enormous stroke of fortune to escape at this moment. Under the leadership of Kakashi, alongside Might Guy, Uchiha Inuzuka, Uchiha Shisui, and Yamanaka Shi, all clans were to deploy their elite ninjas to eliminate every Cloud Ninja in the Land of Water, the Land of Rice, and the Land of Moon. Let her return to Kumogakure. If he dares to resist, let him come find me. I shall lead the 1 tail, 2 tails, 9 tails, and Susanoo to confront him personally. Yes. Wait, I will join as well. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself, hastily declaring, although no one acknowledged him. He began mobilizing the Sarutobi clan's ninjas. Nara Shikaku rushed to prepare the list of deployed ninjas, while Kakashi coordinated the Umbu. They understood Shenyu's intent, to teach Kumogakure a lesson. However, should Kumogakure dare to assemble a large force, the situation would escalate dramatically. Shenyu would immediately lead his army northward for a fight to the bitter end. Cradling Hinata, Shenyu turned to leave. Hokage-sama, Hinata. Shenyu glanced at Hayashi Hyuga, his eyes swirling with the crimson kaleidoscope, when Tsunade swiftly covered Shenyu's eyes. Hong led Shenyu away, while Tsunade turned to Hyuga Hizashi and said, "Consider it as if I am taking Hinata out for a couple of days. I shall return her later. To be honest, I have quite an affection for this child." Hizashi fell silent, startled by the recent display of the Manjiki Sharingan. Once the three departed with a group of Uchiha, the Hyuga ninja breathed a sigh of relief, and finally, the elder of the main branch appeared. Hizashi. It seems the Hokage intends to find a way to lift the caged bird seal from Niji. This is unacceptable. You must. Why don't you go and say it? Hey, I am not the clan leader. You are. To my knowledge, only the branch family can be free from the caged bird seal. What is your role? Hizashi, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? What will happen to my daughter? What if a girl were to offer her eyes to the Hokage? With a resounding slap, Hizashi struck the elder of the main branch. He then unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the elder. The other Hyuga ninjas too intimidated to intervene. The elder attempted to resist, but could scarcely do so before Hizashi's relentless assault. As the elder neared the brink of unconsciousness, Hizashi finally ceased. It appears I have been too lenient with you. A pack of cowardly curs. With a grim expression, Hizashi returned to the Hyuga compound, allowing the main family members to approach and render aid only after he had distanced himself. The clan leader's gaze had been terrifying. Hizashi made his way to the memorial of his younger brother, Hyuga Hayashi. Their bond was exceptionally strong. Otherwise, Hayashi would not have sacrificed his life for him. Brother, why did I not dare to be more resolute at that moment? Tears filled Hizashi's eyes, and his heart was heavy with regret. The efforts he had expended to aid Niji now seemed trivial in retrospect. He felt a sense of relief that nothing had happened to Hinata at the hands of the Cloud Ninja. Otherwise, he would not know how to face himself or the depths of his remorse. He was grateful that Shenyu had arrived in time to save Hinata. Did he harbor any resentment toward Shenyu? Almost none. On one hand, Shenyu had saved Hinata, and on the other, his brother had been vindicated. The might of Shenyu was beyond his capacity for resentment, especially considering that it was his own weakness that had led to these circumstances. The elder of the main branch. Chapter 71. Bluster. The snowflakes that had fallen a few days prior, though not particularly heavy, had melted away, leaving the already cool weather even colder. Shenyu adjusted his Hokage robe, ensuring that Hinata nestled within his embrace felt more comfortable, despite the chill outside. Hinata's cheeks were flushed with warmth. Is she still angry? Tsunade and Hong each grasped one of Shenyu's arms and playfully shook him. Angry? With such antics? How could one remain upset? Shenyu chuckled helplessly. It was rare to see both of his wives acting so affectionately together. Who could possibly hold a grudge in such circumstances? What do you plan to do about the Hyuga clan? Let the bullets fly for a while. Rescuing them prematurely won't earn my gratitude. They might even resent my meddling. I'll defer to you. You're the Hokage. Tsunade cared little for others, focusing solely on her inner circle. For she had but one beloved. The Hokage, bearing the title of leader yet unable to cleanse the corruption that clings persistently. Listening to Shenyu's lament, Tsunade felt a pang of discomfort. When had Konoha transformed into such a shadow of itself? Hong, observing the situation, offered consolation. Then let us extract the essence and discard the dross. Isn't that precisely what you are doing? Indeed, share with me the tales of the Han dynasty, particularly regarding your three generals, who refer to you as their lord. You should select a few to address you in the same manner. Address me as lord? That is indeed one approach. Very well, I shall regale you with the story of the great Han dynasty. Long ago, on this continent, Shenyu narrated the history as the four of them ambled back to his residence. Hinata, it is time to awaken. Let your sister Hong assist you with your morning routine, and we shall continue our conversation shortly. Shenyu loosened his Hokage robe, though Hinata had already been awake, likely since Shenyu's earlier exclamations. However, she remained obediently silent in his embrace, and Shenyu felt no need to expose her ruse. Come now, Hinata. Hong took Hinata from Shenyu's arms. Her cheeks were still rosy. Naruto had long since returned to his room to rest after a day of training with Sasuke, and naturally, he was quite fatigued. Shenyu joined Tsunade in washing up. The stories had captivated them, interwoven with a touch of harem intrigue that drew them in. Later, as they lay in bed, Shenyu began recounting more tales. Once the others had fallen asleep, he stealthily departed. Just as he left, Tsunade and Hong opened their eyes simultaneously, exchanging worried glances, Hinata's eyes wide with concern. Though they recognized Shenyu's formidable strength, apprehension lingered. Summoning technique. With a fluctuation of space, Shenyu arrived in the burning sky fire domain, surrounded by a host of fire elements welcoming his presence. The fire guardian and flame mage bowed to him, tracing circles with their staffs to activate the reverse summoning technique. There is trouble ahead. There is no need for such formality, my lord. Should you require assistance, simply summon me. Understood. Shenyu stepped forward, instantly materializing at the border between the land of fire and the land of soup, where hundreds of Konoha ninjas were resting. At the sight of Shenyu's arrival, they stirred awake. Hokage-sama. Yes, let us proceed. Once we have dealt with the cloud ninjas from the three nations, we will withdraw. Understood. Under the cover of night, hundreds of Konoha ninjas advanced toward the land of soup and the land of rice. Shenyu led them, as intelligence regarding the cloud ninjas had been discreetly relayed by Konoha spies. Their task was straightforward: encircle and eliminate. Within mere hours, the majority of the cloud ninjas dispatched by the hidden cloud village had been decimated, with only a few cunning and capable ones managing to escape. Does he believe us to be as weak as the sand village? Does he intend to launch another surprise attack? Before dawn, they awoke upon receiving news and summoned the senior officials of the hidden cloud village. Mabui rubbed her eyes, offering her analysis. Reikage-sama. We have long been prepared for Uchiha Shenyu's assault. He will not succeed again. However, it seems his intention this time is more to deliver a lesson. I suspect our diplomatic envoy may have failed, inciting Uchiha Shenyu's ire. As one of the advisors to the fourth Reikage, Mabui provided the correct assessment. A lesson? He seeks to teach us a lesson? Gather the ninjas. I demand retribution. A crackled with electricity, a blue aura flickering behind him, yet Mabui interjected calmly. Reikage-sama. We have already suffered significant losses. Should you mobilize the army, given Uchiha Shenyu's unpredictable nature, he will surely not relent, even if it means a brutal confrontation. Moreover, they possess three-tailed beasts, one-third of all tailed beasts, under Uchiha control, which could effectively combat us. Thus, as we previously discussed, we must wait for the major villages to recover and join forces with the other three ninja villages to minimize our losses against Konoha. That wretched Uchiha. How can such bloodthirsty beings exist in the shinobi world? So, does your suggestion imply we take no action? A's hand remained motionless on the table, yet it splintered under his grip. If Reikage-sama insists on mobilizing forces, allow me to provide you with a report on the situation in the hidden cloud village. The single-armed Tsuchikage stepped forward to relay the status. We originally had 18,000 ninjas, needing to guard against the mist and sand villages. Thus, we amassed over 10,000 troops to attack Konoha. However, our defeat resulted in the loss of nearly 5,000 ninjas, necessitating compensations that have left our village's finances rather strained. Should we gather all our might for war? It would be tantamount to gambling with decades of our village's savings, Reikage-sama. Furthermore, we previously allied with Konoha to attack the Hidden Stone Village, a long-standing conflict between lightning and earth that has now intensified. Even if we were to ally, you know how fragile such alliances can be. Tsuchikage's words awakened the assembly, The relationship between lightning and earth was fundamentally frail, and alliances had been broken before, leaving little credibility. Moreover, Konoha had also suffered from the war, and their immediate priority was to rebuild rather than engage in a feudal struggle with us, especially not to provide the Hidden Stone Village with an opportunity to thrive. This was also why Shenyu had refrained from confronting the various Kages again. Without the pressure of a formidable external force, the other ninja villages would not unite against Konoha. Should Shenyu reveal his full strength, it would be a daunting 1v4 Akatsuki scenario, posing a significant challenge for him, particularly since Konoha could not endure such a conflict. Not to mention, there lurked a sage of 6 paths in the shadows, whose aim was to prevent his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, from resurfacing while also watching over the peace of the shinobi world. How he viewed this peace remained uncertain. Thus, Shenyu planned to wait until a new wave of Konoha ninjas could enter the battlefield, and until his Rinnegan was successfully awakened, allowing him to retain a trump card against the Sage of 6 Paths before initiating his next move. Reikage-sama. Just as silence enveloped the meeting room, an outer guard ninja entered, bearing a kunai and a piece of parchment. "This is from Uchiha Shenyu." Discarded the kunai and took the parchment, reading it with clenched fists that repeatedly relaxed. After weighing the pros and cons, he coldly stated, "You are correct. Now is not the time to clash with Konoha, allowing Inoki to reap the benefits. Uchiha Shenyu has already established a river county, causing the feudal lords to feel rather anxious. Yes? Let us negotiate for increased financial support. I intend to robustly develop the Hidden Cloud Village and contend with Konoha in a few years." Understood. Now unable to sleep, rose and exited, seeking a venue to vent his fury. He was determined to enhance his strength, aiming to personally twist off Uchiha Shenyu's head next time. After AI departed, the members of the Earth platform picked up the parchment inscribed with the following message: "The Hidden Cloud Village has dispatched envoys twice to capture our ninjas in Konoha. AI. If you cannot manage your subordinates, do not blame me for severing ties. Other ninja villages send delegations for negotiation. But your Hidden Cloud Village is unique in its propensity for destruction. You pride yourselves on loyalty and straightforwardness, yet your thick-skinned demeanor is impenetrable as water. Henceforth, no envoys from the Hidden Cloud Village shall be permitted in Konoha. Any cloud ninja who dares to enter the Land of Fire shall be deemed an act of war. I am currently waiting along the border. If you possess the courage, muster your forces by dawn for a confrontation, and do present me with the 8 tails as well. Lastly, do you truly believe that your barbaric ways can concoct schemes? It is laughable." They exchanged glances, questioning whether their leader had been ensnared in a trap. Uchiha Shenyu. No, the Uchiha clan was indeed known for its madness. Since Lord Reikage had made a decision, dare we respond to Konoha? How should we reply? Darui raised his head, pondering the response. What could be said? Simply state that the actions of the envoy were unknown to us until notified by you. They acted independently, and the Hidden Cloud Village bears no responsibility. We express our sincere apologies and will impose strict penalties on the envoy. Darui understood. This was a diplomatic maneuver to salvage the honor of the Hidden Cloud Village. After all, most envoys would likely not return. What punishment could be enforced? The sun finally began its ascent, slightly raising the temperature in the ninja world. "Lord Hokage, it appears the Hidden Cloud Village has not retaliated." Inari stood beside Shenyu, gazing into the distance, where only a few cloud shinobi monitored their movements. "I expected a great battle. If not, I should return home. Nana is still waiting for me." "They fear the strong, my lord," commented Kisame Hashigaki with a laugh. The senior commanders surrounding him understood that his words pointed to the third Hokage. Shenyu could afford to disregard the third Hokage's face, but Kisame, allied with Shenyu rather than Konoha, could speak freely. However, those who had served under the third Hokage were not as fortunate. "Lord Hokage, this is the reply from the Hidden Cloud Village." Kakashi Hitaki presented the envelope, which Shenyu read before passing it to Kisame, drawing a crowd around them. "Ha ha ha, it seems the Hidden Cloud Village has conceded. Truly, the Hokage is formidable. I thought we would engage in another battle and teach them another lesson." The conflict had incurred minimal losses, eliminating 100 cloud ninjas, a windfall of merit that delighted them. "Let us return. Upon arrival, rewards will be distributed according to contributions." "Yes, Lord Hokage." The Konoha ninjas echoed enthusiastically, no longer retreating at the sight of the Hidden Cloud Village. Encountering a resilient and powerful Hokage had straightened their spines. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only sigh. The retreat of the Hidden Cloud Village had elevated Shenyu's prestige while branding them with a label of weakness. Perhaps I was mistaken from the beginning? As Shenyu led his team back, this news had already begun to spread across the ninja world. Chapter 72, The Leaf Village's Jonin. By Yun Zhaojin. As Shen Yu led his team to ambush the Cloud Ninjas from the three nations of Tang, Yu, and Tian, the news swiftly reached Onoki. Given Reikage AI's temperament, he was bound to confront Uchiha Shenyu, leaving us to our own devices. Dispatch a small team to investigate the river county established by Konoha and inform Sunagakure. I refuse to believe they will remain idle. Lord Suchikage, should we mobilize our forces? Onoki paused, surveying the map, before turning to the reporting IWA ninja. Mobilize what forces? We have yet to recover our strength. It's merely a reconnaissance mission with a small team. Understood. The IWA ninja turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, a small contingent of IWA ninjas traversed the Land of Rain, approaching Konoha's river county. Konoha, river county. On a high rocky slope, Baiyun Zhaojian stood resolutely, his ninja blade poised as he gazed into the distance. Zhaojian, do you think the IWA ninjas will truly come? Inquired a portly ninja from the Akimichi clan. Baiyun Zhaojian inclined slightly, responding to his subordinate, I cannot say. Let us take turns monitoring. If they do not arrive, that would be even better. Yes. As he watched his subordinate depart, Baiyun Zhaojian fell into contemplation. The Hokage had advised him to disregard Sunagakure and focus on Iwagakure instead. With the Hokage currently leading a campaign against the Cloud Ninjas, IWA should also be making moves. Remarkably, after several days of encampment, Sunagakure had shown no signs of activity. Could it be that they were truly intimidated by the Hokage? Suddenly, the chirping of birds broke his thoughts, and he looked up to see a flock scattering from the distant forest. Zhaojian, we have a situation. I see it. Entering alert status. Shuji, prepare the traps. Everyone else, follow me. Yes. With meticulous preparation, Baiyun Zhaojian led dozens of Konoha ninjas to investigate. The leading team of IWA ninjas was racing across the flat terrain when they suddenly halted, alerted by shouts. The foremost IWA ninja instinctively placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready for combat. I am Baiyun Zhaojian, the county commander of Konoha's river county. Which nation do you serve? This territory belongs to Konoha. Advance further, and you shall be deemed enemies. The leading IWA ninja, having spotted Baiyun Zhaojian, offered no reply and charged forward with his comrades. Baiyun Zhaojian frowned and signaled to Shuji, who nodded in understanding. The IWA ninja team was ensnared by wire traps. Blood oozing from their wounds where the wires had cut. If you refuse to speak, we will annihilate you all, Baiyun Zhaojian warned, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword, issuing a final ultimatum. Ignoring the pain, the leading IWA ninja unsheathed his blade and slashed at the surrounding wires. Bang! The wires connected to explosive tags detonated, engulfing the IWA squad in a cloud of smoke. Before the haze cleared, a volley of kunai and shuriken flew through the air. Earth style, earth flow wall. A Konoha ninja stepped forward, erecting an earthen wall that deflected the oncoming projectiles before retreating. As expected, when the earth wall crumbled, the attacks from dozens of IWA ninjas struck the ground. The leading IWA ninja cautioned his subordinates, the enemy is cautious and formidable. Advance with me. Yes. The IWA Jonin, Wenya, was the captain of this operation in River County. He had just shattered the earth wall with a punch, noting Baiyun Zhaojian's experience and prudence. With at least 20 IWA ninjas, they signaled to retreat, luring the Konoha ninjas into the next trap. Baiyun Zhaojian fought while falling back, remaining composed even as some comrades inadvertently lagged behind. You all retreat first. I will hold the rear. Upon hearing Zhaojian's orders, the remaining Konoha ninjas continued their withdrawal. Earth style, earth spike. 2 IWA ninjas formed hand seals, summoning spikes from beneath Zhaojian's feet. Sensing danger, he leapt into the air, his eyes widening as when you seize the opportunity to attack. Feel my fist. Earth style, punch rock. Wenya's strike missed as Baiyun Zhaojian transformed into leaves, scattering in the wind before reconstituting himself at a distance. Unbeknownst to Wenya's team, they had unwittingly fallen into another trap. Oh no. Explosive tags, detonate. Under Shuji's command, pre-placed explosive tags erupted around them, sending severed limbs of IWA ninjas flying. Yet the Konoha ninjas, accustomed to such brutality, remained largely unfazed. Bloodshed is a common occurrence in the ninja world. Have we succeeded? No, not yet. As the smoke dissipated, 4 or 5 IWA ninjas lay dead. But a square earth flow wall shielded Wenyu and several others from the blast. Despite suffering minor injuries, Wenyu clenched his teeth and began forming hand seals. Earth style, rock missile. Utilizing the earth flow wall, they transformed into missiles hurtling toward the Konoha ninjas. Dodge. Though the missiles were swift, the Konoha ninjas, well prepared, leaped aside to evade them. However, when you smirked, for the true threat lay in the explosive tags affixed to the missiles. The sudden explosions claimed the lives of 2 Konoha ninjas, while the shrapnel injured several others. The IWA ninjas pressed their advantage, launching shuriken once more. Baiyun Zhaojian, witnessing his subordinate's grievous injuries, felt his pin-up rage explode. I stake my honor as a Konoha Jonin. You shall not escape unscathed. Vacuum sword. Baiyun Zhaojian's vacuum sword was not merely a technique but a fusion of wind and swordsmanship, deflecting all incoming shuriken. With a swift motion, he drew his ninja blade and pierced the heart of an IWA ninja. You bastard! Earth style, Earthstone pillar. Earth style, Sand rain. Several IWA ninjas coordinated with Wunya, unleashing their ninjutsu from above and below, targeting Baiyun Zhaojian. Wind style, Great breakthrough. The wind manipulated by Zhaojian diverted the sand rain, allowing him to evade the stone pillars. Yet, dividing his focus between deflecting wind and dodging the ground spikes proved unsustainable. Just as he contemplated bracing for a spike to escape, the ground spike transformed into a rising rock platform beneath him. Earth-style, rock collapse. The first wave of Konoha reinforcements built a platform for Baiyun Zhaojian. Though it exposed him, it also provided an escape from his prior predicament. Nearby, injured Konoha ninjas had risen to engage the IWA ninjas in combat. Lord, Konoha has come to our aid. Just a couple of small teams, when you retorted. Earth-style, Earth Dragon bullet. The Earth Dragon descended upon Baiyun Zhaojian with near-fatal precision, much to Wunya's frustration. Baiyun Zhaojian was not one to remain idle. He deftly leapt from the platform. To his surprise, Wunya skillfully redirected the Earth Dragon, sending it charging back toward him. Once more, Baiyun Zhaojian transformed into leaves, narrowly evading the impact, and closed in on Wunya to engage in close combat with his vacuum sword. Wunya, unable to avoid the confrontation, bore the brunt of the wind blades against his armor, leaving numerous lacerations. As an elite jonin of Konoha with extensive experience, Baiyun Zhaojian's prowess in close-quarter combat was formidable. With his vacuum sword, he could challenge and prevail against 20 ninjas, rendering Wunya defenseless. Damn it, this guy's blade is too swift. I shall claim your life as a tribute for my fallen comrades. The clash of their blades created a symphony of metallic sounds. As they exchanged techniques in a flurry of rapid movements, their battleground shifting incessantly. Wunya found himself on the defensive, but fortunately, his comrades outnumbered the Konoha ninjas, providing him some relief. As the number of support teams from Konoha increased, the casualties among the rock ninjas escalated dramatically. Baiyun Zhaojian, concentrating on combating Wunya, was drenched in sweat and growing increasingly frantic, completely oblivious to the approach of an adversary from behind. A chilling glimmer surged towards Wunya's back, startling him as he realized his impending doom. Explosion release, landmine fist. The elite jonin, Sho, from a Wagakure, managed to intercept the strike with his earth-enveloped hand. The ensuing explosion pushing Eugene back, though he suffered the loss of 2 fingers in the process. Sho, you should focus on your own safety first. Konoha-style, sword technique, wind. Baiyun Zhaojian swung his blade, and Wunya had no time to evade. He could only muster the strength to turn aside, losing an entire arm and half a foot in the process. The arrival of Sho and his IWA comrades re-established a stalemate. Originally, Inoki had dispatched Sho, leading one group, while Wunya commanded another, launching attacks from both the eastern and western flanks of the northern river region. However, Sho was repelled by Eugene's forces and had no choice but to seek out Wunya. Wunya was assisted by Sho, and the surrounding IWA ninjas formed a protective perimeter around them. Although their numbers were greater, they were still limited. We must retreat, Wunya. We lead over 20 squads. Nearly 100 men, yet Konoha has deployed a formidable force against us. Sunagakure is certainly not engaging. These cowards have lost their nerve. Very well, let us withdraw. Wunya gritted his teeth against the pain, his words seeping through clenched jaws. Who would have imagined Konoha would station so many ninjas here? And their capabilities were no less than formidable. After the rock ninjas executed a large-scale joint ninjutsu to fend off Konoha, they quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Eugene and Baiyun Zhaojian relentlessly pursued them, the occasional corpses of rock ninjas bearing witness to their achievements. Stop. We are nearing the borders of the Land of Rain, Eugene commanded, halting the chase. From Shenyu, he had learned of an Akatsuki organization within the Land of Rain, which housed ninjas of comparable strength to his own. With 5 or 6 even stronger, an adversary not to be trifled with. All the Konoha ninjas present bowed to Eugene, and Bayun Zhaosan offered a slight nod. As they were of similar rank, though Eugene held a slight edge. Bayun, gather the remains of our brethren. I will report your merits to the Lord, ensuring that no ninja who dies in service goes unrecognized. Thank you, Eugene. Do not mention it. Your prowess is remarkable. It is no wonder the Lord often praises you, asserting that if Konoha's Jonin were all like you, no one would dare invade. Bayun Zhaosan felt a surge of surprise. The Hokage remembered him and acknowledged his strength. He had assumed his position was solely due to his experience as a Jonin, unaware that the Hokage had been observing him all along. Not at all. Eugene's strength is formidable as well. Ha ha. No need for formality. Please attend to the military encampment to the north. I must assess the situation along the southern coastline. Understood. Indeed. The strength of the northern river region was bolstered by Shenyu's implementation of a military camp-like system. He temporarily allocated land to the Konoha ninjas who had launched a surprise attack on Sunagakure, allowing them to cultivate the land while safeguarding the borders, a strategy of optimal resource utilization. Naturally, Shenyu ensured that their harvests and compensations were generous. Eugene and Bayun Zhaosan began to tally the personnel losses and merits from the ambush to relay to Konoha. Lord Suchikage, we, Sho and Winya stood before Inoki, feelings of guilt weighing heavily upon them as they reported the significant losses sustained, yet the damage inflicted upon the enemy was comparatively lesser. This is not your fault. In peacetime, who would have anticipated that Uchiha Shenyu would maintain such stringent defenses? With such an extensive border, how could there be so many ninjas stationed? And Sunagakure has not even sent a response. Inoki grimaced. His ability to assess situations had not diminished. Yet he had publicly supported Sunagakure. Why did they not take action? Even if they chose not to engage, at least a reply would suffice. Truly, such insolence is intolerable. Lord Suchikage. At that moment, Huangtu entered, and Inoki, thinking it was a letter from Sunagakure, quickly said, "Present the correspondence from Sunagakure." Huangtu paused before responding, "Father, this is not a letter from Sunagakure. It is vital intelligence acquired at the cost of our spies' lives. It states that Sunagakure is beginning to abolish puppet techniques en masse and is resorting to internal strife among ninjas to select their fighters. For those with exceptional strength, they are catering to all their desires while isolating themselves from the world, adopting policies akin to those of Kirigakure." What? Upon hearing Huangtu's words, Inoki felt an intensifying headache. Was there no one sane among them? First, the land of water with its blood mist, now the land of wind with its blood sand. Has the mind of Raza been dulled by Uchiha Shenyu's actions? Chiyo and Hai Laozong should have intervened. Alas, it seems they must now bide their time. Initially, he had envisioned gaining an advantage once Uchiha Shenyu clashed with the Cloud Ninjas, yet in the end, he gained nothing and suffered a minor setback, realizing that even savages possess some semblance of wit. Well, in any case, the ultimate target of the attacks remains Konoha. The more other ninja villages falter, the better. A headache indeed. Chapter 73. Within the blood sand, the wind shadow, Chiyo exclaimed, "The puppet technique is the foundation of Sunagakure. How can you possibly abolish it?" She forcefully pushed past the guards at the entrance and stormed in, calling out to Raza. Raza, however, paid no heed to Chiyo's loud protests, even disregarding her title, and coldly observed the trembling guard at the door, who, drenched in cold sweat, dared not lift his head. Only after multiple calls from Chiyo did he slowly turn his gaze. Could a mere puppet confront Uchiha Shenyu's colossal Susanoo, or his would release? Or even the formidable tail beasts? Could Chiyo's secret technique, the puppet master S10, possibly contend with a single wooden figure summoned by Uchiha Shenyu? Is it wise to forsake the training of powerful ninjas capable of challenging Uchiha Shenyu, only to have the shinobi of the sand toil for decades on a technique that yields scant improvement? Furthermore, the painstakingly honed puppet arts could easily be vanquished by others. Chiyo was left speechless, and just as she pondered her next move, her sister, the tardy Kankuro, grasped her sleeve. "Lord Wind Shadow, my sister has been impolite. Yet the puppet technique has been a long-standing tradition in our village, becoming a secret art of Sunagakure. Its existence is justified. Much like how my sister's 10 achieved great feats during the Third Great Ninja War. Wouldn't you agree?" Kankuro's words, as the intellectual backbone of Sunagakure, were delivered with great finesse, respectfully suggesting while reminiscing about past glories. Even Raza found it difficult to maintain his stern demeanor. "Elder Kankuro, your sister's puppet technique has indeed contributed significantly to our village, but our current adversary has changed. We face Uchiha Shenyu, a single individual capable of matching 1,000. We have already faced defeat in prior conflicts. We must adapt to ensure the survival of Sunagakure in the next war. Furthermore, I do not entirely prohibit the study of the puppet technique. I allow those with talent to pursue it. I refuse to let any more children from Sunagakure be taken from us. Raza's final words erupted in a roar, making Chiyo lower her head. Realizing her earlier attitude might have been inappropriate, Kankuro coughed a few times, sincerely stating, I understand your perspective, Lord Windshadow. My sister was indeed impulsive, and I apologize. We shall take our leave. Raza, panting heavily, waved them off, and Kankuro bowed before leading his sister away. Once they departed, Raza's expression hardened as he turned back to the guard stationed at the door. The sand ninja, now soaked through, suddenly knelt and begged for mercy. Lord Windshadow, I truly could not stop her. I was wrong, and it shall not happen again. Please spare me. Razo advanced, gripping the guard's neck tighter, his pressure increasing. Spare you? You cannot even perform your duty at the door. What use are you to me? Am I the Windshadow, or is Chiyo? Or do you simply disregard me entirely, even refusing to draw your weapon? The guard struggled in vain, gasping for breath, his face turning crimson from lack of oxygen. Ultimately, his legs fell limp, his head tilted as blood oozed from his face and neck, surrendering to the void. Raza discarded him onto the ground, and the hidden sand ninjas quickly approached to dispose of the body. They had grown accustomed to such scenes. These individuals were all traitors to the Wind Shadow and deserved death. Only by obeying the Wind Shadow could Sunagakure regain its strength. In fact, when Chiyo and Kankuro had arrived, they had already surrounded the Wind Shadow Tower. At a mere command from the Wind Shadow, even the two elders would be eliminated without hesitation. This was the will of the sand. Maki, Raza called out. I am here, Lord Wind Shadow, Maki hurriedly replied. He had been promoted by Raza himself, and even Raza's 3 children had been entrusted to him, a testament to Raza's trust. Although Maki bore some differing opinions, he complied with Raza's directives, driven by rage over the abduction of the 3 children. How are the training and assessments at the Ninja Academy progressing? Raza inquired. We have selected stronger and calmer ninjas, though we suffered dozens of casualties, with many sustaining serious injuries. Bloodshed during training is inevitable. Better to sacrifice oneself for Sunagakure than to perish weakly. Maki lowered his head even further, pausing before continuing. Lord Wind Shadow, there have been recent civilian casualties, and the populace is in a state of panic. Should we? The current focus is on cultivating powerful ninjas. The lives of some civilians are inconsequential. Yes. Maki's voice quivered slightly. It seemed the Wind Shadow's demeanor was somewhat off, perhaps impacted by the recent attack. However, there was little choice for the village. Obedience to the Wind Shadow was paramount. Daring not to speak further, Maki took his leave. Lord Wind Shadow, a sand ninja concealed in the shadows, knelt before Raza. We shall assign several individuals to monitor Maki. Understood. The ninja departed, though Raza had already dealt with dozens of ninjas, forming a loyal faction to his cause. To prevent rebellion within this faction, Raza employed stringent surveillance and actively promoted ruthless ninjas throughout the village. After relinquishing his offspring to Konoha, leveraging the guilt of the sand ninjas ensured that no one dared to speak against Raza. By the time they realized, it was already too late. Dear sister, you acted rather rashly. After all, he is the Wind Shadow, Kankuro remarked as he walked alongside Chiyo, whose face was marred with furrowed discontent. The puppet technique is the culmination of our generation's efforts. How can it simply be discarded? Moreover, ever since Uchiha Shenyu's attack, his policies have become excessively radical. Incidents of sand ninjas killing their comrades have been occurring with alarming frequency. This cannot be tolerated. Do you think he is under the influence of Uchiha Shenyu's Jinjutsu? That seems unlikely. There has been no indication that those eyes can control the leaders of the 5 great villages. If that were the case, Uchiha Madara would have subdued us all by now. Besides, Raza's strength is certainly comparable to ours. Haven Tu and I already investigated this. I suspect Raza has been affected by the loss of his 3 children, yet his heart remains with Sunagakure. Chiyo, upon hearing her brother's reasoning, felt a sense of relief. After all, Raza had stated that the village's geniuses could still pursue the puppet technique, leaving her little to contest. If worse came to worst, their shared prestige as siblings would allow them to intervene if necessary. Sunagakure is currently adopting a strategy reminiscent of Kirigakure, isolating itself from the outside world. Indeed, Raza has justified this isolation as a means of guarding against another surprise attack from Konoha. The reason Chiyo refrained from mentioning the concentration of resources for battle is precisely this. The village's finances have always been meager, With the feudal lord of the Land of Wind failing to allocate sufficient funds, following the closure of the borders, the financial situation has only worsened. Should they remain open, another attack from Konoha would leave Sunagakure defenseless. The vastness of the Land of Wind and the scarcity of ninjas render it impossible to guard the lengthy borders. Not to mention, the territorial concessions have created an exceedingly long boundary with Konoha. Therefore, concentrating the remaining resources on the village's prodigies has become a desperate necessity. Chapter 74. The Land of Grass. Lord Hokage, do we have a mission upon our arrival in the Land of Grass? At the border of the Land of Grass, Shen Yu did not lead his team directly back to Konoha. Instead, they circumvented to the Land of Grass from the border of the Fire Country. They had just received news that the Grass Ninja Village was capturing and mistreating Konoha ninjas. What? Lord Hokage, issue the command, and we shall charge in to annihilate them. Indeed, Lord Hokage, give the order. How dare such a minor nation provoke us, Konoha? If that is the case, the azure beasts of Konoha will make them pay dearly. Shenyu turned around, and naturally, those who had initially shouted were the same individuals who had accompanied him in the raid on Sunagakure. Those who had previously only participated in the battlefield of fire and lightning had undergone a transformation, becoming formidable warriors. This group had benefited greatly. Having witnessed grand and shocking scenes, their horizons vastly broadened, and most importantly, they held Shenyu in immense reverence. Jiwei, you will take the lead. Kakashi, gather your team and encircle the Grass Ninja Village. Inform the Grass Ninjas along the way that we are here to seek justice for our Konoha ninjas. Understood. Jiwei felt a surge of excitement. A small village like the Grass Ninja Village was akin to a free bounty. A multitude of parasites surged forth from his body, racing towards the Grass Ninja Village ahead. Who goes there? This is the Grass Ninja Village. Are you Konoha ninjas? We have a treaty. You cannot attack the Land of Grass. One Grass Ninja hurriedly invoked the treaty. Fully aware that a small village like theirs lacked the capacity to resist Konoha, another Grass Ninja dashed towards the village, intending to report to the village chief. Humph. You Grass Ninjas have captured and mistreated our Konoha ninjas. We have come to seek justice. Step aside, or face death. The Grass Ninja hesitated, uncertain whether to yield. Jiwei would not waver. What would Shenyu think of him if he did? The parasites latched onto the obstructing Grass Ninja, instantly reducing him to a bloody pulp, and more parasites began to emerge. The Konoha ninjas advanced, and upon witnessing their determination, the Grass Ninjas hastily cleared a path for them. Chief, it's bad. Chief, it's dire. Hearing the commotion outside, Chao Jia was alarmed. Was another battle about to erupt? Was it not enough for him to indulge in a life of revelry? Were Iwagakure and Konoha about to clash again? Hurry, gather the men and bring my money. We must flee. No, it's not a battle between the two. It's Konoha that has come to attack us, claiming we mistreated their ninjas and demanding we surrender. Chao Jia's eyes widened. Wasn't Konoha the land of peace? How dare they attack us and mistreat Konoha ninjas? Where did they find such audacity? As the decades-long leader of the Grass Ninja Village, Chao Jia had navigated the complexities between two great ninja villages. Though not inherently noble, he possessed a certain capability. Who was coming? It's the Hokage. Quick, follow me to greet him. Chao Jia quickly ran outside, only to find Shen Yu standing at the entrance, flanked by Konoha ninjas who regarded him with cold eyes. The surrounding Grass Ninjas were gathered, watchful and alert, causing Chao Jia to startle. By the heavens, that was fast. Lord Hokage, I am Chao Jia, the leader of the Grass Ninja Village. What brings you here? Is there some misunderstanding? We would never dare provoke Konoha ninjas. Hand over Kei-Rin and her mother. Chao Jia was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining composure. That's impossible. Kei-Rin is hidden away quite securely. Kei-Rin? Lord Hokage, we have no such Konoha ninja here. Chao Jia feigned ignorance until Shen Yu seized him by the neck. Chief. A few loyal Grass Ninjas could not contain their outcry, but the blade of a Konoha ninja was already poised at the Grass Ninja's throat. Hurry, hurry, cough, cough. Released, Chao Jia collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air, concealing the resentment in his gaze. I must ensure Iwagakure establishes a foothold in the Land of Grass. Bring those two here. Chief, but those two are... The Grass Ninja who attempted to interject was beheaded by Uchiha Dahua. Enough chatter, go. Startled by Dahua's ferocity, several Grass Ninjas hurriedly brought Kei-Rin and her mother forward under the watchful eyes of the Konoha ninjas. Kei-Rin clutched her mother's hand tightly. Her mother was barely clinging to life, covered by a cloth. Seeing the multitude gathered, Kei-Rin felt immense anxiety. Her mother could not endure further bites. Please, please don't bite my mother anymore. You can bite me instead. I beg you. Kei-rin rolled up her sleeve, revealing a multitude of bite marks. Kakashi, upon seeing the red-haired girl, had an inkling of the situation. However, when he and the Konoha ninjas beheld the numerous bite marks on little Kei-rin, fury ignited within them. These were mere children. Might Guy felt an overwhelming urge to explode. Gripping the grass ninja so tightly that the latter cried out in pain, Shen Yu stepped forward, rolling down Kei-rin's sleeve. Kei-rin flinched at Shen Yu's approach. Yet his chakra reassured her of his benign intentions. Gathering the power of the sun in his hands, he placed one hand on Kei-rin and the other on her mother. Another debt owed to those from the Sarutobi era, from Hitaki Tsukumo, the Uzumaki clan, the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan, and Naruto Uzumaki. The light of the sun pulled Kei-rin's mother back from the brink of death. Though her frail constitution rendered her unable to awaken immediately, Shen Yu lifted Kei-rin, employing the wood dragon technique to carry her mother alongside him. I have changed my mind, Kakashi. Leave no one behind. Understood. No, you cannot treat the land of grass this way. The Wagakure lies nearby. You cannot. Uchiha Dahoy was the first to strike. The pent-up rage of the Konoha ninjas was unleashed mercilessly. The feeble grass ninjas could hardly mount a defense. The ground was strewn with the corpses of grass ninjas. Kakashi nodded at Yanjiwei, who understood his intent. The parasites emerged from him, commencing the aftermath. Shen Yu cradled Kei-rin, observing the scene unfold. Kei-rin witnessed the grass ninjas who had tormented her being slaughtered, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Shen Yu used his Hokage cloak to wipe away her incessant tears. I will take you away. My wife is also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and my descendants are likewise of the Uzumaki lineage. I will personally heal your mother. No one shall dare treat you both this way again. Listening to Shen Yu, Kei-rin remained silent, for words often elude those engulfed in profound sorrow. Yet, Shen Yu felt the response in her tight embrace. Once again, would dragons surge forth, carrying all the Konoha ninjas as they journeyed back to Konoha. Chapter 75. The Uzumaki Clan. Gift Update. This operation was modest in scale. Thus the village did not organize any related ceremonies. Only the upper echelons of Konoha came to greet them. Upon the return of Shen Yu and his team, they were promptly dismissed. Shen Yu cradled Xianglin, while Mirin carried Xianglin's mother, and they encountered Tsunade, who had come to welcome them. Lord Hokage, Shen Yu nodded. And the high-ranking officials respectfully stepped aside, granting the couple some privacy. You are holding the red-haired one, are you not? Is she of the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade inquired. Shen Yu nodded, and Xianglin, who had just awakened from her slumber beneath Shen Yu's cloak, was gently taken into Tsunade's arms. What has happened? Why does her vitality seem so feeble? Tsunade asked, placing her hand upon Xianglin's mother, employing her medical ninjutsu to continue her treatment. Shen Yu explained the circumstances. I have been channeling yang energy into her throughout our journey. Her condition has stabilized, and her remaining vitality is no longer depleting. I will continue nurturing her with yang energy until she can recover independently. How dare the grass village treat the Uzumaki clan in such a manner? How did you handle it? They must not go unpunished, Tsunade declared